So pretty decent avenue of attack.
A chance here for xFlow to mow them down. Now Nilo waits on the boxes. It's going to be nice and easy for Nilo on the first two, and then just too much to handle with Taliesin coming in on that Tech 9. So 3v3, bomb planted. Both players on rifles. Taliesin committed on default. He's going to peek out into the open. Going to try and get a second as well here in Alchemy as he moves into the bomb site to the Tech 9. Taliesin goes. Alcarin had the gap covered. LNZ into the vent. Oh my god, the knife is that! Payne can bounce back with his force buy. It's not a pretty one. You know, you're all on Tech 9, so you didn't get the extra cash flowing. And they're going to start flowing out of the balcony, but Nissim, this is his domain, and it's a 3K. No money in the bank for Payne. It's likely to... What? Oh my god. Don't have the resources here. Gotta hope that Doomouth can do some of this 5-7, and he absolutely will. Doomouth, double kill. They're going to be coming out of the tunnels. Doomouth's got another on the 5-7 somehow. And Satsa just keeps his head tucked down. It's Nissim on the 5-7. And then Legacy just kept charging in. Doomouth. And they know Snow is alone inside of the B-bomb site. Snow's got to go massive. And Lux goes so far ahead of his teammates. He runs in alone. The tag's there as well. Snow's got another one. 11 rounds for Legacy. If Doomouth can win this, but it's Snow to save the day.
Comes that half by.
Looking to charge it down.
Force
We've got
down.
M4s galore, and Wicadia, clean lineup.
Whoa.
He's looking for more here. Very offensive here. Wicadia taking this stoppage by storm, and that's going to send a message to GamerLegion that Aurora are happy to sign up for fight. Legacy, the only team to have kept up their end of the bargain. It's Aurora's turn. And this is the kind of start that's going to convince you that they will make mincemeat of GamerLegion today. Nothing from the Desert Eagles. Ooh, Santeras. There's another.
Yeah, nice day for Aurora. having to cross into B with half health or worse almost every round. Round of 8, head trick. Oh, that's a nice peek from Major on the other side, but they very nearly get bursted down here as NPL doing great work. He wants to fight more. Headshot onto Jota, kills, and now the Incendiary to hold off. He's going to go for more. Another headshot brings it up to a quad and walks like around the corner. NPL looking to see if he get the ace, and he will pick it up.
Gotta get some short control first. With one smoke though, you'd think they do a mid to B split. As Kenzie Zor will open things up. They are setting up that mid to B split smoke, and Kenzie is...
Players, oh, look at this setup here. It's NPL coming in, the dualies. It's a lot of work, but he will get the job done. And Kenzie Zor with the last couple of headshots. Top, I feel like that should have worked. They were really quick to set that up, but Thor are finally answering back. They win a round, and ultimately does get 2 headshots there.
He's coming in from ramp, cave, and CT. Once more, he gets found out here before the round.
Ultimate's done such a great job here. Story around the corner goes down. Ultimate with the ace to pick it up and get Liquid back onto 8 rounds.
Should be the 2-0. These rounds and T-Set of train are worth their weight in gold, so should be no resistance here. Full eco. Story continues his strong start, gets himself to 6-0.
Anything to bank on. It could have been his timing, although Muterus gets up into position just in time. Only 7 kills to his name. And as Lux jumps down from the heavens, he will deny himself that ace. We get this clutch, swings that door open, a clutch at hand, a kill he needs. Lux makes the difference in the face. A test for Satsin with bodies, but he dodges the first 2. Knows it, but as his teammates try to push beyond it, Satsin on for the ace. Let Lux finish it off.
You're watching PGL Masters Bucharest. It's grand finals day, and we have all the Counter-Strike coming up. I know you thought we threw a lot at you yesterday. It's going to be even more jam-packed today. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host, and starting the show, we have Dust and Striker here to break down everything we got to see yesterday and what is coming up today. Now, of course, yesterday, gents, was jam-packed. We had 4 quarterfinals going on. Obviously, we had 2 streams running concurrently to get all of that done. Then we had a very quick break and we jumped straight into the semifinals. Not the usual way we do the playoff Striker, but this was to try and accommodate for teams who wanted to get to Chengdu as well.
Yeah, and of course, none of the ones that are going to Chengdu made it to the last day, you know. So they're going to be free to go and fly to Chengdu probably, I guess, today, this morning, tonight, and they're going to be all fine.
It all worked out in the end, but it was a lot going on all at the same time, and I kind of want to focus in on a little bit of what we saw. So I think the big conversation has to be our grand finalists and what happened there with them. Aurora, Dust, they speed ran that quarterfinal. We were all questioning whether or not they'd even make it, and then they came in and what is the right
I guess I thought they were competing at Awesome Games Done Quick for charity and not actually playing a Counter-Strike tournament there, because they have probably completed what has to be the fastest semifinal in Counter-Strike history. Like, I don't know of another one that could have gone that quickly. It's like GamerLegion saw what happened to Liquid in their game against Solar. They got destroyed for 2 maps. They're like, hold my beer, I got this.
We can do better.
We hold my beer. I think we can do this one. And they did 2 rounds and 2 maps.
That's rough on GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Smart Backwards on Twitter said it, one of only 7 series that where a team only got 2 rounds in it. I will say one of those was FaZe against Astralis, or rather the other way around. Yanko was coaching that time, so I will just leave it there. That's all I need to say, I think.
You're just dropping bombs on the disc mass and early in the morning. Yanko.
To be fair, that was prime Astralis. Like, it is a little bit of a tough one, but no.
Dust is defending Yanko.
I know.
Wow,
who would have seen that coming today? Yeah.
What have I done that for? I'm not really sure. Anyway, yeah, I think here's the one thing. Like, obviously, we can poke fun at GamerLegion for putting up a pitiful 2 rounds across 2 maps. But what is kind of neat is at least like Aurora's finally giving you something, man. Like, we've been kind of
whole tournament.
Yeah, we've just been harping on them for so long because we know that they're capable of great things. That they have talented players. Again, this is a team that at one point was fighting for a position amongst the top 5 in the world rankings and had a lot of good arguments to say that they should belong there. But you know, there's not been a whole lot to cling on to as they've kind of slipped down the totem pole, so to speak. But maybe a confidence-building win like that could help propel them in the final today.
When Major's slam dunking on you like that on overpass, I feel like that's where you know it's kind of over, to be honest. It was just such a bad performance from GamerLegion. And I mean, it's just something that I said about Aurora before. They're obviously a very confusing team, and that one day they will just look like a team that doesn't even belong in the top 10, let alone competing for trophies, and then they will do this the next day where they just destroy somebody who's obviously, you know, had a pretty good tournament so far.
It's just inconsistent, and unfortunately, if you want to compete with the best in the world, as fun as that was to watch, it's not good enough, man. I'm just going to say it. I know they're coming into the grand finals. There's a chance that they could lift this trophy. Aurora,
you know they will, with how confusing they've looked. You know they will get it for
Aurora's
finally.
not good enough right now, as far as I'm concerned, for the level that they need to be at if they want to contest with those big teams at the major.
I mean, look, when you're Aurora, again, this kind of comes back to the point I was making earlier where they were in the conversation for a top 5 world ranking and then slipped down. You have now watched Furia come and pass you by and win a trophy. You've come and watched G2 pass you by and win a trophy. It's like, come on, guys, eventually you have to put some hardware in the cabinet, right? I mean, with the talent that they have, yeah, maybe if you're in an event with all the top dogs like Vitality and Spirit and, you know, all that, and you don't happen to get a trophy, we can all kind of sit back and be like, oh, yeah, fair enough, like you are playing against the best in the world. But it's like, this is the tournament of all tournaments where, like, no excuses. Like, you are supposed to be winning this thing, and we'll see if they can.
Obviously, then what happens is we move into the next semi-final, and Saw shocks everyone by taking that first map. And I had a moment where I was like, what the F is happening here? But Legacy able to claw it back.
To be fair, though, Saw will then go... They must have gone home feeling like they should have been in this final, though.
They should have.
It was 12-10. I think if they were literally 1 kill away from completing it before it even got to overtime on Nuke, and then they would have been in the final instead of in a third place decider. I mean, that's got to be playing on their minds.
That's going to sit on your head very heavily. Legacy, though, we've spoken a lot about them. You saw them at CAC, Dust. This tournament, it's been a bit shaky. I don't think it's their best performance, but they did enough to get into the grand finals. So nothing I say actually matters now.
Indeed. I mean, I think Legacy is trying to prove that
Just confirm what you were just saying, yes.
Yeah, just saying Legacy is trying to prove that CAC wasn't a flash in the pan. They're trying to actually live up to their name and build something long term, you know, establish themselves as a consistent contender. And, you know, like you said, a little bit more of a weathered path to get to this point, but they do ultimately go into the grand finals. They still ultimately have a chance to go back-to-back and win 2 titles, which the only other teams that have done that is Spirit this season, as well as Furia. So that would be putting them in rare company, you know, in a kind of a season of parity, I think would be kind of the way to put it right now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is one of those tournaments where they are going to be one of those, at least after CAC, they were one of the favorites coming in after that, right? So not necessarily the lead teams that they had to beat, but of course, I mean, still impressive that they were able to even come back yesterday from that, because they were under loads of pressure during it. Lux was having an amazing game yesterday against, again, several clutches that he had on that Nuke. Same thing we saw literally earlier in that day against Pain, when he was the one who was pulling them through in that decider. So just really props to him for pulling them through.
I need a siren or some sort of noise that goes drama alert, or we got to steal the Gossip Girl track and kind of throw it in there, because I have to lean into this now. Is there a link between the news releasing that OG is, that 100 Thieves is shopping for a new core, and that's now happening, and Reign's been signed, and GamerLegion performing the way they did yesterday?
You would have to imagine that there is some correlation there because of the timing of it all. Like, the report dropped like literally pretty much as they were about to take to the server, and I think it ultimately comes down to who knew about it. Like, was it this organizations talking amongst each other? Was it 100 Thieves talking to players from GamerLegion? Was it only certain players that were being talked to, and maybe other players didn't know that their teammates were in discussions? Like, who knows? Like, you know, as of right now, we don't know the answers to those questions, but depending on the, you know, details of all that, yeah, you would have to imagine it would mentally impact some of the guys, depending on what side of the fence they're on, if they're going over there or not, you know?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of one of those situations where...
Know, Striker?
That's
Come
the thing.
on, you must know something.
I don't actually know anything about this.
HLTV not confirmed.
Not confirmed at this point. I took a week off for this, you know, so I'm like shutting my ears off to the noise.
With us plebeians.
Yes, exactly. I can only sit here and speculate, but it's more. I just wanted to talk about how awkward it can be when something like that drops mid-tournament, or especially just as you're about to play a game, you don't really have a time to, you know, sit down and talk about it or whatever it is, and there's just going to be that little weird side eyes. Like, did you guys really just?
Well, that's my thing. If the conversation hasn't happened happened with the team, it's a really strategic play from 100 Thieves, because you drop that news. Now you've got your teammates going, hold on, is that you know, you can create a world where suddenly those players actually do become available to you.
Well, I think that's a dangerous game to play just because you don't really want to do that as you're about to get the core. You want them to do as well as possible before that transfer happens, let's say, you know, so heading into the second season, you don't really want GamerLegion in a really bad position where, you know, they're just going to bomb out the rest of the tournaments because they know they're a dead team. Obviously, you know, that's not necessarily a position you would want to be in, you know. So I don't think 100 Thieves leaked this on purpose, you know, if it's actually true.
As well, I mean, so the other question I have is, it didn't make sense to me that this core may be up for grabs, just because Ash signed this long contract with GamerLegion. When that happened, I still remember, I think it was on HLTV, he did an interview where he said, we no longer want to be this team that sort of creates new talent and pushes them off. We want to contest. We need to figure out a way to hold on. Then this news drops, and I'm kind of sitting here going, well, that doesn't make sense.
Well, there's two things to that. One is if you are a new organization trying to make a splash in the Counter-Strike, we've all seen how hard it can be if you don't have a core that's already in the VRS with a decent status, because you want to be in events. And if you're 100 Thieves, you obviously want to hit the ground running and be as many events as possible to get your name out there. So that's the one thing. And the second thing, you know how you turn an organization away from being a feeder team and being like a serious team? Put them with the organization that has a little bit more tenure and financial power to be able to build around what you've already got, as opposed to letting talent go out the door, as we've already seen happen to this team a couple of times.
I mean, the financial power is something I wanted to talk about a little bit with GamerLegion. You know, you were saying how, even in that some of those interviews, Ash was saying how he finally got some reassurance from GamerLegion that he would get what he would want, and the only way that I kind of thought about it was that it means he will be able to buy some better players, or he will be able to reach into some of the more established names rather than not. And then obviously what they do next is they remove Slend, and then they try Kersey, who's never played, even barely played tier 2, and then they try Hypex, who's, you know, obviously had a little bit more experience on the tier 2 scene, but not necessarily a biggest name that we've been looking out for, you know. So is there really the money that you know, to buy some of those bigger players? I don't think so. So honestly, as much as I don't really know whether this is true or not, it makes a lot of sense to me that, you know, finally that core would be feeling like, okay, it would actually be great if we were under a better organization that could buy us that last player that we need, the offer that we need, you know, and maybe combine it with a more experienced name like Rain, who is obviously, you know, looking into potentially becoming an in-game leader. Would that be a swap for ZTR? You know, I think it's an exciting prospect, to be honest.
We can sit here and have more conversations around this, but we actually have to get into our game. It's the third place decider. GamerLegion up against Saw. And for a lot of people, I think the third place playoff replacement for a show match was a huge win for me, definitely, I think, as a viewer, but also for these teams. This was something PGL introduced at Cluj this year, and I've seen a lot of other TOs pick up on it now, because it is something that's really important. It sets the stakes. VRS points up for grabs, prize money up for grabs. And for these teams, GamerLegion and Saw, this is so important today, because it is going to set the foundation for your 2026 season.
Absolutely, and especially in the case of someone like Saw, who's not going to be at the major. So this is kind of your Super Bowl, like kind of the end of the year for you to have one last hurrah to put yourself in that invite window for those tier 1 tournaments that are going to be coming up next year. And I absolutely agree with you. Like back in the day, a third place decider didn't make sense because no one really gave a crap about a difference between a couple of $1,000s between third and fourth place. Now that money is substantially bigger than just a couple $1,000s, and it feeds into your VRS ranking, so it's doubly important at that point. So yeah, there is a lot of value to be had for both of these teams in this game.
Yeah, and I'll be a little bit of a nerd here in terms of VRS and how that works. Effectively, what Saw has always had going for them is that they have such a strong local scene that they are able to get those LAN wins up, which is like a big part of the factor. So that's not necessarily what they're missing, but they are missing the prize money part, where, you know, that makes a big difference. So towards the end of the year, if there's another local LAN that they can play, they can still, you know, make sure that the LAN factor is still full for them, but the prize money they can't get anywhere else other than here. So this third place could actually have a pretty big impact on them if they are able to win it for the next season, where they can get some invites.
Big picture right now, if we take a look at this tournament, is it fair to say that between these two teams, I think Saw looks better and potentially looks like the the better performing team coming into this game.
Absolutely. They have gained so much from this tournament, in my opinion. I mean, coming into this event, they didn't really have a whole lot going for them, if we're being 100% honest, other than a top 4 at Fissure. But they come to this event, and they've beaten NIP, they've beaten GamerLegion, they've beaten Aurora, they've beaten Liquid, they went toe-to-toe at Legacy all 3 maps. Like, they're taking on quality teams and pushing them to limits that Saw were previously incapable of really doing. And I think what we've really kind of seen with this team that's really been nice is, for one, this is kind of Muters's last hurrah, you have to kind of feel like, as an in-game leader and veteran of the scene, and he's been playing and leading very well. We've seen Agile continue to develop, his game and become like a legit player that we have to like actually think, hey, this guy's actually a contender. He's a good guy. And also the glow up of Aragorn. I mean, this guy wasn't doing anything for Saul prior to this event, and he's been popping off.
That's the big revelation for me, Aragorn. I just didn't really see that coming, just out of nowhere, effectively. And I think he's been their most impactful player. He's also in the positions to do that, to be fair. He just wasn't necessarily living up to the expectations of the positions that he was getting. So it's really nice to see that, some of these names that we never really see on the tier 1 scene to be able to punch above their weight. And Aragorn's definitely done that.
This is a bit of a tough question. You might not have the stats on hand, but if Saw places 3rd here, how does that set them up for early next year? A lot more invites to tier 1 events?
Look, they're at the moment, I think they're somewhere around 19th place, and I was looking at the impact of this, and they would push them up to 15th. Of course, between now and the rest of the year, there's still the Major, there's still Chengdu, there's still a couple of these tournaments left, rivals. Some of the teams that are just around them will have a few more opportunities than they will probably. But still, I mean, beginning of next year, towards the beginning of next year, we're going to start getting to a position where you have to play a bit, you have to hold more qualifiers for your tournaments. And so that's where they will get a lot more opportunities in the close qualifiers from Europe and some of these things, that they will have a chance to actually enter the tier 1 invite cycle if they have like one more result like this.
And then on the other side, we have GamerLegion, who have been very inconsistent this event. They're coming off the back of an ugly loss yesterday. It's ugly. There's no other way to describe it. Not only the ugly loss, the 100 Thieves rumors circulating around this whole team, because that core going would be the end of this GamerLegion. How do they perform today? Because that is a lot of noise.
It is.
Outside of the server.
And it's easier said than done, but you just have to put that to the side, especially the loss. Like, you can't really take anything away from, we got 2 rounds and 2 maps. You don't even look at that film. You memory hole that. You throw that one in the trash can. You move on to today.
Highly doubtful, but okay.
I mean, I would just, like, there's no point in reviewing that film and trying to figure out what the hell went wrong. Like, you got 1 round of game. Like, everything went wrong. Let's be honest. So the one good thing going for them is that they have a couple of riflers, which are, some of the younger riflers on the team that are performing for them consistently. Like, Towson and PR are giving them extremity playmakers and great CT players that really provide a lot of value and a lot of additional weapons for this GamerLegion team to use to find success. And I think throughout the majority of the tournament, we saw a lot of good things from these guys. And so you just have to kind of brush that loss yesterday to the side, I feel like.
Honestly, for me, if you compare the ways that they lost those semis, it is easier to come back from what happened to GamerLegion than what happened to Saw. Because the way that Saw went out to that nuke, they had a 12-10 lead. Again, it was a 1v1 that effectively decided whether it would go, it was like for 12-11. And then in overtime, they just gave out completely. Like, they were letting Legacy do whatever they wanted. They weren't communicating properly. They weren't rotating properly to the information that they were getting. Just a complete choke. And, you go home and you're just staring at the ceiling. You're going to be like, we should have been in this final. Like, we just should have been in this final. It's worse, I think, emotionally to deal with that than it is to deal with we just got rolled.
But I think they have to be proud of what they've accomplished here.
You had much nicer words that you didn't think we could share on broadcast, and we can't. But yes, I feel that.
Yeah, I think still be proud of what you've accomplished, though. I mean, this has still been a fantastic run. You still have a chance to get, a 3rd place finish, which looks a little bit better than 4th on the resume. And they have a couple of their own players that we've kind of discussed who are showing some individual prowess and showing that they can go toe-to-toe with some of these other, like, more well-known skilled values and actually be able to meet them. As we get into the pick ban, I don't expect we'll see anything crazy here. Last time around, it was a train ban from GamerLegion and a range ban from Saul, so I expect that to be the same. Saul has been tearing it up on Nuke, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just keep going that direction.
I mean, they still lost every time they played it, but yesterday, obviously, they must have been feeling like, okay, there's the overpass pick that I expected a little bit more last time when they were playing, because this is actually the first time that Saul is going to be playing overpass at this tournament. So it's going to be curious to see how they will match up to a GamerLegion that got kind of screwed on it yesterday. And
I feel like GamerLegion's given a lot of chinks in the armor away on this.
I just want to point out, it's not the first time that they're playing overpass this tournament. It's their first time playing overpass, period.
No, it's not. They have
5 5, I don't think, on land.
Oh, maybe not necessarily as 5 on
Yeah,
land,
that's
but
what I was
like
getting
online they've definitely played it a couple
Yeah,
times.
yeah.
So it's not like they're completely new to the map. It's more like when you do this as GamerLegion, and then there's the nuke decider. Actually, it's a very different veto, and I'm a bit surprised that it actually ended up going to nuke instead of a dust 2 if you're GamerLegion. But still, if you're GamerLegion, I think the pick of overpass comes down to 2 things. It's a bit hard to pick a map into a team that doesn't play something a lot because you just don't have the demos. You don't really know what they're going to do, especially if they haven't even played this tournament. There's a lot of changes that could have potentially happened between the last time they played it and now. So it's not necessarily a game plan. You're just saying, okay, we're much more comfortable than you on this map. We're going to play like we want to play. We're not going to do like some crazy anti-stratting, and that's why we're going to pick it. But it can be a dangerous door sometimes.
Do they look? So here's my concern. I don't think GamerLegion look comfortable on this map. So this pick is you would say it's a comfort pick. It's like we will play to our strengths and play the map we're comfortable on. But you've shown us during this event that it doesn't look as comfortable.
They had 2 terrible T-sides on this map. It was against Pain earlier in the tournament, and then it was yesterday against Aurora. So there's obviously chinks in the armor. There's probably going to be something that Moterius was looking at and was like, okay, so what were Aurora and Pain doing so well that they just shut down that T-side so hard? And so there's that to think of, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, they have tried to make Overpass their home map, and they've had successes on it, but there's no
really
denying.
I say in this tournament, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
no.
have to disagree. They have not. It doesn't look...
I was getting there.
Okay.
I was on my way to that point. I was like, I agree with you that this event, though, it has not been that great. I mean, they had some wins against FlyQuest and Fnatic, but you're not going to get a lot of credit for that, especially whenever you've just had the bomb losses that you've had. So it's been a mixed bag in their hopes of this being like a home map for them. Again, some of the things they do have going for them, though, is I think PR might be one of the best, B playmakers on the T side on Overpass. This guy's just wild. Like, a lot of times it's just a lurker there, kind of holding position, trying to get you information. Maybe occasionally they'll take some short B control to try to get you a little bit, of added ground to work with. But this guy can just like confidently swing sandbags, get you entries on the B-bomb site, creep out monster, make plays happen. And when you have a guy who's that confident playing by himself and can make those types of aggressive plays, I mean, look at the rating this guy's putting out in this map. Even if the results haven't been there, we've already kind of talked about, he just provides a crap ton of value.
I really like how they're playing off of each other with Towson as well, because usually he takes the control in connector, and then they just flash out from connector and they both peek and together, and they're just working off of each other really well to create some of those opportunities for openings. When the CTs do go on the aggressive, they give them the openings, right?
I'm gonna love watching Rez versus Aragorn, by the way. Like, I think this is gonna be a really fun matchup. Those two being like the 2 main A players. We know how important it is for T teams to establish some sort of control of like bathrooms and that first layer of the A side of the map. Even if you're not going to commit to A, it gives you a launching pad to swing back through connector and kind of, try to manipulate CT rotations. And the reason why I picked this up is because Rez is a known value. This is a guy who's been performing at a pretty high level ever since he joined GamerLegion. And this dude has millions of reps of playing the A side of Overpass back in his NIP days and CSGO and stuff like that. And you're up against an Aragorn who is very new and up until this point hadn't been playing very well. But this event he has been on one. And I think if he can make a statement on that A side of the map, that's going to be pretty big for him and the team.
I think that was kind of going to lead into my next question with Saul. We don't know how they're going to play this map, but taking a look at how they've performed so far, what are you expecting from them?
Yeah, it's going to be tough to predict, to be honest, because if you have something like, I think they've played it like 3 times online this entire season, and that's just not a lot of experience on the map. So I guess they were just going to be more kind of to the opposite of what I was talking about earlier with GamerLegion, where they're going to play their game, they're going to play to their comfort. So I think all we're going to see is going to be anti-strat, maybe potentially because of that lack of experience of your own gameplay on the map, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we can show like what the T side has looked like a little bit as far as positions go for Saul. You're right, like all their play has been online and it hasn't been a whole lot of reps. But what I can say is that they have a good mix, like of being able to play kind of some of the standard, default opening variations that you want to be able to see. They're able to put Aragorn in those A rifling positions as an entry. Agile in his own right is a pretty solid B player on the attacking side that, isn't quite the same level of playmaker as PR is, and he's not going to give you the same level of aggression, but he's very smart, he's very calculated, and he does his job very well, and it allows Muterus to kind of feel pretty confident that he can kind of bounce around and figure out, what he feels is best in the moment. And they have a decent playbook. Like, when I was watching some of their online matches, they have all the basic utility you'd want. They have the pacing change set pieces that they can kind of throw a curveball at you. So even if they don't have the land reps, it's not like they're waltzing into this without a game plan or a playbook. Like they have, like, the eye test for me did pass from what I saw online.
This is one of the maps where I actually think it's kind of curious the way that Mutier's plays a lot of space taker positions. I mean, I know you have him as kind of a roamer type of guy here, but I know that he's constantly entering for Aragorn if he's coming out of toilets or if he's they're trying to take toilets together. Usually, it's more the in-game leader who's supporting an Aragorn, you know, who's trying to smoke off the key areas for him, you know, to take the control of toilets and all that stuff. But actually, this is kind of the other way around, you know, where Aragorn's almost the second guy in after Mutier's takes some of the attention off of him, and so they're playing just a slightly different style than everybody else, where, you know, there's a flasher behind with the main star in front of him, and it's almost like the opposite now.
Throw the stats out the window.
Go on.
Current form here at PGL Masters Bucharest. Who is the better team?
So
Why?
I just think they've looked yesterday. Honestly, the way they looked, they just destroyed Liquid 13-2, 13-3 or whatever it was, and then they go into Legacy, they destroy them on Inferno, and they're supposed to win Nuke. Yeah, it was much more of a close battle, but still, they should have made it a convincing way to the grand final. So I feel like they're definitely on top.
I like GamerLegion a little bit better. Like, even though they obviously got absolutely destroyed yesterday in that best of 3, just overall, I feel like I have seen improvement in how they have approached the game and how their players have looked individually compared to some of the other woes they've had this season. So I'm pretty happy about things. You know, it's another interesting timeline that we can kind of put into this, that they have played each other a good bit on LAN. You can look and see that it's been traded. Another fun little tidbit from their past encounters I'd like to add is that Saul is the reason GamerLegion didn't go to Blast Austin, or at least one of them. In the online MRQ, they were one of the teams that beat them. I think it was in the elimination, like 1-2 game. Now, Saul ultimately also didn't make the major. They lost to Ents later on and got knocked out, but they played spoiler to GamerLegion. So there's a little bit of, even though the rosters are slightly different, there's a little bit of like a rivalry there between these two orgs and their interactions throughout the course of the year. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, and I was looking at their nuke, and I feel like Saul probably felt like they should have been more competitive on that map. They just gave up a couple of really key rounds that just went the wrong way, and it was a bit of a misleading scoreline. I think it was 13-6 for GamerLegion. So I feel like, especially the way that they were, I mean, Inferno and Ancient were just overtime battles where like a lot of force buys went back and forth, and so it was just very scrappy match last time. So I think, yeah, I'm expecting kind of the same thing today.
Let's hit the low-hanging fruit too, since it's overpass. We got to do it. CT opping is so important.
Okay,
I mean, having a mobile CT operator. So we need to see if like Hybex can get it done against Ori.
Third and fourth playoff. Let's get into it. Saw versus GamerLegion. The desk is split. We'll see who wins this battle. We're going straight into it. Moses and Dinka are ready.
Thank you very much, Sam. Yeah, GamerLegion versus Saw. I think this is an exciting third place decider, Jason. I think both teams have shown moments throughout this competition. Saw, I would have to have as the favorites coming in this, but Overpass, who knows? I feel like GamerLegion, a good shot to start off with a map victory, and this series should go to 3.
Well, obviously, waking up today and hoping that the day goes very, very differently than it did yesterday. So hopefully a hot start for GamerLegion to start putting that Aurora match back behind their minds. Story going to be tested, gets 1 for 1. Flashbang doesn't land all that well, but GamerLegion going to keep the pace up, and here's the hit into the A-bomb site.
Yeah, Crazy off the truck, and he's not able to take anything. In fact, everybody gets cleared out by GamerLegion as they attack into the A-bomb site. A pistol 1, and the first round picked up with only 1 casualty.
Okay, perfect. A nice clean pistol round, because we can address the elephant in the room. Here's my big question today, because the desk had a lovely segment talking about all things Counter-Strike. My biggest question for GamerLegion has nothing to do with Counter-Strike. It's, are you still a team?
Yeah.
Like, that's
Have
for
you
me,
been stolen by the thief?
more than anything inside the server, I feel like that is the effect, and we obviously can't really know, but that's the thing that's going to have the biggest impact, I think, on how they play is that news that came out yesterday just before that series. Now that they've had time to sit with it, now they've had time to figure it out and talk to each other about the details, that can be a very weird scenario when part of the team is being targeted to be poached.
Especially when you get banged out.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's my mindset, and like, I'm not going to speculate, but there is a level of like, what happens if like some of the players didn't know this conversation was happening, and then you feel a little bit slighted, and that I have no clue how the actual back and forth went, but there's a very real world in which this GamerLegion team doesn't have the cohesion right now to kind of withstand any pressure, right? Like, they can crack relatively easily, you'd imagine, depending on how those conversations went yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on the mental and how they're able to stay focused in this game. Nothing tough just yet. Second round, trying to convert after the pistol, and that is a nice piece of a peek. A little bit of a bait towards the short tunnel. The window, or the door opens up, excuse me. Towson gets his second kill of the map.
And Saw very passive at the moment. Not going to be gathering a lot of information towards the bathrooms. It's going to be a long setup
So Story and Aragorn playing towards the stone, Story playing anti-flash into the wall. But it's not going to matter because GamerLegion going to be going over towards the B-bomb site, and currently no one occupying the site itself because Agile just left.
Yeah, interesting to see him go stack up towards A, despite the fact the long players haven't seen anything. Now, typically, you'll see a long player kind of start making a move, sort of like a long cave on Dust 2, to try and gather information towards Fountain, especially now that Utility's being chucked out towards the B bomb site. And Saw's going to save. They're going to bring these weapons forward into the next round and try again to find a place that these MP9s can have an impact.
Yeah, going into 2-0. But, you know, when you talk about are you going to be a team moving forward as well, Jason, I think that's another point is the fact that we're here in a third place decider. Right?
Yeah.
And usually a third place decider, obviously it's extra money, but it's also conversation around VRS points for the future. Now, obviously the major cutoffs already happened, but you know, when you're a team that's not at the very top, you will all, you know, these kind of tournaments, these matches really matter, and these third place deciders can be significant. But when you are a team that aren't really moving forward, how much, if you are getting pushed and you have to come back, how much is a third place decider play in your head, you know? Like that has to be an element that you have to think about today as well.
I don't know. You're talking to someone who played in a 7th to 8th place decider once.
Oh yeah, how was that? Did you win 7th or 8th?
We got 7th.
Oh, nice, you won. You really fought for that one.
Yeah, there was some extenuating circumstances in that. That was a little bit of a goofy match. Yeah, those are weird. Actually, to your point, yeah, those circumstances actually.
Exactly.
We played a British team in a CPL, and back in the CPL, every stage had predetermined maps, and the map for the 7th, 8th place decider was called. Oh my lord, what was it called? Anyways, it was a map that Europeans didn't play.
Okay.
And we played a European team, and one of their players just said, like, screw it, and just literally went to sleep during the game.
So, right, yeah. So these decider games.
Yeah, so these decider games. No, but I mean, I think you nailed it bang on too. The VRS with these teams, and especially if you imagine, you know, players might be leaving GamerLegion, scraping together those VRS points for the players, for the org, super important. So yeah, there's things to play for. For me, it's more just the mentality of a GamerLegion team, not so much about the 3rd, 4th place decider, just more so about what the team is like moving forward.
Especially want to bounce back, get some confidence back after getting absolutely spanked yesterday.
Yeah, you definitely want to get some pride back.
Yeah.
After back-to-back 13-1s.
They've done better.
They've had some better games in their history.
No, but they've just won as many rounds as they won in that entire semi-final.
Oh, okay, that's true. They are doing better here as well. Yeah.
Well, let's see if Saw's idea to save over is going to pan out for them here in round 3. We go under a minute on the clock. Agile and Crazy going to be playing out towards Monster.
Another smoke to stall things out, and GamerLegion can't really do anything because they have no presence anywhere else on the map. Everyone's just kind of waiting behind Monster. So going to relocate to short so they don't have to, you know, run the clock down too much and just attack from a different point.
The time is the problem here. If GamerLegion come in, well, they're coming now at 30 seconds. It can still get a little bit messy. Crazy needs one. He gets it on the 5-7. He goes back in again. And a second kill from Crazy, but the rest of his teammates unable to do much. That bomb should go down in just a moment, putting the final pieces of utility in place, including that smoke that lands inside of the site. But look at Aragorn, denies the bomb plant. Round still on. A second kill. No way. ZTR up against Meteorus. And he's going to go for the plant here on default. Meteorus desperately trying to deny it. He'll dive down, but he's running out of bullets in this UMP. It's a MAC-10 up against the UMP, and Meteorus is out of ammo. The clock is pulled out, and eventually ZTR gonna win it out here for GamerLegion. That is crazy. It comes down to that scenario.
ZTR was probably confused why he wasn't dying earlier. It felt like he hit him more than enough, but man, Aragorn just coming through that smoke, taking down the bomb, taking down a second player. I have no clue how he found the second one. But that made things really, really dicey, and that's great economic damage right here. Finding that completely inside the smoke with no vision. And he's been the standout player for this Saw team throughout this run that they've had into this 3rd, 4th place decider. In fact, he was the top fragger in the series they played earlier during the group stage at the 1-1. 69 and 62 across the series for Aragorn in the opening matchup between these two teams.
See Stories up, looking up into the bathrooms. Opening pick available for Rez to walk forward. He does spot him cross over the divider. Now they're locked in, ready for Rez. Flash coming in to try and help him. Aragorn wasn't quite ready for the fight, and then Rez gets the second.
Yes.
Fantastic opening work from Rez.
Stops short on the crouch peek, and now a little lurk into the B bomb site. Defenders are still here though. First kill. They're all coming in. Towson with another entry, and only one player left to find behind the smoke goes down, and that's a 4th round for GamerLegion.
Yeah, 4-0, no problem. And then it's such an easy start here for Rez. Walks on by the bathrooms. They know he's coming. They see him cross over the divider. They have a rifle and an AWP in position. The rifler wasn't quite ready for the peek to come in from Rez. Tried to turn from a flash.
Yeah, I think playing anti-flash and maybe just missing the timing a little bit, but certainly it felt like they should have been prepared for that peek, and obviously catching the shoulder of the Opera as well, just crouching into that shot. So we've talked about the GamerLegion thing with all the 100 Thieves rumors and the weirdness over there. For Saw, their loss last night in the semifinals, very devastating as well for different reasons. Wasn't quite as much of an embarrassment in terms of the scoreline. Just more the fact that they probably should have won that 2-0. Allowed the comeback on the second map, got battered on the third, but that was a loss of inexperience, it felt, right?
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't like you guys came in and just got kind of steamrolled. That was inexperience in being able to close out that series and make it to a final, and then inexperience in being able to bounce back on that third map.
Yeah, it's definitely got to feel disappointing for Sol, like a missed opportunity at this event, because they've been playing some great Counter-Strike. They've been the surprise of the tournament, how well they've played and some of the teams they've beaten, and I think yesterday it felt like they were almost guaranteed to be beating Legacy after watching that first map play out and the way they handled a beatdown. But yeah, that's 3rd place, not bad for Soft. They're able to win it today, but they're in the hole and they call a timeout after going 4-0 down immediately.
Yeah, it hasn't looked like the Saw that we saw being so dangerous in the semifinal, that was so good against Team Liquid in the quarterfinal as well. These first 4 rounds haven't really got beneath them yet, so we'll see if they can recover as the half goes on. GamerLegion looking sharp despite the very, very tough loss they took yesterday. And PR going to probe into this B bomb site. Mid in 25 seconds, a very fast timing. There's the peak, easy kill for PR. Thins out the herd, and now a man advantage for GamerLegion. No aggression really from this round from Saw. Like this buy doesn't seem to have like a plan in it outside of kind of play your spots, play a standard round with the pistols, right? Scout is not even being aggressive on Mutiris. That's out towards long. No one's heading in that direction. Actually, GamerLegion has largely ignored long in the early stages of this half.
Aragorn with the Deagle. Peeks on up from behind the dice box. Rez. Another important shot up towards the site. Aragorn burning. Nowhere to stand. It's all that comfortable. Ends up getting cleared out from the back of the bomb site. And it's going to be 5 rounds in a row. ZTR's head's exposed. Falls asleep for a second and then comes back to finish off Story.
Okay, we're going to see what kind of an attitude Saw's bringing in this morning in this next round. This is where they get all the rifles. This is where they get all the utilities. So you actually have the resources you need to challenge for space in bathrooms. You can push towards blue door if you'd like to down the stairs in con. There's tons of things that you have available to it. We know Overpass lends itself to some CT aggression. So now that you have all the bells and whistles, what are you going to bust out in a 0-5 deficit? Open up that playbook and get a little bit crazy, you know?
I'm excited to see it. Let's see what Stories Op can do. I mean, I haven't casted Saw in a long time. So obviously in this tournament we casted 1 game,
yes.
But it's been a while since we've got to cast Story a little bit consistently. They've fallen out of the top circuit. But I was used to enjoy watching Story play when he's having a great game.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those operas that it feels like, you know, we see some great games out of him from time to time, and then others are more pedestrian. But when he's on, it's no doubt he has a very impactful op. He'll get a chance here to warm up.
Oh, missed shot in the opener. Shoulder coming through. Towson that just shreds through his teammate. And now Story's under a lot of pressure here, getting run down multiple sides. Can't get a shot off. And GamerLegion have come into this match locked in.
Change of pace in the first buy round has caught Saw completely off guard, falling all around the map.
Wow.
And GamerLegion is making this fast. They came in today, they were like, let's give Saw the Aurora.
Let's give them a beat down.
You know what we experienced yesterday? Let's give that to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 6-0 start here for GamerLegion. Saw that was a timeout ahead of that into the buy round. Didn't make anything happen. Now they're back to half buy territory. So you're going to see some SMGs coming out here.
Man, for that to be kind of like the first great buy you had. Missed shot from Story, just as we're talking about him. He's had a couple misses. He had a miss in that first gun round when Rez kind of walked up highway as well. Slow start. Rez has been sharp, and that's actually a great piece of information. And you're going to trap them inside bathrooms. That's the fight you want. He gets away. You don't know about the second, though. There's actually a little bit of a trap here for Aragorn. That name shouldn't be hard to pronounce.
Yeah, it really should have. But, you know, it can be. Aragorn ready to go. Shadow spotted. Rez again, man. It just can't lose a fight.
Yeah, he's a beast right now. This is actually sick, and obviously GamerLegion's going to love it. What a huge benefit he's been providing them. 7-2 for Rez, 6-1 for ZTR, 9-1 for Towson. The reinforcements are on the way for Saw. Rotated into the A bomb site. GamerLegion taking their time. Their story, they need to find advance in the bathrooms. Utility should be able to handle the bomb site itself, but this is maybe the X factor in the round.
Story waiting in the bathrooms. Towson is going to fall to the 5-7. Crazy's got a kill as well, but he's gone and cleared out, and Story only managed 1 frag. So, 3 players stay up for GamerLegion. A couple of kills there from Saw's half investment, and now they're going to come back into a full buy. Story will get the AWP out again. He's looking a little weak at the moment. He's had a number of shots. He should be landing over towards the bathrooms. And when your AWP is not hitting those, it makes your game very difficult because you can see how quickly GamerLegion could progress towards A.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they've used that AWP as like 1 point of a 2-point trap, right?
Yeah.
Like the first miss on Highway gets his rifler kind of taken down, and then misses his own shot to get him killed. Those are the kind of areas where the AWPer is, missing a shot is really painful, especially if that M4 paired up with him. But they're keeping up the pace. It's a B rush.
Yeah, the B rush in towards Agile. Tries to get behind the wall, but then just gets absolutely wrecked by PR. Now, Crazy's going to hear all the steps on the site. He'll deal with Rez. Nice snap back to ZTR as well, and then eventually removed by PR. It's a 3v3. They're into the bomb site. Hypex going to put that down on default. And Saw, I mean, you're 7-0 in the hole already. You've got to go for the retake, but it just seems so difficult now with that instant kill from Towson.
Yeah, especially because there's no more utility to block off the choke point, so that 1 kill alleviates a ton of pressure, and Story has the AWP on the flank, so he can't make anything happen while Mutiris is smoked out. So no motivation to go for this despite some utility, despite it being a 3-on-3 at one point. GamerLegion, I mean, I guess you can call whatever you want if you're just hitting headshots like this.
Dude, everyone looks so locked in on GamerLegion. They're not losing fights. I mean, they're just going in, and you see a duel there on the bomb side on the entry for PR. Looks like there should be maybe a 50-50, but PR just nails it. And Rez looking so sharp on these entries towards A as well. GamerLegion loving the start. 8 rounds to 0.
Hypex has $16,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of game you're enjoying being
so
Ash just out in there.
Oh, yeah. Ash is having the best day. That's the kind of day you dream about going into the coach's office.
And then you had the Nightmare one yesterday.
Yeah, the Nightmare one.
The horror of
yesterday.
Halloween.
Yes, it really was.
November, it's a new month. GamerLegion loving it.
Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yeah.
So we're all gonna keep an eye on Saw throughout this game.
Yeah, true. Gotta make sure they're all right. But right now, getting absolutely destroyed. GamerLegion spreading out across the map this time, taking connector.
This is where you really need Story to have an impact with the AWP, because this is a round where GamerLegion has slowed it down and spread into a default. So now Story's going to get a few more looks that don't have as much aggression behind them. He can get some of those deeper shots, especially if GamerLegion, if they miss any details with utility to take away an angle, he might be able to have an impact. But this is where you really want him to show his presence inside the server. Very quiet. I mean, GamerLegion, I think, has kind of taken the philosophy and the idea of we're up 8-0 by rushing, and we've just destroyed them. They're going to do something aggressive, but nothing comes.
PR just walks through the monster smoke alone, immediately takes the headshot on Agile, and that's just one player. Now you've got to hit a shot, and Story will. They'll get back to the bomb site. Can Saw hold on? 2 players in the A site. Rez winning the duel against Aragorn. Now Story's under excruciating pressure because all of his teammates, all of his support is gone. And he's had to drop back into the bank, and utility lands in front of him. Material is close to the denial of the bomb plant, but those bullets go over the top. He still comes away with 1 on ZTR, and the numbers are even. A 3v3 now in favor of Saw, thanks to that kill from Mutiris. This could be the first on the board for Saw. You've got that flank coming in, though, from PR. Can Rez hold on long enough for that to be effective? And he wins a fight that looks like it was about to go the other way. But that defuse tap has created the pressure, and now they start to piece together where PR could be. Comes up the stairway, bomb's not planted for him, they come off the defuse, PR gets to position, and Mutir is racing after him, but PR handling business.
No kit in that round. That's why Mutiris has to get off. Otherwise, I think he just tries to stick that with the diffuse kit, but every eventuality go in the way of GamerLegion. Rez even does a great job staying alive after his initial kill, grabbing a second one, making sure they have to spend more time swinging, hunting him down, buying more time for PR to execute this flank, and just smart decision from PR as well, realizing they get into that bomb site, maybe not enough real estate for him to be comfortable. 2 players inside the bomb site, Rez out towards long, nowhere great for him to position, and goes for the game-winning or the round-winning flank. And what can you do?
Rez going to be holding on the long peak. Mutiris going to trade him out 1-for-1. Mutiris actually getting going over the last 2 rounds at least. He was sitting at 0.
Yeah, here's the aggression this round from Saw that GamerLegion was looking for in the previous one when they played it very, very slow and very conservative. Now they get punished by that big push. 1-for-1 trade. Story goes down. Rez falls as well.
Yeah, Rez has been so impactful throughout these rounds as well. Just the one for him this time. So we got PR kicking around though. Aragorn pushing out a calm. Will PR get his cross? Oh my goodness, again, so clean. Aragorn to fall. Advantage now in favor of GamerLegion for a B-bomb site finish. There's 2 players here for Saw.
And look at the way it makes the defense shift as well. So if GamerLegion does end up coming through Monster, which looks like their plan the whole time, the defense that was geared to stop a Monster play now has to change its position to account for short being weakened.
Agile. He's going to fall. Crazy as well. And now Mutiris left 1v4. So that's just, I mean, there's not really much you say about that. That's not very competitive whatsoever, is it?
This is, we're having a Scrawny and Launders game from last night right now.
At least they had 1 round.
At least they did. Yeah, but you know, it's coming still. you know, there's still time.
Could have been a pistol round. Who knows? Saw might come all the way back on the T side of Overpass.
This is just brutal. I just don't even. There's nothing Saw can do to get in this. I mean, you're not even killing anything. It's just GamerLegion just waltzes in and gets to the opening frag regardless of what happens. It's a very comprehensive victory.
Inferno's next. That'll be a.
You want to move on to Inferno?
Might as well.
Yeah.
GG go next.
It is quite a GG.
10 T rounds in Overpass.
I know, T side of Over. I was just going to say the same thing. It's from in theory, the harder side, but they just set the tone, and I mean, Saw have not been able to get into the game. It's been so strong from GamerLegion that nobody from Saw, even the rotating players, can't win fights.
Saw's, I mean, this is so rough. I guess they didn't want to play a game.
I mean, that is always the question too. Of like you lose that semifinal in such heartbreaking fashion, you wake up the next day after a loss like that, like you're still going to be in a little bit of a funk, you know. Like your mind is still going to be a little bit hazy from that loss you took.
Second timeout here for Saw. I mean, at this point, you're looking for 2 rounds.
Yes, that would be nice. That would be a great thing to have. I don't know what you call though. Like, you know, this is where the coach is has the hardest job in the world, because you have to get players to start communicating in a game where they feel like they've probably already lost. You have to find some way to get some hope going on in them, and it's not always possible. Not always a fun timeout to take as a coach, but obviously doing everything he can to get the players motivated, to get them back up and focused on this game. And, I mean, you know, again, one thing we always talk about when it gets to these blowouts is playing yourself back into the series for the next map. You know, maybe this one is probably too far out of reach, but if you can go and get 5-6 rounds on the board, at least you have something to talk about. At least you have something positive going into the next map that you can use to try and change the attitude between the map break. Look at the utility Saw have to work with as well. It's going to run down very, very low early on, especially considering how nervous they surely are when this utility comes in.
Well, Towson, Nate going out to the right side here. Crazy losing a lot of his health. And they're really hoping here for Saw that GamerLegion commit into that B-bomb side. That's where they have all their resources. Ready to hold on to the B-bomb site defense.
Okay, well, now Saw has seen 2 players. They've seen the challenge towards short. They've seen players in short. Mutirus just takes that info jump. Aragorn has to put out a smoke out towards long because he spotted one. But Saw has felt all the pressure at the B-bomb site throughout this round. So now they need to hustle back to support Aragorn.
Yeah, you may have been hoping that they're going to hit the B-bomb site, but hope is not enough. As GamerLegion decide on the A site finish, it's Rez to drop Aragorn. And now Saw rotating in. They're all out of position. And it's just not looking likely that they're even going to win a round in this half. This is unbelievably dominant from GamerLegion.
I mean, this one is just a complete tactical victory, you know? Like, you put so much pressure on the B-bomb site, you battered it down so much throughout this half that Saw feels like it's always going to finish there and that they can't hold it with just 3 players. And then it's Aragorn at the A-bomb site all on his own, who's just jumping for information, just getting split, needing 6 different flashes with no support. Brutal way for this half to be going, quite obviously. I'm out of adjectives.
You could say savage, wreck.
It's brutal, savage, Rex.
Yeah.
They do flow together. All right.
11-0.
Oh, he wants the 13-0.
He's ruined it now, though.
No. It's only us who can ruin it. It's us bringing up the 13-0 that
Would we do that?
We've done it before. We've all done it before.
Let's see.
Just to test the
watch
powers.
Saw get 1 round here.
We've wanted to try it. But
Watch Saw get 1 round
if
right
it's
now.
Ash and the players, it's all good.
We'll test that theory. As Saw go out to the final round of the first half in search of a single round victory. We've got everything they want, at least. All the weapons. Let's see if they can get some kills with it.
Yeah, but we've seen this before.
Rez to make his way through, and
oh, that
gets
is
caught by an off angle there from Aragorn.
that is such a dirty off angle as well.
So Rez going down, an advantage for Saw. Can they extend upon it without being traded here? GTR to put a Molotov into the bathroom. There's the peak forward from Aragorn, doing some great work in this round. Finally, Towson gets one of the kills back here for GamerLegion. They're looking to convert a 3v4 in their favor.
I don't think they're going to over-rotate in this round, though, as long as Story doesn't see anything. The op deep in the bomb site taking some very, very far lines. There's PR, who just has never had an issue. When he wants a kill, he just peeks into the B bomb site and grabs one. Except for that time. Well, Story's relinquished the bomb site to play retake. Wants 1 pick as they come in. And he can get it here. Towson's going to have to make the run. The op in support of Hypex. And Story moves in towards Optimus.
Peeks out. It's a no-scope from Hype. What? That kind of range, a no-scope? That is ridiculous. Everything is just going right for GamerLegion, but this is it. A fight for a single round in the first half. A 12-0 for GamerLegion if they can win this 1v1. The bomb plant committed to. Towson comes off the spot into the peak, and Agile grabs the 1.
All right, Ash ruined it.
He did.
He absolutely ruined it. What are you thinking, Ash?
As soon as you mention it, you know it's dead.
I know, just the arrogance.
Although, it'd be nice for GamerLegion to win 13-1 after being 13-1 back-to-back.
There would be something poetic about it, wouldn't there?
It's kind of like Astralis of Pro League, remember? They got signed out, and then he came out and dominated Nuke. Yeah. So, I mean, that's really the talking point I have for this game, Jason. It's kind of insane.
I know. It's what a way to open the series as well. GamerLegion.
The highest amount of kills was 6.
I know it hasn't been pretty, but I mean, like that's been what's made this such a weird half. Is like none of these rounds were even in contention. It was just GamerLegion literally rushing into the B bomb site, like a standard like 5-man run through the smoke, run through monster, rush.
I think Ash is going to be incredibly disappointed with the squad that they conceded the 1 round here.
Yeah, maybe.
They asked for a 13-0. They did not provide.
I know, really selfish of the team, isn't it? Well, they don't look like they have any concerns based off the news that came out yesterday. Whatever the reasoning behind that is, it's lovely to see them playing well.
They got over it.
I mean, it's also good to see him play well just because yesterday against Aurora, like watching that felt similar to this, where it's just like I feel bad about it. But also I'm sat there and it's like, you know, GamerLegion was better than what we saw yesterday. So I like seeing that fight.
Yeah, we got to listen in with GamerLegion. Let's see what's going on board that.
How the fuck did you no-scope him, Milan? I saw that when he kills it. I didn't speak.
Bro, it was wrong, no? I think you killed him scope, no?
No, I
unscoped as I shot.
Right. You're that fast?
Yeah, I pressed right click instead of left click at the same time.
I mean, it's still insane.
Yeah.
It's still an insane no-scope at that kind of range. I'm glad I'm not the only one asking how that was a no-scope. Story and Eric going though. They've got 2 entries here, and it looks like Saul going to get a second round easily here, Jason. The beginning of the comeback.
Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. PR was so blind he didn't realize he was standing inside a Molotov. He just burns from 100 to 0, still waiting for a teammate flashbang to peek back up. 2 versus 4, no kit. This is obviously unlikely, but ZTR looks like he's going to give it a go.
I mean, yeah, give it a go. And now he realizes it's going nowhere. So, second round for Saw. They win the pistol. Let's see if GamerLegion decide just to get the buy round out as quickly as possible or go for the force. They're going to buy straight away. They've got rounds to play with, obviously. So they're going to have the scout.
they've got quite a bit of rounds to play with.
And a timeout. You know, really important that you you close this out here and now.
I know. I like it. It is. Maybe they're trying to like. Maybe at this point they're just like having their own little conversation and trying to get Saul to just sit there and like mull over the fact that they have to sit in the server. Like, you know that feeling when someone calls the timeouts in matchmaking and you're like, do I really have to wait 30 seconds for you?
Yeah.
That's what's going on here.
Someone DCs, you get the 2-minute timeout as well.
Yeah, no, that one's so
And they run down the freeze time to the last second and they just keep using every one of the timeouts.
I know, and you just sit there for 4 minutes doing nothing, playing patty cake. Well, high fives are out. It might be also, I mean, on a more realistic note, Ash might just be starting to kind of soften the ground for making sure the guys aren't, you know, trying to win this too quickly. Like, I know we have a big lead. Let's not play silly. Let's not, like, lose focus. Let's still take it seriously and just get to the next map. He's probably telling them there's a grand final coming along at 1 p.m. Let's not overshoot the schedule. Let's get that started at the right time, at least.
Yeah. Hypex.
Good tag.
Yeah. There's a shot coming in. Aragorn going to be down to 29 HP. Yacht's peeking on out. I'll send the MP9 forward.
I expect this, though. PR's got to be really careful in picking his timing. They're expecting the follow-up push based off the presence. Footsteps out towards long, though. He's tracking this, so he's able to pass on information. Actually, GamerLegion might be in a pretty decent spot with some of the damage, with the map being shrunk. If Rez can find this kill, he goes down. But still, there's players here to address the A attack. And remember, PR knows they've gone towards long.
Hypex trying to get in position, but they're so close up already. He's realized that. And it's not exactly a comfortable position for the scout to be in. PR is a long way off. That MP9 still effective, though. Meteorus has fallen. And we've got a 3v3. 35 seconds left. 5-7 racing in, stopping the bomb plant. And it's enough to just make noise, puff up his chest, cause chaos, cause a lack of commitment to the plant, and now they're going to the B-bomb site.
Okay, Taliesin, you got to get on your horse. You got to start rotating. You were Hypex. They don't realize quite yet. It's way too late to catch on to this. 18 seconds. Nobody's budged. Okay, Saul gets into the B-bomb site. GamerLegion just frozen in place. So plenty of time to get into positions to defend against this retake, but GamerLegion is coming for it. There's no kits.
Can the scout land a shot? Okay, information gathered on the position of 1. That story is also very low. He could fall to the scout with 1 shot to the body. And still could fall out of Saw's hands. GamerLegion looking to grab map point. And there's a great shot from Hypex. It's now Agile 1v3. AK-47 misfires towards short. PR comes back in for the retake. And GamerLegion win it on the force by 12-2.
Yeah, that's a cool call over towards front bathrooms. Those are the kind of aggressive setups we never saw move into in that first half, was those kinds of positions. But I mean, you have a trap. You have the scout taking an off angle. You have someone peeking from front bathrooms. And then the scouter has a flashbang set up to activate the players coming out of con. I mean, Saw doesn't fully spring it, right? It's only Aragorn who moves forward, so everyone else can back away into safety. But again, because of those positions, PR had intel the entire time of what was going on. Really well managed down the stretch for GamerLegion, and now they've got all the AKs and rifles, and it's Saw back to Tech9s. This is looking like 13-2 might be the ending scoreline. We've got a B-rush out of Saw's attack to finish things off.
Taliesin waiting on the pillar. The nade goes forward. And now he's on the barrels, head tucked down, and ZTR, team kill, even removes Taliesin. He's helped out Saw just a little bit, as that bomb plant is going to be secured. Rez trying to come over the top with bullets from heaven, and Saw digging in deep, trying to prolong play at least a little bit longer. And at least that shot coming back up towards heaven removes Rez. PR starting to close the ground. Story continuing to frag with the Tech9, but it's still on here, especially with Hypex, with some success at heaven again. Meteor is stuck on default. Agile, the player, trying to get one of these picks, and then Meteorus going to fall as PR descends down. He's low on HP, up against Agile. This one's for the map as PR looks to close on a 13-2 victory. Wrapping around the pillar within the site, and Agile will make sure that Saw stay alive a little bit longer.
Man, that's a hard-fought battle as well, especially because the Tech9s never escaped. They were all on the bomb site that entire time, just battling towards heaven against stronger weapons as well.
Yeah, great shots at long range. I mean, it's not easy to beat out the rifles, as you're mentioning, at that kind of range at heaven, especially with the headshots they were picking up.
Yeah, it might have been. I mean, GamerLegion also spent a lot of time just spamming through smokes, trying to grab one of those cheeky kills while utility was still up, and I think the Tech9s, that might have helped even the fight a little bit. But because GamerLegion went a low buy round previously and upgrade for free into rifles, they've got some cash to spend here. So another investment at 12-3. 9 more opportunities for GamerLegion to take over pass in this series. The UMP on ZTR, M4 on Taliesin. Scout from Moss and Deagle to fill out the GamerLegion investment. And very calculated from Saul. Early beginning, very passive, chilling, hanging out. Now going to start moving forward. Over towards long seems to be the play.
Yeah, just progressing closer to the site. Rez is going to detect him. I mean, I'm not counting out GamerLegion in any round of this map.
It's just going to be hard to hold this attack back. If Hypex doesn't get some tags or a kill, I don't know how you stop it.
ZTR, the timing, looks around. There's one from Rez. ZTR, that's exactly how you stop it. 2 on the UMP. The Bathroom's peak never really comes in. Agile eventually comes back. And actually, Story got a double kill. So all of a sudden, rounds completely back on. But both of these players softened up now for Saw. Taliesin, gets gushed down to 14. Now bomb plant being secured on default, and Agile stays committed to the fight. So he may not have shown up in time to save his teammates earlier, but comes out of the bathrooms at the right time, at least, to still have a chance to win the round.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I'm so shocked at how good ZTR held on to that kind of a swing out of long with the smoke in place with all the cover, and then I'm also shocked that based off of that, they didn't just win the round.
Yeah, it's crazy that Story overperforms that.
Yeah, what a great rebuttal. I mean, once you take him down, I guess those weaker weapons rotating in helps when you get that immediate gush onto Taliesin with the only M4 in the round. So GamerLegion gonna have to sit back on pistols. They don't get to end it early. Saw's gonna claw a little bit back into this game, but still so far back from any concept of a comeback. It's his GamerLegion's map pick, so at least there's that kind of line of thinking that Saw can fall back onto. Like they obviously picked this map because they were gonna be well prepared and very strong. Missed Deagle shots as well. That's going to signal the long push, the long play, but that one lands. Uh-oh.
No, it's fine. It's going to be fine, Jason. Saw ain't going to lose around like this. Not at all. Suddenly, it's a 2v3, and another Deagle headshot. It's all down to Agile. This would really sum up the map, wouldn't it, if they lose it like this? PR against Agile in a 1v1.
Oh, win it with a Zeus.
Now that would be something.
Oh, they might come right back at each other. Agile's got to be so nervous because he knows the guns are here, the bomb is here. Definitely PR is going to come in this direction.
Where is he, though? Is he behind you? In front of you? Down in the connector? There's the dink from behind! Down to 26 HP.
He's got an AK-47 to recover in Playground, too.
He's looking for it. But he has to worry about getting peeked. Now it's an AK up against an AK. PR has the health advantage. Can PR close the map? Yes, he can. 13-4 win. What a ridiculous round to lose it on, but I guess it was just horrible the whole way through from Saw.
What a way to go down.
What a way to end it.
What a way to end it. There was a little bit of hope alive. Maybe we can come back. Maybe there's a way we
No,
can
there
push
wasn't.
it.
No, there
That
wasn't.
happened.
No, let's not start with that. There
I
was
think
not.
it's the team
There was not.
striker. Maybe they have to believe, right? They were like, maybe there's a chance. And then it ends like that. That's crushing.
What a roller coaster ride for Saw, by the way, because remember, they got wrecked by Liquid in the first map. Then they proceeded to be the ones dealing the reckoning on the next 2 maps. Meanwhile, GamerLegion was on the receiving end of absolute slaughter yesterday. And they're like, you know what? That looks like a lot of fun, actually.
Dude,
we should give that a shot. And boy, did they in the first half, because they just did whatever they wanted. I mean, I'm talking, do we want to rush B? Let's do that. Want to rush A? Sounds good, too. Mostly B, if we're honest, but hey. It all worked. Everything worked.
Yeah, the difference of experience on this map was on display pretty much. You could see that Saw are just not that comfortable on this map. Some of the setups that I saw on the CT side, I mean, Story at the beginning was just not really getting a lot of support on A. They had some really awkward setups on B where they were just not really fighting together. They were not supporting each other with flashes. You could just tell they were not ready to play this map, to be honest.
I'm surprised. I think when we saw the veto, I kind of tried to defend Saw, saying, well, you know, maybe they have something up their sleeve. Maybe they've seen some faults with GamerLegion. They just looked a little bit lost, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, again, they didn't have any offline reps on this map. You know, it hadn't been one that's come up for them. They had played a handful of games online, but not much. And you also don't know how much practice they have on the map either. I mean, at some point in your map pool, you do kind of have to just kind of, you know, focus elsewhere, not really have everything covered on every single one. And you can tell this is one of the ones where they just don't really have a adjustment factor. Like maybe they have a general idea of, you know, this is kind of what we want to do, but they just really didn't have much for us.
Maybe this was just their way of accepting that they knew they were going to take a loss here, and they hoped that they can close down an Inferno. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. I was disappointed by what we saw from Saw, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. I mean, again, you could tell that the protocols just aren't there. They're not used to playing this map. They just don't have the reps. It's going to be difficult for you to play a map that, you know, you haven't played in 2 months properly and all these things. So, yeah, you could also tell that like none of the individuals were really there. Just nobody was trying to step up and make something happen on their own or anything like that. Just they were letting GamerLegion do whatever they want.
Okay, so I tell you what, let's move away from this map and have a bigger conversation about GamerLegion.
Okay.
Do you think when it comes to conversations around this team, too much attention is put on their coach, Ash?
That's an interesting question. I think that Ash benefits a lot from how public-facing he is. You know, whether it's the YouTube content that he puts out, how well-spoken he is in interviews. You know, he is one of the more public-facing coaches that we have in the scene, in my opinion. Like, a lot of the other guys are just kind of, like, you don't really hear from Saul very often. He's just kind of behind the scenes doing his thing, right? And Ash is very face-forward, and a lot of people really like that. And a lot of people really like that he was able to take this GamerLegion team and find new, interesting riflers like Towson, like PR, give Rez a second chance at his career. You know, all these different things that he's been able to kind of do. And the fact that they did have some decent results at the beginning of this year to kind of go along with that, it's kind of built a mysticism around him, I feel like, a little bit.
I think he's kind of a victim of his own success, because early on, GamerLegion obviously were punching above their weight with some of the players that they had.
Sure.
A lot of the, I mean, he at least was attributed a lot of the success that they had with pieces that necessarily weren't that interesting or impressive, you know. So effectively, they were more than the sum of their parts, and a lot of people attributed that to Ash. But of course, you know, when the results don't go your way and they start falling off, people will be like, oh, where's that team that we just saw? Now that you actually do have some of the pieces and, you know, some of the experience, why haven't you done something with that? And of course,
why can't you find an opper?
Of course,
that's find all the riflers.
That's the big part. Yeah.
Money, money, money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big part of it I was talking about earlier in that segment when we were talking about the potential 100 Thieves move, right? I mean, it's very clear that they didn't have the sort of money for somebody more interesting. I mean, even like I would throw a name out there that was kind of crazy for a moment. Obviously now he's back on FaZe, but there was like the moment where Brokey was maybe potentially hanging in the air. You know, who knows? I mean, Brokey on GamerLegion would maybe be kind of fun, to be honest.
I kind of like that idea, yeah.
So that's it. You can just tell that they didn't really have the money for somebody bigger. And so do you really put that on Ash when who's just trying to scout somebody better? I don't think Kersey was such a bad idea, to be honest. I didn't like watching him from tier 2 just before that move happened or before they actually played. I was like, yeah, okay, I can see something here. I think he can be pretty spicy. Same thing with Hypex. I think he was able to make it happen on tier 2. It's just not been blowing anybody's minds, I think.
Were you surprised with, I mean, and I'm going to keep the conversation going around Ash because I do think it's an interesting one, which was obviously there was a time where there was the Liquid conversation. Is he going to go to a bigger team? He is the coach that came up every time some of these top teams were looking, and yet he chooses to stay with GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, I think
is that an interesting choice for you, or
there's a lot of different ways you can look at that. You can look at it as this is where he knows he will have power, like he will have the ability to kind of choose his own fate, so to speak. And maybe on another team he wouldn't have as much, you know, agency or as much like solo decision making to be making those kind of moves. Maybe have the manager above him who would be doing that sort of thing. So I think that is part of it. But I think the other part of it is just a matter of timing. Like, I think he signed his contract extension with GamerLegion at a time where maybe other orgs hadn't quite picked up on him yet. It was already a little bit too late.
Yeah, that's where I see it as well. I feel like even from what I heard behind the scenes, the actual re-signing was announced quite a bit after it actually happened. And so you'll have to wonder, at what point did it come? Did it come more closer to the start of the year where, you know, we weren't super big on GamerLegion at the time. I think it was more towards the first few months of the season where we were starting to see some of his success, right? And at that point, there weren't necessarily any spots in the big teams. You know, G2 weren't yet moving away from Taz. That came a little bit closer to the middle of the season or middle of the year, right? So some of the bigger teams weren't really looking for a coach at that point. So maybe that's what he was thinking, like, okay, I don't see a spot opening up somewhere more interesting, and so I'm just going to try to get GamerLegion to give me what I want. So I felt like it was just a balancing act.
Dust, you mentioned there maybe he stayed because it's a place where he has more power, but it's also a place where he doesn't have as much money. So you might have power to determine what to buy, but you don't have the funds to do it.
Yeah, but I think
if you sacrifice and you go to a bigger team, cool, maybe there's more people involved in the decisions, but it also unlocks budgets.
Yeah, there's definitely trade-offs there. There's also the fact that you get a higher reputation for being able to build something of nothing as opposed to buying high-end players. And it's like, well, yeah, obviously you're expected to perform if you buy high-end players. Yeah. So there's maybe a little bit of that in there as well. Who knows? Like, you know, again, timing could have been part of it. And maybe we will still at some point see him, you know, on a bigger organization, whether it be if this whole 100 Thieves things is just true and he moves over that way or some other way.
But that would mean that there needs to be a coach buyout. And my understanding is we've not seen that in CS just yet.
I mean, it just does happen every now and again with some of the bigger ones, right? And I feel like GamerLegion with Ash might have preempted it and seen like the direction that he was headed, you know, and put him behind a more interesting contract than usual coaches have. That could also be another reason where GamerLegion were like, okay, you're the one who's built this team, who's been doing a lot of the scouting. You've kind of helped us punch above our weight. And so, yeah, we want to double down on you. We will give you a little bit more money. But that also means it will be harder to get you out if you want to move somewhere, right? And that's just the balance that you sometimes have to strike with the key pieces behind your team. We don't necessarily see coaches being that a lot of the time behind teams, but in this case, obviously there was all the reputation for that to be the case.
I wish we could have access to contracts, just saying. We are still in the middle of a series, if you didn't know. It is a third place playoff here for PGL Masters Bucharest. Saw up against GamerLegion. GamerLegion convincingly taking their map pick. And now we move to Inferno, which was Saw's choice. Can they equalize the series? Are we going to see a 3-mapper? Or can GamerLegion shut this down pretty quickly?
They could. I mean, Saul's won all 4 Inferno games they've played this tournament, including beating GamerLegion and beating Aurora and Legacy, who are 2 pretty solid Inferno teams, particularly Legacy. So I think that they certainly had the capacity to do it. You know, coming into this, they have great pacing. I think that they're very good at just hitting you very quickly and hitting you in a lot of different ways with just slight timing variations. I think Aragorn, if he can kind of get back to his form on the B side of the map, while you have Agile kind of anchoring the other side, it gives them a lot of split pressure potential where they can kind of bounce back and forth as well. So they have like a pretty solid playbook and they're really well rounded. So I think that if they can just shake off that loss and show some of the form we've seen throughout the entirety of this tournament, they absolutely could do well here.
I mean, shaking off that loss is, I think, the key here, because that was a rough way to start, and in a way also where your individuals don't really get a time to get warmed up, get started into the series, right? So that's the part where I'm kind of on the fence whether they're going to be able to do it, because it was just kind of hard to see some of the misses that they were doing. Story was having a great day yesterday, but the way that he started an overpass today, he missed a couple of key shots that maybe could have had gotten them into the first half. So unless we see a little bit of that, like Aragorn gets something down on Banana and they just get a little bit more time to warm up, it might be a rough time.
It'll be interesting though, because like PR has just recently moved to Banana as like the main defender of that side after being an A anchor for the longest time. And I think that when you have a guy like that who maybe doesn't have as many reps or as many like understandings of how to react to certain situations, and Aragorn has been playing this position for a little bit longer, that could be a comfort level mismatch that comes up. I just kind of want to keep an eye on that going forward, period, because I feel like that's such an important defensive position, and it makes me wonder, like, does GamerLegion make that work long term? Because let's be honest, their Inferno's been shaky for a while now. And everyone kind of plays it, or most teams play it, so it's like you have to kind of figure it out at some point.
Let's see how this plays out, right? Third place up for grabs. That best of 5 grand final coming up as well. Quick break so that you can fill your coffee cups, get some snacks, and when we return, jumping straight back into the CS.
They don't know about you. They don't know about you.
Both on default. He jumped up on the box. Bomb is default.
Nice! Sick back around, Olla.
Nice, bro.
Nice clutch, bro. Nice work as well.
Nice clutching.
Nice, Olla.
Let's go.
Thanks.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're back in the building here at PGL. It's me, Jackie Powers, joined by the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Mutiris from Saw, LNZ from Heroic, Martinez from Gentlemates, Agil from Saw. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
What I remember back in the days was I'm the younger brother, so to be on the PC was almost impossible. So what I remember, it's being close to my brother. He was playing and I'm just watching. So and I'm just thinking, okay, get out of the house, I want to play. But I'm just there standing next to him, watching him play. So I think that it's since the beginning that I really love Counter-Strike.
It's the Cologne 2014 Swedish derby between Fnatic and NIP. And I remember that insane comeback on Inferno, the last map. I remember I watched that one, and that's like when I fell in love with it. Specifically that, like Freiburg 1v3 with the spray tan, that iconic like round with the casting as well. It was giving me goosebumps, I remember.
Yeah, it's a hell of a round, man.
Yeah.
I remember, God, being there when it was all going down, kind of the moment.
Or sorry, it was 2015, not 14.
Yeah.
Because 14 NIP won, but the 15 one Fnatic won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember a lot playoffs from Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, because of the crowd. When you are going to the stage, the people is like in your sides saying, and yeah, it's good memory for me.
Probably the simple clutch from MLG Columbus 2016. I think it was. Yeah, I was watching that live and I was like, this is insane. And I think it was played on the arena as well, that match. And the crowd just went wild and it was nice.
I really enjoyed playing CS first of all, and I even saw like the guys in my team are passionate about this. Like me also, like they're also passionate about this. The winning crowd, the winning game, the winning nade. When you have like good team flash, like something like this, you know, the small details. I think that's what make it enjoyable in CS for sure.
That's awesome. So literally just the team play and everything around it being able to.
And right now for me, I think it's when you're clicking heads, you know, like when you're killing 3, it's I think the most beautiful feeling in the world. I can say.
That's sick,
in some
dude.
important round.
Welcome back to the third place decider match here at PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We got Saul and GamerLegion. Not much of a match right now, to be honest, Jason. GamerLegion blowing Saul out of the water on Overpass. We've got to hope for a different story here on Inferno.
Yeah, you have to imagine it's going to be, at least in a more positive fashion, especially considering these two teams played this earlier in the tournament. In the group stage, the Swiss system won one game. It was Saw taking the win over GamerLegion 19-17 in double overtime.
Oh, it really, I mean, exciting game coming up in the second map, hopefully. You know,
yeah,
after what we've just witnessed, hopefully it's an entirely different story.
Yeah, I mean, that overpass.
And I mean that as an Alper as well, because, you know, there was a couple of moments in that CT side, could have got going early on as well, but there was no one really firing for Saw. It was GamerLegion just outmatching them in every department. But okay, we in the group stages, we've seen an overtime game, Jason. Is there a world in which this is just another one-sided game for GamerLegion, just with the way they're playing today?
I think that's the point, is like, we talked about it in the green room too, like just briefly, was like, Jackie came in, was like, was it Saw playing bad? Was it GamerLegion playing good? And it's like, look, Saw was bad, but like, I don't know if I just even want to talk about that, because what are you supposed to do when GamerLegion shoots you in the face in the first like 2 bullets every single time they see you? Like, PR was wild. Taliesin had that incredible start. Rez was a beast over towards, like, what are you going to do when they're just, these guys are just killing you in 2 bullets? There's no chance for you to even look good inside the server. So if that continues, if individually GamerLegion players just seem to be like 5 steps above Saw players, then it really doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, Saw just have to put that one behind them.
He's been spotted, Rez.
Yeah, he has, and now he's going to get peeked from mid as well. It's not going to go all that well for Rez as he tries to backtrack. And that's the best case scenario, is he actually gets away. Taliesin actually taken down. Rez to fall inside a boiler, and a good start to the pistol round here from Saul.
Yeah, really bad start to the pistol round from GamerLegion. I'm not quite sure what these ideas are, just walking into angles and not even really looking like you're going to swing for a fight. Hypex is able to get one back. He's able to get a second back. He's getting wrapped around through halls, but ZTR, that's the bomb on the deck. Okay, it's all come. It was so promising.
Hypex is looking sharp too, man. Look at that. 4K from short. Everyone's going to hype him up.
It was so promising. That was a 3v5.
This is wild.
And I don't think anyone even shot at Hypex. We did the Glock counting yesterday.
Clean.
But I think once it got to Hypex and ZTR, I don't think the Glock bullets even fired. Nothing. Still 0. Okay, that's 2. Pre-fire. That's a few.
Not a lot, though. He just, yeah, exactly. He just owned them. That's my favorite British-Polish player.
Yeah, that's the one. All right, Deep Smoke's up mid and towards Banana for Saw to give himself some space to play with. Fast towards the A bomb site, gonna connect. Actually, they slow things down. Pump the brakes just a little bit. 2 players make it all the way towards Boiler, but they don't actually want to spring the attack quite yet.
Flash at the ready. I mean, they were good on Tech 9s. We've seen that on the T side of Overpass.
They had the one good round, yes.
Yeah. I mean, out of 4.
Yeah, true.
Hypex with the rifle. Oh my god, he's like, oh shit, there's so many people here around the corner already right up in my face. So
yeah, way too hard pre-aimed.
Yeah, he is going to go down. No problem there. Now, Rez is going to try and hold on as they're pushing through the side of this motor smoke, you'd imagine. Coming through at 2 different angles at a good timing, but then they just pause for a second and Rez goes back and deals with both. Taliesin and Pit, Story overrunning them. Tech 9's finally working out here as Saw get into the site.
Oh yeah, and this should be a nice win. Bomb plant goes down even without a resmoke to throw in there. The Molotov might be able to change things in the hands of ZTR, but he's taken down to 50 HP. I'm going to give time for PR to wrap around towards short. Molotov coming into the bomb site now. 1 in Graveyard, 2 in the site to find.
ZTR, he gets 1. And there goes PR, down to the 1v2. And he's got himself a chance at this. Time is ticking. Agile low, and PR finishes him off. GamerLegion just winning impossible scenarios. There's a kit over here as well. PR is going to go and get it. That has to have been around for Saw, and it's somehow gone the way of GamerLegion.
It's all right. It's all right. It still feels crazy because Overpass went the way it is, but this is all fine because it's very close. 1 player survives, bomb is planted, 4 kills. Saw know the reset is still capable, and if you just kind of disassociate the first map of the series from your mind, you know, Saw's in actually a pretty decent place at the moment. I'll tell you this though, Rez outplays the shit out of him in this round. The little burst to get them to come through the smoke, double kill on the rap side, is just so perfectly played.
An AK for Agile and Story, Tech9's Mac 10 and the Galil from Mutiris. And Aragorn not going to be a big fan of the early damage received. He's down to 43 HP.
Yeah, with the Mac 10 as well. Let's take advantage of some lack of head armor, but it's only ZTR who's missing the helmet, so most of the players of GamerLegion will be just fine. Smoke pops to block access past the half wall. Retake utility for GamerLegion to get a foothold out towards the car. And just clearing the position and backing away. Utility going to start running low for the CT side. You could see some nades dropped over to teammates. It's going to be PR who's in charge of being the sole defender of the B bomb site. No, excuse me. Rez, instead of rotating away, just wraps around towards coffins. Actually, even ZTR's cheating back a little bit.
PR going to go into the peak. Story, great shot. He needed that opener. Now Rez going to be waiting at coffins. His teammate rotating over in the form of ZTR. Remember, ZTR is low. So it really has to be Rez, and he's going to get it tagged up through the side of the coffins, but he's clean on the peak up. Story responded to 30 seconds. Rez actually takes a flash in the face, a follow-up, and then a dink. Both B defenders low, but it might not matter if they continue to frag out the way they are. Good, position for Agile. But he loses the fight on the lurk. So a 2v3, all these GamerLegion players are low, apart from Hypex. But it doesn't matter as Rez just keeps fighting on, putting Aragorn in a 1v3. They need a clutch here. These rounds are coming so close to getting themselves in winnable positions, but eventually they've got to catch a break, and they just won't. Rez with a 3K, despite being battered by bullets, it is Rez who still stands up.
Yeah, all 3 of these rounds, I think Saw is going to feel like they were in a great position. And GamerLegion has come back in every single one. The Hypex quad kill on the pistol round from a 3v5 to recover the situation. The retake in a 2 versus 3 with MP9s at the A-bomb set of the previous round. And now here you get the opening kill, you get into the site, you get the bomb plan 3-on-3. You lose this fight long range. Crazy's forced to come through the smoke. Nothing down the stretch was there to actually close out the round for Saw. And just further frustrations. And this is the tough part. I kind of said, like, just in a sort of joking, like, disassociate the first map from your mind and thinking about Inferno. But for Saw, that might be difficult with the inexperience. It might even be difficult for them to kind of really get the idea of losing the semifinals last night out of their minds.
Hypex. Onto the porch. It's going to be Townsend to move out of the balcony. Materials dropped. Story and Crazy alongside Agile. And that is a round finally won by Saw. This one's too convincing to let go the other way.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Finally, the 4th round heads in their way. Great kills coming up mid. Agile and Story. And Crazy combining to take out the A defense, and this one's nice and easy. No chance for recovery. No way you can screw this one up.
Yeah, it's just a save call already for GamerLegion.
Yeah. Okay, on the board. We like that. With the ability to fight back, and you're kind of in that scenario too where you're priming the GamerLegion reset. Money is going to be fine for the next round. Towson and Rez have plenty of money. Hypex could maybe get dropped. He should be okay to buy himself with maybe an SMG. And then from there, if you can win that round, you've got that advantage moving forward. So Saw have put themselves in position to get into this game very early. We're on overpass. Obviously, no chances whatsoever.
You know, 3-1 down, but at every single round, they've put themselves in a strong position.
Yeah, though Inferno's already looking much better than Overpass, where they were just outclassed.
Great opportunity for Saw to actually get into the game here. Let's see if GamerLegion can respond immediately, though. like you said, they still got a good buy, especially with the save of 2 players. There's be 2 extra rifles in play, a little bit of extra cash. ZTR can drop for Hypex. And a timeout taken here from Ash.
Yeah, that's in a good timeout as well. You also have to kind of forget about the first map if you're GamerLegion as well. You know, like that's also a sort of coach's job, is to be like, you want them to hang on to that confidence, but you don't want them coming into the second map thinking it's all going to be easy, and you don't want the same vibes as you had when you're up like 12-2 or whatever it is on the first map. You want them to be recentered and refocused. So he's also just saying, look, let's avoid this reset. No need for it whatsoever. Let's get back into this round. That was just a hiccup. We lost some fights. Buy back up and keep moving forward, keep running up this scoreboard. Round 5 coming in, it's rifles across the entire 10 players. No AWPs in play, utility abound for each squad. Everything's looking good. So a brawl to dictate who takes the economic advantage moving forward.
Well, starting 3B here, GamerLegion. Extra utility to be fired down Banana. The T send a double nade over the half wall. Molotov behind the sandbags. And then PR getting flashed into the peak just to make sure that no one's taking top Banana control. So GamerLegion went out the initial utility. They send a flash forward, and now they get PR into the fight. And it's an awkward duel, but PR, like Overpass, just winning every fight he gets involved in.
Yeah, even as Rez there to buddy up with him just in case he was to fall for whatever reason or lose one of those engagements. Rez is there to pick up the pieces, but PR's just been too strong. Story going to come through the smoke and taken down. It's Molotov and nade. The flashbang wasn't used by Crazy to activate him through the smoke. Could have been helpful.
Could have been. There goes Crazy. Up towards top Banana. PR on the sandbags. Crazy's going to walk right into him, clears him off the top. And at least 1 kill here for Saw, but not going to get into a winnable position.
Yeah, the bomb is still down way back at the bottom of the ramp as well. So I mean, like on some level, you're not even yet trying to win the round whatsoever. These guys probably trying to grab a couple kills. And again, it's that feeling of we got them to the breaking point, and then they have such a strong round based off PR that it takes the pressure away. So they need some kills here in this 2v4. And if you're able to get a kill that allows you into the bomb site, that's even better. Hypex and Towson to defend A. Saw's just going to back off with 20 seconds on the clock. Concede the situation, concede the round, rebuy, and try again in number 6.
Well, if you're GamerLegion, you're loving that response. You know, you lose 1 round, just have to save. You've got PR going out into the Banana fight, and he just destroys them. There's no round to be had at that point.
Yeah, and you have no pressure on the A-bomb site, so those guys got to keep some utility as well. Hypex and Towson both saving nade, Molotov, so it's a good amount of money. They don't have to reinvest. Only 1 M4 has to be rebought by GamerLegion. There's the peak. Mutiras kind of slides right into it based off of the sound cues. The second one's precise. That one's just easy. Maybe they had... Ooh, okay. He's angry.
Yeah, not happy about that at all. I mean, it's been a very frustrating series so far for Saw. A number of opportunities to kick off Inferno getting away from them, and once again, they're going to have a slow start to the map. And over on Overpass, obviously it was 11-1 in the first half, so I don't even think you can call that a slow start. They just didn't turn up.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering CT side Overpass as well. Just brutal. Just was a very, very quiet map for them.
But this is kind of one of their last chances to really start to get going. You know, if they are going to have a decent start in this map, it's got to be now, because you've had your opportunities, you've got to the breaking point. This is your last really solid buy with everybody on the weapon of choice.
And again, I can't overemphasize how important the mentality is for like these kind of younger teams and newer teams having that kind of their first deep run as well. Yeah. It's just, again, the heartbreak of last night with the semifinal loss and then into the blowout of the first map. Like, you need something for this team to hang on, something positive. See if they can grab it here. Out of money after this is Saw. Crazy's got 2,200 built up, but everyone else below that 500 or less. So things looking sketchy.
Here's Rez on the run-up. And Towson breaking apart Saw. So straight away into the round and pretty much out of it.
I mean, it's a bummer. It's almost like that. Again, I think that might be some level of inexperience in terms of they might have maybe should have called that play off or changed the timing of it, right? When there's that defensive flashbang from GamerLegion, they rattle off those shots in alt mid. That's GamerLegion's defense sensing that there's a potential for a fast play coming up middle, which is exactly what we saw Saw wanted to do, the pop flash swing. But once they kind of spot you earlier than you wanted it to, it might be a chance to just like kind of change the timing of things.
PR on the boost, peering over the top. He actually gets spotted, so at least one kill coming back. And so actually into the B-bomb side. Those kills have come back. GamerLegion have given up this round again.
Yeah, what is this? I mean, again, just another situation where PR boosted up. They shot at him and still didn't relinquish the position. ZTR empties the mag into the smoke, which is a fundamental no-no. And now a 3-on-3. No Molotovs, no smokes for the GamerLegion retake. They've got 2 kits, couple of flashbangs, a nade to flush somebody out into the open.
It doesn't seem too likely, though. Towson double kill has made it a lot more likely as Mutira's yet to frag on this map. 0 and 5 is going to win out this 1v2. Time is ticking on. GamerLegion moving in, getting spotted. Mutiras, he gets taken out by Towson, who's back to the defuse, and Towson wins it on his own.
Another very close retake. Same thing happened in the A-bomb set as well in a 3-on-3, coming down to just one player. Saw can just not get it over the finish line.
Dude, that is Towson saving the round there for GamerLegion, though. That shouldn't have come down to that kind of scenario. GamerLegion had a 5v3 to kick things off. They're coming into a 2-man setup in that B-bomb site. A couple of mistakes allow Saul back into the round, and then you mentioned the lack of utility for a retake. It should have been way more difficult than it ended up being.
Towson even gets caught out by the fight on the guy on the back wall as well. Still manages to win it and double up. So yeah, this just continues to be just devastating for Saul.
Yeah, time
5-1 lead.
So slow right now for them. Here goes Rez down middle, and we're looking towards second mid, blocking out Agile. And actually got back to Boiler. Oh, Towson locking away. Any chance for Agile to have a fun round here?
At least funnels him perhaps towards the AWP on that low health. You can see Hypex pushed up, peering down the hall stairs. With this timing, going to give it up as nobody swings into his gaze. And Towson's already backed off, so you're relinquishing mid as well. Boiler's now at danger point, so Hypex, no point in him sticking around. Good call as Crazy starts clearing things out. So going through the motions. Next step is brackets control, and then we just see if they decide they want to execute onto the bomb site or work the map with that piece of control. Split towards the B bomb site, it looks like. Rez is aware of the potential.
Yeah, but it's just worried about them coming up long side. I think when now they disappeared, he has to realize that they're just paused inside of Arch.
Are they just coming back to A, I guess? Like maybe they're going to... Oh, this play at the B bomb site is going to try and pull Rez towards CT spawn. Oh, this is perfect. They've done it. This is actually brilliant from Saw. It looked a little bit of a head scratcher, but now that it comes into play,
Towson,
spectacular.
He's got to save them again, and he's going for the second. Just couldn't get it. Matiras gets into the pit. Bomb is going to be planted. Do you go for it again, Jason? You've been winning pretty much every retake.
I think money is not there for this kind of a risk on the retake. If you come over and Rez gets you an easy one, like right now, maybe you come back into things. But the way that Rez gets pulled out of position for that hit is lovely from Saw. What a great fake. I mean, obviously, I don't like that. There's got to be some pretty perfect circumstances for that to actually work, right? I don't think too often you'll see T-sides go put 3 people in CT arches and just let them kind of sit there for 15 seconds and wait for the B player to make his move. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in that scenario, but I think because they heard a footstep over in library, they felt confident just sticking around and changing position of attack. It's 5-2, Saw's on the board and still leaning on that weak financial situation for GamerLegion. But at least a positive takeaway from round 7 for them so they can start trying to build up on that. Build into this game, get some momentum, string rounds together. If you take the money away, all of a sudden Saw's going to even this up very, very quickly. So Inferno still under a lot of contention. Second timeout for GamerLegion. Ash took a timeout previously. Their first when they hit economic issues as well. So right now, making sure when you're about to be reset, everyone's going to be on the same page. Give yourself the best chance to win it. Story's going to have that up on the T side as well. We've been waiting for that to click into action. I mean, nobody had it on Overpass in terms of any impact, so maybe here on Inferno, although oftentimes we see operas go away from the op on the T side. Story's going to stick with it at least in these next few rounds.
Story running up through Banana. Good position to gain on top of the logs and peering into the long corner. Now we have seen GamerLegion continue to re-aggress in a great flashbang. Gets the AWP off the angle. PR selects his fight perfectly against Aragorn. Follow-up utility. The support from ZTR is making this so devastating as PR continues to batter his way down Banana.
And that's exactly how things happened in the first situation when they were low on money, was PR getting aggressive at the half wall and finding a double kill. Same idea again. Crazy has found some room to work with as they shift back from the Halls play, but can't get a kill at all. Towson's so prepared.
Yeah, very, very sharp there, Towson. Putting Matiris and Agile into an impossible scenario, a 2v5. A minute left, Matiris on 7 HP. And yeah, they're not actually in a position to even really go for anything here.
No, they're not.
So just hang back, hold on, and
yeah, it feels like it's got to be an extended save with Mutiris at 7 health.
I'm just not getting anything going here, Saul. You know, never just finding any patch of form where they can string rounds together. Every time you get them to their breaking point, PR breaking you.
Yeah, and the shame of it is they've had so many close rounds in this game, right?
Right.
Like so many advantages is the other side of like the 5-on-3 and the pistol, but even some of these post-plant retakes have come down into 1v1s, have been 3-on-2s in good situations and just cannot close it. Now, fortunately for Saw, because they've at least kept the money so low, you still have that reset available to you. It just feels really, really rough when none of it goes your way. Whenever that opportunity is there, it's GamerLegion who are the players to step up and have a big play. And the additional, like, I think the last time they had them at a breaking point in terms of their money, GamerLegion survived with 4 players. Now it's 5, and they recovered the AWP, so that's a free pass over to Hypex. You've actually given them some benefits now, and you let them off the hook in a big way, so they already have a full buy built up behind them again. Second timeout from Saw, desperately wanting to find the success they need to take the money completely away from GamerLegion. Now having a chance to talk over their own cash flow. Mutiris can drop it. It means he wouldn't have any additional utility for the round. Aragorn and Story can buy themselves. Crazy's the one who's kind of hurting. So dictating whether they want to drop him an AK, maybe goes down to a Galil, an SMG if they want nades from him. And we'll get started at around 9, see if Saw can build up into this game. They win rounds 4, round 7. They've had plenty of bomb plants through this stretch. Unfortunately, 2 rounds timed out where they've simply had no chances. And they realign to close out the half. Round 9 begins. A lot of attention towards PR yet again.
Yeah, this time a lot of fire at his feet, so he can't stick around, he can't stay committed. Saw have won the fight for top Banana. GamerLegion gonna just hunker down inside of the B site instead.
Yeah, now that they have this fight, it forces this shift of rotation, but it'll be interesting to see where Saw decide to go if they want to actually back all the way off. They don't have anyone kind of towards Hall's control. This looks like they just want to have some presence. Agile turns into a little bit of a lurker in middle, wants to cut off the flanks. But you got to get in first, and that's been difficult in its own right. And just a little bit of puff in the chest from GamerLegion sends Saw packing to the other bomb site, walking down Banana all the way back towards middle, walking right into the AWP of Hypex. Although, hold the phone, they've realigned to have some kind of a palace play. But that's the round kind of already, yeah, you're done. Because you had no presence here earlier. Okay, Rez just wanted to kill a chicken.
Yeah, well.
It was an accurate one-tap, though.
It was clean. It was one of the cleaner shots for sure. Hypex also landing one of his own, and now with 29 seconds left, Aragorn and Agile going in for the finish. But they are finished off by Towson once again, and ZTR with the final kill. 7-2 as GamerLegion continue to rack up a beautiful defense.
We saw this previously in the half when the A defenders were able to save some utility. I think both of them had 2 Molotovs and 2 HE grenades. This time they had a smoke, but because there's no presence in Halls, it was never taken by Saw. Because no one's ever actually challenging and showing presence behind anything at the A bomb site because the entire team was on the other side of the map, defenders have smokes until late. So you want to execute that really late round like pop hit that you switch into, and he takes the option away from you. It's just absolutely brutal. Saw coming back into this, and Just getting beat, I think, I mean, that's a round where obviously you just don't look far enough into the future of what's going to come in that scenario. Never thought you'd have the B bomb site eventuality taken away from you.
Well, now they don't really have the resources to even really fight for top banana, get PR off the car, and they'll just keep re-smoking it, maintaining a powerful area on the map. And because of that, you can see 4 players leaning towards an A setup right now for GamerLegion. So if Saw do commit into the A bomb site, it's going to be almost impossible to break apart what GamerLegion have put in play. So.
Oh, I can't believe nobody peeks with that flash. It was actually kind of perfect. There's the peek. Hypex at the corner, though. Mac-10 finishes things off. Smoke towards middle. Hypex still wants to stand and challenge, make them come on through this. Another smoke coming in. ZTR can shift into the bomb site whenever he feels, and that moment is now.
Talson ready at Geo. Gonna beat out the fight. Important Jewel being picked up here. Nice shot from Hypex. To show some really stylish moves in this series. Look at ZTR. Ooh. Oh my god, there's another one from Hypex. It looked like ZTR was going to be guaranteed that kill, but Hypex is fragging eventually. He meets his limit. And Story now climbing up onto the balcony. ZTR's disappeared behind the smoke. The rotation towards Library coming through. ZTR is actually repositioned all the way without being spotted.
Yeah, this is nasty. Story just got checkmated, and he doesn't even realize it yet. Peek gonna come over from Library, and he's second. Okay, okay, not quite a checkmate, maybe just a regular check.
Well, let's see if PR can win this one out. Utility on towards the plant spot. 9 seconds left. Story feeling like he has to commit inside of the bomb site. That gives time for PR to close the gap, close the distance. Story could still win it if he lands the quick kill, and he will. But Khalil with a 3K picked up. An individual moment from Story to get an extra round for Saw.
Well done. He does actually confuse ZTR at the end of the day. It was a nice reposition, but ZTR expected him never to be up on top of the balcony. One of the most unlikely rounds it feels for them to have taken away from this whole thing, considering all the other scenarios they've been in. That was the one they were at the largest disadvantage, and Story still comes out on top. So well done for a third round on this T side. 2 rounds remaining in the half. And again, you've missed too many chances of breaking the money of GamerLegion. You have another one here, but the impact is only going to be felt for 1 round, which would still be a great thing to have. You just don't have those long-term consequences to take advantage of.
Yeah, Matira is getting absolutely annihilated by Utility. ZTR gets his head knocked off. Opening kill for Saw. And a lot of the success that PR's had in Banana has been set up by ZTR's utility support. He doesn't have that this time. He's hung out to dry, and if they spam that car down, PR's just dead.
Yeah, that's the risk he's taking, but meanwhile, if they turn the corner and fight Rez, PR is going to be able to get 1 or 2 and clean up as soon as he swings, so he's going to play off contact, and he's loving they're coming in this direction.
Keeps his head down, and actually, Arator boosted up, spotted out both.
Okay.
So Rez and PR both taken away at the B-bomb, so I saw going to get a 4th round, and that last victory from Story turns out to be the turning point in this half.
Hold the phone. Let's see how motivated GamerLegion is to retake. I don't think
look
it's
how
gonna
far
be,
away Talson is.
I know, but sometimes maybe.
Another chicken death. God damn it.
It's brutal.
Well, 5 rounds would be kind of impressive for Saw considering how this half has went.
It'd be really surprising considering how this half has went and how it's felt, to be quite honest with you. This felt like Saw hasn't even really been in this game yet since the series began. So 7-4, now they are within striking distance, and as you mentioned, a good advantage to get up towards 5. Losing bonus is not there for GamerLegion, so what, around like $2,000 most of the players will have. ZTR 1,400. It's not going to be a pretty buy into this last round, 1,900, excuse me. Talson can drop an M4 over, so that's going to help out quite a bit. And Saw looking for that final round of the half to get him as close as humanly possible to making a bid for this 3rd, 4th place finish. They want that 3rd place, that bronze medal. $75,000 for 3rd place, $43,000 for 4th place. So a little bit of extra cash as well as a parting gift if you're able to win this series.
And like I said on Overpass, I'm not counting GamerLegion out of any round in this series.
That was a really bold statement on Overpass, let me tell you.
Yeah. It definitely on overpass.
Were you feeling nervous when you made that statement at 12-1?
No, but now, you know, I feel like it has more weight to it on Inferno, Jason. So let's see how this pans out. Red's just going to walk. Oh, my goodness. 3 kills on the MP9, and there you go.
Oh,
see,
my
I told
Lord.
you, Jason.
Yeah, yeah.
They win every round if they want it.
That's egregious.
How does he get 3? Just the cleanup from Rez, just walking through the smoke.
It's also the impact of having a map like Overpass and having such a strong half on Inferno as well so far is you're not like super concerned about the consequences of walking through a smoke like that. You're just like, well, you know, I can probably pull this off at this point.
Yeah.
And there's no saving in this round for Saw, so Crazy and Aragorn have to give it a shot.
Yeah, they're going to go towards PR and Hypex. You'll have Rez rotating in soon. Flash ineffective on Hypex. The shot though. PR off first oranges. Aragorn to topple. Crazy with the 1v5 and won't even get a single kill in the last round of the half here, Saw. So 8 rounds secure for GamerLegion CT side of Inferno. Looking for a 3rd place finish here at PGL Masters Bucharest 2025.
It's been so casual today. Like there's just like not a lot of energy in this game at the moment. From when we saw the cheering through the quarters and semifinals, it just feels like GamerLegion's like, well, this has just been kind of been so easy and so simple that we're sort of just hanging out and having a good time. And Saul's just like, well, we can't even get going. Like we would love to have something to cheer about. We just can't find it at all. A long road ahead. It seems silly to mention it at this stage, but Nuke would be a 3rd and deciding map in this series if Saw somehow can muster up the energy to fight for Overpass. And I mean, I think at this point too, like I don't know what the mood is within the team. I would assume it's pretty quiet over there on the Saw side of things. But this is where, like, as a coach, you're just like, boys, we beat these guys on this map, you know, back in the group stage. We beat him on this map in double overtime, and we had the conversation afterwards that it should have never gotten a double overtime. So where's that confidence gone? Where's that belief gone? And this is where you're hanging on anything you possibly can to get the guys to latch onto something to make it feel like this game is winnable still. And it is winnable. Get the pistol round, you're right back into it.
Well, let's see if they can win the pistol round then. Saw on the CT side, starting with 4 players in the A bomb site, 1 over towards B. And Story just going to be jiggling top middle. Not spotting anything just yet.
A decoy.
Looks kind of weird in the hand. I never really inspect with a decoy.
Yeah, I never really buy decoys, so...
But it's very useful for this one case. You know, checking if someone's around the corner.
I did. I leaned forward like ZTR was going to have like the answer we've all been looking for the decoy. I was like, ooh, what's he got to do with that? He's just...
Well, that is a pretty cool usage of it. You see if someone's on the half walk, it's a sound cue.
Okay. I see where we went with that, sure.
Yeah. Rez going to be going out long. Crazy just peeking out. And then Story's in the archway. Comes into the open. Towson, he's going to fall. And we've got an advantage now for Saw. So you said win the pistol round. It's the first step of coming back into this. GamerLegion have been so good. Remember the pistol round in the first half? Saw were up. And all of a sudden, Hypex pulled it back. But Hypex is dead now. And there's no way PR is winning a 1v4. So Saw do win a pistol round here on Inferno.
Yeah, there was no strength in that attack whatsoever. Just the kills coming out that whittles them down, but it feels like they didn't even get any of the fights they were actually looking for whatsoever. A great pistol round from Saw. Okay, that's what we needed, boys. Now, convert this second one and it's all good. Convert this second one if GamerLegion buy. You probably feel like they're probably not going to invest without the bomb plant with only 1 kill. So you're pretty confident that you can have a nice, easy round here. Get it up to 6. You're within 2. And Saw's already, at that point, ready to party. Give us one more.
Yeah, musician Towson right there. Well, this round is going to be pretty weak. We're not going to see too much happen. A little cooking in the kitchen, a little bell ringing.
Yeah, it's the French timeout, right? Like you're just hanging out so they can have an extra chit chat.
I want to get going on this T side. I want to make sure they close the series 2-0 today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they'd love to just get out of here quick, and that first map was nice and fast for them. For Saw, though, I mean, we touched on when we casted their game, they just really haven't been involved in a whole lot of top events. Like, this is the obviously the best result they've had for some time, playing in things like the radio popular Roman Imperium Cup 2. Probably played in the first one as well, the Omen Roman Imperium Cup 1.
Omen Roman, it's just so ridiculous.
They had that great run back at Fisher Playground where they made the semifinals. It's the exact same thing that happened here and a loss there, so haven't been able to get past that top 4 position, but just haven't seen a lot of Saw, and obviously the 2025 for them has been a little bit tumultuous with that switch into a full Portuguese roster, or I mean away from the full Portuguese roster into something more international.
Having a Polish and British player.
And then switching back, you know, they've kind of gone back and forth on things.
Yeah, well, here we go. Remember GamerLegion's T-side and overpass? It was crazy scary. So let's see if Saw are able to deal with the T-side of GamerLegion on Inferno.
Yeah, if PR is going to be giving you the beans on opening kills here on Inferno, it's gonna end very fast for GamerLegion. Saw desperately trying to get us to a third map. Nuke would be in the cards, and Aragorn's going to push all the way deep down Banana. Great information and a great point of defense for the rest of this round.
Yeah, a good amount of control to establish here for Aragorn.
Okay, take middle, then take it slow. Heard the call
Astralis
through the comms from ZTR. Fake Astralis into a GamerLegion, into a Heroic. Maybe a Na'Vi finish. So they've taken middle, they've shown brackets control, they've denied the information with the left mid smoke. In fact, Story's backing off, so not going to be in position to take any kind of a peek. So this follow-up smoke set towards Rap side, Library and Arches might make him a little bit nervous. Towards the B bomb site we go. Aragorn's got the spot, lights the beacons, he needs help.
Utility coming in, Aragorn going to play in behind sandbags, peeks into the open, they all line up. No issue for Aragorn on one magazine and the MP9. Rapidly destroys every plan from GamerLegion. You can hear them chit-chatting about the play, the elaborate moves they wanted to conduct across the map.
I thought they would have known he was there. I thought they would have known he wasn't able to get away. Crazy does go down to PR, but 20 seconds and you were not winning this round. And I think if you're Saw, just line up to make sure he can't escape with this AK-47. Take everything away. This is the exact round you needed to get back into the game. Aragorn's just giving it to you with an ace. All 5 kills and an impressive quad kill with the MP9. But shout out to Mutiris. The flashbang, the supportive element is so perfect.
And that has just swept the wind out of GamerLegion. Look at this, the peek out, they all line up. I mean, that's the exact kind of lineup you always dream of.
I just could have sworn someone was gonna turn and clear sandbags.
Eventually,
for sure.
yeah. They get blinded as well, just that the timing of his push out, his peek out, it's perfectly played by Saw. And now they're 1 round away from tying this game up, and they should, because GamerLegion only have pistols.
It's actually exactly what GamerLegion didn't want to happen, not even in terms of the scoreboard. Just a round like that for an individual player on the other side, that's what fires a team up and brings them back into maps, gets them switched on. So GamerLegion, you have to start operating with the mentality that this is going to get much more difficult than it's been up to this point. Deagle's Tech-9's a little bit of utility, some things for GamerLegion to play with and try and find some kills, try and find a chance to get into a bomb site. Very passive defense set up. You have 4 players over at the A bomb site. Everyone backed off. Up in Library. Mutiris over in the cubby. Agile and Crazy at the bomb site. Again, just Aragorn trusting him alone here. Jumping for information top Banana. But when this hit comes, it's going to come quick.
Yeah, Aragorn going to block out B. And Talon's going to be charging through on the Tech-9. It's going to be Aragorn immediately taken out. If you have a big round like that in the previous, though, and you concede a round like this, Jason, that might just vacuum all the success that you feel.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they kept 4 players at the A bomb site that entire time. I guess maybe predicting a Halls pop, but now they have a very difficult retake coming in, and they don't have utility to flush players out into the open. Only 2 flashes.
Well, an AK for Taliesin. In an elevated 4 position, Mutirus gets spotted. Talson's going to take one, then drop down into Dark. This could get very disappointing for Saw very quickly. They're trying this retake. They're not getting any closer. Another kill in favor of GamerLegion. Agile with a couple, but time is ticking. Story's P250 finding impact, but Hypex delivering Agile with the kill. He'll get the kit. He'll get to the defuse. It's still going to be close, but if Saw pulled it off, have they got the retake? Yes! With 0.9 seconds left.
How do you lose that bomb site? How do you lose that in the retake? That's my feeling. It's great for Saw. That's a brilliant retake going on. But how do you lose that if you're GamerLegion in a 5-on-3?
It's in the way that they lost it too, right? They got all the initial kills on the post plant.
Yeah, you get an easy kill into the bomb site.
Like, where does Talson go from here? How is he forced out of position? Because as you mentioned, there's no utility coming in. He drops into Dark. Like, this should be the spot to the end of the round.
Let's find out. We're not going to see that one, but yeah, I mean, look, Agile did hit a banger back towards Hypex, who was playing at triple boxes, so fair play there, but still, with that kind of an advantage in terms of manpower at the hardest bomb site to retake, feels like another missed opportunity for GamerLegion. They're starting to pile up now.
Yeah. In the first half, you had that Story clutch that really shouldn't have gone their way, and now you're letting Saw start to get going here. Talson going to be wall back. Good trade from Rez.
ZTR going to step forward. 3 players in Banana. And you still have PR over at the A bomb site just being a presence. Molotov smoking left mid. Trying to keep as many defenders here at this bomb site as possible. Trying to keep them worried about it. Hypex going to take a deep angle into the B bomb site. 2 defenders here. They don't have to go through that at all. They can wait this one out. However, Aragorn does have another smoke, and they'd probably have to go through that one.
PR sees the barrel, crazy to fall. With Agile to respond in a 3v3. GamerLegion going to be trying to finish on this B bomb site. Still 2 players over here. Mutirus is just going to walk through that CT smoke. Are they going to be ready for it? Oh my god, it doesn't matter. Mutirus through the smoke, dropping ZTR. Aragorn stopping Hypex from having impact, and it's all fallen to Rez.
If he can get this bomb down, he can get this, though. While the smoke is still up, he's got a little bit of time. There's the plant, and Mutirus is going to come on through. So round's done. Good play. Well done from Saw. A great defense.
Yeah, they're back in the series.
Oh, they've at least started the series, I guess. Not so much back in it.
Yeah,
they're just
in it for the
now.
first time.
Yeah.
Well, nuke the 3rd map. Starting to feel like Saw getting into gear to take us there. GamerLegion, they had their opportunities in the second half. They haven't been able to take any of them, and Ash is asking for a timeout.
Yeah, I think that's probably the stress coming in on their side of things, is having the advantage in the 5-on-3 at the B bomb site, losing the 1v2 to Story for that 4th round. There's been a couple moments where they've been able to take a stronger grip on this map, and they haven't actually come out with any sort of a bigger lead. And now all of a sudden, 5 in a row to start the second half for Saw. I have to imagine the vibes have completely shifted. GamerLegion even burning their 3rd timeout. Remember, Ash used 2 in the first half with them in the lead as their money was on the verge of being broken twice. So this is the only chance he's going to have to choose to get involved in the conversation. From here on out, it's relying on Saw calling timeouts.
I mean, they get themselves into good positions. It's kind of a similar story we're talking about with Saw in the first half on their T side, right? They're like, in the first few rounds, they were finding themselves in solid spots. They were just losing retakes and clutches going against them. GamerLegion in that same position now on their T side. They're going to be grouping up for what is going to be a very likely A play. You've got 3 players here for Saw. One of them, Story, who found the early impact in the previous round towards Banana. This time at the archway. It's a leg shot on towards ETR, eventually finished off. They try and overwhelm the Story, but he's handled the pressure very well. And a kill on the 5-7, removing Rez.
Yeah, really well done. And without any kills, without any impact on that rap side, the rest of this attack feels like it's just going to fall flat. Hypex creeping up towards the hay cart. Towson and PR ready to swing as well. They need a great banger headshot from that Deagle. And it's not going to happen. Doesn't even fire off a shot. This is 10 now. Double digits for Saw in complete control as PR is forced back in an impossible scenario.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good right now for GamerLegion in terms of just how the second half has gone.
6 straight now for Saw. Like you just feel like you now feel like how you made Saw feel in Overpass. Like there was like no chance. Like there's nothing you can do to win a round. And remember, Saw had to outlast not only the memory of the first map, but the memory of the first like 6 rounds of play, which was them being in advantages and GamerLegion winning every clutch, every post plan, every scenario was going in their favor. So this is a very easy game for Saw to get buried in. They've withstood that pressure and survived it, and then Aragorn delivers you the ace to get everybody fired up.
Well, Saw just about to force a third map in this third place decider. AKs to boot for GamerLegion. 3 players in the A bomb site. For Saw, it's 2 starting B, one of them the AWP, and it's dead first. ZTR. To wallbang through the car, and does put Aragorn in a tough spot. No one's rotating to help him on B yet. Now they will send Matiris on over.
But if you're GamerLegion, you're feeling like this one has to be capitalized on. I mean, you've been blanked in this half. You have an opening kill. You have a 5-on-4 advantage. Now you're feeling like this is the territory where you get to start inflicting some pain on the defensive side of things.
An Apartment's fight falls in favor of Rez. So no longer just the one-man advantage. GamerLegion can't afford to let this one go. They come into the right bomb site. There's only a single player here. Rotating back is Mutiris. Crazy's waiting in the mini pit. He's got to go massive, and there's no kill for him. PR starting to get warmed up again.
Yeah, him and Rez, just the Bash brothers in this round. 2 kills for PR. Rez, the one frag that we saw earlier up in Halls, but they've just broken GamerLegion in. So 9 rounds for T-side now. Aragorn's going to recover the AWP, but actually, even without a great economy and without great money, GamerLegion want the hunt. This is a vibe, dude. Like, to go on a hunt when you really have no cash and you can't really risk too much, risk these AKs a whole lot. To go for this kind of a hunt against the AWP is you like really sending the message that you're here to get the win. As they get towards top banana, just back off.
They got to the edge, Jason.
I know.
They were like, you know
they walked
what?
me all the way there, didn't they?
Yeah. Never got the finish you were looking for.
No, not at all.
9 rounds for GamerLegion.
Got a little bit of a mess on our hands, don't we? High fives around for GamerLegion. Head Op is brought forward into the next round. They don't give it the stylish finish. Passed over to Story, who's been solid with it. 10-9. Round 20. ZTR trying to call his boys back into this game. He's got Rez and PR, the stars of the previous round. Some hot hands on Overpass as well. 13 on PR, 15 on Rez. Aragorn to that ace earlier is up to 14, but it's Story who's the standout for Saw. 19 kills, 12 deaths for the Opera of Saw.
Smoke gonna fade away. And Story not being peeked yet. They'll clear the half wall, make sure no one's close behind it. Story's ready to punish a peek, a swing. Well, he looked a little bit deep anyway, so if there was a player playing on the half wall, would be able to maintain their position very likely. Smoking out towards long. And Rez has the space to play with. Now remember his work that he was doing on the T side of Overpass. He was quite often so successful on his own at just grabbing opening kills.
Another smoke likely at the end of Halls, so I think PR is going to get stalled out yet again. Really trying to force this Halls hit. So what's the change up? The utility just came out as well. So going to walk towards Boiler and likely turn the Halls player into a lurk and might try and force their way up short. Smokes are for Rap side though. 1 player pit, 1 player bomb site.
Oh, Crazy's timing on the nade. It's going to soften them up a lot. Heavy grenade damage done to GamerLegion. Here's the peek out from Crazy from default. ZTR going to fall. 17 seconds, limited time, and Crazy still going, still standing, and Crazy just sweeping them away. The bomb plant will be secured though, and down into a 2v2.
Yeah, nice trade with all the low HP going on there. Rez doing great work, being the point of attack. 1 kill, but traded off by Hypex to get the bomb in safely. No utility for the T side to set up anything in the choke points. 2 flashbangs for Saw to use. They've got a kit in the hands of Story.
Where's his gun? He's got P250. He's got an M4 now. He picks it up in the library.
I don't know, but they haven't seen the lane player yet. They haven't even considered it. Hypex might just go down for free.
Yeah, he will. Look at this. Aragon just walks into the bomb site. Taliesin gets flashed just as he was trying to trade effectively on the timing. And now he's stuck.
Story's
now he's locked in. Story's on the defuse. Taliesin's got to get to it, and Aragorn protects him. Another round gets away from GamerLegion.
Yeah, really, I mean, tough scenario with the low HP inside the bomb site, but, you know, up in halls, you could really only, they were kind of both focused on the same position. Both of them looking towards library, despite the fact there were 2 players to find. Nobody really took initiative in that scenario to be the player to look towards short, to play in pit, kind of jiggle that, grab information. Just got hunkered down in tunnel vision towards the wrong direction. A good hold, and you nailed it. It's the utility work. It's the double nade at the corner just as they're about to turn it that softens everybody up. Makes this as easy as possible. Saw just 2 rounds away from a 3rd map, as unlikely as it feels after watching Overpass, after watching the first half of Inferno. A 7-1 run in this second half has primed them to come back in this 3rd, 4th place decider series.
Tyrus and Aragorn going back towards the library. Rez gonna walk through the archway. ZTR needs to respond, needs to win the fight. And he picks up Tyrus. He blocks out Aragorn. Teammate Hypex has some success. Once again, Crazy at delivery. Aragorn walks back through that library smoke. Hypex not able to stop Crazy. And Taliesin a long way off getting involved in this one.
Yeah, this GamerLegion offense that we kind of talked up due to its performance on Overpass, it's limp here on Inferno. It's getting nothing done. No strength behind it. Those opening kills that we were seeing on the first map in this series, not even close to coming out. Individually, they look like they've lost a little bit of confidence, a little bit of assertiveness peeking into these fights. Taliesin's just looking for anything clean. 30 seconds, he could still win it if they give him the duels.
Nice shot. Clean in the first, but as soon as he peeks out into the open, Story ready to take him out of the sky. Well, GamerLegion have to fight their way back into overtime if they want to win this one.
Yeah, 3 chances, though, for Saw to close it out. Remember, I mentioned when they played this map in the group stage, these 2 teams, 19-16 victory for Saw in double overtime. So might have another OT on the cards for these guys on the very same map. They've got to be sick of playing each other here on Inferno at this point.
Yeah, enough rounds played, I think.
And that's another layer, too, is just like, you know, so much of this with all the experience played in this tournament alone on Inferno, individuals are going to start taking some initiative and making some creative decisions to try and confound the expectations of what their opponents have from that first match.
Story misses the timing now as GamerLegion transition into Banana. They've got PR lurking while everybody else is up through Banana itself. CTR can't stick around anymore. Utility will make his life very uncomfortable. We're on board with Story as he looks top middle. As ZTR now responding on B. The smoke will come in front of his face again, and he's going to have to wait. Maybe set up a boost, get his teammate up. Crazy was aware of that possibility, decides to drop away from the coffins. Going to get some extra util from his teammate. Now the boost comes up. Taliesin unable to make the most of it. Story communicating. 1 player is in boiler. GamerLegion going to be leaving Banana, going back into middle.
Yeah, this is a nice reposition as well. Lord, 3 players to the B bomb site. Saw might be feeling, we've stopped you at the A bomb site a number of times. You don't have the courage to go here, but they're wrong.
Or perhaps they have confidence in the Story op. And they'll play under the porch, but it's blinded. It's forced off the ankle. Good utility from GamerLegion. Good hunt on Story.
Hypex knows the op can't get away.
Yeah, and Agile is going to be pinned on the box in the site, having to deal with a long push and a short push. Just gets wrapped on. A team ding coming in on Rez. And the fall away here from Saw as they will not be able to compete for this one. GamerLegion prolonging play on Inferno and keeping that opportunity of overtime alive.
Yeah, and obviously a smart call to just save the weapons for Saw. The worst eventuality you could get in this kind of a scenario is losing all your weapons and all your money and be unable to fight for that final round, which dictates overtime if it gets there. So backing off. Money is going to be no problem from here on forward. But just a straight up nice execute. One single flash. Hypex knows the AWP doesn't have the time to get around the corner into safety, chases it down, and then you just got one defender to clear out. So lovely stuff from GamerLegion, but only their second round in this half.
Terrorists win.
An 8-2 run from Saw. And 2 opportunities, 2 chances to take us to nuke in regulation for Saw remain.
ZTR calling for the troops to listen to him.
Yeah, I heard him say something about instant middle, but I couldn't tell if he wanted to go instant middle or if he was saying the AWP is going to go instant middle. Like Story's going to go instant middle. Let's find out together.
Maybe it's the instant middle smoke. Well, we've got Hypex going to go for that mid peak straight away.
Instantly, some would say.
Yeah, some would say instantly. Perhaps ZTR might. Well, they've got the space up through mid.
Oh, they're just going to hit a timing on this. That's ZTR saying they're doing the 3B start, so let's just get up middle as fast as possible. Defense here at the A bomb site already having issues. Look at all the utility forced out immediately from the Saw defense. Smoke in towards Halls. Molotov on Rap side.
Yeah, I gotta start drifting that third player back from B. One on the site, one on the balcony. Can still be strong enough here for Saw to close out the map. Let's see if GamerLegion can find success on the kills into the bomb site. ZTR to charge through Crazy. Will they spot Agile up on the balcony? We need a response, and Agile provides 2. PR finally getting rid of him, but it's a 3v3. And Saw, it's up to you whether or not you want to go for this one.
They should at least investigate, see if they can get a cheeky kill, especially with Stories off. You have a nade for PR's position, although it's not going to take the kill. But definitely see if in these next 10-15 seconds you can get one frag to make this a 3-on-2 while this smoke is still up.
Getting in position in the apartments.
Yeah, double pit's going to be hard to break into, though.
Yeah, especially with the lack of utility. You don't have the flames to force PR out of the position. Making steps now. They know exactly where the next threats are coming from. Smoke fades away. Hypex gets a second. The descent down from Mutiros. He nearly spins around for it. Time was taken on anyway, but 11 rounds here for GamerLegion. We get into the last round of regulation. Will it be overtime again between GamerLegion and Saw? And will Saw bring us to nuke?
A couple financial issues with deciding to go for that retake and full committing. Now, they do that because they have so much money behind them, but a couple players right at like 3,700, 3,800, so utility and, you know, some missing details that they'll have. Good closeout from Towson, springing him from his position inside the bomb site, and Saw take their final timeout. The final conversation to have, it gives Ash a chance to talk to his boys also. They used their third rounds ago. But Saw trying to come up with a plan to close out this final round. I do not want to mess with overtime. They've already experienced a team coming back, forcing overtime on a second map. Just last night, they had that heartbreak. So deja vu as well for Saw as they're battling the demons they were just introduced to in the semifinals here in Bucharest. MP9 on Mutiris, he's got to descend down to the weaker weapon to get all the nades that he'd like. He's also got the only kit across the team, so any kind of post plant, keep an eye on him.
ZTR lining up the nade towards Aragorn. Takes a little bit of damage. Here's the apartment set up in PR. Usually so good in these scenarios. He loses the fight against Crazy, and the advantage is here for Saw.
He might have spotted like the elbow or something at first player and just kind of got his attention pulled away at the worst possible moment for that follow-up peek. Good opening kill provided by Crazy. And now the AWP in position to put a stop to this up middle. But remember, that flashbang ruined his life in the previous round. Looks like Rez might just challenge Dry and somehow gets away with it. Story, one kill for him, not another.
Yeah, not pretty that. Rez, awkward fight that pillar protecting the AWP. Once you know you're going to give him a repeat, you know your time is limited on the server. A minute left on the clock. Saw still ahead. The extra player to work with. Can GamerLegion figure this out? ZTR, Hypex, and Towson. They're missing out on Rez and PR, which have been so incredible for them throughout the series.
This is going to be a fake, I think, from ZTR. Obviously, the bomb's sticking around in middle, but ZTR maybe just going to pick up a little extra utility. Might just be going to see if there's any kind of a push. Wants to make sure that Saw doesn't have a quick flank coming in. However, with the man advantage and with no pressure at the B bomb site, Saw have brought that third player over to CT spawn. That's Aragorn. And now he's shifting away. So the slow pace of GamerLegion has make Saw double guess everything. No molly for this position.
Well, it's crazy peeking up. 10 seconds. Bomb is down. Follow-up kill. And nuke it is to decide who is going to finish third here at PGL Masters Bucharest. Saw get it done in regulation. No overtime required this time.
They've got to be breathing a sigh of relief that didn't go to overtime. I feel like deja vu, a very scary Halloween deja vu was probably running in the back of Saw's mind there.
Yeah, that would have been heartbreaking if the same way that they threw away that nuke yesterday would have happened on this map. Honestly, a nice adjustment towards the end where, you know, it was clear that GamerLegion knew that they were going to start 3B a lot of the time, and then after that timeout they decided, okay, we've seen a lot of early A approaches from GamerLegion, so let's try for an apps combination. You know, they caught PR off guard, and then from there just played the advantage. So I think it was a good round to end it on.
Yeah, story of two strong CT sides. Obviously, GamerLegion did more than enough, I felt like, in the first half to put themselves in position to win, but just were really unable to find any type of footing on the offense. I mean, there's several rounds you could probably point to that were kind of really the ones that hurt them the most. I mean, I think feeding Aragorn and MP9 Ace is probably the start of that, and then the failed 5v2 post-play on the B-Bomb site is going to be another one that they're going to scratch their heads about. That's what we're actually watching right here, right now, is how they let this round slip through their fingers into 5-on-2. Is beyond me. Like, you got to be closing out those rounds, and there was a really key 2v2 post-play today that they lost as well. So missed opportunities for sure for GamerLegion, but tip your hat to Saw for the resilience.
Let's talk about the second half, because I think in the first half we had the 8-4 scoreline. GamerLegion looked very comfortable on the CT-sided moves over, and then it took them forever to get around on the T side. They were really struggling at the start of that second half.
I mean, it started out with that Aragorn Ace that he was talking about, the MP9. You know how in the first movie, you know, Boromir gets...
We
are back there.
Continue.
Boromir gets, you know, some arrows to the chest, and Aragorn sees it, and he just, like, enters this berserk mode, and he's just, like, slashing Uruk-hai left and right. That was that round from Aragorn. But, I mean, to be serious, though, I think that Saw are really good at using utility and some of these pop flashes back, you know, to try to battle the B pushes from GamerLegion. We saw it in a couple of rounds where they were really good at timing that just to the perfect moment and pick off a couple of players. I mean, in that sense, it was just an ace. It was just a complete mowdown, right? But there was a couple of more moments like that. We generally see, like, they're very cool at using utility, and of course, Inferno is a lot about utility. But usually, when we talk about that, it's all about banana and like how many nades you can get on the T's when they're trying to get the banana control. They're actually really cool at using it in different ways. You know, we saw it later on in the first half where they had that double nade stack towards short. Like, when there's 25 seconds in the round, they still have 2 nades on that push, you know. And so it's really cool how they're using that utility. They're really good at slowing down the T's when they were starting to A and using mollies to slow down some of these approaches towards Arch. I really was impressed with the way that Saw are, you know, very selective about how they use that. So that was very impressive.
Yeah, I feel like utility layering has always been kind of one of Saw's strengths, and you probably noticed it a little bit more on how they layer flashes and Molotovs to execute sides, but they also, as you said, are patient with on the CT side, where they're not just, you know, tossing everything that they have, you know, at Banana early and not having anything left over for Banana late or to fend off attacks on the A-bomb site. So definitely good team play has always been, I think, their strength, and while they've been able to remain relevant, I guess you could say, I think the big problem for them has been consistent firepower. But what they have found this tournament is that Agile continues to deliver when he needs to, and Aragorn has continued to really have like a glow up at this event, if we're honest.
So we've got a couple of rounds that highlight a lot of what you've been saying. Let's start with you, Striker.
Actually, one of those rounds is not even highlighting anything that I was talking about. I just really wanted to point out this kind of a cool round that Saw came up with somewhere in the first half that actually got in the second round on the T side, where they go for kind of a typical, almost like a B-split approach, but they actually wait in the arch for like 20 seconds. And if you look at the timer, there's 20 seconds left. Rez is constantly peeking left and right and seeing like, okay, there's nobody here. He's about to rotate B, and they actually just use that to take the A approach from long, walk out where the A guys have absolutely no idea that this is going on. So just a very cool round that they came up with to get one of the few rounds that they did on T side.
Which kept them in the game, ultimately, and allowed them to have that comeback in the second half.
Yeah, of course. I mean, towards the end, yeah, again, they didn't necessarily take the momentum off of that. I think they lost the next 2 rounds, and they had to kind of really struggle through. You could also tell that GamerLegion were getting a little overconfident around middle and some of these repeaks. Obviously, Rez was making that work, and in the end, it turned into an 8-4 half, but it could have definitely backfired a little bit more at the time.
Dust, you also have some rounds that you want to showcase. What have you got for us?
Yeah, this is just one of the few, missed opportunities, I guess you could say, for GamerLegion to, stay out in front and, potentially tie this thing up and avoid what they round up with. Where, good airstrike from Saw on lane to do a lot of utility damage and weaken a lot of these players, but they still found a way to kind of grind their way through the situation, get themselves in a 2 versus 2 and get the bomb planted in a pretty open zone. The problem is that Towson and him are just so disconnected in this post plant. Hypex is playing on site. He's having to worry about people pushing from behind him lanes, having to worry about people pushing in front of him Moto. So he's responsible for a lot where Towson's kind of just in apartments and he's just kind of a non-factor. I feel like he needed to be in pit. They need to be playing together. That way Hypex could focus one direction. Towson can, whether he wants to focus Moto or lane, Hypex picks up the other angle and you're able to actually play off of each other. There, Towson was just a non-factor until he was in a 1v2 where he was just totally out of position to do anything at that point.
I appreciate the head slam into the monitor. You just you have to raise it up even and then you do the head slam. I've never seen that before.
It's funny when you're in the moment of rage and you just immediately do something, but he had the clarity of mind to adjust the monitor and still go through with the rage.
And then adjust it back.
Yeah.
He's not one of those people who's just how you see pros setting up their things and they have the measure tape and everything like that. Everything has to be at exactly the last millimeter. I bet Towson's not one of those guys.
Yeah, probably not.
Not if he can move his monitor in the middle of the game so that he can headbutt it. But we've all been there, so we understand. Okay. We've seen both of these teams. Now we're going to a decider. I think that's epic for a 3rd and 4th playoff because there is so much on the line for both of these teams with this particular game. Now, what do we think, though, of that decider map and how it plays out?
Nuke's a tough one for Saw, if we're going to be honest. They've lost it every time they played it this tournament. They played it pretty much every series almost. They played it 5 times, lost it all 5. Obviously lost to GamerLegion because they could not get really, honestly, anything going defensively. It was GamerLegion actually having a rare good T-side. GamerLegion's really turned their T-sides around on Nuke. Coming into this tournament, they had lost their last 5 out of 6 Nuke games and only won 35% of their T rounds. In this tournament, they've now won all of their Nuke games and their T-sides have looked much sharper. So that adjustment has been huge. And so when you're going into a decider map like Nuke, GamerLegion, seemingly has the edge.
Yeah, the last game, I was talking about in the pregame a little bit, the last game that went off, I felt like Saw probably thought that they would be, or it was more competitive than it looked from, I think, was a 13-6. The second half, they lost the second round force by after winning the pistol, and then they lost the 3v5 or 5v3 situation a little bit later on. So I feel like they probably didn't feel like it was such a bad map for them. So that's why, obviously, they were happy enough to leave it in the pool to leave it as a decider, even if not picking it for themselves. So I do think that this is a really big comfort map for Saw. So they're obviously going to be happy with playing it as third, regardless of them, the record maybe not being in their favor. Just before heading into this tournament, they were on a 10-map winning streak on the map. So clearly it is their home map and it has been their home map for a while, and they are comfortable on it.
What style are we going to see from GamerLegion coming into this one?
I just like that they're pretty varied, right? They understand the basics. Starting on the T side, they know all the different outer smoke walls. They're very good at having Rez and Towson kind of just pairing up to be, good outer yard aggressors. I think against Muterus, that could be a potential mismatch just on a particular just aiming mechanics. But I think it's also that, again, we keep touting him, but I have to. It's PR. Most lobby players, you expect them just to kind of hold ground, make sure that no pushes are happening, Hutter, Squeaky, or Radio. They're not really impactful. Whereas PR is, dude. The guy can take timing plays and get you an entry at ramp. He can come out hut and swing and help you take upper. He's a luxury player to have in a position that is usually kind of forgotten about.
Yeah. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Story and Hypex matchup outside, because in the first game we actually saw some of the opening moves that Story was trying to make towards the outside and trying to pick off Hypex not work at all. I think he went something like 0-5 against Hypex in that first half, and they had to kind of recover from that through some of these smoke wall plays where they get materials down into secret and then get the rotations out of the way for CTs, to abuse them a little bit and then go for ramp pushes or ramp wraps into heaven. I really like the way that Saw approached the T side in the sense of abusing some of these rotations, trying to get the CTs off their feet, and then using that to basically enter bomb sites where there's just one guy there. So they're really good at reading the defenses.
Which way is this series leaning? Who takes third place here at PGL Masters Bucharest?
I like GamerLegion, and I think it's because they have turned their T-sides around on Nuke, and they have at least put it to a point where they can get respectable numbers there. And they've never really had too much trouble on the CT side of Nuke. It's really been their T-sides that have limited them on this map. They've seemed to correct that here in Bucharest, so if they can keep that up, I think they are still the better team in my opinion.
I think Saw is finally going to win that Nuke. they're going to get their first win in Nuke.
You're still there.
I just think yesterday, honestly, I was pretty impressed up to the point where there was just so much chaos on Nuke against Legacy that they just threw some really unfortunate rounds because of the amount of pressure that was on them. I don't think necessarily the third place decider is the same level of pressure that is on you when you have to play, you know, some of these closer situations. So I think they're going to be able to deal with that better, and they've honestly improved on Nuke as the tournament progressed, playing against some of the better teams in the world.
So Striker is leaning towards Saw as a third place here. Dust is leaning towards GamerLegion. We'll find out which one of them is correct after this.
I'm hiding right now.
One B. Only one.
Nice, I'm peeking.
Almost abs.
One more mid. Wait, I'm mid. No, wait.
Nice, caps.
I'm mid.
One guy B. He's ideal.
Okay, chill, Milan. Play on the roof.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Oh my God,
Milan!
Milan.
Holy fuck, you're a beast.
Let's fucking go. That was insane, bro. That was insane.
Thank you.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Bucharest 2025. Joined this time around by Youngster from Heroic, Crims from Fnatic, Nerds from Team Liquid, Hooksy from Astralis, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid. You can only buy one piece of utility. What would you choose?
The thing is, if I'm in a 1v1, do I even want to pull out an aid?
Ooh, that was hard.
It depends on, like...
Flash.
A flash?
Sure. Yeah, definitely a flash. I think you can do so much with it.
Smoke, of course.
I think smoke. There's no real counter to a flash, like you can't break a flash.
What if I turn around really quick?
Well, then you just then I need to find a better flash for you.
All right, fair enough, actually.
Yeah,
that's
on me, that's on me.
100% smoke?
Yeah, of course. Like you can be too creative with it, and it's like the most common piece of util that you miss, you know? Like, for example, on T side, you're throwing the smokes, you know, and it's more common that you, like, you lack a smoke, you know, because you threw it somewhere else, you know, so of course a smoke.
You can come so far with it. It's just boring answer, but yeah, smoke.
Just the classic.
Yeah.
Map control, zoning angles, making plays.
Yeah. Smoke, I think, is the best thing you'd probably play around to create opportunities for yourselves and create bridges to go to other places to get different opportunities. So I mean, it'd probably be a smoke, yeah.
Always worth it for the value.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
It depends on the situation, but I would go with nade.
The HE?
The AG. I will tell you why. If you're ending up in scenario when you plant the bomb, okay, and the teams, like sometimes Smolly will not help you or Smoke will not help you. When you're nading, you can see everything, so sometimes this is something that can win you the round.
Yeah, you get the tagging as well,
Exactly.
slow them down, there's a lot to it. Okay, it's interesting. Yeah, most people have been saying smoke.
You need to choose.
I know,
like
it's
from
limiting.
the start of the round,
I know.
I would say, from the start of the round, of course, I would choose a smoke, but if you say like winner grenade, I would choose the grenade.
Welcome back to PGL Masters Bucharest 2025. We're still here for the third, fourth decider game. We've got Saw and GamerLegion battling onto a third map. Nuke's up. And I feel like it's great to see Saw actually get into this series. It was worrying to see Overpass. It felt like it was going to be a very one-sided day. Honestly, GamerLegion kind of started Inferno really strong as well. You start to wonder, is Saw going to be able to get themselves out of this hole? But impressively, they did, and they closed out in regulation.
Yeah, I give a shout-out over to Aragorn as well. He's the one who had that massive ace that kind of fired them up and got them started and moving in the right path and just gets that second half dominance underway. So Nuke, yeah, it's hard to tell where this is actually going to lie because GamerLegion seemed to fade away from that Inferno game. Saw seemed to build back up into things, so we'll see which team is able to reset. I think still when you consider the experience level, you're going to go towards the GamerLegion side of things.
Well, looking forward to seeing how it goes down. I think the fact that Saw showed up towards the end of Inferno, GamerLegion have had, Rez and PR looking sick today, and Hypex had his moments as well. It could be a real barn burner to decide who's finished in third at this competition.
Yeah, actually, the Oppers have shown some things today in this series, but both Story and Hypex have had their moments, haven't really built together anything crazy in terms of a complete performance across the series, but in their moments where they've been called upon, both of them have had good sequences for themselves. It's actually a better win rate for Saw on this map, 64%, although we kind of highlighted some of the events they've been to throughout 2025, so the level of competition isn't quite at the same level that GamerLegion's faced off against. Who's going to be starting on the T side, attacking into Saw's defense? Dualies on Story. A Zeus on Agile, upper bomb site rush.
Yeah, Aragorn going to be on top of the hut. Agile never going to pull that Zeus out. He gets overrun. And GamerLegion with a simple but effective pistol round to kick things off here on Nuke. They're into the bomb site. Plant is secured. But Story, with a flick on over, has dealt with PR's aggression. So all of a sudden, a 3v3, Story going again, ripping them to shreds with the dual Berettas, and he just won't stop. Story wins the round here, and we're just talking about the Operas. We had Hypex delivering a ridiculous pistol 4K over on Inferno on the CT side, and now Story's done the same here on Nuke.
Yeah, nobody can apparently touch him at all. They have even doubled up over in lobby. They kind of swing through the smoke at Squeak Door. Might have been a little bit late to be perfectly timed, but still have an advantage coming through it into that fight. And for how good this starts, it ends so poorly for GamerLegion. Yeah, a little bit late, but that brilliant shot from Story, and nobody can contain the dualies. And at this point, Hypex is just stuck inside the bomb site with nowhere to go. That's a shocking way for the pistol round to turn. And AWP is in the hands of Story already. Knows the second round buy is coming in with that bomb plant, and he just gets the AWP out immediately. Now, there is no head armor on it, so keep our eyes on that. Smoke wall outside. Third smoke coming into the mix. Looks like they want to wrap in through this smoke wall in towards Mini. Smoke broken open. That's what Mutiris is expecting at the moment, but they're going to slide just behind it. Mutiris hears all this. Sound cues are there. So they've dropped two defenders into the lower bomb site. Story's AWP has shown up away from ramp room. That's covered by Crazy. And then you have Aragorn with his MP9.
That little MP9.
That little MP9, it can do a lot.
It can do a lot. Here he goes again. Line up two players, and he just does it again.
Yeah, that's the bomb as well. He actually doesn't even need to open the door. It's like, come get it. Come have fun.
Come take it off me. Well, Hypex is going to try. He's going to take a lot of damage on board, though, in that engagement. So down to a 2v3. It would be a better scenario if both players had a little bit more health, but they don't. And now Agile's going to hear them relocating up the top of the vent. It would take a big miss as well as a great shot here. And Agile should be taking at least one, and he will. So Hypex going down, Story will come on up, and the cleanup should be there on PR. Confirmed by Story's AWP. 2-0 start for Saw, and preventing GamerLegion from finding success on that force buy.
Pissed around quad kill, double kill in this one for Story. I'm interested to see if he actually builds this momentum, this hot start individually into just a great half. If he's going to start feeling confident and feeling the flow of the game, moving around the map with that AWP is going to ruin the day of GamerLegion. $30,000 on the line, the difference between 3rd and 4th place here at PGL Bucharest. Winner of this map takes that extra cash to the bank.
PR going to be off to the trophy room. Neither of these teams going to see that, at least, but $30,000, not bad at all. We're going to see Crazy holding down for the double kill. PR and Hypex walking right in towards him, melting them away on the M4. Materos has come over to get involved as well, and Agile having some fun. So Saw might just keep everybody up, and in fact they do. So 5 players survive. Money starting to grow nicely here on the CT side of things. And this half is going to be tough from now on for GamerLegion, because we talk about the T side being so good on Overpass, but the T side was not great on Inferno, and now you've got to show us your T side on Nuke, and you have to win all these gun rounds. If you want to come back into the half, you've got to do it the hard way.
And I think the problem too is if you want to talk about how good their T side was on Overpass, I mean that's a map that Saw have played 3 times, have a 0% win rate on, so there's that kind of deficiency to it. But also GamerLegion in that map was just rushing into the B bomb site and getting headshots everywhere they looked. Nuke, especially now that you have the CT side early on with money and with utility, never going to be able to have a clean rush in the same way. There's always going to be Molotov, flashbangs, and nades in your face. So this half could get sketchy, and this first gun round is going to tell us a lot.
Yeah, smoke's trickling outside. I mean, Tyrus is committed up towards Glaive in a committed position at the moment for him. Rez is the only player outside that could deal with him, and Crazy's even coming up to assist with Tyrus. So Rez is going to have a tough time outside. And Crazy will be the man to take the kill on Rez.
Yeah, good read of the situation. That was a play. Nobody in ramp room from the start, went directly to Secret. Now you've got 2 players coming back to defend and harass this bomb site take. Nice and easy, another kill for Saw.
Yeah, Crazy doing well here in this round. Another impactful moment. Mateus is around to the double doors. Is Towson and PR trying to fight GamerLegion back into contention of round 4. They've done a decent job at it. It's a 3v3, but that bomb's still yet to be planted.
Yeah, now it's going to be really hard to put it down because actually everyone's arrived. 1 in ramp room, 2 over in the vents, although Agile and Mutiras seem a little bit nervous about shuffling in, so they're going to hold pat for the moment, but not a lot of utility for GamerLegion to put down to help block these lines of sight. They have to aggressively clear parts of the map so that they can have the safety to plant.
And that's putting Saw in better positions here with a little bit of extra time to play with and set up, but no one decides that they want to go through decon. The door's closed, so they're going to go towards double. Let's see if they can clear out PR on the stairway control. He's going to play with Towson with a double door swing into the double peak, and Towson doesn't even require a teammate.
Was there nade in hands? There's no shot from Agile at all. He had no supportive element to that, not holding a single thing. Just goes down, I think, for free, switching back to his rifle. Awkward engagement, and I think Saw, obviously you lose those 2 players initially downstairs, but it felt like Saw really left GamerLegion off the hook with letting them have that free plant with no presence, no harassment, nobody peeking the doors. It was like a couple of players were trying to figure out exactly where they wanted to go, and that gave GamerLegion the time to take a breath and get the bomb planted. It's also just a perfect moment when you imagine in a 3-on-3 bomb starts being planted, and then mentally you know you have a 3-on-2, and 2 players are going to be looking for a fight because they're covering the planter. So I feel like that was a chance for Saw to actually just prevent GamerLegion from getting into this half this early. But a good win from the T side that starts to accomplish what you were just mentioning, chipping away at the economy that's blown up, force the rebuys out, bring that money low. They're not there yet, but at least started on the path. It's got to be a pump fake, you'd imagine, right? 1 salvo. There's only 1 player lined up even close to Hunt to take advantage of anything, so I can't imagine this is going to be the execute. With plenty of utility being lined up on top of the roof.
Molotov towards Hut, 1 to the back of the bomb site. And Aragorn going to be playing here at Tetris, blinded as Towson as he makes his run out towards the upper bomb site. Aragorn to claim his life.
Yeah, that hit gets stalled out by a single smoke and Hut. That's why I mentioned I thought it'd be a pump fake. Take that resource away, and the second time through is much, much more effective. But now you got to go into plan B, which is a 4 versus 5 headed towards ramp room. You leave one player in lobby, maybe 2 players to watch for the pushes, and actually not even committing whatsoever. Just a little bit of a fake and I guess contact play?
Not making contact with the Molotov as ZTR. Eventually, GamerLegion getting ready to go into this A-bomb site. And yeah, it looks like it's just going to be contact straight in towards the 2 defenders. Aragorn can sell his life and reveal Agile as a surprise, but Aragorn, he's not even needing teammates again. It's Aragorn with another huge multi-kill on this CT side. He's on for the ace. He's on for all 5, and Agile's with him. He'll steal away the ace opportunity. Well, this has got to feel good if you're Aragorn. You've had great CT sides on Inferno and now into Nuke.
You've also had just overall a great event as Aragorn, like really showing off that you're a big piece of this Saw project moving forward. And he's been the big name that we've touched on Inferno to get them started, to bring them some life, to get into that map and eventually win it out. And now here with some good performances and a lovely hold at that upper bomb site.
Oh, Red's going for the hero AK. Everybody else going to be on pistols. Saving some money for the next round here, but very likely 5-1 start for Saw on the CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, very well should be. Rez takes some damage down to 54 HP. Going to step through that smoke. Still wants to look for the challenge. It's Mutiris outside that he's looking for the heads-up fight against. And actually, oh, he's gotten in quietly.
Wrapping around the back. Rez going to be spotted by Agile. So Rez really was the player that needed to step up there for GamerLegion. It looked like he had found himself in a good enough position to deliver some of that impact. But then a missed shot from the orb. Missed shots from the rifle of Aragorn. But still recovered here by Saw. It's just Towson, and eventually Crazy comes in and makes sure it's a cleanup. So lose 2 players, gets a little hairy for a moment there on that upper bomb site, but no plant, and GamerLegion returns to a purchase now with Rez having to take a hit.
Yeah, it could have turned at some point, but Story makes sure that doesn't happen. Missed the first shot, grabs the second one with the AWP, and that kind of calmed things down. 4-round lead for the Saw defense. Rez with that hero AK-47 didn't have the money, as you mentioned, but it's ZTR, the in-game leader. Shout out to your IGLs. He's dropped a weapon over to his star player.
Yeah, let's see if GamerLegion can start getting some opening kills here. They've only had 1 so far. Story, he's set up to grab the opener though, Jason. It seems pretty unlikely GamerLegion's going to win this one, but it comes down to whether or not Rez can land a blinder. And he's going to slowly creep into the angle and give Story the easiest shot of the game.
That's a ton of different looks that Saw have given Rez and GamerLegion outside early on in this game, right? The Mutiris push towards red box with the player starting in secret. Now you have Stories op. You had Mutiris passive at back garage last time. Rez has seen a ton of different defense out here, so for him it might feel a little bit sketchy in terms of how he's trying to feel the way they want to play this defense so he can have impact outside, but hasn't felt it yet.
Here's PR. On the back, the Agile head removed from his shoulders. And we've now got PR going for a follow-up. Oh, he's kept it clean. Reading the potential play forward from Crazy. Good clearance from PR. Matiris doing what he can, but it's just the one. Not the multi available. As Story suddenly falls into a 1v3. Could still win this, though. Could absolutely still win this. Good shot. Goes out again. He was close to it, but that one goes between the legs. A small clap here from Ash as a second round for GamerLegion.
Yeah, a bold call to be aggressive with the 5-on-4 pick that Story provided you. I think if you're going to activate Agile like that in towards lobby, you almost have to park Story there with him to watch for that fallback from ramp room. Give him some cover. He's got 4 different things he's got to be concerned about. Blacktop, got to be concerned about ladder, T entrance, squeak door. Like there's too much for one man to cover in that kind of a scenario. But from there, it just felt like Saw fell apart. That round got away from them. Everyone got spread out. Everyone operating with a different idea and getting punished in their own right. So a timeout called from Saw to talk things over because they're going to reinvest in this round, obviously, but money's starting to get sketchy on their side. GamerLegion almost at that first goal of causing the financial disruption so that they can close the gap on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that they get back on the same page. A little bit uncoordinated at times in that previous round, especially getting up into a 5v4. So GamerLegion, now the AWP out for Hypex, rifles in play. Let's see if they can shut down Saw in this round and actually get going on this T side.
Haven't seen it yet, and we've seen a couple of times their opening option taken away from them. Now, the benefit of that, I mean, that's why this round is so important, is to actually finally get that kind of economic victory, is take some of that utility away from Saw, and then you can start doing some of these fakes. You can start doing these first timing upper execs. You get so many more options available to you. A lot of bodies outside. Story here with the AWP. Looking up towards Silo, but ZTR has fallen off. Wall going to be set up a little bit late, looking for a bit of aggression. Actually, smoke set up all over the place. GamerLegion showing multiple different looks and ideas and attacks to this Saw defense at the same exact time.
Now the wall of smoke's constructed. And Story trying to look over the top. Not going to spot anybody walking through those smokes as GamerLegion actually committing their resources down lower.
Yeah, it's Mutiris and Aragorn who are actually down here to defend. So the question is, on the rest of the map, what is Saw going to be doing in the meantime? They might try and sell Aragorn. He's going to be the one to take the point of the attack with low HP at a headshot angle. But if he goes down, I don't think you'd ever expect Mutiris to be over here at single door. So a trap is laid by Saw.
Oh, but Rez springs the trap and deals with it with a headshot. It's now Mutiris. He's trying to make up for it. He goes swinging out, but Rez with some sharp shooting in this round on the lower side.
Yeah, nicely done from Rez. Likely just won on the round. Story in towards lobby has gotten himself in a sticky situation to try and save that AWP. Over towards ramp room we go. Agile going to try and help him out, but third round for GamerLegion on the board, and they've taken a lot of the money away, especially if you can find these last two weapons. That would be brilliant, but no crazy motivation to hunt for the GamerLegion side with money not built up for them either. But great, now we've got a game in our hands. It feels like for the first time in this series, we've got a competitive game in the early going.
Yeah, it was always either a comeback, it's been patchy, I think, this game. Teams going on a bit of a streak, then a comeback, and never really massively back and forth. But it would be good to see that in the final map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, it should get competitive here with the money being the way it is, right? Yeah. That's kind of where I'm going with it. It should be. I don't even think you might have buy on a couple players around these saved weapons, but nothing too crazy in terms of investment. So there's still going to be danger in this round. Story with the op can still obviously change the nature if he gets some influential kills. M4 still in play to mop some things up, but the other three players, what are they going to bring to the table that can help these other two saved weapons facilitate? Actually, they full buy. Take back everything I just said. They've shoved all in. MP9s across the board with utility, fully bought in and invested as Saw.
Crazy. Going into the lobby. It's going to be Towson to win it. Towson on the follow-up, and Agile alongside ZTR just blow for blow, and it is bloody in this round. But GamerLegion winning out on the fights. But they've lost a lot of control, a lot of space, and so that causes a couple of levels of uncomfort here because Mutiris is on the other side of the smoke with an MP9. He's re-smoked it as well. And yeah, if you're GamerLegion, you're going to start backtracking because you were possibly thinking about that smoke fading away, then retaking lobby control, but now you just have to hit the pause button.
That was a beefy nade, and it actually blows an AK-47 right back into the hands of Mutiris, so good upgrade there. As the smoke fades, he's going to have to relinquish his position. Another nade chucked in, but nobody's home. GamerLegion taking their time, figuring out where they want to go next. Ballsy for Mutiris to stick around as the smoke fades and look for a follow-up fight. They know he's in this position. They can wrap around up on top of the roof. It's Story who's going to get called upon unless GamerLegion just wrap into Mini.
Great shot from Story over the top of the big box. That's going to be ZTR, the next victim. And Story, oh, he nearly gets to the bomb as well. Rez goes down the vent, decides the A-bomb site is not where he wants to be. The AWP is looking over from the top. Hypex is going to join in via secret.
That's actually great. The pathing of Rez forces Story to look out from heaven, and Hypex reads that kind of a peek.
Oh, timing, look at that. Hypex has been spotting Mutiris. Instead of taking that kill, wants to take some space towards Decon. Information as to where Hypex is playing from. Mutiris swings open Decon and then immediately downed by Rez.
Okay, Rez starting to heat up into this game.
Yeah.
4 kills, I think, in the last 2 rounds as well, so very, very lovely from him to start showing up. He was one of the great sharp shooters on Overpass that got them that incredible victory.
It's going to be a tie game. And, you know, we were just saying a couple of rounds ago how GamerLegion, without winning the pistol or the fours, they're going to have to win on gun rounds. And they're about to tie the game up via gun rounds. And you've actually got another situation here where at least there's a little bit of damage possible for Saul with the scout coming out, a couple of pistols. But realistically, GamerLegion could just build some real strong money up into the final few rounds here of the half.
Yeah, you're already at that point. If you don't win the pistol, you have to break the economy at some point to give yourself enough rounds to play with. And they've accomplished just that. Took them a little bit of time, so there's an extra round added on top of things. But 5 is going to be fantastic for GamerLegion. This run has been lovely for them to stay in this series. Very quiet. GamerLegion being slow about things. They've generally been setting up walls, sending a number of people outside. This is coming just a little bit later. And looks like they're more than happy to send Rez on his own to just play a safety round outside, gather some information, and make them nervous.
Crazy on the boost. The 5-7 can be really deadly in these kind of positions if he goes unchecked.
It's not a fun death to give up as well, especially as you just smoked it. So Story trying to take an advantage and just make the run to get a better angle for what could be a follow-up fight, just caught in transition.
Smoke goes into main. GamerLegion going to be going into the A bomb site. One from Aragorn and then a second on the 5-7. And 5-7 is doing way too much again from Aragorn. So many impact rounds on this CT side. It doesn't look like they're going to capitalize on it, though, but let's see what Crazy can do.
I think he knows where Rez is.
Yeah, and he knows one's down on B, but Rez, as you said, really starting to warm up now in the series. Important jewel to pick up there. Gets a little bit messy. Aragorn,
he has
a scare.
He has a tendency to grab a few extra kills when it feels like he shouldn't,
Yeah,
especially through the smokes.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, that made that very frightening, I think. It's like your heart sinks if you're GamerLegion. You see that come out on the scoreboard during this call when everything seems to be going so well, even handling the Hypex peak after the fact, but it's coming through the smoke and Mini. That just makes him have no chance to win a fight. Good job from Rez. Tied up at 5, the AWP is back in the hands of Story. And Utility is back for this defensive side as well.
PR. Gonna have to deal with some aggression towards him here. Agile's moved into the hut. Who bites first? Who moves forward first? An AK not as favored when you're in a close quarter combat here with the MP9. Story to start the proceedings.
Almost looks like we're lining up to walk 2 through Squeak Door as well and do some kind of a lobby crunch in the mid-round. Okay, Crazy, you hear the footsteps now. You got a lot of attention coming towards you on the ramp. Hasn't dropped down, wants the off angle, wants one little headshot kill, and then to back away, it's PR to find the lurk. It's activated way too early off the communication.
The advantage from Story once again, taken away by GamerLegion, followed up by Towson. Now Aragorn, good luck getting a multi-kill from this spot, getting split from 2 positions at the same time. And that's GamerLegion going into the lead on the T side of Nuke.
Same kind of quality that lost in the semifinal last night to put them in this 3rd, 4th place decider is that inexperience. And I think that's the inexperience you see on that flank coming way, way too soon. That's Crazy saying 3 coming ramp. They're in ramp room. Maybe it's the communication issue in terms of not communicating well enough that he's not under pressure. But trying to execute that flank at a point where action hasn't really begun, and you don't have the information that they've fallen back. So GamerLegion find their way out of a tough scenario by applying pressure and attacking elsewhere. And now they've got the lead. 6 in a row for GamerLegion. Sov had all their momentum ripped away from them and taken out. 5 in a row for GamerLegion. They won their first few rounds before that. Still a fantastic rebuttal to get here into Nuke and take the lead on the T side, much akin to Overpass, having success on the harder side of the map.
Well, look at the speed here for GamerLegion. Looking for the knockout blow in this first half, but Agile, good double. PR and Hypex at least keeping the fight going, but Agile's still fragging out. Unfortunately, all of his teammates gone, and Crazy's ramp flank once again doesn't work out.
Bomb is down in the upper bomb site. He knows they're going to come this direction, but I don't think he expects what they're doing. This little walk through the smoke already, they're coming at it quick.
Well, they pause now, and this is going to give time for Agile to go up towards heaven. Now, this would be an ace clutch.
If they're still patient over at door, though, like this can just be a clean kill. You have to imagine the likeliest situation is that little information jiggle from heaven.
Well, there's the peak. They move into the bomb site. He's got a timing. They're not looking. Oh my god, he has both of them. He sees them both go into the hut. Agile just waiting, taking his time, lining them up, down to a 1v1. Where does Hypex go with this one? Agile could get a 6th round off the back of an ace clutch.
Oh, that smoke is not ideal. It's going to give actually a little bit of pocket of safety for Hypex, an edge around the smoke perhaps to play with. And Hypex is just
Does he go around again?
I mean, I think he just like ruined this clutch for himself.
Yeah.
That safety to get Hypex down vent, and now he's so far out of position. What Oh, that's such a blunder. Shout out to Henry G.
You couldn't say what a blunder.
I know, I had to change it up. I couldn't take the trademark.
Copyright issue. All right, well, let's see, Agile. Can he pull it off? He's made this very difficult for himself. He's made it extremely difficult for himself. Hypex is backed up all the way into the hallways. He could have gone anywhere at this point. You're Agile, you're coming back in here. You're wondering, where's he gone? And the answer is just anywhere. So, Agile now moving into the side, having to clear so many angles. Oh, it's hard to see him winning this one. It's planning for Decon. He looks up to the control room, but he's also got to pick towards single door, and then he does spot out exactly where Hypex is playing from. But the time is the issue here, and Agile just doesn't have a kit. So he gets all 5 kills. He just can't win the round, and yeah, that's going to be frustrating. That missed smoke costs Agile, and it's going to be a 7th round here for GamerLegion to turn this first half.
Yeah, I just gave everything over. That's such a bummer, and I mean, it sucks to have to focus on that in a round where he gets an ace, where he gets all 4 kills leading into that 1v1 to put him in the situation. A lovely performance from Agile, who just cannot close it out. Small mistake that has huge consequences. We head into halftime, and GamerLegion, surprisingly with how this half began, it was 5-1 at one point in the favor of Saw. 6 in a row to close things out to give GamerLegion a 2-round lead. And they get to switch over to the defensive side now, and anytime you switch over to the T side and you're at a deficit as the IGL, you just know you're in for a tough half of calling, and it better be perfect. So Mutiris has a lot of weight on his shoulders if they want to exit with the 3rd place here at PGL Bucharest.
Agile doing everything he can, really. 3K on the upper bomb side. It started looking like there was a lot of ways for him to win that final round. Just misses out on it. The GamerLegion have got to go into this second half feeling on top of the world. Working out 7 rounds on the T side via gun rounds. And let's see what Saw have cooking in this pistol. No utility. Every player with Kevlar. Gonna be an upper rush. Just send the players out. No flashes, nothing. Gonna make it quite easy here for Taliesin to take 2 at the back of the bomb site, but then all the kills come charging in, and Saw suddenly in a 3v2.
Well, this timing on Rez, though, he's got a very nice one if he wants to slide through this smoke. He's not going to take the risk. He knows he needs to stay alive. PR up in heaven, making his presence very well known to the Saw guys. And Rez has the room now to move in. Stories exchange places. Rez can have a double kill. Oh, yes, he can. The peek from heaven, and the bomb's at the back of the site.
Yeah, Story now getting back into the hut. It's going to be a tap on that defuse. They're getting away. They're not going to stick it. Now they get back onto it, but Rez is immediately taken out. So all that hard work from Rez, and it doesn't matter. Story just wins out the clutch, staying inside of the hut, and he actually takes all the kills on the way out.
Okay, well, there was not enough cover for him to get the defuse whatsoever. You had to pick if you're going to watch hut or squeak door, and it's the wrong answer. Easy cleanup in the 1v2 at the end of the day. Both pistols going the way of Saw here in the 3rd and deciding map. A lovely advantage to have for the final map in a series. Taliesin does his best work with the dualies, but look at the openings from Aragorn. We keep saying his name. He's been a badass for Saw on this map. And keeping the scoreline close. 13 kills for Aragorn, 14 for Story. A little bit of fake sound cues. It's almost Mutiris sprinting behind those smokes and then pausing and backing off of it. So Rez has already started in secret, just going to jump spot for presence. But Saw's lining up as if they're just going to split into the upper bomb site through mini. And you have no defense here. The stack is in ramp room, a player downstairs, Taliesin outside in hell. It's a free bomb site, a free plant, and a free tied game for Saw.
Well, Taliesin ripped out from heaven. It's Agile to take him out with a Galil. The bomb plant going to be secured on the site. And I think for GamerLegion, just how convincing that was, they'll be happy to hold on to whatever they've got.
Yeah, save and try again in the next round. See if you can come up with something more creative, or maybe get aggressive with things, as you know you're going to be buying the real weapons in the round following. Could set up for some exits if you wanted to be cheeky as well. Although with no players pushing wrapping around lobby, an easy escape for Saw. So everyone's just going to back off and call the stalemate. 7-7. GamerLegion having to deal with slow starts today. Both teams in recovery mode from heartbreaking losses in the semifinals. GamerLegion taking back-to-back 13-1 losses to Aurora. A very quick series. I think we were told after the fact, or there was a tweet or something, that there's only been 7 games in professional Counter-Strike and CSGO and CS2 that have only had 2 rounds by one of the teams.
Yeah, that's insane.
And then obviously Saw had the heartbreaker winning the first map last night.
Yeah, it's the way... Sorry.
Go on.
It's the way Aurora have just been so back, like so up and down, like all the time. It's so hard to call it. It's like they come into the playoffs. I'm like, okay, they've just kind of limped here.
I think that's the win last night that's got them some. I think they're going to come in today and look really good.
Yeah.
I have them win in the final, and I'm a big Legacy fan. I like the way they play the game. I like their players, but with that look from Aurora yesterday, I'm like, that's the win you needed to get the confidence back that we all can tell you're lacking.
We're not lacking confidence now. I saw with the opening kill of the round. It's good starts in both halves here for Saw. Crazy. Gonna deal with Taliesin, who's aggressive in the hut. Crazy getting pushed in the ramp, but he reads it. Comes back to the angle just in time before it proves effective for GamerLegion. And then Rez spotted an event. They know exactly where he is. So Saw do well to keep the money really strong here. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, neither one of these 2 rounds. So spectacularly done. A big benefit to them. GamerLegion's going to have a strong buy in the next round as well, so they know it's going to be tough. But obviously that cash behind you on the T side of Nuke, you can sustain some losses, you can get creative in the playbook. It's a nice place to be to open up in your gun rounds. Rez going to go down for free. And that's the lead given over to Saw right at the start of this second half.
Gonna get the AWP out for Hypex. A good buy coming through for GamerLegion. They were really solid on the gun rounds in that first half. Let's see if that's the same story here on the CT side. Galil's on 4 players, a bonus for Saw. If they win on this, their money is just in such a good position.
And not a single player with a helmet on the GamerLegion defense, so those Galils can chew you up quick. They're basically AKs in this kind of a scenario.
It's a great point. And while Rez, he's pushed up, going aggressive, trying to be disruptive early on.
Yeah, no kits either for GamerLegion. Utility's going to run low, so they'll try and hold their nerve as long as possible and hold on to some of these smokes until they feel like it absolutely must be used. Initial smoke wall set up, but with very few HE grenades, nothing that GamerLegion's defense can do to be disruptive to that wall. So into the inner bomb site we go. Defense going to try and line up here as the execute comes in.
Taliesin off of the ledge. It's Aragorn to take away Taliesin's life. Now ZTR waits on top of the hut. The smoke is up, keeping him covered off right now. And he'll happily collect the life of Batch. He'll dive down into the squeaky door, but Materis is still around here.
There's a wrap coming in all the way from T-spawn outside. So if Rez can't get anything done, I think GamerLegion just chooses to save. But they're going to let him play first to see if it's worth testing. No kits, remember that.
Yeah, Rez gonna have a look here at Materis. Good shots. Taking down Materis is Rez. He's taking a lot of damage on board at 30 HP, so...
I don't think they go for this anymore. I think it's too far gone.
Well, Rez is just gonna swing his body into the fight, and I think now you definitely won't go for it with Rez going down, so bail out, try and get the AWP away, but it doesn't really matter. You've lost the AWP, and PR now trying to retreat. He might not even get away, and he does it. So, huge round here for Saw. 9-7. GamerLegion don't save anything, so it's disastrous, really, to kick off this second half.
Yeah, I don't know if they lost the detail in that kind of scenario, that there were no kits, but that was taking way too long to line up, and you're giving Rez way too much time to make that play. Had to be much, much quicker without any kits. And then, obviously, because you don't make the call to save earlier, you're in danger completely when you eventually decide this is pointless, that we can't win this, we need to back away. So I'll take everything away from you. So compounding mistakes, it feels, in that round at the end, at the tail stretch for GamerLegion, and a timeout, the first one called by Ash. He gave his guys a lot of room in the first half to work themselves out of the deficit, out of the problem. They did exactly that, but a slow start on the CT side is causing issues. And now Ash wants to help them get back on track here. Here's the opening. Aragorn, we just keep saying his name. Some lovely kills right at the close as well. Mutiris taking out the falling back, but these are the exit kills that are just so painful for GamerLegion to take. An AWP and an M4 ripped out of their hands right at the end. Moving into this next round, they've got very little to fight with. Some upgraded pistols, 3 Deagles, a 5.7, an MP9 on PR.
Tiras cross over the box. Rez knocked over.
Saw's getting a little swagger.
Yeah.
Just one kill and making a decision, and they've already taken over ramp room. Starting to move on this T side. I quite like this, and even gonna.
No, he's just going. He's just gonna keep walking. Matira's just gonna catch them walking in towards him outside, and Crazy and Aracorn are moving up, and GamerLegion just getting carved up. It's gonna be 10 rounds for Saw in just a moment.
You kind of want to do some damage if you're Taliesin and go for some kills, and maybe, I mean, unlikely to create any real opportunity, but this AK-47 I think is actually pretty important. Gonna have to try and save it, but being hunted. Wrapped around all the way towards T-spawn is Agile, and he's got a great angle, and you'll never expect it. Good win. Easy win, and that's the AK-47 recovered for Saw. So they're going to hit double digits first with a 3-round lead. And much like the first half, GamerLegion have a recovery scenario. Still blanked in this second half. Exactly how Inferno played out. They had a good first half for them, came into it with a lead. Second half, it took them a long time to get their first round on the board.
Terrorists win.
Outside of Overpass, it's felt like Saw's been the better team. Weird to say.
Yeah, I definitely saw. I think it's just the level of comfort on the maps, as you mentioned, just not an Overpass team, not a team that played it all that often.
Yeah, but anytime you hear a coach kind of cheering you up like that, that's a signal to me that he feels like this team is missing some energy. Yeah, anytime you see a coach trying to get really, really loud.
Ash says that happens a lot, though.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
In a lot of post-game interviews, says the comms can just start breaking down for GamerLegion.
I think you talk to any coach, they'll tell you that happens quite more than they'd like it to.
Yeah. Let's see if it's worked. Let's see if it fires GamerLegion back into this. Oh, look at that gap.
Yeah, that's gross. Another smoke is going to fill up the gap. Broken open, nobody crossing yet. Broken open again, and the second smoke has faded now. So a completely disjointed wall and disrupted by GamerLegion. And there's no more smokes to complete it. There's 3 players outside, and they have no utility to get themselves over towards Secret.
A crossover. Tiras to fall at the hand of Hypex. Now Agile into the peak. Rez just going to run back into the bomb site. Not wanting to give away this advantage the GamerLegion have worked so hard for, that they need, that they require, and that bomb is going further down towards B.
They haven't rotated anyone yet. They haven't rotated anyone to the lower bomb site whatsoever.
This could be a bomb plant for Saw, and oh, the advantage is gone. You could cut rotations as well, because look how many players are pinned on the upper bomb side. If Story can keep them busy, allowing Saw all the time in the world to put that bomb down on the site. But with Agile going down, Story no longer feels like he has that resource to stay there. So he's going to back away, play from main instead, and nearly catching Rez, doing some extra damage here. It's kept him pinned, kept him busy. But that bomb is planted, and it's on Saw to try and win out a 3v4.
Yeah, but I mean, you've just denied vent access over to the retake, so Rez has got to realign all the way towards ramp room with his teammates. 2 kits, there's a smoke as well to put in place. The retake is desperate. It must happen for GamerLegion.
Oh, low HP. Couldn't be finished off. Taliesin makes it work. The hole in the door, not enough here for Story. No glory from that one. And Crazy's going to be waiting out towards Squeaky. Reds to fall in the side. Low HP. They all line up. What is that? That is really crazy. 11 rounds for Saw. And that might just put them in the direction of a 3rd place finish here in Bucharest.
Absolutely lovely to take advantage of that. GamerLegion just swarming towards the defuse. 1 last place to clear. And the mistake of everybody lining up. Crazy does his Aragorn impression. It's shades of it from Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's another one of those just big lineups. GamerLegion just eclipsing one another, allowing the spray to come in. And another round that just takes the wind out of the sails of GamerLegion. In fact, I think it's a cannonball straight into the hull of the ship. They're sinking right now.
Yeah, what metaphor do you want? Knife in the back. I mean, that's a 1 versus 4 that ends in 1 second.
What? Just look at that.
A complete catastrophe for GamerLegion. Well, if comms weren't bad before, it's going to be bad now.
Oh, yeah, it is. A vacuum over there.
Surely, I don't... Like, do you take a timeout here if you're Ash? I almost feel like it makes sense to take a timeout and calm everybody down, but at the same time, you don't want to take a timeout and just have the comms be flat and dead. That's even worse. So he's going to let him play. A 4-round lead. GamerLegion still 0 rounds on the CT side nuke.
Oh, Eric Owen spotted, diving in, but very quick to get the opening kill, and they're just going to speed their way through this. Saw trying to make the most of that frustrating round loss for GamerLegion and catch them off guard, but PR and Rez keeping the fight going for GamerLegion. And that quick attempt of the knockout blow on the upper bomb side has not paid off here for Saw. Story hunting, Hypex down, eventually gets his reward and the intended result. He'll toss the AWP up under the boxes, making it almost impossible to recover.
Yeah, I like that. This is, I mean, even win or lose, this is a great round from Saul. Look at the money over on the GamerLegion side of things. Nobody's got any cash built up, so this is going to be painful no matter which way it ends. And Story's got the bomb. 15 bullets, 1 minute on the clock. One player in the downstairs bomb site in vents. That's PR. Rez gonna be outside. It's all down to timing. Story's got a chance here. Good kill, good headshot. Oh, and it opens everything up. The whole map is available to Story now.
Climbing up towards the bottom of the ladder. The ascent to heaven. PR in the vent. Story's got to clear outside. Has no information as to where PR is. Silently dropping, using the Molotov towards main instead. Commits to the bomb plant at the back of the site. PR coming up the vent. Flash out in front of the site. He knows where he is now. And Story gets aggressive. I like this reposition.
Oh, this is nasty.
Oh, this is going to be map point. This is going to be series point. Story should win this, but PR with a backtrack. Story's going to go in towards him, and he'll still claim that headshot. Well-earned high fives here. What a recovery of the round again. This time it's Story pulling around back.
It's done. It's so done. 1 versus 4 in the last round for Crazy. 1 versus 3 in this round for Story. GamerLegion just, I mean, they've been punched in the face repeatedly in this half. Story just styles on him, forces like 3 misses out of Hypex. A lovely shot on Rez, and then the very bold reposition to gain an advantage in the 1-on-1 over PR, who just can't believe it.
I mean, it's Hypex just being obviously so frustrated. Everyone from GamerLegion understandably so. A lot of rounds that is ripping their mentality apart. Even the initial kill is getting traded out immediately. We're at a 3v3. 20 seconds into the round, we're at a 3v3.
Yeah, I think that's a round you call if you're an IGL or a coach to just say, go take this lobby crunch, take some decision making out of their hands when you see that everyone is visibly frustrated. Give them a round where they know exactly where the fight's going to be, exactly what needs to be done. Not as successful as they would have liked, and Saw's just going to walk out squeak door.
Hypex. A free kill on Arrow going looking the wrong way. A good timing to peek in from main. Can Saul win another disadvantageous round? Can they possibly win a 2v3 here?
Oh, he needs to get into the bomb site. I think PR is going to beat him, though.
Yeah, PR has arrived on time. There's still a minute left, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're just pausing in their positions. They've shown the pressure of where they want to go. They're just hoping they find the timings, and neither of them are going to be there. Easy cleanup at the end of the day for GamerLegion. Finally, first round on the board in the second half for GamerLegion. They've got up to 8, now within 4 of forcing overtime. But it feels much further away with the way Saul has been playing and the clutches that have been coming out. But can this young, inexperienced team solve the problem that they had last night in the semifinals? A chance to win that series 2-0, and they let them come back into overtime and actually defeat them. Legacy had to force their way back into it. GamerLegion now has that same challenge. And Saw's only got 1 day to talk it over and figure it out and fix those issues.
Matiras, look at this. Rez! Oh, he's just spotted Matiras at the last second there, but it was too late. And the Portuguese squad, with a man advantage, looking to close out this series and take 3rd place.
Matiras has called very fast, very aggressive rounds in these last 3 to 4. A complete reversal of how it's been going after that. And Saw now walk into the bomb site. PR the only defense, way back.
PR swings into the fight. Aragorn gonna come out on top of this one. Agile as well, and that's it. No life left in GamerLegion. It will be Saw claiming 3rd place here at PGL Masters Bucharest. What a surprise run from them. And even yesterday, could have made it all the way to the grand finals, but they'll settle for 3rd. And I'm excited about the future of this Saw squad. They showed us some exciting prospects for the Portuguese future.
Denko said it, I'll just reiterate, saying he's excited about Soar's future. I mean, watching what we've just seen, claiming third place at PGL Masters Bucharest. Striker, are you excited about this Portuguese roster as well?
Yeah, I just really like how they play Nuke. They are so creative in terms of how they pull some of these rotations. Materius just likes to switch up the pace, as we saw in the last couple of rounds a lot. It was really well constructed, that T-side.
Yeah, what a fantastic way to finish the tournament if you're Saul, to have a near flawless T-side Nuke, to conquer GamerLegion for a second time, also beating Aurora this tournament, a team that virtually had no real LAN resume. Now all of a sudden, next to Fissure, has a deep run next to their names in this year, and one where they're not a part of the major, but they're now giving themselves opportunities to get into the invite window to kick off next year and be more of the part of the Tier 1 circuit. And it's really cool to see. They've been through roster changes multiple times this year, never really being able to seemingly find the right fit for those next two riflers to go next to Muterus and Story. But now they have, Aragorn, a huge factor this game and throughout this entire tournament. And just really cool to see them have such a nice run at this event.
On the other side, you have GamerLegion, who came into this as one of the favorites. We did believe they would do a deep run. 4th place, nothing to frown about. But it's kind of been muddied by the rumors that are now circulating that there is another team, these vultures coming in to pick out your players and potentially shake things up. That's going to be sitting heavy on them. Their performance here, very inconsistent. That's also going to be something that's going to be sitting in the back of their mind as they exit the event.
And especially when the CEO comes out and says, yeah, not happening. We're not selling any players, So it's kind of curious whether, that an uncertainty among the players might have affected their mental state a little bit yesterday, of course. I mean, that was the big game against Aurora, where they couldn't really get anything going. This one, obviously, they had way more opportunities and they got off to such a good start. They could have even closed at map 2, but obviously, they weren't able to. And then map 3, honestly, they were still my favorites, but after the second half. But Story, I mean, he just pulled up and even crazy with that 1v4 down lower. Yeah. They just had the individual step up at just the right moments to complement what I think was also a really well-called T-side.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like GamerLegion got the bare minimum they needed out of this event to have some sort of a recovery-like moment to happen prior to the major after a tough season, but opportunities to get a little bit further. Obviously, we talked about them on Inferno. They had their chances there, blew a couple of big moments. Saul takes advantage. This one, again, they had a fantastic T-side in the first half. I mean, seemingly putting themselves in position to have, something happen, but just could not do anything defensively other than the one round to, put a stop to Saul. So definitely some missed chances there for them.
Why don't we talk about the player that's going to come up on your screen right now, just purely because of his performance, not only in this series, but throughout the tournament. He has created every possible Lord of Rings reference that Striker could come up with, and he's really had a very good showing.
I was gonna say no more Aragorn jokes. It's Story who's come up big in this game. Obviously, Aragorn was top fragging, but I think Story was the player of the match for me. He had the 4K in the first pistol where he turned the 3v5 with the flank. He had the 1v2 in the second pistol. Then he had another big round in the second half to effectively close this down. So I think the three big, I mean, not really swing rounds, but obviously, if you win the pistol for your team, that's 6 rounds right there if you can convert the second, third round, right? And that's exactly what happened. And so, yeah, huge from Story.
Yeah,
Story's actually with Jackie right now. So we'll get back to Dust in a bit, but I think let's hear from the player.
I was just letting Story know the conversation going on the desk, of course, off the back of a very talented individual game. It's a great win for Saw. You close it down on Nuke as well, a map that's had ups and downs over the run at PGL. And I wanted to talk specifically off the back, that crazy round, literally the man himself, right? Huge spray. Was that the point mentally, the team and sort of the comms changed where you realized we've got them on the ropes. If we just keep pushing, play more aggressive, play more individual, we've got this in the bag?
Yeah, I mean, I think that round, after that round, they had zero chance to come back because it's really hard to come back after that type of rounds. And yeah, we just needed to do our job after that. He did great, and yeah, we are happy.
I can imagine so. It's got to be some good vibes. Obviously, that's third place guaranteed. You walk away with that title, the extra money, the VRS points alongside it. If we talk a bit about sort of the stature of the run there, you were close to making it into the grand final. Still getting this result, though, must be a big feat for Saw. With the infancy of the team, getting new players into the mold, it feels like it's all kind of clicking. We're seeing great signs from Aragorn. What's your perspective on the run overall, Story?
I mean, I think before the tournament we were not expecting anything like this because our practice was not going well. But you know, the tournament games are always different because we are more focused. The game is slower, and I think it fits us. And yeah, I mean, I think everyone played great. For myself, I think on the group stage I didn't play that well, but after that I started to have some confidence, and yeah, I think we did great. We need to keep doing tournaments like this because if it's just one run, it doesn't matter for the rest of the year. So yeah, we need to keep doing better, and yeah.
And I suppose obviously the good thing is because you had such a lengthy run and walk away with this, you got so many benchmarks versus different teams. And it felt like obviously we saw that change of flow with how the team was playing, even from yourself. You say coming out of groups into playoffs. From my perspective, it felt like you were let off the leash a little bit more. You were taking more sort of gut feeling in terms of the plays and hitting very good shots. Was that just you having a little bit more freedom, or was it the whole team adapting just naturally throughout the length of the tournament?
I mean, I think it was just my aim. It was not there, and yeah, I was just focused on getting better on the practice room, and yeah, it paid off. So yeah, but of course the team is adapting really well for my place, and it's making a huge difference because sometimes we are not so synced when the things go wrong, but when we are playing good, we are doing like a perfect round every time, and it just feels really good.
I wanted to ask as well, from your perspective, obviously being in the team with the boys every day and over the course of this run, is there anyone in particular you'd like to highlight there alongside yourself that sort of, you know, rose up to the occasion? Anyone you think deserves the flowers for this victory for SOAR?
I mean, of course, Mutiris, I think it's just amazing. Like he's a leader, in-game is really good. Like he's 30 years old and he's shooting like a 20-year-old guy. So yeah, I mean, I think he deserves a lot of credit for this run and for the other ones that we did. Yeah, I think it's him.
Always a legend. The whole team are. Before I let you go, Story, obviously to relish in it, walking away here with the nice third place and the additional benefits of it. Is there anything you want to say, obviously, to the fans who have been watching at home, seeing you boys stay as warriors over this run?
Can I say it in Portuguese? Então agradecer a todos, o apoio foi inacreditável, nós tentámos fazer o nosso melhor, não deu a final, mas conseguimos o terceiro lugar, que é algo também muito difícil de fazer neste tipo de torneios, e eu acho que temos que continuar assim e tentar melhorar a cada dia. E pronto, agradecer a toda a gente, agradecer ao show, e olha, o Roman é um noob. Tchau.
There you go, Story, a wonderful man to talk to. SOAR picking that one up. Let's get back over to the panel with Sam.
Him obviously giving some credit to Maturis, but I mean, I'm curious from both of you, who are some of the players you'll be watching into 2026 from this lineup?
Aragorn, it's got to be him. Honestly, massive revelation of this tournament for, I think, everybody, to be honest. I mean, he stepped up time and time again. Of course, I mean, Story ended up having the best playoffs. I think he was the best player outside of Aurora of the entire playoffs because of the last three series that he had. So he was a big one for me as well at the end because he had a bad start to the tournament, and then he even admitted it himself. You know, he had a slow group stage, and then he steps up for the playoffs where it really matters. You know, so yeah, props to him too.
Absolutely. I mean, he's like the only other long-standing member of this organization after Mutiris, and he's always been kind of like that stable opera for the team. Never quite a star, but always reliable. And so to see him come out and perform well is huge. And just a shout out to Mutiris because, I mean, think about what this guy's been through as the leader of this team. I mean, you think about the highs of Cologne last year when they still had Aradose and Ujers, and they saw those stars kind of leave the team in a very kind of awkward situation right next to the major. And then we kind of see them fall off after that. But he's gone through different iterations of the team. He's just kept grinding, kept his eyes focused, and has now built a team that has been really competitive lately. I mean, Fissure was a great result. This is another great result. Now you have something to build upon going into next year.
And he's kept finding these gems, right? I was talking about the GL, how he has developed into a really interesting player. Now somehow Aragorn's also another one that he's somehow molded into a player that can turn up on a bigger tournament like this. So for him to do that, you know, national teams are kind of a dying breed at this point, and we even saw it with Saw, what they were like, okay, maybe we do have to go international, and then they change their minds because they maybe see an Aragorn, you know, that comes up through the other teams in Portugal, you know. So it's very cool to see some of these teams who have to work with very limited player pools, talent pools, and you know, have to pick their pieces very wisely. And Mutiris has clearly been able to do that.
That is our third place. It goes to Saw, a big surprise for a lot of people. GamerLegion, some questions that they're going to have to answer. Striker, Dust, and myself, we're out. We're going to be going to watch that best of 5 grand final. And of course, that is coming up. Richard Lewis will be here with Yanko and Blair. Aurora up against Legacy. It's a cracker, so go fill your drinks and make sure you're right back here in the next few minutes to watch all the action. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from PGL Bucharest 2025. Joined this time around by Youngster from Heroic, Crims from Fnatic, Hooksy from Astralis, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hypex from GamerLegion, Martinez from Gentlemates. Which 2 maps would you get rid of and which 2 maps would you bring in?
Good question. I already know the answer because I didn't even think about it, but my 2 favorite maps of all time, it was Anubis and Vertigo. I would remove Dust 2.
Okay.
Dust 2 for sure. I don't like this map. Ancient I like, Mirage I like. Train, I think Train is not bad, but I think it has to be changed in some way.
Okay.
I don't know in what, but in some way it should.
Need some tweaks.
Yes, need some tweaks. Yes.
I hate overpass on Train. Like it's super boring. I would take back Anubis.
Okay.
I actually love Anubis. And I haven't played it, but Cobble, like I've seen some old clips since I'm a new person. I started 2021. Yeah. So I don't know, but Cobble, it seems so fun. Like when I watch old clips, it seems super fun.
All right, old school Cobble backing.
Yeah,
would be hell of a highlight.
I definitely removed Dust 2. I think the whole thing of like, having to spend some util on crossing to a bomb site is stupid. I know it's like nostalgic and a lot of people love the map, but I never really liked it. Another one I would remove, I'm not sure. I don't necessarily want to remove anything. I think just Train needs a bit of work, so maybe take it out a bit, look at it again, and then
tweak it a little, bring it back.
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you bring in for Dust 2 then?
I would love to see Tuscan.
Okay.
Yes, that was my favorite map in CS:GO, so yeah, I would love to see that back.
I'd probably get rid of some of the puggier maps. We've gone a bit too puggy in the last few years, to be honest. So I don't know, Mirage is a little bit boring, but I think Ancient probably is. There's so little I feel like in the meta that's changing. It's very similar a lot already. I liked Vertigo personally, and my team's full of Vertiglobals, so it'd be nice to bring that back. I love Cash. Cash is all my favourite map, but it's not ready, I think. I'm not really sure, honestly. I wouldn't like to see Anubis come back. I'd bring Vertigo back and bin Ancient, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, remove Mirage, please. It's like 10 years.
Yeah.
Any change, only one bench on their window that, is not difference. And bring back Vertigo, no, of course. Cobblestone, I didn't play, but Cobblestone will be good, I think. Mirage for Cobblestone. And the other is my best map, in my opinion, but is our Instavan now on Gentlemates, and I have to say remove Dust 2 and bring back, for example, Catch.
I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but I think actually remove Mirage and Dust 2.
Oh.
And bring in, this is crazy, Vertigo and Anubis again. It's crazy. I would not say this answer for like 2 years ago, but from playing these maps, it's just so boring. Nothing changes.
Bro, I completely agree with you. I actually think it makes sense. I think a lot of people sort of didn't know what they had until it was gone. Things are sort of, you know, in a bit of a staler state now. So I think it could be a good choice. They were fun maps, they were unique.
Yeah, exactly, unique. That's the Mirage and that's just...
It's a classic.
Yeah, classic, but yeah, I'm classic.
Let's start with what I would bring. I would bring in Cash. I want to see how it is on the new one. I mean, the old Cash I used to love anyway, so I would just want to play it for a little bit more. If I could bring the old Cobblestone, the OG Cobblestone, I think that's one of my favorite maps ever. So if I could bring it back to that one, I'd put Cobble and Cash. And if I had to get rid of a map, get rid of Dust 2. And let's go Ancient.
Oh.
Get rid of Ancient.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, Anubis was nice. Okay. If it was old Cobble, it would be Cobble, but if it's the new Cobble, I would pick Anubis.
That's fair. I don't think anyone's picking new Cobble.
No, I don't.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, welcome back to the PGL Masters in Bucharest. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. We're about to get into the grand final. First, I'm going to introduce you to our panel that will be setting that up. It is, of course, Yanko. It is, of course, Blair. Great to have you here, and obviously looking forward to a best of 5, the new normal in our MR12 era. But first, I've got some good news for you guys, good news for me, and good news for everyone at home, and that's about PGL have announced their new calendar that is coming up. And obviously this is all part of the VRS rules. Everyone has to announce in advance now, which is great for teams, great for talent, great for fans. Everybody knows what you're doing, and you can see this is what the PGL CS2 2027 calendar looks like. Lots of events, but guess what? We're back in 2028 as well. Obviously, we need to announce all of these things as far in advance as possible. And you can see an extended calendar, more events in 2028. PGL committed to Counter-Strike now for 3 years. And I will say, obviously, we all know this now, this could be subject to change. 2028 is a long time away. But the good news is more PGL action coming up in the future. So.
Yeah, it's great to see PGL back, and that they're going to stick around for a long time. I think we saw this year, especially with Cluj and Astana, right? The two arena events that were a success early on and will be coming back next year. And hopefully those events can become a staple in the calendar. And, you know, hopefully you guys don't forget about Belgrade, despite
listen, that was a crazy one.
Djokovic is just,
Djokovic is Djokovic. Djokovic's going to Djokovic. But no, I really hope we get a Belgrade as well. I haven't been there in, for an event in like 10 years, I think. And that might be where
when we did.
Which it wasn't even a great event. So definitely looking forward to going back for that. And I've been told as well, Blair, this is some good news. I got told there might be some surprises in the future. I imagine that could be where we're going to go on the calendar. So
I'm excited about like how PGL are willing to kind of buck the trend and try places we haven't really seen before. Yeah. Astana was, I think, genuinely a huge surprise for everyone concerned, even the fans as well. So yeah, I'd love to see them do more events, maybe Asia, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a great event for me. I never thought when I first started my esports journey I would get recognized in the middle of Kazakhstan, but I did, and it was a really good
it's all paid actors, right?
Yeah, true.
It's also
PGL do.
I think it's also very helpful, the ability to just plan in advance, right? And having the dates and knowing how your whole season in theory will look like, right? Like no shocks, no surprises, nothing can pop up last minute for you. So yeah, I'm liking where we're headed with this new ecosystem.
Another great thing about the VRS. Now we turn our attention to the grand final. As I said to everyone at home, it is a best of 5, which is great. Love that. But let's just set the table a little bit. Yesterday, appropriately, it was a day of Halloween horrors. Plenty of victims getting absolutely banged out with really small score lines and lots to think about as they go home. But these teams in the final, these are the monsters. These are the people that devoured everyone else on course to greatness. And you can see it's going to be Aurora versus Legacy.
It's a horror movie, a day of horrors for the victims, but for the antagonists, it was great. And no, Aurora, just the way they've come roaring back into form has been incredible to witness, right? Incredible performance yesterday, just dismantling their opposition. And for Legacy, it looked like they might miss the finals, but they make it back-to-back finals in relevant events in 2025, which is something not many teams can pull off in the current meta right now.
Yes, certainly. And look, we'll start by talking about Aurora because we talked about them a lot. On day 1, we declared them the favorites. By day 3, we didn't know. And it's certainly been a very up and down tournament for them, yeah.
For me personally, it's impressive that they're in the final because they haven't looked that good in the last month, 2 months, this season, really, right? And we just saw them in Malta for TWC, and there's only 4 days in between. Like, how are they going to improve? But they did manage to persevere, right? And they're in another grand final, and you can see this is not the first time they're in this position. This is for the core of the lineup, right? So read Voxix, Antares, Major, and there's some smaller tournaments in there. They lose the final of Jean Coping to Monty, right? Probably the closest they ever were to a trophy was that Pro League final against Navi, where it really felt like they had them, but that was just the year of Navi and able to come back into every single series, right? The last one at EWC was a 3-0 for the side of the Mongols, and even at the start of the year at Blast Bounty, Spirits made quick work of them.
I mean, I'll quickly tag on to this, Blair. Is this a matter of Aurora just are the perennial choke artists that whenever they've got one hand on a trophy, they can't get it done mentally? Or is it just a case of, look, they've ran into better teams and better teams will beat you?
I think it's a mixture of both, right? Like Janko touched upon, you go back all the way to Parry, please, and stuff like that. They should have won those games, in my opinion. But this 5-man roster, this 5-man lineup, ever since Jota has come in, is really, I think, is the best Turkish team we've ever had, right? Sure, honestly speaking. And even the losses they've had, the loss of Spirit, for example, and BetBoom losing to Mongols, who were at that point looking like the best team in the world as well. I think I wouldn't put too much into it. But coming into this particular matchup, looking to get that confidence they desperately need, I think getting a win here is going to be absolutely essential. Because if you can't get a win here over Legacy, then how much further can you see? And this is the quote from Major he made on HLTV, and he's like, the lack of confidence. And this is something we've been talking about throughout this entire event. We spoke about this in Thunderpick back in Malta as well. And it's not just about individuals not believing in themselves and whatnot, but also Major as well, man. The T-side woes, it does come down to the confidence and just kind of playing like underdogs instead of the favorites that you are, and you should know that you are.
I don't know how I feel about the interviews that Major's done. He was obviously transformed yesterday after a heavy win and being in a grand final. But I'll ask your opinion on this, Janko. Again, obviously a coach. You've worked with IGLs that talk to the media. Do you think it helps when he comes out and he says, look, we're just not confident right now? I don't know. I think he's the guy who has to imbue people with confidence, right?
He does, and that's a big part of being an IGL is like, are you a leader of men, not just the guy who calls the strats, right? Like, do you exude confidence from your teammates and belief with the way how you call, how you say things? You need to have that in your arsenal, really, as an IGL. And I'm not exactly sure what the situation is within their team. When he says that he felt for a little bit players lost confidence in him. I mean, that's how it looked like on the server 100%. Too, right? There was more hesitation for players individually, not enough initiative, right? And it all started piling on, really, in a way for Aurora. But listen, yesterday we saw them, how they look like when they play their A game. That GamerLegion game is Aurora benchmark at their best, peaking. And if they play the same way here, they're going to win this final, no problem. But replicating that is going to be tricky.
And you can see as well, look, obviously we know who's going to be at the major and everything. The season essentially decided on that ground, but just to confirm on your screen at home, the prize money is going to make a huge difference. And Legacy have really come into that VRS ranking right now, having been declared champions in Asia in another final here in Bucharest. And so let's set them up. For me, they are the most tenacious team I've seen here, Blair. They never know when they're beaten. Let's be real, they shouldn't be in the final. It should have been Saw. The game was right there, and Lux with clutch after clutch after clutch dragged his team kicking and screaming into this grand final.
That's the guy I want to talk about, right? You're looking at his team and you can look at so many pieces and how they're able to pop off. You're looking at Demar, you're looking at Sadzin and all these guys. But for me, Lux, man, calling, clutching, and as you pointed out, but also individually as well, the amount of, like, you look at his T-side stats, it's ridiculous how much work he's putting in as well. And for me, this team just reminds me of old Brazilian Counter-Strike. You know, it's fiery, it's feisty, and it just has that never say die attitude, which is so cool to see. And that's something actually lacking in the side of Aurora. How many times have you seen them kind of reset mentally when it's struggling? I just want to highlight these two players, right? I feel it's kind of do or die for both of them. For the two teams, it is so heavily reliant on Xantares, on Lux. Xantares having a pretty solid tournament overall. You look at
number one, he's in course for the MVP, I think.
100%. And you look at Lux, sure, overall rating's not the best, but look at his T-side rating and amount of work he's getting done on the T-side. And let's not forget his clutching ability as well. This guy's doing it all for his team.
Yeah, I mean, and remember, left Payne to become an IGL on Legacy. Hadn't done it before. Yeah,
Payne didn't want him.
Payne didn't want him. Yeah. Then he knocked Payne out of this tournament.
Yeah, look at me now,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. It really is a great story. Meanwhile, for that guy on the right side of the screen, the Turkish Terminator, as he's known, it's incredible, really, to see so much talent not be transformed into trophies down the years.
Today might be the day, right? Yeah. It's been 10 years since Xantares first played an international LAN at Copenhagen Games in 2015. It will be 750 maps of LAN play, you know, after this final has concluded. It might just lead to his first ever LAN trophy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think everyone's just been waiting for that, right? Like, it's almost criminal how the career that this guy has had and how much impact he's had in the scene overall, and the fact that he hasn't been able to quite lift a cup like this. But also, at the same time, you know, you look at the side of Legacy, and you could just look at the results they've had this year. Sure, we're praising them a lot about the CAC, the win they had in China, but apart from that, and apart from the major run in Austin where they went to stage 1 and 2, where everyone's very impressed, it's been kind of miserable, right? It's been kind of a rough outing overall. And then, let me just take a look at this season. You had the high placing in Austin, Fisher, 12th to 14th, EPL as well, struggling in stage 1, not even making close to stage 2. And then now, if they're able to win 2 back-to-back events in this economy, Rich, that's crazy.
And shout out to all the Bestia fans. Hate watching. Love it.
Yeah.
Right.
And the last time a Brazilian team won back-to-back events was Luminosity in 2016 with DreamHack Austin, right, and Pro League right after. So it's been a long time since, you know, Brazilian CS was back on track. Had Furia win in Malta while Legacy was winning over in China. So that's been great to see. And I don't think they're very like old school Brazilian CS. I think they're the new age of Brazilian CS. They're playing with more pace. They're more aggressive, right? And also as a team, they're playing really well, right? Across the board, it's a team effort when Legacy wins, and that's also a good sign.
And this is Nissim. They want revenge. He's declared it. It's official.
It's a while ago. Obviously, this is in Bucharest, like early this year as well, right? So yeah, it's cool to see him coming in, being like, yeah, I want to get revenge against Aurora, despite the fact that Aurora would slightly be still the favorite.
Well, here's the thing as well. With it being a best of 5 in a veto, nowhere really to hide. The map order can matter. What do you think you're going to see him?
I'm interested, like, who was going to be Team A, and we see that it's Aurora, right? And I think they need to pick Overpass, but because they have the first and the third pick, I don't think it should be the first map they pick.
Okay.
Well, actually, Legacy gets rid of it. I thought they were going to remove Train.
Same here.
One of the two they're going to veto. The other one, Aurora is going to pick. But I still stick with it that they shouldn't pick it as the first map, because you don't want to start your grand final playing T side of Train, right? Or Overpass for that matter. And it's still going to be there in the best of 3 if you leave it for the second one. So I
really like how Aurora approached the opening of this best of 5.
And I think Aurora should, at this point, 100% go for the train pick. And then, if I'm Legacy, just go for Nuke, right? Nuke is something, the Nuke T side, everyone remembers Aurora struggled on it. We really haven't seen him play on it after that as well. And Inferno is a decider. Both teams should be very comfortable on that one. And I agree with Yanko. I did expect the train ban coming out, you know, but Overpass getting taken out of the equation, that's going to make Aurora quite happy, actually.
Yeah, I think obviously we've seen Legacy pick some maps and then lose them and then beat their opponents on their map picks in a few series. Sure. And it's kind of like, I think they're still really trying to flesh out what their strongest map is. You know, for instance, the Inferno, you might back them in a game like this. They've beaten some really heavy hitters on Inferno, but lately that's kind of drifting out of favor and they've had some losses on it.
Yeah, I guess it's Legacy trying to go with Inferno because of the confidence, but even though they lost yesterday right there, I thought Nuke would be the obvious pick. That's fine, even if it goes that is if it goes to 4 and 5. For me, it's Mirage, right? Aurora have been miserable on Mirage. This CD side has been miserable on Mirage. And Xantares, by the way, they played 5 maps in Mirage so far this event. That is including the Astralis stomping where Xantares popped off. Even with that, he is the lowest rated CT side player for his team on that map. Wow, okay. And he's been struggling. And I don't know, maybe it's positioned to its connector. Maybe teams have adapted to the way he plays over there. But I feel like that is being kind of the Achilles heel when it comes to this Mirage of Auroras.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Legacy picked Mirage to some extent because it's more of a punish pick for them than it is like that they're super confident and have great results on the map. Also, I'm not sure about this overpass ban. I would have preferred if they banned Train because Aurora, they would have still picked it as a third map, but I think they're a much better Train team than they are an overpass team. But Legacy, I mean, both of them maps aren't great for them, so I guess they were just like going with
lesser of two evils.
Maybe they feel a little bit better on Train, and maybe they feel like they match up well against Aurora on the map.
We'll get our commentators' opinions on it quick before we jump into the final. It is, of course, Scrawny and Launders.
Hello.
What do you think, chaps?
It's the Racism World Cup Grand Final. The one thing that I love about this the most, what I love about Legacy, is that there's a furious CEO saying that
Let him stand alone, Connor. Let him cancel himself. It's been long overdue.
The furious CEO saying a Brazilian team, a Brazilian 5, could not win a major. And here's Legacy with 4 players no one's ever thought of adding to a Brazilian powerhouse or super team, winning an event already. So being a tournament favorite as sort of underdogs, all together, that's my favorite part.
All right, guys. I'm glad we got the 2 passionate fan bases watching as well for the sake of PGL. The final is underway. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Richard. That's right. We kick it off here on Dust 2, folks. As for my thoughts, Mo, I'm just thinking if Legacy, a team who just learned that they can win last week, the Desk did a good job of going down that long list of Aurora's second places. 10 years for some of these players and never touching a LAN trophy. You can't help but think of the scar tissue that's got in the back of your mind. And, we talk about Counter-Strike being a mental game. That is what Madger even brought forward in that interview yesterday, that it's about confidence and you can roll with momentum. And that's why they were able to just kind of dismantle their opposition with those 13-1 stacks. But man, momentum in terms of winning grand finals, that momentum belongs to Legacy at the moment. We'll kick this off with the door challenge. Xantares is going to find first blood in this best of 5. And that smoke's still up on CT, but speaking of CTs, Nissim solo in the back of B site. Here comes the challenge from Lotto, out of spawn. Bomb gets cut off and slowed down on the back of Xantares. Dude, there's a lot of sloppy pistol shots coming out, but ultimately it is Legacy to falter, and it is Aurora to move that towards the B site and just have to deal with Doomau now. So a T-side pistol kickoff on map 1 of this BO5. That's looking real good for Aurora.
Excellent for Aurora. Now, the interesting thing about the Season 1 of this year was it was Aurora and Mongols, obviously. Tail told to death already at this point, but the interesting part about that, and you bring up scar tissue, is that the Mongols were the youngest team and Aurora were one of the oldest overall. And there is a point where too much experience and not enough stamina and just seeing too many losses can definitely count against you. And there is a thought in the back of their heads right now. Like, they've lost actually easier grand finals than this. Aurora played amazing yesterday. It feels like it's going to be destiny that Xantares picks up his first LAN. But it's entirely possible that the mental side of this makes the difference, even if they should be favored in the best of 5. They've been favored in best of 5s.
Sure. They've held on to it. They were meant to be champions in events past. Is it really going to happen today? Because we talk about this year being such a great one for Aurora in terms of their kickoff, but we are at the final 2 events of the year for Aurora. It's this and then the Budapest Major. A taste of victory going into that event would lead themselves to believe that anything is possible. Katie at top middle going to be challenged by the force buy here of Legacy. You know Legacy is going to be swinging at you all night long. We saw them go up versus Saw, who started strong on Inferno yesterday, and they never stopped force buying that entire half, Legacy. So you can tell them that Aurora are the favorites. Aurora can start strong even, and it's almost like Legacy can't get it through their thick heads that they are at the disadvantage. And that embodiment, that constant pressure, that'll be a test for Aurora as this series goes on.
Oh, this gets calmed. Joda's coming out wide. Good kill. That stabilizes the situation.
Ambitious jumps shots from Sadzin. That scout doesn't find its mark. They get tagged up themselves, these 2 remaining Legacy players, and when you think about the prospect of nothing but USPs in the next round, you can't help but feel like these low-health MP9 and scout wielders are just going to call it quits, throw in the white flag, and save for the 3rd one. Aurora win a pistol and convert.
Can you dry yourself off with that flag?
Sometimes, if you choose to. I don't get it, but you're laughing at me.
The towel, Connor.
Oh, wait, what about it?
You throw it in.
Yeah? What did I say?
You have to watch the clip.
No! Gotta wait 5 minutes. Oh, I said flag. Yeah, you don't throw in the white flag. You wave the white flag. You throw in the towel. You mash them together.
That folks, is a Connorism.
Corn dogs.
Corn dogs, right.
Throw in the white flag.
It's crazy how you make a connection that just sounds right.
Mm-hmm. My brain works in its own unique way. I'm special.
And this is one of those grand finals that's special no matter who wins. You know, like again, the story as Yanko brought up back in 2016, Luminosity winning back-to-back events for Brazil. We obviously had that crazy day where I don't know if that's ever happened. Where 2 Brazilian teams win in the same day. That's insane. That was the same day, right? That was CAC and Thunderpick at the exact same.
There might have been some time zone overlap,
maybe,
but
same 24 hours.
Let's call it the same weekend at the very least.
Yeah, so it's pretty unreal. But again, Legacy are the full Brazilian lineup. And that's something that even at the top, in Brazil, they weren't sure if they could build a lineup that would win.
Terrence moves into the pistols of Catwalk, and he's got Madger right behind him to get both of those kills. Sadzin and Lotto continue to make it interesting. Nissim, it's a little bit labored, but there's just no way they pull this off, dude. Of course they do. With the little bit that they had left in the last round, they kick it off in middle. Nissim ends up coming up with 2 huge 5-7 frags and all of that, and Aurora are going to have to stomach losing the most unlikely round of the 3 we've played so far.
It's not often you get to talk about a veto in a best of 5 where it actually might matter, and the fact that they banned Overpass, I feel like is the best thing they could have done, right? Legacy, because we saw Aurora, they looked specifically amazing on Overpass. That's where I think Madger had, he had his best map in an Aurora jersey, period. He called incredibly well. The setups were fantastic. They've just taken that out, and I feel just like yesterday versus GamerLegion, mood is going to be a big factor. And Legacy, with the veto, bringing it to Dust 2, not giving them the chance to have that 10-2 CT side overpass to start things off, I think is a great idea. But there are no real punishes in this series. And again, Aurora, even though they get second place all the time, they have a really solid map pool. They play a lot of best of 5s. They do this.
Which feels like we're going to start with a real sequence of fisticuffs, kind of beat each other up a little, and then let the dust settle as we get into those more lopsided CT halves. You know, Train waiting in the wings in the middle of the series. No, excuse me. The end?
Oh, here comes the push.
Held off from the window. Lotto and Nissim gonna make absolute mincemeat of the players trying to push out middle. So Legacy guns weaponized towards a stellar hold, and we saw and heard Aurora after these first couple of rounds just kind of chirp a little bit. They're not going to get ahead of themselves. They know it's going to be a long road today, but it's going to be silenced quickly by Legacy. who are also becoming more familiar with these long runs in grand finals.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, saving it for that kind of back half of the third map. That's when Dumao nowadays is starting to let his opponents know that they are about to approach the win.
Yeah, I mean, their win, it went 5 maps. It was a long, long series. I mean, Legacy, the team yesterday, I mean, they were 1 kill away from losing, and then had to come back from that game and then a whole map and crushed it. They believe. They believe.
So a difficult pill to swallow if you're Aurora, starting off pistol with conversion, now down to Glocks in the 5th round of play. Again, it's just all about recency sometimes. Legacy can look across the server, think about the ceilings of Aurora, but just remember that they are the hottest prospect in Counter-Strike at the moment. Breaking beyond Tier 2, becoming a mainstay. This victory would thrust them up into being the 8th highest ranked team in the world.
Yeah, that's
surpassing
crazy because
Aurora.
no one's ever called Legacy Tier 1. That is something that,
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And by nature of the teams at this event, you know, kind of missing 1 through 8, they still have to prove themselves at the major, but what a perfect springboard this event could be for them. Cementing that CAC was no fluke.
Oh, totally. And this grand final is the most legitimate best of 5 they could have played at this event.
They go up against the highest ranked team at this event. And we'll see if the nature of the win really kind of takes it all away from Aurora. But obviously, no matter who starts to get this early lead, we can't really truly talk about victories on map 1. It's the best of 5 affair. It's going to be a mountainous journey this evening. Ups and downs, no doubt. While both teams have had some blowout results, they've also shown, you know, mistakes at times. And we're not looking at either Aurora or Legacy as playing perfect CS this week. Entertaining? Absolutely. Lux holds on the long corner with Xanterez on the approach. Smoke lands on him, so Xanterez knew exactly where he was. Easy to zone in for that headshot. That'll make Xanterez's job all the easier. We go 5 versus 3 for Aurora. Cat play in Wicadia gets cut down, so it's going to be just one direction. Attempting to pressure from long.
Big.
Frags opening up the smoke, but still no commitment to that cross. And Legacy just going to burn through all of the utility. There's one more frag here for Saxon.
They're just trying to delay for the smoke to eventually come up, so they have to cross open.
And the T's don't have any more utility. The T's didn't go for it.
This is actually insane.
Interesting.
They don't have time to do anything else, right? Are they going to be able to make it all the way to B? The thing is that Legacy, they are still playing a little bit for information.
Sure. Floating somebody down in CT spawn, it would have to be tunnels to avoid it all, and even that cat player in Nissim could maybe take a look. Woxic's scout presence is one thing, but they're stomping all over.
Sadzin will cross.
Sadzin thinking maybe there's somebody out middle, so he has to go for that desperate jump over. Takes a ton of damage. 7 seconds. Bomb stopped. It's been thrown to the back of the site, but Madra doesn't pick it up in time. Aurora try to rotate this to the other side of the map, and they miss out on the clock.
Man, I'm not even sure if I hate the move. It didn't look right at first, but it did catch Legacy off guard. If Xanterez killed Sadzin right there with his spray,
done.
That's it. They get the plant, they have the site, the retake's probably impossible. So it looks, it might look silly if you're watching that and you go, oh, they lost because of one shot. But in reality, they did catch the rotator, they did have an open site, they did have enough time to get there, even though it was close. And they walked to make sure that most of the time it was totally unspotted. So the reason that happened is because Legacy threw out all their utility. The only reason they did that was just because of the cross smoke. They wanted to kill 15 seconds. Mollies, flashes, threatening pushes, a smoke on site to threaten the swing around it, everything to delay, and they won that fight. You know, it could have been Aurora saying, screw it, let's just duel into CT spawn, but that's where the op is, that's where there's actually 3 of the players from a Legacy, and their material advantage doesn't matter as much.
Going to send Aurora for a bit of a spin, having to move into this one with a scout and Mac 10. Low utility and a confident opening move here from Lux. Takes over Suicide, frees up that rotate back through the mid doors. Almost losing Dumao on A, could have served up an issue. This is a scout versus an op between Sadzin and Woxic.
They're locked in here, man. This is it's classic Dust 2 position, but being 5 long with the time coming down, like, you really want to just hope for a bad mistake.
Well done by Woxic here to soften up Sadzin, soften up Dumao.
But the utility advantage is definitely on the CT side now. Like, coming from last round, they lost.
Eating the flashbang. CT drops a smoke in the middle of the bomb site. Nissim sprays the whole magazine. That could be seen as an invitation to cross if you're Aurora. They go 4 players walking to the ramp. Is this going to be a sudden pop-up? Still no activation on the long flank as Woxic's still left over towards Pit. He's also looking to come join them. And here it is, that point of contact. Wakati and Xantares together. It is only Nissim of the 3 players on that site to get anything going. Down goes the scout player. Still a little space within that bomb site for Aurora to work. The flank continues. The damage racks up.
It could be both.
Frank gets one off the play, flushes Madger down to the base of the ramp, and he's still got fight left in him. Huge move from Sadzin to go back around towards long, and you can see Madger blindsided by a USP of all things. Legacy down to 1 player means Aurora almost just broke through that site.
They love taking that shot off Cat and leaving. That was such a fast rotation, hard for Madger to read. They almost win the rounds, right? They almost get the trades, but to be honest, I don't see them at an advantage at any point in that round until those, that became a 1v1. And even then, there was that rotation that came through. Aurora, they were pretty low on money to try to go for that same utility exchange, where Legacy already proved they were very good at spacing it out. The only thing I'd like to see different is just, if it's going to be like a 4-1 to keep options open like they wanted to try to employ the round previous where they went B, some kind of lurk in the mid doors to catch them coming out of CT spawn, but something to give you the edge because you're riding with a MAC-10, low grenades, and not much map control.
Madger just stomping his way up to the B split, but opening up that smoke will open up an easy hold. Lotto sprams through, makes sure the bomb goes down on tunnels, and there is nothing for Aurora to get going in this one. Just good interruptive utility offered up by Legacy. Again, I think just another prime sign of their willingness to get in your faces, to poke and prod at your ideas. They move quick and they move quickly together. You see these 3 players down in CT spawn, helping one another, tethering with util, setting each other up to succeed in holding back Aurora. And with those MAC-10s not being able to get towards that B site, it's a rock-solid defense from the Brazilians.
It's very good. It's more what you expect. Again, a team that sticks to their personality through thick and thin, and we see that tested basically every single match. And Aurora, who you don't know who you're going to expect. If we got Aurora yesterday, they probably win this series easily.
Sure.
But that was a kind of peak condition. That was peak form. It sort of came out of nowhere as well. I did expect it to be close still, like in terms of that form to today.
We've got time. I mean, we've seen very slow starts from Aurora, specifically versus SAW in that best of 3 during the group stage of this event. We watched Aurora probably look as flat as I have ever seen them, specifically on Nuke versus SAW. For 6 rounds, we were sat here scratching our heads as if Aurora weren't even, playing with their eyes open. And yet, within that series, they still had fight. So,
that's a good point.
Feels like an inevitability that they will bite back at some point. But the problem is, we saw yesterday as well, when you give Legacy a chance to start getting confident, when their war machine gets rolling in a BO3, a BO5,
yeah, they need like a 2K to feel confident, like in 1 round on exits. Like they just get fired up at anything.
So hard to put the brakes on Legacy. You hope they start slowly.
Oh, the 2 ops. Nissim hasn't shot yet. They could shoulder this. If Nissim pushed in, it would be a good opportunity if they're going to set up.
Mid-rotate still a little bit further back.
That's spotted.
Aurora may find the right time. Like you said, this is a good chance for Nissim to push in.
Yeah.
He will clip Madger off the play. Just kind of sat there behind the pillar. No immediate re-peek either for Aurora. And that bit of contact, that's going to be a warning sign for Legacy. You can see that now Lotto looking to come join Nissim, and not the best smoke. Nissim's still going to have vision over the edge of it. So if they stack up to the right side, well, he would have had a chance at an additional kill. He'll open up the smoke entirely, and that gives Wicadia and Joda the chance they need to come right back into this round. That was by your own design, and you die for it.
Yeah, he's exposing himself to the whole tunnels. We haven't seen Aurora go for a lot of lurks or a lot of change. They have changed their mind, but they haven't faked necessarily. So I think after Joda got that first kill, he was still worried about the exec coming in. But as we can see right now, Legacy are just gearing up to try to punish exits. Double entry gets Aurora this round.
Off the back of a 4 versus 5 disadvantage. Legacy had to know what they were signing up for when they threw out that frag grenade. Xantera is going to try to alleviate a route for Joda, but that's Sadzen from Spawn to just try to keep the costs up. Woxic dying to the bomb as well. It's a round on the board for Aurora.
And even if it's not a perfect round, like they get caught on that push and it takes them a while to get back and they just continue with their simple idea to get into B. I want to see Aurora winning off of rounds like that, getting 2 entries at once. Like they should be standing tall over basically every team when it comes to their entry potential or just overall individual skill. With Legacy as individuals, it's mostly a win by committee. Aurora are a much more top-heavy team. And for good reason. They have Woxic and Xanteris and Wicadia getting 3 Ks every round on good days.
Sadzen now with a chance to shave a player off of this mid setup. Woxic still just a scout. Limiting factor in this head-to-head, but he doesn't actually peek into the angle. Now you're going to catch Woxic with a nade out. Flash finds its mark. Xanteris doesn't pounce entirely, but gives himself a good position in the doorway. Has to forego it off of that flashback from Sadzen. Crazy push to come in.
Absolutely
had a chance,
insane.
got a shot off, right? Didn't miss that by a massive margin. But it does give Aurora an advantage to work with. Frag grenade damage is very good here. 2 players incredibly soft for Lux. A reload needed and a flash goes high. That's a great chance for Wicadia to pounce, if not for Doom winning the duel up close and with a 4v5 disadvantage in their faces. Legacy fight. 2 nades into the cat execute, denies Aurora a chance to move that execute forward. And Legacy will thrust them back into winning ways. If not, for a chance here over towards tunnel. Xanteris is low health, 6 HP. This is a sitting duck for Nissim.
He spotted it though, right?
He knows he's here, and he'll finish that one off. Woxic, do you try? No, sir. Not at 10 seconds. So with Aurora winning the previous round with only 1 player left alive,
man, that
Legacy
was so
put the
clutch
pressure
by Lux.
back on.
Dude, Lux is standing out, on Legacy, who we're all getting used to seeing them more and more often. Like, he's been so clutch at this event. That round, he uses 2 HEs. He basically assists himself. 2 HEs to get a player into the red, 1 bullet when he's dropping down on a CT, a 2nd kill off that spray.
And then Doom feeling inspired by what he's seeing as he rotates down long, eats the flashbang, and still is content to fight. I mean, you just look at the, look at the willingness to do combat. That is what Legacy are always up to. Sadzen going into that Xanteris challenge in middle. Like, okay, he tries to set himself up with a flash, but again, he's setting himself up. Same with those 2 frag grenades that come up from Lux. They're happy to set themselves up because the self-belief, why wouldn't it be at their career high? Legacy winning more than ever right now.
There's a 2 nades get juggled to the ramp. In good hands with Lux once again.
Doom could have his hands full here. He's going to be solo on the door hold. Mac-10 jumps out, banking on Xanteris to trade, but he trades with 60 damage coming his direction. So they'll establish a bit of long control. Nissim could fall victim to the Wicadia corner hold.
Teammates far behind this, and oh no, Wicadia's got to get it.
Nicely done, Nissim.
It's a crouch peek. Solid on the read.
Awesome to see Nissim have this great of a start to the series as well.
This is interesting. They tried to do what they did last time, taking long control, but this time they're rotating back so early to B. They keep trying to create this timing over on this side of the map. And to be fair, they have found an open site, I think, 2 out of 3 times, but numbers are against them. Nissim's going to start to come back, and he's coming back too quickly. Oof. Oh, and this is actually now going to be a 3v3 retake on the B site.
Another scramble to try to get back into it. Smoke on the door, so you'd think that op shot on the cross made impossible, especially with Sadzin still in the backdrop. We've got one smoke grenade here for Lotto. Insane from Lux to go flying through that window. Wow. Legacy just trying to pounce on them when they thought Aurora wouldn't expect it, maybe because of a symptom of the fact that they didn't have utility for the play.
Yeah, mollying the window, then running through it just to get their crosshairs off of it. And maybe that molly was off the mark.
Good on Xanteres to recover this round.
I mean, Aurora's game plan looks so simple here on Dust 2, and obviously it's working way better for Legacy fighting against it, but these plays, like going late to B in different timings, this one a little bit earlier than the last, I mean, they're getting what they're looking for out of it.
Terrorists win. But again, costs just keep getting racked up versus Aurora. Feels like any hope of momentum currently exists on a knife's edge. It's also felt like in the last 24 hours in their previous two series, Aurora have just kind of been a little more vocal, you know, a little more fired up. Weaponizing some energy, get it out of your system, even if sometimes it's frustrations, right? This is a team that we've seen actually start kind of yelling at each other as the pressure gets high, as these grand final losses continue to stack against them. But you got to ride the good times while they're happening, or else the lows can just be so stacked against you. Right now, Util exchanged on long with a player into pit, but low.
Oh, the second nade. Wow, that's actually so cohesion, man.
Yeah. Legacy just so on it in that regard, but they try to keep pressuring Xanteres, and he was a key element of getting Aurora back into the previous round as well. His 2 kills, what got Aurora onto that B bomb site. So the fact you get the 5v4 and still feel the urge to push through those mid doors, you should know Xanteres resides on the other side. And what do you know? It is another moment where Aurora could still have some fight left in them. They'll group back up into the tunnels, and when we look at this B setup, it's Nissim outside of sight. How prime for the taking does this half of the map look for Aurora?
Oh, they're going to go through the smoke, right? It's going a bit too far. Oh, they tagged him, but doesn't matter. Another good chance to take B here.
They'll just leak through with Wicadia on the coverage. You know, Legacy's decision to go for that mid challenge, trying to get over map control, but then at the same time giving up so much over towards B. Aurora find a way back through.
Doable
Legacy
retake
double
now,
off though. Double off for this retake. Doable, yes, but likely? I don't think so.
True.
Incendiary double flashbang, can't smoke off any of the positions, can't really give yourself any cover to get through. Better hope these flashes find their mark. And with Joda looking up towards the windowsill, doesn't seem likely. He's got to turn, tries to track the drop, and him, Madger, and Wicadia will all pick up a kill. So great little rebuttal here at the end of this T side. Aurora finding an affinity for this B site and the success that comes right with it.
I mean, you look at 8-4, it's disappointing. 5-7, I think that's adequate, especially those being comeback rounds. Still really well done for Aurora. And again, I like that their game plan just kept paying off in the end. I mean, they're putting lots of pressure on Nissim to like push to get his kills early inside of upper B. But most of the time, Aurora had a free site to walk into. So really good game planning by them, even if the A side of the map was pretty well locked down by Legacy.
Looks like Xanteres isn't going to waste this opportunity to shine. Looking for impact in a grand finals, as the dream of touching a trophy lives on. It was a key part of the recovery within those last 2 rounds. And we've seen Dust 2 games where Nissim's over towards that B site letting rounds go because he doesn't have many frags to talk about, but this is still a stellar first half from him. Highest rated player in the best of 5 series versus 3D Max for the CAC Grand Finals. He will play a role in the victory if Legacy have intentions to win tonight. Their first T-side of the best of 5 begins with Xanterez down in the lower tunnels, ready to meet the Lux and Dumao duo. Ooh, fire at his feet. Good call out.
Well, they're still pushing though. Wicadia. He's out in front of this.
Trying to take a... Oh, that's why. Turns back towards barrels, but sticking around there, reopened the threat of Legacy. Beretta's tap back, and Xanterez shaves Lux off this one. So man advantage still held on to by Aurora.
Okay.
Lotto not even looking for the duel. He had places to go, people to see, things to do. Dumao. Oh, 2 kills into the 1v3 clutch. Bomb is still up towards Cat. He's worried about a CT player. This gives time for Madger to make his move.
Yeah, if he was up on Cat, he would have heard this. But now, with Bomb turned the corner. Madger, there's an outside chance he doesn't see this at all.
Dumao also, small note, still hasn't reloaded. 3 bullets in this Glock. 3 kills in the round.
He's so sure about this, but he's wrong. Dumao, he's turning around once in a while, but will it be now? No, Madger comes and finds him. That is great here for Aurora. That one smoke break in mid just yielded them so much. The kill off the top of Xbox, one on Cat as well. They had no idea Xanterez was there.
Dumao was just entranced with the thought that the last player was in CT spawn.
I've never believed in the read so hard.
Easy for Madger. Sadzen scout damage through the mid doors on the cross. Certainly could help. But it still requires a lot of work from, Legacy. I got the hiccups of getting nervous. Game's getting close.
Let's see if they can spoil this lead. They're in a prime position to do so. Even with the buy-up coming back from Legacy. It's going to be the B split. Actually, there's no one inside of middle. It looked like it might have been not coming this way, but okay, that's huge.
Big pickup, man. Xanterez continues to find impact as this game goes on. Woxic playing in front of the smoke now. Looks like he's going to be written off. Or is he? Lux doesn't actually step into his line of sight. They're going to go for another smoke. Now you've got the crossfire, MP9 and Famas. Woxic still yet to activate, but that's with the B site now being cleared out.
Oh.
Then he tries to make his move a bit late. Once the distractions had kind of dried out.
Agreed. I feel like he knew that wasn't going to work. They had nothing to watch, but this actually brings Madger back into the round. Lux will feel pretty upset about this if this ends up losing it. AK picked up, he's got to reload. He's got a bit of time, no kit though.
And there's none on the player backside either, so this is Madger just having to get ahead of that mid flank first and foremost. This buys him a little more time for the 1v1, but the fact the Plat player stays so locked into this deep corner is going to just burn off time for Madger, and then he gets tagged as he arrives. So Nissim and Sadzen combine to close out. There's a ton of damage there for even the remaining Legacy players.
That was their chance to tie up, man. They had a pretty big advantage in that situation. Woxic, if he's a second sooner, he could have gone for the push.
That's both halves as well. Legacy winning before the pistol momentum is fully realized. An MP9 and Scout is what took it for Legacy in the first half on their CT side. That force works. Scout damage both directions. It's actually Wicadia to come out better off. Aurora making this harder on themselves by not converting that pistol for everything it's worth. Good spam damage comes through from Lotto.
Hit them both. It's already the A site softened up considerably.
Taking over Cat presence, but right now we've got Aurora stacked strong inside this site and banking off with Cadia making a move. And Xanterez is going to draw Lux around the corner, exposing him to everybody. Nice little bait and switch between Xanterez and the whole pack
Cat Pressure's going to get this kill, yeah.
Further damage continues here from Nissim. He's looking to find that route towards B. We get the tunnel push coming out, but...
Just avoiding it, man. They're going to see an empty site and then start watching their flanks again. This is just great mid-rounding from Legacy. When they saw two people, maybe heard that scout in the background as well. They said, okay, let's just avoid. Oh, wait a second. 4v3 now.
4v3 with damage on 3 of the 4. Joda's going to double back. This is a 1v1 versus Nissim. And if Nissim suddenly has to go help on... never mind. He doesn't even get the chance to turn around. Now Aurora are working with something, and they finish it off. 3 up strong. Aurora bounce right back. They draw Lux off Catwalk into that pack and never stopped moving.
That's awesome. They got that kill in CT. I think it was Dumao right in front of a flash. That could have just been a 3K spray down on the CT. Instead, it's such an unlikely position converted. Low on util, not great guns. HP bars down low.
Man, feels like they really needed that. You can't just be on the receiving end of these sorts of buys. You've got to pull them off yourself. Getting one right here. An immediate response to the force buy win of Legacy.
See, emotionally, you know, it's like you basically barely invested and you won. So the reaction shows how much hope that brings them. Just another cute T-side idea. The lurk smoke the end of the B tunnels. That one missed. Woxic now, he's got to be the guy.
Fire lands behind him. Uh-oh, no, not back and forth like this. Aurora emotionally so high after that last round. Xantares, nice tap on the adjustment. Isn't able to finish off Dumao. Xantares pissed in the background.
He missed it. He can't recommit to that.
So Dumao's going to keep his head tucked. Nissim wins the Tech 9 kill out towards mid. Oh no, dude. Aurora are on a roller coaster of emotions right now.
That's crazy. And this is just an average day for Legacy. They just go through this every time, no matter what. Did he get clipped on the box?
Not sure.
That might have been bad clipping or bad movement. Either way, it was bad.
You don't
Not to say he wouldn't have died anyway. Like, they kind of covered that perfectly.
You don't want to start a chirping challenge versus Legacy.
Yeah, they got some birds.
Saw Xantares in the background of Woxic's player cam after he died with only one of those kills. Oof. Going through the highs and lows of Counter-Strike at the moment. There's still enough to work with in this round. MP9 wins its fight towards long. You saw Major, after that last round concludes, trying to remind them, you got to fight for it, tooth and nail, every step of the way towards that B site, serving up a distraction. Nissim's going to give himself a smoke, and that creates ambiguity. Major is going to be on his own at A, knowing that the threat of them coming this way is true, but Bomb still sits in spawn here.
Wait, Dumao's not clearing this. It's possible he starts making noise unless he thinks it's long, but Major, is he going to pop up?
Yes. At the right time and finding Dumao looking the wrong direction.
They seem a bit confused, like there's a lurk in place, but there isn't.
For a second, it felt like Legacy was going to recover this 3 versus 5. I hope Aurora gives it to Legacy if they win this force buy as well, but that's a big if, because after Major stays in cover long enough.
This could be interesting. They don't have a smoke for the cross.
Gonna try to just pressure it with the flash, and it does blind both, seemingly, but they didn't actually jump over in that moment, and Xantares has pressed this MP9 in behind the site's boxes. 20 to the clock. SMG strikes down the bomb, and with Nissim on 29 health in 15 seconds, they've got it. They do still follow through, and they'll stick this landing, but there's no overt celebration because, again, it's a roller coaster back and forth for Aurora, still trailing by 1 round here.
And going by the numbers, like, they're going to be buying to broke because they only had 2 saved. They get the op here for Woxic. But you play this back and forth with a T side, they're always going to have more chances to embarrass here. So 5 rounds at the beginning of this half, none consecutive. but it looks like Legacy will actually finally concede. Oh, wait, I got the awkward money, actually. Nissim, wait. Nissim, oh, did he drop that scout? He's $0 with a deagle and the armor. They all forced up a little bit. Just so imbalanced. Okay.
Sells the deagle, gets some more utility instead.
It's funny to see Lux with the AK, but to be honest, in situations like this, like, he's kind of the guy who will end up winning you the round. He has consistently done so.
Fast one for Xanteris to have to handle, but fine by it. No support for Dumao as he just chucks himself down into the rifle's face. And Joda looks to tether with Xanteris on the tunnel's pressure. It's an invite for Nissim to try to get them on the fallback, but that AK changing hands. And a smoke primed here by Joda. He'll throw that forward. Wicadia, gets popped.
No
and
way.
Down he goes.
You're joking.
Joda falls right there with him. There is a ton of damage done. So much damage.
HEs.
Aurora need to know that they can still believe in finishing off this round right now. Xanteris gets deagled in the head, though.
Stop it.
And it's not like he actually softens up Lotto. These AKs, you'd think surely one of them is going to find its way into Lotto's hands so that he could potentially be the closer. No scope through the window. The fact he gets away with that peek unpunished, that is not going to happen twice. Aurora, 5 versus 3, 1 AK against them. 2 players inside of the B site with a smoke in front of it, and they still lose control of this bomb site. But they're gonna try to get the retake going, and it all falls on Woxic. That second chance into the retake never comes. The most legacy round we've seen yet.
Yeah, since the last one. They do not stop, man. And this is the point where on the CT side, again, you could have the low buy. It's not going to be nearly as scary. It actually works out for Legacy. Loss bonus at 1900, and this game, it could end soon.
This one with the smoke popping on top of the 2 players. Both those guys get tagged. This kill is huge.
To be honest,
from Lotto.
The micro of Nissim right there, like the guy spotting isn't the guy he kills, and he's so far back he kind of knows it. Yeah, I get how frustrating it is to play against them. They're just, I don't know, they're so in tune sometimes with what risks they can take. And their aim backs it up. So much conviction in their peaks.
I'd kill for live translations. But that's that steam that I'm telling you Aurora kind of have to blow off. Hopefully it just doesn't start to come inwards. No point in playing a blaming game while the BO5's still live. Aurora have proved to us that they can win rounds similar to those of Legacy. This back and forth affair will just not stop. 6 rounds consecutive. We go back and forth. The scout to challenge through CT gets toppled, but it is damage on Lux. And they know Xanteris should still be back there. Joda activates from long, has to pick a target. So many backs turned, but he shoots way too late, and they've already gotten their path opened up towards that B site.
That's so tough.
Legacy finally able to string 2 rounds together, and it comes by way of an 11-8 lead here on Dust 2.
Anything but an SMG, I guess, and there's a chance, but there's a reason he has one. All of these rounds going back and forth, it being too costly for Aurora. It was bound to happen. Someone was going to break through. Unfortunately for Aurora, it wasn't them.
And yet another instance here as well, where we look across the board for Legacy. You know, you said at the start of this event, sometimes it's hard to kind of pull Legacy apart and evaluate each of the pieces. Yet another moment where they are seizing the opportunity across the board. No weak links.
It's crazy.
Just X factor from top to bottom.
I think it's what you picture when you think of a good CS team, and it's just never what actually happens. It ends up being much more top heavy, but it's a game where everyone starts. There's no like roles like you have in, you know, Valorant or Overwatch or something like that. Like everybody has the opportunity to do the same stuff. All the roles are sort of made up and they change on the fly, but it really goes to show how much range each player has at different portions of the round. Whether it be the clutching, the rifling, you had Nissim opping in that first half, like
Aurora trying to pull out of this tailspin now, coming in with a force.
That was a chance too.
2 scouts, triple MP9s, a look at the mid setup, but ultimately it's just Wicadia taking damage in the engagement, not getting anything out of it. Our Aurora so far. Zantares presses against the door. Molotovs to unsettle Madger. And they hear him burning on the fallback. Second Molly's actually a dud. And a quick shift for Aurora, throwing Zantares at this problem, adding himself to Woxic. It's a capable duo. We know what it can do. But working with less in the face of a strong Legacy. Missed shot on the fallback from the scope, but Zantares is there, and that's why they put him there.
I swear the best part of these rounds for Aurora is these MP9 kills. Like,
they've proven to be enough. But a 4v5 for Legacy to face, and they go silent here still with Majority stationed on Cat.
they're both protecting a gun and readying a split. They want to keep it simple. To be honest, if Aurora don't move, I don't even think they really have an advantage, like versus a full buy like this. They're not working on any pushes, no rotations. Retake odds are obviously very low. If they get another kill on the site hold, they could talk. But okay, here comes a flank. And the kill.
Yep, and they're being corralled into Woxic. Again, there are low health bars on the CT side, but the continuation of this damage is looking good, and a fast flank from Madger's going to finish off the low player. Here it is, 2v5 when they get there first. Sadzin can't be stopped on the plant. Oh, the cover's there, but the health is so low. Wicadia's got the cleanup, and I got to say it, Aurora needed that one. Needed it right here just to keep themselves believing.
Yeah, need is such a crazy word in this game. It feels like they need him every single time. Can't get that 2 in a row. Working here the hard way. Both teams know they could have won this game already. That's sort of where we're at this point. So the gap gets smaller. The buy comes back well. Aurora, again, MP9's getting the opening kill many, many times in these last few rounds.
Even to get that bomb plant's a bit of a blessing for Legacy. Lets them add a few grenades to the collection. 21st round of play. We got guns on both ends. And still this CT side for Aurora has not won 2 rounds in a row. That's got to change right here. Or it's another bottomed out economy for Aurora to have to stomach. Another half buy that'll need to hit the scoreboard. And 3 chances for Legacy to close this out. This gun round has huge implications. It's going to be Dumao working with the AWP, taking the spawn towards long A. Sadzin to support him with the flashes. And that's where Woxic's going. So part-time Opper and Dumao. He gets to post on the angle, but we've got a flash coming back for Woxic to deal with it, and the smoke's going to cool off what could have been an op duel for the first blood of round 21.
Oh, 3 long setup. They're walking out mid. This is a classic Dust 2 move. They have a timing where a late CT crawl is coming, but Zantares doesn't know about it just yet. He's not at the nades either. Oh, he has his own in his back pocket.
Oof, there we go. Joda from inside of the doorway. 3v5 demanded of Legacy. Aurora went for that triple ace start, but they were still ready enough to hold off that hit out through mid with tempo. Nissim unable to get out through the tunnels. Aurora play reactive, and they do it. They string 2 rounds together on the defense.
This one was classy out of Aurora. Really stable round. All the tactics and ideas were based off of sensible, pragmatic moves. They denied the long control with the flash. They didn't make any silly mistake of re-peeking dry. They knew that the mid timing was left open. They were 1 step ahead of Legacy. Even that cache of HEs that we saw in CT spawn weren't necessary. Zantares made sure to stay loaded. Perfect support for the B players.
Funny enough, it's just Joda through the doors, the most B player of all to hold back the mid kills. There's no denying that Legacy's vision of that play definitely made sense. They did find that pocket of timing.
That is something that in CSGO, it was way more powerful. If you weren't already watching into middle, you were kind of screwed if that smoke came out because you had no counterplay. But now it's something that T's have to think about. You can opt from the A ramp if you have a good timed nade in CT spawn and stop that mid B split. Play with one or maybe two players there and not lean so heavily every round. All right, well, it feels like this game's about to get tied up, but you'd have to call me gullible if I called that. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in any round this match.
Legacy playing the odds that this one goes to an 11 all game, keeping Glocks on 3. They've done more with less. It is a feature of this Legacy roster to remain competitive in rounds like these. But down to double flashbangs on Lotto. An op that's looking to walk out middle. And nobody close enough to hear that scope.
There's no one scaling into mid.
He's looking for the bottom ramp kill.
It's kind of a big gap in the timing, but there is an op on the line. He's got to watch Cat, too. Is Woxic even looking down here?
Yes.
No, he's watching Cat.
Wow. Sadzin. Just, I mean, he's finding the golden ticket in terms of spacing. He can't believe the lack of presence here from Aurora. Like, where are they? He has to ask himself. There we go. Woxic adjusts his attention down towards middle. Map feeling a little too quiet. And so they're going to have to lean off this double flash. And a Molotov on Dumao, of course, to try to get outwards, but majority Glocks here. Once the op hits the ground, so do the hopes of Legacy, you'd assume. Nissim, never too late to the party, but a singular Galil kill as that bomb's thrust forward towards site. Lotto just wants to get away with a bit more money and just knows the threat's too close to do so. Aurora tie this game up. We go 24 rounds of play here on Dust 2 no matter what.
It's already a banger series, and it hasn't even started yet.
And still, though, a sketchy amount of money for Nissim and Sadzin. Direct duels won here between Xantares and Lotto. 8-1 for Xantares.
Yeah, that's not a rivalry. That's a beatdown. All to claw them back into this match. Oh, what? A shot from Sadzin. He couldn't afford an op, but who needs it when you've got that aim? Oh, Aurora have to look at that.
But you almost get one back for free off Madras Intuition. Finds good damage on Lotto. Xantares and Woxic trying to join forces in mid. This smoke's not going to last forever. Frag with some chip damage on Lux as well. He's keeping his head down. If he jumps up, Woxic could snap this into him.
Kind of missed that chance.
Trajectory of the nade tells him somebody's behind that box.
There we go.
Huge headshot for Woxic.
Crazy.
He's going to put that scout to the dirt. Gets revenge for Joda's death. Him and Xantares still floating around here on the CT side of mid. But you can't stop that cat climb up. And Bomb is in tow right now on the back of Nissim. It's no longer an op holding middle, but it's going to be Xantares soon enough.
There's a very heavy long presence here. I mean, just Madra committed to it. You know, he's going to be a very late rotation if this is towards B. And now there is no player to come and rifle into middle. Woxic watching it, but if this gets smoked out...
Woxic can't afford to lose that vision. Lux is going to have to entry on 70 health. Just chucks out some more utility. They're down to the Dumao smoke and a flashbang on Lotto. Wicadia drawn back towards mid, almost catching the Deagle, dropping down, and no entry allowed. Wicadia affords them nothing. Triple mow down on the hopes of Legacy to secure that 12th round. Aurora have been through the washing machine and yet come out on top with 12 rounds first.
Holy smokes,
man. Heads spinning at times throughout this half. Frustrations on full display. Xantares just shouting. And that is jubilation. That is Aurora knowing they have one chance to shut this down and that the money hasn't been good for Legacy in these last couple of rounds, and it won't be any better here in the 24th round of regulation.
Surviving that shot in a round like this after this game is incredible. And here's that Wicadia 3K. We finally get it. Round 23. And now a buy that looks very familiar here for Legacy as they try again.
Legacy would probably feel flatter right now if they hadn't won multiple rounds with buys like these. Every round a possibility. And this time there is no contest through that mid doors. We saw Sadson get out and try to take that op pick when he was working with the op 2 rounds ago. This time, again, you're going to find that free space. But do they truly go looking for it? They're drawing Wicadia down from the B site. Joda still anchoring B, drops his smoke over towards the tunnels. But that is not a possibility of this threat. It is an ace split being set up by Legacy. Bomb emphasizing long. Major with a chance to shine. Or an unfortunate first death. They're going to jump right out onto him. Tech9 can't get it. Woxic's going to be pressured from both ends, but he's already found a kill in this 24th round. This shot opens the door for Nissa. Vox is holding on to the CT spawn. You've got Xanterra's on the site, and he's going to go head hunting. Surviving the test of Legacy on Dust 2. A great way to win, because there's no denying that in only 24 rounds of this BO5, Aurora's mental has already been tested.
A spot-on assessment, Connor. I think it was 11-8 to Legacy, and they were able to come back and win it, Aurora. We haven't said that often, but I'll tell you what, if that's going to be what we're getting for the rest of this best of 5, this final is going to absolutely bang.
I thought I was watching a tennis game with guns at one point, just back and forth, and listen, if I'm Aurora...
I think they call that war.
Well, that too, but the battle's being won. Listen, if I'm Aurora, I'm just so happy that I have the Turkish Terminator in my team, because he was a difference maker here. But yeah, what a hectic game.
Yeah, I mean, hectic is the word. It's not just Xantara, it's obviously Wicadia as well. Had some huge impact rounds, and that's kind of been the tale for Aurora, I think. It's like they get themselves into trouble, and when they've been in trouble, what's dug them out is those 2 players popping off, really.
Well, and someone who can do a worse job at choking than them.
Yeah, well, yeah, also.
I'll just say, let's just hope it was nerves for both teams in this first map, because that was terrible Counter-Strike from both of them.
Sure.
You know, like they both
fundamentally poor.
They both had plenty of opportunities to run away with this game earlier, and just when you thought like Legacy was able to break them, they throw a key round and don't win a single round until the end of the game. I think for Aurora, though, if they lost this map, they would have lost the final. Like, that would have been it for them. I know it's only map 1 of a best of 5, but the manner in which they were losing round, the frustration that was visible on their players already, right? Like, they're just so brittle at the moment, where I really believe that would have been enough for them to just spiral out of control.
I mean, 13-11 scoreline in which Legacy won, what, four half-buy rounds? That shouldn't be happening. That really shouldn't be happening. It was mistakes replete. But yeah, like we said, if Xantaras wasn't playing the way he was here, Legacy would have run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think to Yanko's point, it was definitely a lot of rounds where it was like, it ended up being that proverbial tennis match, because they weren't able to string 2 rounds together because Aurora kept losing to these like half-buy situations early on. And then, as you said, Legacy...
So many 5v3s that they lost.
Yeah.
I mean, 5v3s against a force buy. Like, that's just atrocious, right? The amount of times it has happened, and you could tell on Xantaras' face and his reactions, you know, like he was starting to tilt. And there was even a tilt buy from Aurora, where I'm like, what are they doing? What are they forcing again? Of course, that's the round they win, and they starts off the 5-round win streak to win them the game. But I don't think that was a good call. It just happened to work out.
Yeah, I mean, can we find anything positive to say about Legacy in the sense that, you know, obviously they did sort of lose that lead, but they got into that lead?
I mean, there are some of these half-buy rounds which were kind of gifted, I guess, by the side of Aurora. I still feel like they played it as best as they could, right? Given a scenario where they shouldn't be winning, they were hitting, everyone was hitting some really cool shots. I think Nissan was also very impactful. There are a couple of rounds we can maybe talk about later on.
Let's do it. Let's get into round 11.
Yeah, let's get around. This is obviously, this is the first half, actually. It's actually a pretty cool round from Aurora. One of the nicer rounds, actually. We're going to have an early fight coming out towards long here. Xantares is going to get a trade, Jota being the bait here. And now, we have a two-man push coming in from Legacy, trying to get a bit of space back. They take down Wycadia. The T's were initially deciding to fall back towards B tunnels, but they're like, you know what? Because they've got tunnels clear, they're probably going to be over-rotating towards A, and that's exactly what happens over there. The CTs will actually be stacking towards lower tunnel, towards mid and A, just leaving this B bomb side. I feel this was one of the better calls coming up from Major in the mid round over here. And then, of course, after this, the second half happened, Richard, and that was just bonkers.
And the key moment there was Wycadia dying. It actually works perfectly because he's the B lurker right on that T side. So once they we killed the lurker, let's all focus towards long. Aurora was already making their way back to B and just really outmaneuvered them in that round.
We can talk about another round. We've got round 20, I believe.
Yeah, this is the extra force buy, right? Like, and it's not even a good buy. Legacy isn't in reset territory. Luckily, they do a poor job of defaulting. I mean, they throw a molly flash. Dumo peeks by himself. Lux was there, just didn't peek together to get that trade. Now, you know, in a 5v4, you don't really have a lot of control. You're scrambling around. Jota does a timing peek, finds Nissim as well. And look at the time. This is them just waiting around short, trying to organize themselves. Major push long, got behind them. I mean, just a really, really poor round at a key moment from Legacy, and they didn't win a round since.
Yeah, I mean, we thought about kind of like Legacy's mentality, because I think out of all of the teams I've seen at the tournament, I think they've shown the most tenacity when they're in these situations. Usually they're able to be competitive for large stretches of the game. And I wonder how it's going to affect them having had a game in the palm of the hand like that.
Well, the reason why I said it would have been over for Aurora if they lost this map, I'm not saying the same for Legacy, is because you feel like they are more resistant to losses like this than Aurora is, right? Like, because they're also new to this level of play and actually being in a fight for a trophy. And just last week at CAC, you know, in that best of 5, they lost both of their map picks, right? And took their opponent's map picks in the best of 5. And they've been in that situation just so recently where they will be able to pick themselves up and say, okay, guys, you know, we messed up a ton of rounds in this game. Like, we just need to clean up a little bit, and we have this in the bag.
And good news, as we've highlighted, Mirage theoretically should be a good map for Aurora, and yet that is proving not to be the case because of the CT side.
The funny thing is that I think the T side has improved quite substantially. They've had some really good rounds, some good mid-rounding coming out, and they seem to know what they have to do on the T side. And just a CT side where Xantares, like I pointed out, I just looked at the numbers, it didn't make any sense. Of the 5 Mirages played here thus far, look at his position. That's a star rifle position towards Cons, right? He is the lowest rated player across 5 Mirages played at this event right now, which is something which just doesn't make any sense. It's an anomaly, because you look at him in the other maps, he's still popping up. We saw him in Dust 2, we look at see him in Train as well. So that is 100%. If I'm Legacy, you're looking at how he's been struggling, especially towards a Con's position, towards jungle, and abuse that time and time and time again. Also, one thing where it feels a little weird for Aurora, I feel like the CD side kind of, it's very similar to their confidence level. It's so placid. It's so passive. I don't see any of the flair we see from the players, the individuals they have, for example, going for some apps pushes, extremity pushes, and trying to disrupt the Ts. And that's how a lot of the teams have taken them down. The only map win they've had on this was against Astralis, who was playing with Rugga.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair in terms of the tail of the tape. I don't know if I would necessarily want to put all of my chips on trying to abuse Xantares, because we've seen he's got a hot hand at the moment.
Yeah, especially considering that first map. I mean, some of the games, it's been a bit unfortunate, the manners in which he was dying, right? A couple of other times it's been the meta at the moment, teams want to pressure connector and window at the same time, right? Because usually the AWPer starts off window or wherever, goes back to ticket, the anchor moves to shadow, and then you have the connector player left to sort of look out for both that window boost and connector at the same time, which is obviously really hard to do. And that's why teams have been doing more 4A setups, where one of the B players is taking care of window, so the connector player can only focus on that part. So we'll see if that's the approach from Legacy. We'll see if Aurora makes some sort of adjustments. Maybe goes on the offensive a bit more on that CT side and just lets Antares take aim.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Obviously, you know, I'm pretty sure Madja by now in the grand final is going to be aware of these issues on Mirage, and they've had enough time to think about some adjustments. And so I guess I wonder what those adjustments
I feel you'll see many of the rounds that they do wind up winning on the CT side, where you can see Xantares popping off, is when they set him up to go for this aggro mid-fights, right? We have maybe two-maned, have some few flashes and whatnot, and that's when you activate him. You let him kind of dictate the pace of how he wants to take those fights. Many a time it's when he's kind of caught in this no man's land, kind of just holding an angle. I've seen him just getting dry swung, a multitude of ways in which teams have been kind of abusing that spot. So what I'd like to see him just, try to set him up for more fights, try to, even move him away from cons, try to go, try to play double towards con with Wycadia, for example, yet like Anko pointed out, have 4 heavier towards A. Just mix and match, don't be too static, because I feel that's the issue. It's kind of easy to read what his setups are as the round transpires.
And meanwhile, over on Legacy, we've seen them, like you say, pick up these maps that they're theoretically not supposed to do and go long in these kind of finals. What's their kind of key to victory here, and who do you expect to stand out?
I think for them, they're at their best when they play with a bit more pace. When the game slows down and they take it step by step and have to go for these late round finishes, is usually where things start going wrong for them, right? There's a lack of coordination, perhaps a lack of patience at certain moments in times. Things get very stressful when the clock starts running down, which is what usually Brazilian teams are comfortable with, but Legacy a bit different in that regard. So yeah, I think if they are able to play with pace and find success like that, I think they'll be able to take this.
It's also the one takeaway from, sure, it was a messy back and forth affair in that second half right there on Dust 2, but one thing is when they say go, they go. Like, they're very, very decisive in some of these half-buy rounds and whatnot, so that is something which it definitely could try and abuse. For example, the B bomb side with Madja playing over there. I mean, just like hit, go, all these 5 aimers that's dropping out. It's very convincing when they go for these sort of side hits.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. Time for a break. A confident Aurora comeback might feel like an illusion, but we'll see if it can happen again on Mirage.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live, joined by the legend himself, Nerds from Team Liquid, Mutiris from Saw, Alex from Gentlemates, LNZ from Heroic, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid. Which 2 maps would you get rid of, and which 2 maps would you bring in?
Inferno and Train.
Gone.
Sia, gone. Nobody wants to see him. I feel like I like Train in CSGO in 1.6. It was really good map. I feel like they have a lot of change to do on Train. Inferno,
diabolical map in my opinion. But if I ban both of these maps, I would go with, I will add Cache.
Okay.
Goated map, like Mirage and Dust 2. And I really want to see a map, I really like it in 1.6, it was a Tuscan.
Ah, yes, okay.
I liked it a lot, so both of them I will bring to the map pool, it will look really good.
Anubis is the one I want back, it was my favorite before. So I'd probably want like minus Inferno plus Anubis. But I did really like the old Inferno, like from Go, so if that would be a thing, then I would want that still, but I would remove Inferno and pick like Anubis. And then I would probably right now minus Train.
Okay.
And maybe add Cache or something.
Yeah.
Like there's no other map that I feel like I really want this one, you know. Others I have like Cobble and Cache, but I don't really feel those maps the same way.
Yeah.
Ooh, all right. I'm taking out Train for sure. I think Train sucks. I think CSGO was pretty good, but this one's kind of boring. I'm playing like the Ivy player on T side. I'm like, I don't know how to take this. Like it just seems impossible. It's super hard with the angles when you get all the way up into like the area there. So I don't know. So I'll get rid of Train. Maybe just like a personal map that I probably always hated. I'll probably get rid of Dust 2. Never really liked Dust 2, even though it's a CS classic. I'll probably get rid of both of those, and then I'd bring back Cache, and I'd bring back Cobble. It's like a no-brainer.
Okay.
Back in the day, I loved playing those maps. Those were like NA home ground maps. You'd play in like every pug. You know, Mirage is like the face-it map, but like for NA, that Cache was like that map as well for us, you know, so. Yeah. And also back in the day, Liquid was also really good on those maps, so. If they brought them back, maybe we can get a little bit of that fire back that we once had before. So, but yeah, no, I love Cobble, I love Cache.
All right.
The maps that I think that they need something to change, I think it's Inferno. And Ancient, it's kind of, I don't know if they don't gonna change something there. So I would say Inferno and Ancient. And coming in, maybe Cache.
Okay.
That's good. I mean, Anubis with some changes, it can be a good map, I think.
Yeah, I'd like 2 orders of 4 more maps of whatever the hell that was. If Dust 2 is a sign of what's to come, then this Grand Finals is just going to deliver. But, I mean, can it be that close again, Mo? Are we going to get a back-and-forth affair for 6 rounds in a row just for Aurora to close in round 24, 13-11? I mean, that is magic, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to happen every Aurora match, but it happens in every Legacy match.
Sure.
They're here, so after what we saw in Dust 2, that was just par for the course. They basically always do this versus everybody. They're not a team that goes consistently close and then loses. That was very impressive that Aurora brought them back, especially considering they had to do that, losing every other round on CT side. That's very damning. But they stayed clutch, and they kept the spirits high. They looked super good by the end. They kept getting better and better. To be honest, even me watching the T-side approaches, I wasn't seeing the gaps from Aurora. There was these, sort of mid-timings that appeared to be there, but Aurora had it all under wraps the entire time. Now we come on to Mirage, and Aurora do have problems here. But with the win back there on Dust 2, they've got to be feeling amazing.
Creepy crawly Palace approach. Smoke in front of Xantares. Wicadia gonna rip these Berettas when the time comes, and he's got 3 players to jump at him. No problem for the first 2. 3rd player never emerges with that bomb. It's all good for Aurora thus far. Some damage that goes back the other direction. But with bomb down on the ground, Smoke's soon to fade. Sadzin knows that if he's gonna get this plant off, you'd think he's gotta do it right about 5 seconds ago. Tries to get back around, but there goes the smoke, so now he's exposed to Ticket instead, covered off by Nissim at least, and Aurora kind of give them the space to put that down. 2v4 post-plant, already starting to get cleaned up. Aurora will let them have a little money, but they're going to take that pistol and run.
So again, like veto-wise, I think they were sad to see Overpass get banned since it was possible that it came through, but since they've survived Dust 2, this is, if you missed it yesterday, the energy they had playing on Overpass yesterday. They've kind of unlocked it. Legacy have let them have it, especially after a comeback victory within regulation. That just seemed impossible.
5 rounds in a row to close that as well.
Wow.
You know, felt like any one of those rounds from Legacy could have broken Aurora on a different day.
Yeah, the fact that anyone won 5 rounds in a row in that second half. Stellar.
Don't get me wrong, I don't expect Legacy to give up anytime soon. But it's more so the confidence that kind of Aurora can work with stemming from that regulation close. You saw genuine frustration across the board from some Aurora players. There was that one time Xanteras just screams, not in celebration, but in frustration.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we shouldn't have that translated, to be honest.
Yeah, probably not. But I mean, if Nico can pound a desk so hard he makes a hole in it, start bleeding from his knuckles, and still win a map of Counter-Strike, then I think Xanteras has earned that as well. Let the Terminator get wild. Lux's Tech 9 and Sadzin's Tech 9 are the only 2 pieces of success here for Legacy, so trying to break down the doors of that B site has just led Aurora to what should be a majority alive conversion. I say should just because Lux has picked up this M4. He's a looming threat out there on the field with 45 seconds. Too tempting of a prize to just move forward into round 3.
How did the clutches go last map? I'm trying to think.
There was one clutch per team.
Okay.
One singular 1vx
Wasn't
in
a huge
each direction.
Factor. It was the ecos that was the huge factor.
Yes. We've seen games with way more clutches from Legacy than that last one. You know, it's an element of their game that we haven't really had come together just yet. But give it enough time. Assuming Aurora make a few more mistakes.
Love it. Xanteras looking for that first chip.
Dude. It's not the first career in Counter-Strike where you look at an empty trophy cabinet and just think to yourself, surely this can't keep going on. You know, somebody like K. Serato was in that conversation as well.
Oh, yeah.
Where it just felt mind-boggling that him and Yuri hadn't pieced it together yet. 2025 is a year of change. In all the best ways for some.
What, Espu didn't count?
Not really. No offense, my Finnish friends. That M4 keeps changing hands. Finds a dink on Woxic. Yeah, and he knows he can't be a death in these kinds of moments. Aurora have already gone through that one too many times after Dust 2. Look at this huge reposition from Woxic to go over towards Ticket Booth instead. Get as far away as possible from that ramp challenge. It's the only thing that Legacy are working with in terms of real primary guns. Sure, Desert Eagles, Tech 9s, we know that they can weaponize those as well, Legacy. But just not the M4, please, asks Woxic. Transitions into backside instead. Funnily enough, it could still be a position that Lotto gets a chance to challenge. Oh, Nissim just killed Joda. Now the pressure is indeed on Woxic, but his reposition's worth it. 2 headshots off of this unexpected hold. Eventually, Dumao getting it back into Legacy's hands. That M4 in a third player's grasp. But it hits the ground as Xanteras is on the scene. Xanteras is a terror for Legacy at the moment. He finishes that first map as the top fragger. It's where you expect him to be. Best Turkish player in Counter-Strike history. Sometimes outshined by the new teammates he has on this specific 5.
Yeah, but it's a team you can improve in Turkey, and that's how it should be. I feel, you know, when you see Wikedi get multiple 3Ks in a game, that's the only way that the events are going to be won. It won't be Xanteras only having to carry. And you know what? He's had so many slow starts on maps in this event and then brought it back. Like, Aurora and him have had these slow starts, but if you think about it and you see how he's finishing the maps, these comebacks are happening because Xanteras is holding it together. He's not getting shaken by some small missteps in the beginning of games.
And what's scary for Legacy in this moment is that those slow starts you're speaking of, nowhere to be found in this Grand Finals. Early multi-kills for Xantares over Dust2 and Mirage.
That's a pretty boring lay of the map here for Legacy. They've got this mid lurk. I mean, they're working on things quite quickly, actually. Just they're so used to them playing fast that this suddenly looks slow, but we're still up a minute. Aurora really don't start going for full flanks until later in a game. Here they're perfectly content with their op advantage on CT. Now the split is starting to take a little bit more time. Dumao is the final piece of the puzzle. Nissim can lurk. But yeah, with a sandwich played, like they are ready for an A-site hit.
Boxing forced off the angle, gives Sadzin an advantage. Ooh, fire on Chota forces him to make his play. And the bomb is heading elsewhere at the moment as we see Aurora completely forfeit that B site. Nissim slips
crazy.
In perfectly.
15 seconds.
He's going to run that all the way over, and there is time only because Aurora were so convinced this was the A commitment, but they have been out-rotated.
Last second.
Woo, down to the final moment. That bomb gets planted. Legacy with a sneaky play, moving that bomb all the way over. Now, are Aurora willing to go for a retake in this moment, or do you chalk it up to a misrotation? But Katie is still looking to take a sniff at sight, and they let him climb up through this market window. They give him a chance to come through with the duels, but Nissim will win it, and that's enough to send Aurora packing. That's enough to get Legacy's first round win, not by the way of some explosive all-commitment, but rather a sneaky bomb rotation in the final moments.
That's so ridiculous. It was just like just under 30 seconds all the way back from spawn. You know, you think you've seen it all with Legacy, and then you get this last-second move with that lurk in place. And what I love about it is they don't have to fully commit with their players up the ramp to get their kill. They have the Molly and Sandwich, which calls out one of the CT spots, and that's enough for Aurora to really believe it's the A-site exec. They were readying up for it. They put themselves in committed positions, and when they saw those first few grenades, they just truly believed it. And I think Legacy successfully showed bomb. That's the only way that they could have pulled that rotation.
Very classy game of Counter-Strike in that last round. Xantares going to try to pop through the smoke. Lux kind of invites it with a few bullets burst. But he's also worried about it as bomb starts to encroach towards B. Madger's nade goes deep. Xantares now full vision with a player confirmed back sight, or back mid, and he'll hunt down Lux, taking his sweet time to get the better of that one. Suddenly, Legacy's fallback is feeling incredibly cut off. Sadzin, wild for him to think that this wouldn't get pushed. Xantares could have, I suppose, ran back into a more safe position, but he's going to go for it and potentially sets up Aurora to win an immediate rebuttal to that one-off of Legacy. Now we get this underpass crawl with two players from Legacy. Wicadia kind of floating around, opened the door for Nissim to pressure top middle, but the cover and the tethering of the teammates look good until it gets unraveled. Legacy respond back, create a 2 versus 2. Jota pushing off of the bomb site. This corner could go unchecked.
I mean, yeah, they're not ready for it, really. They don't want to believe he's up here if they're going to go plant on the site. They might think he's A-ramp, but he's not.
Oh, but he doesn't get the kill.
He's still going to get this bomb down?
Dumao's going to soften up Lotto. The peek over for it, and Magic walking forward from jungle unannounced. Lotto hits the headshot. And Legacy have indeed broken back into this round. Magic, element of surprise, good to get the first one. Playing with the kit, not with any nades. And Dumao's not hiding back around spawn just yet.
And that plan is so wide, it's actually great for CT.
Prepared for the push. Dumao now can just continue to reel Madger in on the chase. Legacy create a world where they fight back into that round, despite the mid control of Aurora, despite the 2 kills from Xantares top mid.
I can't believe it, because every single player from Aurora had a good spot that round. Like, they all did something that made it so hard to overcome, and Legacy still found a way to plant.
3v5.
Yeah, and 3v5. Opening kills were great. That top cat position was great. The op shot to top mid to cover him was perfect. The push from Xantares getting 2. I mean, even Jota's positioning in the end was an ace in the hole. I think the problem is he has a really important spot to just threaten presence, but he actually commits out and peeks 2 players who are already holding him right here when they're safe to everything else. Like, they can hold on to that. So that might have been the one mistake. I hate to harp on it because they did so many things well that round, but crazy that Legacy pulled that off.
I mean, you'd think especially with MIBR slowly coming up from jungle, you see the way he walked up bench to get that free kill sight.
Yeah, and there's always that chess analogy. You can do 10 things in a row, 10 right moves in a row, but if the 11th is wrong, you lose it. That might be one of those examples.
Luckily after Dust 2, Aurora know this feeling well. I looked over stack B side as Legacy take control of middle, go through the motions with utility, protocols in place to avoid mistakes. And yet slowly they work it closer towards B. Bomb left top middle, but Xanterez connects.
And the B stacks usually never feel that threatening.
Get that thing out of my way.
CT's on the move.
Bomb started to come back towards A site. Guess
There's
what?
One more moment here where this lurk might speed up. Dumel might feel like a need to start to create some space, headway into the site.
MIBR using his deagle bottom middle. Molly's going to make jungle uncomfortable. Yeah. But MIBR uses that as a chance to pounce. Sure, Dumel comes out with an element of surprise and a smoke down in front of what is 3 of Aurora's players. Wicadia challenging through connector before the other 2 were ready, while MIBR also still has a flash to set up. I mean, that one feels a little overexcited. But it's still within the realm of possibility with MIBR hitting headshots like that. Why the hell not? Woxic versus Sadzin in the scope fight. Ticket towards ramp. Xanterez getting closer, but this is a double up inside of the ramp room, and Xanterez catches him over scope. Nissim with low health to this clutch. No kit.
Wow.
And he finds timing. Nissim with another.
Whoo! The early peek out of Nissim.
The clutch factor across Legacy knows no bounds. This is when I'm going to bring it up. The 3 players at this event with the most clutches are all on Legacy. Coming into this best of 5, 10 for Lux, 10 for Nissim, 9 clutches for Sadzin. Nearly 30 across the 3 players alone.
That was coming into this, but now at least 30 here with this extra one from Nissim. That's kind of unreal.
We saw them pull back disadvantageous rounds because of the economy. We didn't see those clutches coming through on Dust 2, but we get one early on here for Mirage.
You know, I've heard of Zipix on Astralis getting so many clutches that the tournament couldn't have been won without him. You never see that many across that many players. Just goes to show how strong Legacy are across all 5.
Still 2 of Aurora's players facing down this ramp, and it works. Sadzin steps into his death. Connector smoke fades. Dumel on the answer already, and Jota is very locked in here. Oh, Woxic just over top of the stairs. Gets himself a second. Meanwhile, Nissim takes control of B, and we see that bomb starting to work back. Fast swing from Lotto to keep the Opper preoccupied.
You just leave him, though.
But there is still this underpass challenge.
But he can't. Lux can't fight it.
Wicadia's running. Lux now knows that this angle's going to be held, and Lux loves to go for that, just writing off the chance that his opponent will hit him when he tries to just make these moves quickly. And eventually Lotto re-aggresses out from Palace to establish this man advantage. Legacy looking for this 1-round lead, early days on the attack. You get this double up from Aurora in the apartments. Will it go unnoticed? Wicadia to take contact first. And yet that gap still exists. He gets the duel to Lux. Nissim's nade could finish Wicadia, but they send Joda into the site first. And he's not working with a kit. 10-second defuse, cap peek on arrival. Another 1v2.
Oh,
and the legacy clutch in full effects already.
Oh, Woxic's going to be so bitter about that. He missed his shot when he was standing there at triple, and that player got him killed and came through with another clutch for Legacy. Oh, that was such a great shot and would have been a great round for Woxic if he just locked this one down. These games are dense in terms of the amount that happens even within each round. They've always got this relay to B. There's always a chance that they change up. Legacy want to drag you into the mud, bring it to the late round so they can clutch.
And through with the window boost, Dumao starts to move this. Murder Hole is a prime spot to flank. And Aurora may be working with little, but leaving so much of an opening. Sure enough, Legacy find the crack in the setup.
Oh, he could take his time with this one. You might even pull out a knife in this spot, man.
It's going to be a blindside on Woxic to get the blood boiling. Spraying him down, and with the scout, no chance on that. So Dumao just finding the perfect position to push at a passive Aurora. Their hopes of this one go up in smoke. And then Wicadia writes off the threat inside of Palace, so the idea of trying to save the majority of what you buy into is now gone as well.
Nissim's been such an effective lurker, whether it's the leadoffs into B up here in Palace. It's been a huge thorn in their side.
Santera's going to have to fight for everything here, and maybe a Galil gets delivered. If Nissim dies, he can go ahead and save that. Hopefully, how many more bodies do Legacy want to throw at this problem? And is it really that big of a problem when your own cash is yet to build? Yeah, 2 deaths enough to stomach for Legacy. Good guarantee with majority alive, and the fact that MAC-10 just cuts through the murder hole is salt in the wound of Aurora.
It's the nicest way to win an anti-force, not have to let it get scrappy at all. 2 kills, no response.
This is the second 5-round streak that we've had so far in our grand finals. The first one was Aurora closing in regulation of Dust 2. The second is this, an early answer to Aurora's 3-round straight. Back to mid with the climb up. Risky business for Wicadia, who's going to take a ton of damage. Him and Xanteras both significantly softened up. Just trying to find some opening positions. And it is enough to at least flush Legacy out from behind those mid boxes. But at what cost? Smoke comes down. Not yet, excuse me. Madger's still hanging on to it, but that's the only smoke they have to slow this down.
It's doubled.
Good thing Xanteras gets the op kill, but the fast challenge you think is right behind it. Volley of util here for Legacy. They have to hit that pause button because of the flames put in front of them. Oof, that one comes down to the wire.
2 This time they don't have a lurk. It was supposed to be a full force, be exact.
2
Be exact. 2 Kills, no response. 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 2 Kills, no response.
They pause for a second here, hoping somebody overfaces. Plenty of bodies in this site for Aurora to hold back.
They just want to shoot and then save, surely. They can't even go for this. There's no chance to get back to A this time around. Every window is guarded. No one's jumping off here. 2 entry denials out of Aurora looking solid. Xanteris, rare sight him with the op collateral shot.
He was nearly the first death of this round in that mid pressure. Also just feels like they could have ran over top of him and Madrid going for that boost if Legacy's timing was just ever so slightly quicker. Hell, even if they're able to get a nade over towards the van, that would have killed Xanteris and no collateral to be concerned with. But instead, Aurora cut that lead down to just 1, put a quick end to the 5-round streak of Legacy. 5 is enough as far as Aurora are concerned. Bless you. Off-posted window for Woxic. Just lost vision as the smoke plumes in front of him. Would have known about Lux's fast tempo, but the fact that they expose Connector and then look through window again and haven't seen him, I think this position and timing from Lux could catch somebody in mid off guard. How much do they want to throw at Major this early into the round? Bomb is throwing flashbangs over top.
Oh, that molly's perfect. Just as they were about to exact.
Again.
I mean, Aurora, they look so alive, active, and they're actually not even playing aggressive spots. They're just being very careful. Legacy catch almost everyone off guard with their just ahead of the timing you thought was the timing. It's just not happening now. It's the first time you really see them have it consistently go slowly.
Lux has been hanging out here for almost a minute now.
Now they can turn this into a B split. Totally fine, obviously. First person to try to stop him will be Wicadia. Prime spot up here on Cat.
B defense no longer has utility to hold them back. That frag grenade, all really they have. No smokes, no mollies. Legacy burn Wicadia back. He's going to have to play from Arch instead. They are still gearing to take it towards B, but they didn't anticipate Woxic's challenge from inside that window. Good pinch off of the back of the Flames, forcing Wicadia into the open while Doomau and Lotto come in with more. Woxic, though, quick reposition. Ahead of Nissim, gets hit between the eyes. And that bomb is going to just run its way into the B side, but they missed their timing.
Wait.
They got slowed down long enough that Legacy lose it to the clock. You're playing a dangerous game, one that they got away with previously, but not here in the 10th.
All right, 1 second to get that plant last time. 1 second too slow this time. Wow, that's close. I mean, rearranging to go for the cat exec after that incendiary lands right when they're about to pop B, it makes sense they don't continue forward with it. But yeah, then they were playing with fire. Not having had that default to work off of. A team that do love their set plays. Wow, clean one.
Beacon of which, setting up Sadson out of the gate here as they work with 1 op, 1 AK.
This might be what they've needed because, yeah, they're 5v5 in a lot of these situations. Oh, man.
Bro.
Oh, that's tough.
Really? I mean, Woxix had no mid support at all.
Yeah.
And yet he was so confident nobody would just walk up from mid. Luckily, Joda may be the hero of this one. 2 kills to his name. Madger lets himself be revealed and Joda forced to reposition. Now you've got 2 ops on the face here for Legacy.
They can have jungle control if they want.
Bomb still on the ground. Joda still down in that site. Goes for another reposition, this time into the corners.
They got to come and try to help him eventually, though, and they're actually worried it might be a beat play again. That's conditioning from Legacy that have them scared about this fallback, but the bomb is still here.
Sadson just loses a lot of health. Joda here still looking for a further multi-frag this round. They know he's got to be around here somewhere. Doomau could not have missed that shot. And it's a critical one to hit. It's going to force Aurora into the retake. Now they're working with a kit on Madger. Smoke flashes and a frag to make it uncomfortable. Doomau gives himself a smoke to work with. This is a huge rotation from Lotto to go for this.
And I really don't mind it, especially knowing the CTs were starting to lean towards B.
Smoke on bomb. Flash over top.
Oh, it's sticking.
Forcing Doom out in. That's done. Wicadia not going to play the game. Not going to allow that flank to come to fruition, even though Lotto just killed both of the Aurora players after they defuse. It's the final round of the half coming up next. It's money low, sure, on a couple Aurora pieces, but they just stick that bomb, no fun in games, and take a 6-5 lead.
I think the one thing maybe that timing could have been okay is a very, very fast defuse, but the bomb was actually planted to avoid Cat. So while he was running up there, it wasn't just open to him to get that spam in on the last second timing. Great round out of Jota. And an excellent move in this retake out of Aurora.
It's just utility limitations for Aurora in their final round of the CT side. Tack pause here for Legacy to try to figure it out. And honestly, they've had some classy rounds of CS. We see them miss that timing by a second, rocking it over towards B again.
Yeah, I like that they don't consistently play with those late round timings, but they're comfortable testing them once in a while. And I think versus Aurora right now, they just kind of have to, because they're actually having trouble getting that 5v4 in the first 30 seconds, which they're normally very good at. Now that round was an exception, but they still lost.
Earlier in the series on Dust 2, you mentioned the depth of Legacy in that regard, whether it's on an individual level, player to player, whether it's each of those players being able to switch between rifles and ops and pistols, obviously, when Legacy robbed those rounds away. Now we're talking about depth in terms of timings and tactics. And I think there's just no shortage of evidence as to why they are rising stocks in the Counter-Strike world. Wicadia trying to take over the apartments, finds out some Legacy presence. Good on him to not go down empty-handed. Dumau finishing the half, 10-10. But that low utility Aurora brought to this round has been mostly burned through already. They'll swap the smoke over to Major and let Xantares go for the hunt.
This one swings back around to A. And while the util's low, look at the information. Aurora, this is such an early time to get this push in, and they're so unconcerned that an op could be holding it. Like, this is a moment where it's going to be very difficult for Legacy to win once again. They're going to have Jota create some space in the back of CT spawn for Major to get a spot, and they know eventually this becomes an A play. The only thing they don't have info on is mid.
Major's got that last smoke in hand, thinking about throwing it towards ramp, but it's this heavy Palace emphasis. Jota waiting for somebody to overstep. He's going to go for the player on ramp first. Can't snap it up for the multi-kill. Woxic buying an extra second, getting tagged down low. Good cover here from Sadzin to force Woxic back. Lotto sees that as a chance to pounce, but he steps into his own death, and Xantares late on arrival, but still just in time. A Sadzin 1v2, no clutch this time. Legacy, your luck has dried up. It is Aurora with a 2-round lead, switching over to the attack.
You love to see this Aurora, man. They've gone through it. They've had to fight up against very difficult rounds. A Legacy that look just as consistent as they have so far. They won Dust 2. They've had a great CT side here on Mirage. We know that was a win condition. And that was a clutch shot out of Woxic as well. He was dizzy from that flash. Came to instantly hit that shot. I think the chase down was a perfect idea on him.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the low health. Made total sense to try to take it to him. Would have left the rest of Aurora stuck inside of Ticket. So we see a couple clutches come through from Legacy. 2 of their 5 rounds on the attack by way of 1vx. And another one of those 5 comes down to 1 second left. So it really just goes to say how much of a fine margin Legacy have won the majority of those rounds with. You are still in this second map. You are still in this best of 5. We've got Counter-Strike all night long if you can seize it. You know, Yanko said on the desk after that first map, like, if Aurora didn't win Dust 2, he felt like they were so brittle at the moment that they could have just lost it all mentally. But you've allowed Aurora to have confidence coming into the second map. And pulling off close rounds is going to just let that grow. Rumblings of this connector to A hit. Lotto, he'll find his. Ooh, double kill for Lotto and a chance at that third, but it is good damage. Out from Joda to try to open it up for the bomb to cross over, and that deep angle out of Palace ends up being the bane of Legacy.
Won't be able to stop this plant.
Gonna smoke off the Palace support at least. There is a world where Joda swings through this if he wants to get that risky, but you can just bank on Xantares fighting on his own. And so Aurora extend the lead, and it's early momentum to a T side.
Without this map, you know, the like we've seen one reverse sweep in history happen just again at Thunderpick a couple weekends ago. That's, you know, in best of fives, you go up 2-0, you're pretty much guaranteed a seat. Now, the thing is, it's Aurora. They're looking for their first land. So, you know, they might still get nervous when push comes to shove, but they look like they're in control totally of their emotions. All their strategies are looking good. Legacy are having trouble breaking in here.
Yeah, I think that's not to write off Legacy, even if they lose this one. The thing is, they did lose 2 maps back-to-back versus 3D Max in that best of 5. Wasn't a total reverse sweep, but they've been down bad in these kinds of grand finals very recently.
Yeah, they don't get tired.
It is a taller order, but hey, what else you got to do on a Saturday night of Counter-Strike? Fast Flood out from the pistols, trying to just catch Aurora off guard. But you're not getting that X factor at a Legacy in this one. Final player fed to the beasts that are Aurora sitting bottom middle. Easy conversion, which is something that hasn't come to Aurora back on Dust 2. Those kinds of conversions, in fact, they could barely buy them strung together.
It's so funny because, again, like with the conversation about Legacy is like, are they going to become a tier 1 team? They just won an event. They're here in another grand finals. We're missing some of the opposition that could make them into that at this event. But Aurora are supposed to be the tail end of that, sort of clearly tier 1. Even if their form is a little bit off, they should be a clear tier above a team like Legacy.
Right.
And that line is getting blurred. But if they perform like this, then they're showing us, you know, how they've consistently made so many deep runs.
You know, there's still going to be that asterisk, like you said, without the top dogs at this event. But one of the things that we say about tier 1 teams is they have an element of consistency. And 2 best of 5 grand finals, that's consistent. That's what Legacy shoot for. So it would definitely be one notch in their favor towards that title of tier 1. But to hell with labels, it's just about the trophy lift for these 2 teams today. You know, in the post-game yesterday with Sadzin, he said that the team who could be more present come today was the team that was going to walk away with the win.
I can see that. Sounds like, you know, one of those broad strokes sort of vague comments, but like it just couldn't be any more true. You see it. And you hear it in the interviews as well.
You know, I think being present involves kind of riding the highs and stomaching the lows. And I think that's something that we've already gotten on full display from Aurora after that Dust 2 back and forth. If your mind is anywhere other than the round that's live at hand.
Does this actually work? He's the B.
Hey there, neighbor. I wonder if you can open and close those ones like you can the vents on Nuke. Has anybody ever tried?
They're wood, so they're not plugged in.
Glad we got to the bottom of that. Nothing to be proud of in that one for Legacy, obviously stacked against them. First gun round of their CT side comes at a 5-round deficit.
Major wins this. He can't take off the kinesio tape until they major.
Double op setup for Legacy in their first gun round of Mirage. Oh, their CT side of it. This enough to catch Aurora off guard. Looking to keep it simple. We've already got 5 pieces of Aurora moving over towards this A site. No surprises as to what's to come from our perspective. Full-blown execute over the top and a numbers advantage. 5 on 3 inside of the A site, and that's assuming Lux can challenge out through jungle.
The nades are good.
Really well played Futil. Lotto's able to hold on to his position. Sadzin unable to capitalize as he opened up that smoke. He will give himself one underhanded so that he can try to pressure beyond the ticket. And then we're going to get the challenge here from Connector. Good on Dumao to take this back into an even 3v3. Now, they still don't know that the ticket push has happened here by Sadzin.
Palace can come out at any time.
Nice. Sadzin finds his counterpart. Joda, though, will not let that go unpunished. And with fire in front of him, he is forced to peel back. You have Aurora with 40 seconds to work this out.
Wait, is this the bomb going back to Palace and Madger just taking some speed into mid? Or he's just going to lead off. Wow, yeah, I mean, they have the time to make it over here, and Legacy just don't believe it at all. They just think this is eventually going to be an A play. If we have to, we play this retake over towards B, but they're coming in op for this retake. Statuesque here over in their positions, just believing that Aurora, we're going to commit to this decision.
Man, outplayed.
I mean, totally.
Out-rotated. Funny that we just kind of discussed the idea of presence. And you're sat there staring at the walls of an A site, not believing that Aurora would have.
There's one moment here where they can get back in, and that comes down to if Madger takes his peak too soon or too late.
Hasn't gone for it just yet. Dumao into the market. We've got a huge duel here for Madger, and he hits the headshot, forces Nissim to fall back. There was limitations for the retake. No kits, no nades, not even head armor on a couple, because all Legacy wanted to do was weaponize the double ops.
Yeah, they actually totally gambled on that. Sometimes if you're unsure, you know, you have that player go underpass, try to cut off the B rotation that's lengthy in a late round. But no, Aurora, they didn't doubt themselves at all. Madger, a lot of conviction in that call just to run it all the way to the other side of the map.
It's another round.
We look back at Dust 2, and they kind of committed to their first decision a lot, but we saw them go to B, you know, off a long control over and over again.
You know, I'm thinking still about that Dumao Madger 1v1 where Dumao out mid-doors just sat staring at CT spawn for 40 seconds. It's not the first time that a Legacy player has turned into a statue in a late mid-round.
Yeah, it's Sadzin, like, he was unsure about his nades that round.
Yep, you know.
Decided to jump out to triple stand and a molly, eat the flash, as if Aurora are not going to put the proper protocols in place for that exec.
For a team like Legacy that have made their money on being this dynamic, quick-to-the-call style of Counter-Strike, they're getting outdone by Aurora at the moment, and this gap has just led them to what now will feel like an insurmountable challenge. You're talking about 2 pistols, an MP9. If Sadzin and Dumao are not the heroes of round 17, then this could be a golden moment for Aurora to run away with this best of 5. Smokes to block off the rifles. Pressure here on Lotto to, get into a new position. He's going to try to press down underneath the Palace, but he's losing his rotators already. Zantares peels back, low health into the Palace. They're going to try to come clear him. Dumao's unable to save his teammate or get a multi-kill going, but there is still damage done. Zantares, Joda, susceptible. Small mistakes could cost Aurora a chance at securing overtime.
Fake planning and then swinging out with no teammate behind you. Why would you do that? Ask for cover.
35 seconds for Aurora to get Sadzin off of this bomb coverage. They're not able to find them until that jump spot. They know Madger's stuck in sandwich. It's an easy climb up. Madger didn't catch wind of that climb, and now Woxic's gonna have to go into the 1v2 at 20 seconds. Frag grenade to soften him up. You're gonna have Sadzin posted on top of Ticket. He even falls down to take a slightly wider angle. This is Legacy bouncing back into a round where they were working with less. A small mistake here from Aurora. Maybe call it big, you tell me.
Yeah, it's big considering the numbers and the fact that you have a teammate in Palace, right? You have a teammate in Palace and you have 2 covering the right side site. Jota, if you're going to fake plant in this spot, it should be off the back of your teammate in Palace knowing he can swing, or him simply holding it with you ready to swing after. But all you did was make that bomb hard to get back, and obviously lost the number, pushing into them instead of waiting for them to come to you.
Double op again, a feature of Legacy's CT side here, and a boost in bottom mid gets caught. Major lucky to be standing, I'd say, on still half health. That could have been an easy opening for Dumao. Not able to finish the fight. Sadzin challenged here from ramp with a player up on bricks.
Oh, that's too known here on A site. There's a lot of info up for Jota.
Jota drops a Molotov on top of them, and then you see that bomb peel back. Nissim goes deep with the secondary op. Will they still consider that Legacy have come back in with a second op?
Too high.
Missed his shot and has to dive out into a less favorable position. Nissim calling for support, has Dumao inbound.
I like that he's playing with some activity, because now they've just given up so many clues across the map. Double op known. They are in danger of a strong exec coming this way. Nissim's got his work cut out for him. It'll take a massive mistake to run into this op again. Minimal support here. Cat's open. I think that Legacy need a lean. Or they gotta blow this open.
They already did once and they didn't see anything. Sadzin pops it open a second time and it didn't go deep enough. Nissim's shot lands, his support goes down. It's gotta be Nissim. Only one bullet left, and at least he makes the most of that. It is a 5-7 for him, or Lux the Savior on the rotate over. Another moment where Legacy fight back. The door is still open. It is a 4-round lead, but it's not Aurora with an overtime guaranteed just yet. The economy is going to start bottoming out beneath them.
It was a big mistake followed by a smaller one, I suppose, but really great round from Nissim regardless. Even re-aggressing slightly, getting up on top of that Fender to watch into B-Apps gave him peace of mind for a second to know he could focus on Cat. But the fact that he could take 4 or 5 shots without any of Aurora actually punishing him for it, like he literally had to reload his op. Way too much value from that position when he was clearly scared and very low on space. But they've opened the door now.
Faster pace to this one. Into the ramp they'll go already. It's Jota with that solo AK-47. Mac-10 Tech-9s, but what about timing? Timing is everything. Wikadia's Tech-9 wallbang's huge, but then inside of Sandwich, Lotto holds on. And the flashes come over to assist him. Dumao's chance gets denied. Jota's now into the action. That AK rips them apart. And it's X-Factor back the other way. A taste of their own medicine. Lethal is Jota on the assault.
No one can stop this man. What a series of entries out of Jota. All he wanted to do was nade into the A ramp. It's a fast play to the A site. It's been their favorite site for these set strategies.
I love that there's not even a need for Jota to go that deep through connector on the other side of smoke.
Yeah.
There is no need for him to go that hard to close it right there. But Bloodlust is blinding for Jota. And the taste of victory way too sweet for Aurora to let this go now. Lux challenges top middle, trying to fight it back and successfully opening again. Bottom mid is held. Him and Dumao and Sadzin for the third. It is a recovery out of Legacy and a swift reminder to Aurora. They came into that last round with all their money on the line. Sure, you kicked down the doors of the A site for your 12th, but the job on Mirage is not done yet.
Yeah, it's impossible to build momentum versus these guys, man. Legacy, they just got aggressive on this round. It could have been their last. You see on the map, everybody dying in all of these crazy spots, trying to break out of every choke point on this side of the map, and Legacy had it covered. Woxic, up, not thinking he could even save this. Gonna try to get some information back. Maybe get a kill to carve out a position to save, but that won't happen. 5 up for Legacy. You can't condition them.
The only conditioning we've had in this game was that little bit of Legacy getting Aurora to kind of overstack. Legacy take that last round on the chin and go, oh, this is the type of game you want to play? Charge them down in the follow-up. Still going to be Aurora to resort back to a full investment. Triple AK-47 this time, more than what they secured that 12th with.
They tried to establish on mid, but actually allowed a lurk.
Nice.
However, Sadzin gets this kill.
Happy to take that first challenge. Xanterra's forced to the sideline. Timing from Wakadia is good for a double. One-man army out through middle. Lotto still able to hold. Peeks out though and Woxic pops him. It's a man advantage Aurora. Legacy have tried to fight fire with fire in these last few rounds.
Wow, Wakadia dips out at the perfect time, and they're obsessed. They're trying to find him.
Problem for Wakadia is he's not had a chance to reload, but 5 bullets, all he needed. And as he goes back in for the next one, it's a Dumao clutch factor moment. Madger doesn't go for the wide swing yet, but Dumao sprinting on the retake, and already the flash comes out from the player ramp and a blind side from Aurora, and they will close this 13-8. Legacy push to the limits. If it's a back-to-back best of 5 trophy lift, a reverse sweep needed.
That's exactly where we're at, and Aurora one hand on a trophy that has eluded them throughout all of their playing time. They've got one more map to go, and Legacy, you said it best, Janko, earlier. You said sometimes when you're aggressive towards them, they will try and fight fire with fire. They tried to do that here. It hasn't worked out for them, and Aurora, not been great on Mirage, but they pick one up.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think that Legacy was making a ton of mistakes like they did on Dust 2. I think on Mirage the problem was the bad starts, right?
Yeah.
And Aurora is the third worst team in this tournament in pistol rounds. Legacy the third best, but they picked a great time to win both of them on their opponent's map pick in this best of 5, and I think that really provided them a buffer, to have enough rounds to work with to be able to eventually get going in gun rounds too.
What gives me a lot of, what surprised me the most when it comes to this performance from Aurora is, as Ango pointed out, firstly winning the pistol rounds 3-0, and then we had Legacy win like 3 clutches, right? Like a 1v3 from Nissim, a couple of 2v4s and whatnot, and you're kind of thinking, oh no, this is when the tilt might be setting in, but no. They remain composed, they remain locked in, and especially on the T side, once they got the pistol round going, there was just no stopping them. Everyone started to wake up. Xantaris, who I pointed out as an Achilles heel on the CT side, he was top fragging in the server, playing a Khan's position, being so impactful. And then in the second half, it was just Waikade and Jota joining the party, and this is now an uphill task for Legacy.
Oh, you mean understatement of the year, I think. It's going to be so hard now. Got to win all the rest of these remaining maps, which of course includes that thing that we highlighted. Train, should it even be there? Who knows? A very, very tall order. But I will say this about Legacy. They are the plucky underdog, and they really, they've earned that title. They've been in these, deep waters before and found out how to swim. So don't count them out, but this is the Aurora we talked about on day one, the Aurora that we genuinely believed could come to this tournament in the absence of some big names, finally lift a trophy for this guy on your screen, Xantares. So talented, languished for years in big, and it just never seemed to happen for them, even when they were touted as a top team. And now finally, a trophy in his crosshairs.
Well, next map will be the 750th on LAN in his career, and might just be how long it takes for him to lift the trophy and win the MVP most likely in that case. But you could see more so on Dust 2, right? He's just willing his team across the finish line. He had so many important kills in swing rounds, right? When it seemed like Aurora was going to fizzle out yet again, when it seemed like their back was broken, but by losing another heartbreaking round, it was Xantares time and time again showing up, finding the openings, finding the multi-kills, and really instilling belief in his team and telling them, hey, this is still not over, we got this.
Yeah, for sure. I think there were some really, really cool moments actually coming in from the side of from the Brazilian side on the T side, right? I think we have a couple of rounds we can probably bring up.
Yeah, 4 and 7, I think.
So we can just play it back to back. This is something where Aurora, as we pointed out earlier, the CT side, they don't usually go for these extremity pushes and go for a lot of info plays late into the round. So what happens here is 30 seconds on the clock. There's a lot of pressure here towards A. The Jota dies, he spots the bomb, but the timing it. 20 seconds on the clock. Nissim walks up from apartments, and that's when Waikadia exits it. it. They're able to rotate back to B, plants the bomb with, what, 2 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's how they steal the round away, right? Just perfect look from Nissim. Fast over to round number 7, we're going to see something very, very similar over here. It's going to be, you know, a couple of kills going the way of the CTs. Walks up with a great find over here, and then again, it is going to be Nissim over towards the B bomb side. He's slowly going to walk out, again catching the timing, and walks, despite his heroics on the A side, the B bomb side's lost. Nissim catches Major, just running in. He's like, oh, he might sneak out again, and boom, just like that, 2 well-constructed rounds from these lurks, just punishing Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. And you thought that was going to be enough, you know, for Legacy. They would win the anti-eco after this 5-3, but that wasn't. Unfortunately, there were a couple of missteps from that point on. You know, they had that round on B where they ran out of time. Sadin started going back to A with the C4, realized it's too late, couldn't plant in time, and then with those saved guns, they got 2 openings in the round right after 5v3, but then unfortunately Lux just rushing things a bit too much. Jota gets a double on A to equalize, and that's the clutch where Aurora goes for a fast defuse in the smoke while Lato is still going his way around the world. So a couple of those rounds, if Legacy is just able to win one, they would reset Aurora again, probably end with, you know, 7 rounds in the first half, which would have given them a bigger buffer in the second once they lose pistol to get their CT side.
And they were winning those on Dust too, and sort of not here. And, you know, I think there was another cool round we won.
And this is just, you know, it's in context with the 2 rounds we just spoke about here. I like the little adaptation coming out from the CTs. We're going to see final round of the first half. We're going to see Wakadia pushing up towards apartments. They get the kill. But what do they do after this? They have Xantares pushing apartments again, re-aggressing, not just being passive. He pushes in and he's like, guys, it's clear. They're going to be gathering A. And what happens when Legacy walk on the A bomb side? There's going to be Jota, there's going to be Woxic. And even though the T's are able to get a couple of kills, they're not ready for the Xantares flank coming in. And just like that, sealing the deal. And what I liked here is there was more life on the CT side from Aurora than I've seen in a lot of games on this particular map, despite a lot of the clutches going the way of Legacy. And of course, on the T side, man, once Jota and Wakadia just woke up, there was no stopping them.
Yeah, I mean, we did highlight that. We said the CT side was the question mark, and they did implement some of the things we suggested, you know, pushing in the extremities. You saw it there, Xantares, take that space, get that info, adjust accordingly, and maybe that's something they can utilize moving forward, because I still think, and crazy to say, because they probably are about to win the tournament, they definitely still need to work on their map pool moving forward, because there are going to be better teams out there that will punish that lack of activity. That being said, this is the map we expect them to close out on. It's been a map that's been very kind to them at this tournament.
Yes.
Seems to be the one they specialize in. If you leave it in the pool, they're very comfortable picking it. If you pick it, you better be good. It's Train.
And Yankees pointed out earlier as well, right? Like, we were a little surprised why Legacy didn't ban out Train. I think Overpass would have been a little bit more 50-50, so to speak. But coming into Train,
Maybe they saw that GamerLegion game on Overpass. So that
maybe, but I don't think it should be cowed with that fact, right? You have your own game to play. But Train coming in, not only is it, I think, one of the better maps for the side of Aurora, but also Legacy won, what, 1 out of the past 4 outings?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, this is what we're calling this a specialist map. Is that a fair assessment, Yanko? Is it a little bit different than the other maps in the pool?
Yeah, I think so. And I think this is, I said it multiple times, if Aurora is going to be a contender, Train and Overpass need to be, you know, 2 out of the 3 of their best maps.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they just need to, in that sort of a way, make up for the lack of firepower compared to the other teams or some other deficiencies that they have. But I also think this is their best chance to win this final. It's just ended here on Train, right? Because if you end up losing this map somehow, now there's this prolonged break between maps 3 and 4, so the players can grab some food and get some rest. Now you're thinking how you were right there and you let it slip on your own map pick. You're going in 2 maps that were so and so. So absolutely for Aurora, you know, you can tell visibly they're trying to make up for some of their deficiencies. Major is trying to scream after every round win, and big highlights, and Wakadia too. You know, they're almost artificially, because it doesn't come natural to them, hyping each other up, and it's paying off. I mean, they're 2-0 up, and they need to continue that. They cannot get complacent at this point when they're so close.
Just to show how unlikely it is for Legacy to bring this one back, when Furia pulled out the reverse sweep just a couple of weeks back in Malta and Thunderpick, you know, being 0-2 down against Na'Vi and winning 3-2. That was the only second time in any notable land since CSGO's advent that's ever happened.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So if Legacy are to pull this off, they'd not just be defying the odds, but basically defying history.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's going to be a very, very tall order. We've seen Aurora dominate on this map, so we might be talking about a 3-0, but we'll see. Legacy do continue to defy the odds. Anyway, we are going to take a break, and we're going to see if Aurora's training pays off in just a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Naf, of course, from Team Liquid, Hooksy from Astralis, Youngster from Heroic, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion. What was the moment that you fell in love with Counter-Strike?
Like falling in love with the competitive side of it, at least, I think was I started playing on a team with some RL mates for fun, and then we went to some local Danish LAN, and there was like a really good Danish team there, like a third best team in Denmark or something, and all of a sudden we were like up, I think 7-1 or something against them, and we had like a crowd of 30 people behind us, and like it basically looked like like, you know, we were just sitting on like these wooden chairs and stuff. So I think just that adrenaline of having people looking at you like that and being impressed, and you know, I've always wanted to win no matter what I play. So yeah, I think that's why I really wanted to achieve something in this game.
Where the dream sort of, you saw tangibly where you could go.
I don't know, when I first fell in love with Counter-Strike, I don't know. It was probably just like those days when I was just in my brother's room, just sitting behind him and watching him play, probably. You know, like I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, man, I want to play this game. It looks so much fun, it looks so sick. And you know, that's a story for like a lot of us younger brothers. You know, shout out to the older brothers out there that, like, you know, got us all into Counter-Strike because they're a big part of it. Why a lot of players even play nowadays. So yeah, I mean, probably just sitting there playing, and yeah, I don't know, I really couldn't picture any other moment, to be honest. Just loved the game when I first saw it and just wanted to play it, and then just never stopped playing it.
I was hard stuck 2K elo on Faceit for like a year, and I'd played on 60 Hz and like a very bad mouse, so I just bought new gear instead. And during like 2 or 3 months, I went from 2K to 4K, like just with this insane gear, and that's what's like it's super fun to develop and stuff like this. So it's like that was like my start. Yeah. But like then when like all the work, it was like when we qualified from to Pro League. Season, I don't know what season, I was in Sangal. Yeah. Like all the work I had been doing, you know, like we went from top 150 to top 20, you know, and when we qualified for Pro League finally, it was like all the emotions and all that down, crying and stuff like this, but yeah, those 2 moments.
That's sick. Honestly, probably Counter-Strike Source, watching UK CS online and being like,
in like a LAN final in the Source TV. Somehow you get the IP. I don't remember how you used to get it, and there'd be like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people in there and sitting there watching, and that was like the only session you could ever watch and actually like learn something. So you do that, and then you just play that most out of meta thing ever for the next year, copying all this stuff, playing it, and the next time you go and watch like very game something final and like, wow, this is amazing. Look, people have smoke lineups and flashes and stuff like this, and the shooting and stuff like you don't get to see it. The only thing you ever got to see was like you're watching your own games back. And I think that really stunted like development back then, but it was so interesting for me. I remember paying for a website called OneSource back then, just a random NA guy. I used to like pay for people to come and just show like, oh, here's how to play a ramp, and it's just a guy smoking ramp and watching the smoke, and then it goes down, and I'm like, wow, it's amazing.
Getting the Tool CSS videos on the go.
Yeah, that for me was great, but I mean, nowadays, everyone just Nico streaming, just watches POV, like it's amazing. I was auto highlights, been loaded on YouTube, and anything you want to watch. But yeah, obviously back then for me, that was watching CSS was, I want to try to go pro myself, that was the thing to watch.
Everything is pointing to an Aurora victory today, a chance to touch a trophy for the very first time. It almost feels too good to be true, and I'm sure that demon's starting to whisper in the back of their heads. But Train is a map where Aurora have impressed us, no?
It's literally best win rate for Aurora versus worst win rate for Legacy. We're talking about a team who, they played it 4 times, 27% T-side win rate here for Legacy. This is a map they actually just objectively struggle on. It's something that can be exposed in a best of 5 situation. It's a place where, and when you're down 0-2, like, the thought is even if you win, you're not even halfway there. You still have so much work to do. There is going to be an element of Legacy just feeling like it's just too much now. We missed a chance. We got crushed on the last map. We suck on this map. We've seen Legacy dig deep and be consistent, right? And there's new tests for them all the time. But, some are going to be heavier than others. At least they get the start on CT first.
Sadson taps one through the smoke of all things. So feels like Wicadia actually didn't do anything wrong, but he's the first casualty of map 3. Santera is on the answer, and Dumao crossing paths with Madgers. Got this one looking like it will be locked in. So how much of an uphill battle will Aurora face if they don't pick up the T-side pistol? Whew. Legacy looking like they're not playing any games in this one. I brought up that fact that they were able to fight tooth and nail for the best of 5 against 3D Max, but at least that one, you opened with a map win. You may have gone down back-to-back maps versus 3D Max. You're trailing, but you're going into map 4 knowing you can win on that day. That is not where Legacy are at mentally right now. But you can forget about everything else with a CT pistol victory. And then also, if you're Legacy, I think take refuge in knowing that, well, Aurora have never been able to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've had way more chances than a team like Legacy, who realized it in their first outing of a grand final.
I mean, they're beaming with confidence, definitely, in that regard. But Aurora showed up today and done their best to try to give them a reminder that they're meant to be a cut above, and they're in form.
We started this event as Aurora being the highest ranked team in attendance, and yet they didn't feel like the favorites in certain ways. And then they started with a 2-0 run in the Swiss groups, only to require all 3 attempts to progress into playoffs. And even in playoffs, their first match was some back and forth affair. That 13-1, 13-1, that was something different. That showed us where the ceiling truly lies. And Madger said it in the post-game interview as well. If we can play that kind of Counter-Strike tomorrow versus Legacy, we will win this event.
Oh, with the Glock, and that was not a burst. My goodness. Can't believe that. That was like an Austin CS spot right there.
Bomb is over in Ivy, though, so don't get too excited. Aurora going to try to walk Madger forward.
No.
Okay, that gets dangerously close. Way too close.
He was
the fact that it was Glocks on the field.
He was zigzagging the opposite of that S spray curve for the FAMAS, just perfectly, weaving through those bullets.
You lose the pistol, you don't plant in the follow-up, but you've got AKs here if you're Aurora, so first gun round is the test. And the question will remain, how many T rounds do they need? Because their consistency on train would put confidence in the second half. How many is enough if this fight from Legacy will continue? As much as I'd love to hype Legacy up in this best of 5 as well, even they themselves know they can't get overly excited if this first half starts going well, because the road to their victory is a long one. Every map from here on out. Dumao looking rambunctious, like he just wants to get into fights, but it's not Aurora to give them any just yet. Jumping around in the box halls. Here comes the execute into the B site. It's going to be this forward-facing setup between Sadzin and Nissim. And support from Dumao inbound, giving himself smoke to try to work out with Xantares. Takes a bit of damage off that nade. Good flash support from Dumao, and he comes through with a kill on his own.
Nasty.
2 flash assists, a frag to Dumao, and a total shutdown of Aurora inside of this B site. Wicadia's gonna fight it back. This would be a massive clutch to get the first round on the board for Aurora. He's got the bomb and he's halfway through this 1v4.
Yeah, he is, and he actually could find a way out if he gets this kill, but he could still do it, honestly.
There he goes.
This will be a plant. A retake will have to come back in the other direction, and they have to be worried about coming in through Z, doubling up via inner. Why does it feel like Wicadia has a chance?
12 bullets in the magazine, 2 players grouped up. What sort of a position does Wicadia want to play for this?
Oh, he's going for the E-box move.
With bomb planted on the CT side of that train. Wicadia looking to shave them off. God, if they line up, this is going to be such a tough pill to swallow early. And he goes for the shots into Lotto's back. Lux has got this kit, and he's going to tap that bomb to elicit the peek, but now Wicadia's got great cover. Lux defusing it, comes off a second time, and Wicadia early on train goes 1v4 to remind Legacy who's boss.
Absolutely unreal from Wicadia. Teriyaki, baby.
Saucy clutch.
Wow, that was delectable. The kills were one thing. The move to Z with knowing that that guy who's playing back there in CT Sun, throwing nades, they're cascading over your head. They think that you're still over on the default. You get out to Z and then wrapping around to E-box if they're going to double up is the perfect move. Perfection for Wicadia.
Sadzin happy to take an early challenge, though. If Aurora thought that was going to keep Legacy from playing aggressive, oh, what a foolish look it would be.
He's missed it. He's missed it.
Oh, no. Supported by only a 5-7 as well. That 5-7 out from Connector is going to have a hard time stopping this push. Woxic misses a shot, though, and with the fire burning in front of them.
Oh, that shot was...
Yeah, they know they can't just dive it. There was a world where maybe they could have.
Ooh. Dangerous. Saw that gun could have got scooped up.
But I think those are the kinds of small mistakes that you can expect Legacy to make throughout this third map. This is not their comfort zone, train.
It's not, and that'll definitely be exposed in the second half. They do enough padding here, then they'll be in a good place. But they give away a 1v4. If there's any kind of streak that comes off of it, they're going to be in tears. Oh no, this walk back to Ivy. Lotto, is he going to peek? He is!
Instantly gets deleted. Madger hits the Galil headshot. There's still a ton of util, but they don't expect another player to be crawling out with this one. So Legacy maintain man advantage. Joda moving outwards. Oh, kind of half-ass clears that one, and Lux is able to thrive with a 2K. Woxic can't afford to miss the shot, and so right to the head of Lux, but again, these CTs coming at it in a stringy fashion keeps Aurora scratching their heads like, why are they all alone, and yet why are they all here?
Yeah, they're never alone. Legacy, there's always a second layer. You know, whether it's a extremely fast reaction or a pre-planned push, that's something that they do the best. They avoid letting Aurora build momentum off of that clutch, especially taking out Wicadia first.
I just think extra props to Legacy for going into that Hall's push out of the gate. It's just so Legacy to go for something like that. If you're not going to be comfortable holding bomb sites in the end, there are ways to find opening duels here on Train. Obviously, they've already showed us. There was a couple peeks into Pop Dog, no contact found for Legacy, but now a pack of Aurora players priming themselves for a jump out through this doorway. Dumau's going to have a huge advantage with the cover and the M4 over these pistols. No utility for Aurora to try to make this gap easy to cross. And so Legacy have every advantage in the world here for the 5th round. You couldn't ask for more.
Maybe a kill.
Yeah, for now, those remain elusive.
Like they're going to try to time this jump out. It's all to set up Xantares' Deagle. He'll, you know, one chance to get a good swing and a kill. And there is that kill.
No. Desert Eagle finds one, but still you're leaning back on another couple of
He got
M4s.
another kill.
No. They've got another player pressured in. I mean, just the fact they get away with a bomb plant here is a solid silver lining. I said it like it was a guarantee. Woxic, oh, he gets denied just in that final second of the plant. Why did that feel so doable for a second?
Xantares? That's all I got.
And maybe a Legacy timidness. Or more so an unfamiliarity with winning on this map. But context be damned, a 4-1 lead has always got to feel somewhat good for Legacy.
Yeah, they're still, you know, they got this lead, but now it's time to make some money.
And Aurora looking for this B site hit again, and if the timing comes down to it.
Yeah, it's 1 in B. No push this time.
At least Nissim has been rock solid so far. 7 frags, 1 death.
They're saying we can't be conditioned either.
Yeah, there's 0 support for this one. You've got Legacy trying to find info elsewhere.
Yeah,
Dumau moving over just in time.
That nade is beautiful.
Nissim blocks off the upper push, but here comes that execute over top. 3rd layer of the defense still delayed. Smoke at Nissim's feet as they do emerge from the bottom of that ramp, with Kadia the only to get a kill so far. Dumau fighting from inside of the site, but he takes a ton of damage here. Jonah can't sweep him away just yet, and everybody else for Aurora are being pulled apart. Dumau elusive, wraps back around Thomas, comes out with a triple kill this round, and it's gonna be another clutch that begins on the B site. Jonah about to be double swung, but he finds timing. Dumau's dead. Sadzin waits and crawls around that corner, but another quad kill and another massive clutch.
No, he missed it.
Now Sadzin to the sidearm, denied. And mistakes being made by Legacy that they certainly can't afford.
Oh, they turned this B side into a playground. Man, that's a team that knows the map. It's going to credit so much to Dumau and to whoever from Legacy that's playing on the left side of this train. They're getting so much value out of it. They're doing a good job of fighting up into heaven, in through the main choke point, but these late round situations, getting away from them is ridiculous.
And the ramifications are massive.
Again.
Dumau tries to take it to Joda, but just the mag 7 for damage. Already outside, Aurora are fighting their way through. Legacy did a great job of stopping this out of the gate, but 2 massive clutches, and Aurora now starting to flood to where they belong, which is in victory lane on Train. They didn't skip a beat with that transition into the outer yard this round.
Yeah, it just changes everything here. Winning this cleanly. We'll see if Legacy can get any exit kills. Looks like they're not even going to dive it. That is a lot of saves. The only upgrade looks like the Mag 7 for now here from Nissim. Those are 2 clutches that maybe you could afford one of those in a map and come back from it. I mean, luckily, Legacy had a lead and had a lead. But they took some costs on the eco rounds. They lost that clutch. Now there's definitely some fragility in their economy.
Arcadia trying to really strong arm an exit here. Dumao, you know he wants to pounce. Support right behind it, flashes over top. Joda's got a scope in his face. And now there's a ton of pressure on them, keeping them inside of the T-Con. How many fights are here to be had for Legacy? Joda's gonna go deep, a double down with that Galil. Major slips the net into the Z. All of a sudden, Lux is banking on a P2000 frag.
And the bomb's gonna get planted in her?
Oh my god, another clutch moment queued up as Legacy are causing carnage.
Here's the third Musketeer.
But why not Major in a moment like this?
Disappearing into the shadows. How's he gonna find his first kill? How scared are Legacy right now?
At the moment, that one kit is on Nissim coming in from the ramp. There is no smoke to deny Major any sort of vision. And it's a back turn to him on the jump. Lotto kept his presence high, and Legacy went around where Aurora thought that they were gonna bust the doors down outer yet again. I don't know how many times you could run that round back and that outcome occurs. Such a sloppy situation down on T-Con, sliding out through smokes in every which direction. It feels like at this point, Legacy just have to hold on for dear life and bank on them within those chaotic moments, being able to win rounds as they do.
Which, in terms of playstyle, it feels like they should be good at Train, and they do play it. It's just in the recent results aren't very good. They've got reps, but Aurora have more. But it's wild. You look at this game, 2 unbelievable clutches and 2 rounds that could have been won with 3 up for Legacy, 3 up or 4 up, and they could have had a perfect CT side so far, and instead, they're probably a little bit nervous about not getting what they normally score on CT side on a map that they are having trouble winning in general.
Fast op post to try to catch that cross, but Legacy haven't gone that deep outside. Instead, it's Sadzin taking a look over at Ivy, and he's not alone either. Lotto is standing right in front of him. But how long can you really commit to a 2-player Ivy setup? How convinced are you that this is worth your time?
Wow, they got the read. They're backing out of Ivy. Legacy got to be scratching their heads right now. What do they know? They ran back and they walk forward now. Op still hasn't moved from this position.
Oh, clean shots from Sadzin. Woxic, ooh, not able to get a second bullet off. While Joda will peel Dumao off the A site, you've got Lux standing over the corpse, still trying to hold control. Major flashes through. Oh, and he gets vision on Lotto. Fully blind with the underhanded flash. That's bomb scooped up at 45.
And he's going the wrong way, right into this push.
Because oddly enough, Joda, who got a kill inside of that outer yard, didn't really maintain control of it, and Lux was able to slip off site. And so Joda's kill all in vain. So many deaths stacked up towards Ivy here in 9 rounds, but Lux will end this. And it is indeed Legacy racking up the round wins.
Full credit to Sadzin. Like the angle that he was so deep that he could get the kill, and was, even though they ran at him, he had enough time to get back on cycle, get to a safer angle, set up a second shot, and then he had a second teammate there to get the 3rd kill. Those trades had to go perfect, and this kill had to come down for there to be a chance, right, for Aurora. Oh, they may have finessed 2 massive clutches and an eco, but overall, Legacy have been doing fantastic in the early to mid rounds.
Good on Legacy to seemingly be prepared to fight tooth and nail for this third map. With their ban of Overpass, they knew that Train was going to be in the equation today. The uncertainty was in Aurora's mind as to which of the two they'd get to try to do battle on. And it's certainly tough to stomach those clutches if you're Legacy, but find solace in knowing you were that close to totally blowing Aurora out of these first 9 rounds. A 10th that should come with ease, but Xantares has already showed us that he is good for a double Deagle entry. Good on Legacy to put him down first.
Uh-oh.
Lux offers up an opening though, luckily covered. So again, where there's one, there's more. When it comes to Legacy, always fighting as a unit, and a unit that stands tall this time to make a bit of padding economically for the last couple rounds of play.
That's great that they actually do that. If they lost a lot of players here, they lose one more round, it would be an eco to finish, and it could be Aurora with 2 free. But now they've got to earn both of these. Going to be a full buy here in these last 2 rounds for Legacy. The execs have looked like they've got all the fixings, but like the players in B site, they're always getting away with these multis to kick it off.
Well, I'm sure the Legacy fans at home right now are getting excited about the prospect of such a lopsided CT side. There is still that uncertainty as to what the T side has in store. A challenge they knew they were going to be up against. A challenge they'd like to make as easy as possible. Letting those clutches slip. That's going to give Aurora hope to still squeeze out a 4th and 5th on this attack. Now, we've seen the ramp play come through into these B hits, but this is an emphasis on the upper shelf instead. And Sadzin sat there comfortably, finds his first one, and a second right with it. Wicadia takes damage in the process. He's gonna prioritize plant, but check out the radar. Woxic is still over in Ivy. Madger's gonna have to be the hero here. How long of a rotation will this take? They're going to throw a smoke on the bomb, and Woxic's not even taking a look at this.
I don't think there's any world there. Smoke diffusing right here. 2 players guarding Z. They don't know where he is, but he's too far away for it to matter.
That is Legacy with 8.
That was meant to be their insurance for a prolonged B take with players that are alive that can delay a little bit. But it's this one spot on the right side of the bomb train that's, again, kind of, well, it's what they targeted this time and got their kill in. But they're always pairing it with that player, and that's at least drawing some attention. The op that was in there watching Heaven covering him was a beautiful addition to the setup. It's the second time they've got a kill on that walkout. Woxic with the abysmal T side so far, 11 ADR. It's hard to say what's going to matter, though. That's 3 rounds. It can still be okay. Both these teams really rely on their CT sides. This will not be a free close for Legacy.
Trying to get their hands back on that elusive 5-round streak. It could be Legacy's for the taking. Not that upwards ramp attack that Legacy have used a couple of times already, but it is T-Con control taken over, and I think a good picture as to what's up at the moment. Legacy have done a good job of getting pieces in place for this B-hold often enough Sure, when they leave a single player left in sight, they've lost 2 rounds.
They have their lineups already. That won't interrupt anything.
But the part that goes well is holding it back, and you have added a second player deep to this commitment, and it has been fresh looks for Legacy on these sorts of holds. Lux collects the first one, great flashbang on the rotates yet again, and Xantares, his turn to try and cause problems, but 3 is all they get. Dude. Stellar CT side from Legacy, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, apart from, again, those 2 clutches that happened, both B takes where that took place, even those holds were successful. Aurora go back to their old tricks. They want one side of the map for the entire half. They try to take it. And the only success they find is in those 1vx's. They happened so early, it felt like they had a lot more to show. But in reality, they couldn't get the first kill on B ever.
I feel like just looking at the Legacy players, they're almost surprised that went as well as it did.
Yeah.
Dumao somehow stunned at the prospect of extending this best of 5. Inferno is up next.
I like that Aurora leaned really heavily on their set execs back on T side on this map, considering how difficult it is. You know, they looked really practiced, but the spots that Legacy held from, they looked so insulated from those flashbangs that came in. It felt like they knew exactly how to deal with those full execs. And now again, these headshots, these could be everything. Only 1 player coming down just to draw some attention back, and he gets a dink.
Joda's backing up into Ivy. Oh, fast headshots, good and all, but that's going to be bomb spotted on Sadzin. You've still got players hard committed to inside of this A site, and so they drop that bomb on the approach. Woxic and Xantares, what a duo. But over towards that B site, there's still success here for Legacy and plenty of time to make this weird.
Yeah, and they will try to. You can see their eyes split up. One into T-Con looking for refuge. Woxic on another part of the map. They could set up 2 1v1s here. We'll see if the clear comes down.
It's a big position for Xantares. You have to consider whether Nissim will clear it.
Nissim is a lurker, you know, so he thinks like lurkers as well. We see him crouch into positions like these. If he clears it, he kind of saves the day. If not, who knows? Oh, and Xantares, too sharp.
Put to rest. Now, no eyes on the bomb, actually.
And this means...
That's going to get scooped up.
Yep.
Lux just going to look for the bomb plant here. Game doesn't have to be won right here and now. They have that benefit of the doubt, but he will give this a clutch attempt. One of the most clutch players Legacy has falls to this one, and it is indeed an Aurora pistol round win to get this comeback on a side they'll be favored on. Started strong. Good on Joda running over towards Ivy, gets that instant headshot, spots the bomb on Sadzin, and it's that Woxic Xantares combo outside that Legacy have to be careful about moving forward.
I think they're lucky to get a plant even in that situation, so that's kind of a win here for Lux. They could throw a wrench into the works right now with a good half-buy call. We can't say that's beyond them considering what we've seen from them already in this match. But Aurora, they're going to be feeling extremely good now. It's a comfort side. Xantares, he wants that land. 3K on this pistol. Massive impact already in this finals.
I mean, it makes sense that it goes hand in hand with just Aurora flailing through that first half, but obviously slower start for Xantares. Thing is, we've seen slower starts and yet consistent recoveries. You're giving him a chance to now power up and remain at the top of that leaderboard for Aurora. He's going to be confident coming off of that read to push into T-Con to not allow Nissim to go for that corner clear. Will they fall to any classic Legacy antics? Dumao's already exited through T-Con, covered off by these smokes. He's got a small pocket of control as they'll get ambitious with the wall bangs. Dumao's going to make a move here. Madger spots it out, but it's Madger supported by Xantares with fire in front of Dumao. Easy first blood as far as Xantares is concerned. Transition towards the B site. Joda on the support. Spots a couple bodies coming down that ramp. And it's pistols on the upper shelf, but the rifle hits the ground empty-handed. And so money to be made here for Legacy, but the retake already well underway, and 5 players strong for Aurora.
That's a lot of money made. Again, another bomb plant, which is good for Legacy. We've seen some CT sides get out of hand. But there's no early mistake here on this crawl back. They're not going to aggro. They're watching everything, looking for all the smoke pushes that they can find. Fast but not overzealous. Luck's going to be pushed to his limits here. He's actually been a top fragger on Train. He's calling. He's been so clutch for Legacy in the series, but this is his hardest test. Train T-side to stay alive at this event.
Silent crawl to the inner sight. Far lean for Aurora's rifles. A wealth of utility over the top for Legacy. And a couple of sets of Kevlar to potentially take over this site, but there will be no rifles to be grabbed. You're not going to find somebody close position to give you that extra X factor you would hope to earn. A bomb plant is something Aurora are willing to give over for the sake of winning this round, but a push from Dumao into Z. Meanwhile, the site gets challenged by MIBR, things seemingly going well, but Dumao now reveals himself, and to no avail. It is all MIBR so far with these 3 kills, and Wicadia comes through alongside Joda. Cleanup made easy, as this one is going exactly how Aurora would hope. No real test offered up in such a light round for Legacy.
It's like scoring all these plants is good, but it's kind of like on Aurora's watch. Like they're ready to let it happen because they know they just don't want to give up the kills and come in for the retake afterwards. They're happy to play against a T team that, you know, has some wealth, but ultimately, as long as they keep control, take fights when they want to, they know that they can pull these rounds off. A Dumao push would have had more impact if someone was coming in late from Z, but you know, went into check and no one was there. Got no pop dog push here. Could be a chance for Sadzin. Let's see. Oh. They're expecting to op fight. Oh my goodness. Visual confirmation without dying there for MIBR. Careful shouldering it. Active but not aggressive. Time can just bleed down on Train. It is so hard sometimes, if you can't find that first kill, to figure out exactly how to organize a full exec. Scaling on Ivy is one of the hardest things to do on any map in the history of this game.
Woxic wants vision. ×2 off the teammate's nade. But after those 2 frags pop, Legacy inch their way ever closer to this Ivy control. It's a dangerous game for Lotto to try to move through. Flash wasn't where it needed to be. Xantares, easy test. And we said the mistakes would be made by Legacy. That utility, not what it needed to be. Lux clutch queued up, 10 seconds versus 3. No bomb possession means this one, no chance. And Aurora are on a sprint to this victory.
Yeah, this is going to get really, really hard. Even though it's a lead. It's a Pyrrhic lead. Played well here for Xantares. It's such a small angle to have to land that flash in. It was a set flash. It was a good attempt, but wow, 3 players on Aurora, 12 and 12, recovering their score lines. First T-Smoke is errant.
Top shelf comes through with success. Tech9's good to create the space. Another moment, though, where Aurora leaned this one back.
Yeah, they're just trying to starve him out.
We've got this pop dog flank coming at Nissim. Tech9 posted on the hole, but it doesn't go the way he'd want just yet. And Joda sees that as an open invitation to go and challenge Sight instead. Nissim still able to recover. Finally a gun to be grabbed. Can that make a difference? From down beneath Dumao goes Wicadia. And then he'll go further. MIBR wounded on this hold. And Legacy have found this affinity for the B site. Success in bomb plants time and time again, but slightly different in that this time they're able to hold on. 20 health, not enough for the clutch. It is Legacy to step forth to double digits.
To be honest, that's something that not even Aurora could pull off, is getting that entry into the site before a response. Not a lot of money coming into this round, and Legacy still pull one out of the hat. It's nice to see ideas like that work, but you're always looking for that one sustainable type of round on a full buy. Oh, wow. Wow, paired with a headshot. That'll really instill some confidence. This is more of a spark plug, right? This kind of gets you started, but it's not enough to drain the economy. It's not enough to show that they'll be able to close the game off of it just yet. But luckily, they did have that great CT side.
Feels like if you're going to continue to give room over to Legacy to make these B hits happen, then why wouldn't they be happy to continue and rinse and repeat? Keeping yourself far removed from the site has worked for Aurora in the past, but that most recent round, that's one where a distanced defense wasn't enough. So yet again, Legacy set their sights on this B bomb site. MIBR wielding an AUG awaits the challenge on that upper hit. Nissim and Lux on one side, Dumao to try to charge down ramp on the other. AUG gets away from him. It's gotta be Wicadia. And it's only one from him. No multi-frags found. Xantares to give himself a smoke. And Dumao's going deep underneath Xantares already. Just chewing through this defense now. Again, you have given over this real estate. Again, you have given Legacy a chance, and they will not let you hold them back time and time again.
Damn near gets the ace on the entries. And again, something that Aurora couldn't do. 2 players on the site dismantled, holding positions exactly as Legacy were going to come out. It looked so safe for MIBR to grab his frag. Somehow from that distance, AUG versus AK, and Dumao comes out ahead. Such sharp shooting. And Dumao, the player with maybe the most name brand value on Legacy to come to this team. Team that felt like it was going to be a forever work in progress, but it hasn't been him to carry them in any given situation. But he can pop off.
Third and final timeout called, and Aurora can feel this slipping. Look at the money. It's not there to be had.
Yeah, Katie is going to have to share.
Chuck a rifle over. There will be limitations here, and we've got to question the adaptability of Aurora, because thinking that you can just lean back away from B one too many times.
Instead of 2 rifles, he went for an op for Woxic, who I think last checked had 11 ADR, for everyone else to have MP9s.
Maybe a sign of being able to push forward as opposed to leaning back. Something different in the setup, potentially to be had. And Woxic has always been such a trained specialist in the past, but when they've come closer than ever to a trophy, nowhere to be found. Sure enough, you do get this forward setup. Obviously a sign with the MP9s, but something that we have not seen from Aurora, as they were just sitting at a distance on B, ready to go into the upper halls, finally looking to show some teeth.
They're going to push forward while this Molly's still up. That's what they wanted to do.
It's a bite in the back of Legacy if Xantares decides to pull the trigger on this push. And over towards that ramp was Wicadia. He was forced to take a step back. Dumao turned. That's the perfect moment. But they don't take it. They don't make their move just yet. A full-blown execution. Wicadia's got a double. Dumao burns. And now Dumao up still in the halls. Tries to hold off. The Opera drops bomb. And with Wicadia and Woxic on top of it, they do enough. The most fight Aurora have been willing to show us. And surprise, surprise, it works.
It's with MP9s. That's something they're genuinely so good with. Those 4 MP9s. Xantares on 1 HP in this op, and this round is still live.
Never right. Legacy off in the middle of a clutch. Oh. Ready for the shots towards Xantares. That op connects.
Op gets saved. Game's alive. It's actually 2 now in play.
MIBR stokes the flames as aggression ends up being key.
That was one part of the map that hasn't really been used or cleared out. It's just been a series of B execs from both teams. No one's really pushed into pop. Legacy have tried to double nade it, but it was around where Aurora didn't try it, and it shows us like they haven't really been pushing up this way. Not the way you want to lose when you're so close to the finish line for Legacy. But surprisingly, the guy they invested most in, Woxic, with that up, really didn't have to get involved. Can they conjure up those entries again?
Double op adjustment now that you can afford it, but again, it was MP9s that pushed into the fight. SMGs that forced your hand to get dirty on a B hold. Once more, they will try to lean back, but maybe Ops will make that difference because the AUG didn't hold them back. Woxic will find one outer and a second right there with it. Still something to stand on here, but Xantares goes down through the smoke. A 2v5 cut down to now the 1v3. It's another chance for Lotto, and we just said previously he has chances in these clutches. Frag that goes over top while he sits at sub-half health, and no further success found. Majority alive as the double ops thrive. Woxic getting his couple, and Xantares keeping pressure up by simply spamming smokes.
I think there was some pressure on Lux to come up with something just new, right? And like they could have done the B exec again, they could have tried, but this is what Aurora have been talking about trying to stop. And we can also see now why maybe they didn't want to try upper this whole time. This looked easy for Aurora. None of the flashes were actually paired with a player wide enough to take advantage of someone being blind. Xantares with the perfect smoke spams. He's Weapon X outside as well. It's the kind of round that got Legacy back into the game.
Leaning back to trying what has worked in the past.
This will be him instead of MIBR holding upper, but a little late.
Op is here though. That op at this range. Dumao's Desert Eagle gets it over the line. You're not going to stop them from flooding the site, but you can just kill them there. Wicadia, MIBR, kill a pop, and Joda on top of that. Small adaptations being offered with that pressure on the push through the pop dog. Joda gets his. And make sure that Legacy are starting to feel the walls closing in around them.
It's already a convivial moment and energy that we can see from Aurora. You're right, this map can feel constricting, small on T side, very difficult to overcome.
Shout out Legacy for trying to make that entry happen even with only Deagles. Getting the better of Woxic to prevent that multi-frag potential.
It is crazy how often they can do that. Like, you want to have a map where you can play 4A, like 1B most of the time, but in this game, no chance. Not for either team.
Shot for Woxic here to be had. Only needs a small margin. The tiniest of gaps. A 5v4 advantage to tie this game at 11-all.
Jota's giving him a chance to maybe get a kill back. Can they see over this? Oh my
They
goodness.
could, but he gets away just in time. Intuition for the reposition. Utility down the B ramp, but it doesn't seem like they're going to fully bite just yet. Aurora will remain adamant that this is still coming to the outer yard. Maybe they can feel Lux trying to somehow shake off Aurora to just go for something different here on E-Box. Jota holds one frag to him, but Magic gets dropped. That Ivy pressure could be key. Zantares, it's just the dink. Woxic sees the barrel, but as he's preoccupied here on Ivy, it's going to be Wicadia smoked off towards Z. 2v3 coming together as Doomau plants that bomb and tries to get over towards Train to get Solus any kind of cover. He'll be able to lock in behind this box. Nissim's low health at a distance to try to cover. We've got kits on both members that remain here for Aurora, but a 12th round prime for the taking, if not for this massive health advantage. Wicadia's got limited time, and an incendiary thrown towards Popdog as he can't figure out where the hell Nissim's got off to. This bomb's ticking quick. Oh,
he's got it!
He catches it
Oh
from
my
down
god, he has
beneath.
time!
The smallest of margins as both teams hit 11.
Oh, it wasn't even tapped yet. It wasn't even tapped yet. He showed a leg, and he didn't have to swing for at least a full 5 seconds.
We said that mistakes would be made in the minutia. Has his feet taken out from beneath him. The dink from Zantares comes back to haunt him. And everybody stepping forth for Aurora as Wicadia posts the clutch.
That one's gonna sting.
12 on the line either side. Woxic goes deep. As Aurora have started to feel like they can take control of the map as opposed to sit back each and every round. Over the top goes Woxic, and they are on top of him already. At the very least, it's the one from the Yopper. That gun could be key for Legacy if you can put it in Sadzin's hands.
Oh.
Surely he wants it instead of the Galil.
And they're desperate. They wanted to jump on anything. It's 4v4. They take a nade, trying to come out of heaven together. Now CTs can try to reestablish control. It's a little bit of a poofy smoke as it bounces back here for Zantares. Even-handed on both sides of the map. You can tell that Legacy want to go back to their comfort zone eventually.
Zantares gonna fade this smoke versus Nissim, looking for revenge from the last round. And Nissim, oh, he could have held that angle, but he walked away. For what reason, I don't know.
That's very brave, though, of Zantares to even try to phase that. That's the kind of game he's playing right now, playing to win.
To give themselves one map and match point to push this over the line, similar to Dust 2, not allowing that to go to overtime.
The horizon's coming up now on Legacy. They've got to make a move. 30 seconds.
Sadzin's chucking out nades. Lotto's going for the A-site walkout, but bomb gets cut off. And as this game's gone on, you have watched Legacy get pulled apart across the map, piece by piece. Such a key element to the success has been Jota. Not only with these constant pop dog pushes, but the last piece of this 5 to unlock the potential in 2025.
Absolutely, he's made this team, and at this event, we really haven't talked about him much. You know, it goes all the way down to Wicadia in terms of fragging. But Jota showing up in this grand final with these major moments.
Last few bullets. He is such a spark for this team. And how poetic that in potentially the round that wins him his first trophy, Zantares didn't have to carry. A tale as long as his career. His entire adult life spent in the chase of this moment. Frag grenade goes beyond the pack, but Wicadia is here to fight them. Legacy will break down the doors on B yet again. It is what got this T side rolling. It is what has given them the chance at extending play once more. And smokes go deep for Legacy.
Yeah, this could kill the clock. They're pushing up aggressively. The CTs are going to come through, but everything's
Huge
being
retake.
watched.
Jota doesn't get the better of Dumao, down to now 59 health. He wants action over towards Xantares, and because they didn't expend utility to get position on site, they have so much of it to burn down this clock. 15 seconds on that bomb. Aurora are gonna have to dig even deeper because the win's not theirs just yet. Legacy in classic fashion just go all in B yet again.
I mean, they kept trying B, they kept succeeding, and then they tried to put it on the back burner to show that they could threaten A, make sure that they didn't overstep on what was a gold mine for them in this second half. But they come back to it when they need to on the last round, and it works again. Wacadia only 1 on the defense.
Fast charge outer. Dumao's looking to yet again make a difference. Flashbang finds Xantares, and it doesn't seem like he knows they're this close. Oh, great cover from Woxic. That would have been Xantares caught jumping up to the ladder. And where there's one, there's more. Lux trying to climb around, evades the death, but not the damage. It's 2 low bars for Legacy. Wacadia quick to the call. Flashes continue to come over top, and now Madger looks for a chance to strike. Total denial on the outer yard. Finally, something different sticks for Legacy.
This is what they do. They build back momentum out of nowhere. The 2 straight, the outer win, the fast outer rush as a call. What a crazy moment for Legacy to pull that out and be successful. Probably the thing that Aurora expected the least.
You could tell that Aurora just spent that whole round off guard with the close positioning of Dumao, with the wild ladder climb and escape. Legacy remain elusive. Legacy remain full stop.
They got 3 rounds on their T side in regulation and the first of overtime. Those are so much more valuable per round. We saw the Nuke game versus Saw. You know, you really had to rub your eyes to believe what you were watching, but they consistently cast a spell of their opponents and make things happen. But off the pause, first kill for Xantares with the HE.
That'll help alleviate a bit of pressure.
Oh, what?
Okay, Woxic's op is powered up as this game's gone on.
That's supposed to be a safe way to spot.
Still trying to break even. Oh, that's not gonna help. Critical error at a crucial juncture.
And suddenly fully stuffed.
Aurora know they've got this one in the bag. Tied game again at 13 all, and Nissim accidentally takes a shot. Oh, this one's starting to fall apart at the seams, isn't it? At least one awkward round to kind of dent the confidence of Legacy. String a couple of critical rounds together between the very end of regulation and the first of OT, but leave it to Aurora to use overtime. Of course, it was never going to be clean.
I mean, it's just so hard to say what's going to happen next. Now we've got this fast Ivy play. Everything is suddenly very quick for Legacy on train. They obviously saw success right out of the gate in the first overtime round. One more, and they're in a wonderful spot. Considering that they switch over to CT side and had 9-3, and considering that of those 3 rounds, Aurora won, 1 was an eco, and 2 were clutches, a 1v3 and a 1v4, they might not be looking forward to a second try at it.
But Madger, after hitting that B site every single round, still has his ultimate trick up his sleeve. The one-off A commitment. Will it come? Timeouts burned early here in overtime just to make sure that this third round could be taken either direction. Surely Aurora realize how badly they need this. Wacadia trying to step up to a challenge, eats a frag grenade on the approach. And that's going to send him back down into the B site low. Woxic, what are you made of?
Unreal. He tries it again. Even with all that happening and Wacadia getting naded back, he stubbornly decides, I need to help him out. Too often have they broken into the site because there's only one player in a late rotation.
Yes, and too often they've broken into a site because Aurora just sat back on their hands inside of B. Stark contrast to more than half of the CT side.
And that's Woxic recovering massively in this game. Yeah, we're into the overtime post-regulation rounds, but for most of this game, he was totally absent.
Still on the recovery, but it's clear as day. Him versus Sadsing queued up here on T-Con.
There's no flash to assist this peak. If he's going to walk out, he's just going to die.
Not to mention shadow advantage on a play like that, so it makes Woxic's job all the easier. Again, small mistakes punished badly when you consider the gap between these teams. But speaking of mistakes, Jota walks through that, not even with a gun in hand.
What's even the
What were you
value
thinking
prop
you could
there?
get away with? Maybe it's just to set up Xantares because he is the savior of this one. Goes back in, does what Jota couldn't, and ends it. 2 kills inside of the Pop Dog. Aurora, that was sketchy.
That was, well, Jota, that was sketchy.
Yeah,
Everything else actually looked pretty perfect, to be honest.
Just Jota.
Yeah, Jota definitely he's got some moments where he gets excited, that's for sure. All right, so second test, you know, to be real, like Aurora are normally much better on T side than they were in that first half. Just that in this game so far, it didn't work out. They leaned super heavily on these full strength B execs, all the fixings. If they want to try to do that again, they got to deal with this right side default position that doesn't get flashed, that doesn't get mollied. This is a clear gap that they've had a long time to think about.
Look how scared they are already of the potential threat outside. Spraying down a smoke that nobody's even near. But maybe better safe than sorry. Silence blankets the map.
It's like everyone knows exactly what's about to happen.
Question is just, can you stop it? Doom out.
For once, are not playing in this position. Full exec will come through.
Doom out kind of has a moment of hesitation there. They're already down the ramp. Again, those flashes, though, are so good. Nisso!
Oh, come on!
Triple kill to him on his own. The other 2 defenders in this site still yet to get their action going. Sadzen over towards Oil, keeps his head tucked down, and he hasn't found that crossover just yet. Xantares sees the leg, insta headshot. Won't be able to find another, but Woxic could still pull off this clutch. To get that 15th on the board, only 2 shots need to be landed, and he's got a chance to escape off site.
He has full HP, the up. Woxic from the bottom of the board, now at 18 kills, going positive for the first time in this map.
Where does Lotto put that smoke? He inches it ever closer to the site. Woxic's gonna be forced to move out soon, but he hears these footsteps. Smoke on top of the bomb, and ladder cover. Oh, this is not ideal. The spam is close, but not there.
Oh, he can't find it.
Woxic losing the chance to clutch as smoke goes on top of bomb, and we stay awkward to the end.
Okay, 14-14 off of that. And now a great chance for Legacy. They start off both halves with a round win, but now at CT side. This B-site exec is not good enough.
Huge moment there for Nisum.
This is what they need. They need more pick plays to get the kill first, then move into something when they have an advantage.
Whoa, Woxic getting tagged up on the fallback. And there's Lux to finish him off. There's a Legacy 5v4 for 15. Remaining active, our Legacy playing it their way. As Aurora recollect themselves inside of spawn. And Jota finds upper halls clear for the taking. So it feels, but no certainty for Aurora when Legacy can pounce on you at a moment's notice. They're gonna leave Wicadia outside of T-Con. Badger's still as far as he can be in spawn. He's got a smoke line up to offer over. Lands in front of T-Con, but at the type of T-Con smoke that creates uncertainty. And look at this. Wicadia has actually been given a CT smoke to work with.
Yeah, he's chained it. Unless the CTs follow behind him, they have a way to join up from Pop and actually take outer. Thing is, they have to find these CTs eventually.
And is this wall of smoke going to tell them what they need to know? Also, not to mention, Madger's bomb is cut off. Now that smoke starts to fade. T-Con exposed. 25 to the clock here. Dumao, he got it to the challenge. Xanteres is on the hunt for Lotto. He finds his, and they do manage to break through the outer yard.
That bomb has to cross. Will it be able to? Nade's coming through.
You know that they could still thrive in the carnage and the chaos, and Nissim gave us a 3K, 1 round to go. Madger, it's bomb plant right there. Guns dry, health slow. Still Nissim survives. And it's Madger to topple for 15 rounds.
1 round away from their first LAN.
Aurora play with their food on that one. What a sequence of smokes to get that route into the outer yard.
Insane. They assisted this wraparound from that train, and Madger stayed alive with the bomb inside of main. Got the molly off on Olaf, and even though his teammate died first, everything came down to fractions of a moment. And it wasn't orchestrated perfectly, but it was just good enough.
And right now, Aurora will take that. Because 1 round away from the dream realized again. Dumao plays around with the threat of Pop Dog. Joda sees this as an invitation.
Going back to spot.
Mo, how many B hits in regulation? And now they're starting to target this outer yard again. Xanteres, it's a near lineup. It's Lotto from the corner and a total stuff. Not this time. Not done yet. Madger has to try to clutch 1v5, and it's a back turn to him. They turn on him, and now he's just going to get cut down after the one. From the highs to the lows, yet again for Aurora. You saw that release of energy out of Madger, and the sinking feeling of throwing away a chance at a 3-0 is right back in your mind.
I'm not going to lie. Without that successful or overly successful CT side on either team, I just don't see them simply closing this out. When you get that eruption of emotion out of Madger, you know he feels like it's at least guaranteed we'd have another chance. The next round, I don't know if they can see it. They have won 0 rifle rounds without a clutch.
And yet here they are, still swinging. And as the game's gone on, evolving, for better or for worse. That Ivy stuff with a deep position from Lotto. They tiptoed to their deaths. This B site has never looked primed for the taking more than it does right now. It is Nissim solo. Molotov on Sadzin unravels the initial setup. How does this change things for Legacy? They add 2 bodies to this B bomb site. Lux above Oil, and also not to mention this drawback from Nissim.
Oh, they're going in light.
They just come out down the ramp, and the trade from Woxic in the back of that pack, but there goes the bomb, thrown forward at the far side of the site. It's different positioning than what we've seen from Legacy, but fire on top of Lux. He's gonna be forced out. Woxic is coming alive. He's 22 and 19. Started this game from the bottom of the board, and the recovery is real. Woxic with a trio of frags to kick off second OT.
And all of this was the solution. A 1-flash exec, run down the ramp, no telegraph, no time for the CTs respond. That's what they needed to do. Their first rifle round won in this match on T side without a clutch.
Slicing through that defense off 1 flash. Good coverage here from Woxic.
They capitalized on these mid to late round advantages that they could find before that didn't have to do with the bomb getting planted without bleeding out so much at the choke points. They gave Legacy a little bit of time to get ready before, and that's what they needed. You know, ironically, sometimes you think, well, the more nades, the better. We get all the spots mollied out, people can't stand anywhere. That just gave Legacy time to think. They were prepped and ready for those. Now they show a bit of a new weakness. Maybe they feel like it got unlucky. But it won't matter now that it's in overtime. They've already scooped that round away. One more and it gets very scary for Legacy.
They've taken their sweet time to do it, but again, I use the word evolve a round ago. And now we see it on full display.
Woxic went from 4 kills at the end of the first half to 23.
Unbelievable recovery in terms of
11
individual
ADR.
performance, and now getting the impact they had none of on the T side specifically. That trio of frags, great coverage to unravel a B defense that had stood the test so many times. That doesn't mean Legacy are out of it just yet. We get that incendiary sent forward onto the setup in Pop Dog. But the fact that they can hit that B site so unannounced, now Legacy are going to be playing mind games against themselves because it's not always utility that shows the commitment.
It's not so one-dimensional now.
A tough job for Lux to remain at the top of the scoreboard and also figure Major's moves out. Dumao caught in transition to the instant headshot here of Xantares. It's a helping hand offered up from Lotto. That nade is going to get Jonah done for, and Lux has gone unnoticed. Woxic finds his deep into the bomb site. Wicadia also combines, and now a T side that is starting to take off. Nisum is nowhere to be found.
Now they've broken through. Now they're figuring out new ways. Xantares looking sharp as ever, making sure he has the kill lead in this game. As much as this could mean to Xantares, it'll be equally so to Woxic. Coming to play for his national roster alongside Xantares. The combo everybody wanted to be together to make Turkish CS work. And this is his map.
Nice, beyler.
Legacy, 2 maps and 2 rounds down from tying here. Just for a chance to play a 4th. Just for a chance to play it all the way to the end of the night and win 5. Do they believe that they have enough grit to bring it all the way back? It's not a best of 3 anymore.
Smoke lands in the outer yard, but there's really nothing behind this. They are setting themselves up to take down that B site once more. Nisum with an incendiary in hand plays the front of ramp, but he's gotta be careful. And down goes his utility. That's instantly gonna draw support over from Lux, but that rotator's only playing with an MP9. It's not Dumao who comes over with flashes in abundance to interrupt Aurora. There are limitations for Legacy in this final attempt to get a round in the second overtime CT side. And while Aurora posture themselves to simply smash through this defense yet again, that dwindling utility on full display, Nisum gives himself a smoke to play around, but it's that coverage from Woxic that looks to make the difference yet again. He turns it back around. Dumao's gone unnoticed. Major's hands busy, but the bomb plant unstoppable, and Dumao will still find himself a second. It's Woxic pressured from both sides. Sadson goes up high, denied by Xantares right behind him. What other duo would you want for the clean sweep of this T side? Woxic left on his own device, can't finish with the tech.
Oh, you won't slow it down, and there'll at least be 1 round here for Legacy. Lotto pulls out the clutch by a hair.
A lifeline, a saving grace for Lotto to deny it.
Oof.
16 rounds Legacy in OT2.
And they almost pulled off the final boss for them, which was this B exec with everything, all the nades coming through. It was a time where Legacy were a little low on money. Dumao again with these 2Ks in her. He's been so solid for Legacy. It's even a 3rd before he dies. Now I feel it's time for Wicadia to try to get revenge, because Legacy have already been more successful at this exact same play.
Fast
and how much
setup.
is left in the playbook for Lux that he has new ideas like we just saw from Major, changing up to those outside hits that were successful.
But you've given time over for Woxic to get into position. Still majority for Aurora with eyes set outer. Here comes that exec. Woxic missing the first shot. Flashbang's good to get Wicadia off, but then, oh, he eats another. It's gonna be Joda instead. And there's that bomb spotted, still stuck on the top shelf. But your Opper's down in the backdrop, and Nissam's gone deep. Madger right there, his next victim. Nissam and Lotto pull this apart.
Oh my goodness, how did they do that?
Legacy will bite back. Again, they will fight on.
Nissam, that's incredible. He runs the entire way, alerts all 3 CTs. They can take their time to peek him. He's standing there in no man's land and still puts up those 2 kills. Unbelievable aimers coming out of Brazil here on Legacy, all at the same time.
Reminder to Aurora that Legacy fight on every single round. And Joda freed up to take control of T-Con. Is the solution to get more on A before you maybe have to inevitably rotate?
The solution is either get the kill before the exec starts or overstack the site.
Woxic versus Sadzin. Not to mention that bomb. If that op peeks into this duel, that's a ton of information for Aurora. But smoked off, Woxic won't know what lies on the other side of that. And knowing Legacy, they're not going to respect your utility. They're going to just walk it right through.
This fake worked perfectly. They're so scared. They've actually conditioned Aurora. They found a way to open up Ivy, pulled Woxic's attention. No one is watching this at all.
No, they're reloading in the middle of this. Joda turns. Santeres, not ideal. He softens up Sazin. That's the bomb spotted. Insane decision to go for that jump, and he crosses back.
No, they missed the volley.
Now all of a sudden we've got pressure back towards Z. 2-player split. Aurora though in front of the fire because of Wicadia's corner, and Sadzin's hands busy no longer with the plant. Damage on all sides. Xantera is still alive here. Nissam gets the better of him. It is chaos where Legacy thrive. Back turn to Madger.
No!
Double from the flank. And now all of a sudden it is Woxic. And what if he throws that nade? Oh, he doesn't go for it. The Opper's paradise point blank. Sadzin gives them 18.
Sadzin from beneath as well with the op on the other team. Finally showing some presence. That many mistakes survived in that round, man.
They walked.
That terrace standing behind the molly. They jump across with low HP player.
Twice. Sadzin is a madman.
I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Legacy, they never give up. They have an iron will.
To write off any professional player in that situation is insane. For Sadzin to do it versus Turkey's best, unreal. And that gut-wrenching feeling that Aurora have come to know all too often starts to creep in again. They've got MP9s to play this, and you've got Xanteras in what could be a prime spot to stop the Ivy, but insta-kill from Lotto. Madger's gonna try to creep forward to do the same. Difficult kill to track, but he'll get it over the line. In their post-game yesterday, they said that they can believe in these sorts of comebacks because they themselves are a bit like Vitality. Wow. That is what Nissam said. Stealing the soul of the world's best and putting it on full display. This best of 5 is not done because Legacy fight on.
Do you believe what I was saying about their tenacity now? This should be done. We should be doing a totally different segment right now, but we are not in that timeline because Legacy, they do not know when they are defeated. It's actually crazy.
Absolutely incredible from Legacy. I mean, it looked so many times that they were out of this game, right? I mean, they had such a strong CT side, but the couple of rounds that they lost were all clutches, right? And it still looked like, damn, it's not going to be enough. Even the 9-3 CT side, they couldn't necessarily find answers on the T side outside of the B execute. Aurora just seemed destined for them. It looked like all the stars have aligned. They're going to lift the trophy. Xantares 750 maps is all it took. But yet again, Legacy ruins it for the other team, stays alive in this final, and gets to that extended break.
I mean, even Lady Luck was just siding the way of Aurora, right? The 2 1v4s, which was a very, very solid CT side from Legacy to start things off. Honestly, very impressive stuff, able to kind of stifle and handle these consistent B rushes coming out from the side of Aurora. We had that clutch from, I believe it was Wycadius, was outside as well on the CT side. Everything's going their way. But then, man, I know there are too many rounds to talk about, but come overtime, I just love the balls to the wall calls coming out from them, just, you know, catching Aurora off guard back to back, and in the end just stealing it away. The fairy tale run, they're like, nope, it's not gonna end here. Lovely stuff.
I mean, what I love about it as well is, like, you can't even say it was just that, you know, Major didn't make any adaptations. He did. Aurora did. In the overtimes, they were calling new strats, trying new things, but Lux just had more up his sleeve, and in the end was able to do the unthinkable. And, you know, again, we've talked about this. The word we keep using, it's brittle. You just never know how Aurora are going to react in these moments, you know? I already think there was a prolonged period of time there where maybe Major and Xantares didn't make eye contact, but you think that's the moment. This is when it's over. This is when they're going to close. It doesn't go that way.
No, absolutely. And man, I just want to give, you know, praise to Nissim, dude. Like, on the CD side, he was so impactful, especially in the B bomb side. Every time Aurora went in, he was always making sure the opening kill goes away to CTs, making his trades really hard for the Ts, and then some crazy individual plays. I can say the same for all the 5 players there. They were absolutely mental in so many crazy clutch rounds.
I mean, put it this way, because it was such a razor-fine margin of a game, realistically, you could highlight, you know, you could say Xantares was the MVP if it had maybe gone the other way of Aurora.
Sure.
I thought Jota had some insane impact down the back 9, so to speak. Meanwhile, you look over, I think they're probably, like, Lato has the most kills. I'm gonna say Lux again for me was like my standout. I just think I think he's crazy right now, like the things he's calling and the production he's getting. Just what a map of Counter-Strike, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, Woxic had a pretty quiet start to this particular map, right? And he's starting to really ramp up as well on the T side with AWP, combat opping, just not missing a single shot. And when you see that, you're like, yeah, surely, finally they're going to close it out. But still, man, they're so tenacious. So absolutely tenacious.
So they shouldn't be, guys. Remember, this is the inexperienced team with the inexperienced IGL with the new lineup. Aurora are the tenured pros that play regular international Counter-Strike. They're not the ones meant to be getting ruffled.
Yeah, but this was such a cool game for me because of the mind games, right? Because the way this game went for Legacy on the T side, they obviously couldn't get much going, right? They win back-to-back rounds by doing a B execute. Slightly different, but just hitting B, you know? And then can't get around after that. Those are the 2 rounds. They get to 11. Then it's 12-11 for Aurora. What did they do in the final round? This is where Aurora overthinks it to some extent. You know, they open 4A and they stay 4A. Legacy just went back into a B execute and managed to get into OT. And it was only in double OT where finally, you know, Legacy comes up with the sort of a fake of that B execute. And now Aurora is, you know, opening 3B pretty much. Like, they're understanding all the gun rounds we lost pretty much have been B executes. Like, let's just play heavy B and make them beat us outside, and that's what eventually Legacy...
And it's also crazy, right? Because as Janko pointed out, all the success that Legacy had on the T side was a B bomb side. And how do we end the game in overtime? Double IV plays, like back-to-back, right? Again, variations in there. You even have Woxic holding the angle, and Sad's just a lunatic, just dry peeks, and he knows exactly where he likes to play.
That's why he's the X factor of this team.
And I feel like sometimes maybe, I'm starting to think, maybe it's also the inexperience a little bit, you know, because they're not in their heads. You know, they haven't been in as many spots as Aurora or Xantares have been over the years, where they have choked these leads, where they have been in finals and crumbled. They're like, screw it, we're just not going to give up. So, yeah, just very tenacious.
Let's get into the weeds a little bit. Let's look at some rounds, man.
Yeah, right. From the second half, I think this is going to illustrate the point we were just talking about, right? So Legacy struggling on the T side to get anything going. They're going to go into a B execute, really. You see Lato even attack 9, right? Like, they're just sort of going for it at this point in time. Nissim with a huge lurk here, being able to catch Jota, right? And he's going to find a couple of kills towards the end, defending this retake. I think Dumo might have had the only AK in this round, right? And they're able to clutch it out, great, but Aurora can obviously buy again, following ground, same thing, right? B execute slightly different the way they do it, less people going from upper, and Dumao just on a tear in this one is going to end up finding 4 kills, even chasing the 5th one. In the end, Voxic gets him, right? And then this was pretty much the only thing that was working for Legacy on that T side.
Yeah, in regulation. they certainly had a few more switches.
I don't know if we got that round from overtime.
I don't know. Did we have time for that prediction? Because we pulled an OT round. Yeah, they're going to tell me in a moment.
Yeah, because like that's what we were looking at and thinking, okay, is that going to be all Legacy has, right? Because it looked like it wasn't going to be enough. Somehow it works in the final round of regulation, but in overtime, it started being a bit of a struggle.
And usually, like, you see things get way more scrappy when it comes to overtime, double overtime, and everything. But even though, yes, there were a few scrappy moments, tight moments, I just love that, it wasn't necessarily brand new ideas, but they were still trying to kind of fine-tune things they tried earlier on and make it work. And just the mind games are so good, man. They're just the way they were able to get the timing right. You could see Voxic playing towards Ivy, because they were going for Ivy control early on, and then they just timed it perfectly, walking through the smoke in overtime, double overtime, crazy stuff.
Yeah, and look, I want to say as well, just talking about, the mindset. I'm being serious. I think something happened earlier in that map when Aurora were on their T side. Because remember, it could have easily been 9-0. We talked about this.
Yes.
If they didn't have the clutches...
1v4s, by the way, not just like 1v1.
Yeah. Not like a 1v2 or a 1v1. We're talking a 1v4. They had to clutch out crazily to even get rounds on the board. And Xantares and Magic definitely, there was a moment. They were like shouting at each other. There was something going on. And they barely made eye contact for the rest of the game. And it was like, well... That's my Aurora right there, so we'll wait and see. We have got that OT round, so let's also pay a little bit of love Lux's way about this adjustment.
Right. So what worked for them was those B executes, but now they have players up in Ivy with the bomb. You can see they're hidden. They're just waiting for some push. In the meantime, the B execute came in, right? Only 2 players left outside. They leave Ivy completely, and that's just completely open. They killed the pop guy. Here it got awkward for a second. You thought Sadzin might die with the bomb. They keep Xantares pinned with the utility and just do a great job of, making sure everything is covered and defending them. But they completely outmaneuvered Aurora in this round, and seeing how they won 2 consecutive rounds in OT, the final round wasn't going to be a great buy for Aurora, and they were just able to close it out in the end.
I mean, it's a great cast. I'd love somebody to maybe make a compilation of all the time Lord does scream, no! He just couldn't believe what was happening. Which neither could any of us,
Neither could Aurora fans, I bet.
Oh, yeah, sure. So super exciting map, and really brought the final to life, because now we're going to be going into Inferno, and this is Legacy's map pick.
This is Legacy's map pick, but I don't think the job's obviously quite not done yet. Again, they have to pull out the reverse sweep, they have to win both the maps. And remember when they played against Saw yesterday, just like how dismal they looked on the T side, right? With Saw just taking matters into their own hands. I think it was Story with the AWP. We had Crazy as well on the A bomb side. And as we spoke about yesterday, what they like doing a lot on the T side is super fast plays, and they just kept going for that again and again and again. And if they're going to try the same thing here on the T side, it's going to make things easier for Aurora, because Aurora City side is still pretty solid on Inferno. What I would like to see from them is to just slow things down a tad. Try what he did in train here on this T side, even in overtime. Try it out, slow things down, try to manipulate the rotations a little bit, get more map control, and play more default heavy, and sure, sprinkle in a little bit of speed as well. That for me should be the game plan here.
Here's the nightmare, though. All of a sudden, this is a different Aurora we're talking about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't want Legacy to switch things up. I want them to stay true to themselves, and play with that pace, because who knows what Aurora will think. They might, they will change it because it didn't work for them. You just do what you want to do. The important thing is, if you get shut down on some of those fast plays, you need to have something right to change it up. You need to have something slower. You need to have an idea, okay, if this is not working, how are we going to win a slow round now? But absolutely, for Aurora, we were talking about it. I mean, Train was their best chance to close this out, right? And the easiest way to get it done, because Mirage from Legacy was more of a punish pick. I think they feel more comfortable on Inferno and Nuke, it was just a matter of, yeah, Aurora hasn't been that great on Mirage, so let's just play it. So I think they'll definitely be feeling great by the fact that they were able to extend the series. We talk about this longer break now as well, so players can grab some food and whatnot, get some energy for the final 2 maps. And I think also Legacy has proven with this lineup, they are very great at having goldfish memory. You know, look how many ridiculous rounds they've lost just in this final, right? But they're still in it. They were still, no one got tilt. You could tell that they were still composed and trying.
I really
and
haven't
trying their
seen
best.
anything comparable. And again, this is like, maybe people don't like this, body language watch or whatever, but I haven't seen anything comparable on Legacy side of things that's anything vaguely like what we've seen from Aurora. Like, I've never seen them rage at each other. I've never seen them tilt. I've never seen them.
I just feels like overall the demeanor is so, like, it's up-tempo, but it doesn't ever transgress into aggression amongst themselves, right? I think that's a really cool thing to see, especially from such a young team, overall, a team with such low expectations and all of that. But yeah, I think the real test here for Aurora is, again, the mental game, because you won map 1 and 2, you could see how elated MIBR was when he won that clutch, for example, and they thought they had this one in the bag. Now you've lost that opportunity to close it out 3-0. Now you're heading into a map where you've kind of struggled a little bit, and a map that they picked as well, right? You want to close it out here. You want to make it 3-1. You do not want to go to Nuke where your T side was atrocious the last time we saw them on this. So can they mentally just lock in and get off to that solid start? Because when they get off to a good start, they just seem like unstoppable. We saw in map 1, we saw in map 2 as well. But when it comes to the scenarios where Xantares has a 0-4 start or something like that, you can see the frustration. It just seeps through so easily for them.
I think they have to keep doing more of the same. MIBR has to try to give energy, to his teammates. They have to do the best job possible at having goldfish memory too, which is not something they're capable of doing, right? So they have to, that doesn't come natural to them, and they have to artificially sort of, hey, and he as an IGL has a lot of power to do that, with some of the calls and just not really letting people keep talking about a round that just happened, starting to make the call for the next round and switching the focus for the team, right? Because we all know that Aurora can be a very, very good team, when they're on the same page, when they're playing good Counter-Strike. We said it multiple times over the course of this tournament and the last few tournaments. They're just so brittle, really is the perfect word for it, and emotionally volatile, where you never know what you're going to get. And one round can spiral them out of control, and all of a sudden you get their worst face instead of their best face.
I've got worries now that having lost so many overtimes, that's the first domino. That sets off the cascading chain of failure that we've seen in the past from Aurora in finals. And we've seen Legacy do the opposite. We've seen them come back just as recently as the Asian Championships against 3D Max. They just don't care. They don't get phased or ruffled. And an extended break might be the last thing Aurora need right now, because they're going to probably litigate all the mistakes that happened on the last map. And I don't know. I got a bad feeling about this.
I think the break's actually good for Aurora. I feel like, if they have a shorter period of time, I think that's when they, again, like you said, they won't be able to, they'll just be expending the negative energy, won't really have time to mentally reset. I think this half an hour break or 25-minute break we might be having.
I think it's the other way around. We have so much time. How can you not talk about the games that happened?
And that's when MIBR needs to lay the law down.
About the next game, right? And that you can do that if it's a short break, you're back in your seats, you're playing. Now you're just sitting there and you're so, damn, man, why did we play 4A in that final round? All that worked for them was BXX, right? It's like, well, man, at some point they might change it up, and then you just get to it. You just start dissecting it, and it's not a good environment sort of to be in.
And this is where I feel that, the veterans and, of course, the IGL in the form of MIBR and FairBird, they need to kind of just be a little bit more, you just lay the law down, being like, all right, guys, it happened, it's fine, forget about it, right? Just concentrate on this map, just start working on that. And that's where I want to lay the onus on these people. They talk about YKD and Walks, they've been around for a while, they're not kids either, right? So, this is where you need to show the maturity in the game and as a team.
But it doesn't work like that, Richard. It doesn't just magically happen now because you're in a final and you're close to winning or you're leading. This is something that you need to work on every day in practice. The first time you see behavior like that, you need to nip it in the bud, where someone is complaining or being passive aggressive, right? You need to push each other in a positive way all the time and uplift your teammates. And when someone is having a bad, slow day, pick it up for him. Bring some extra energy yourself. Talk for him. Communicate for him. Say, don't worry, I got your back today. It's fine. I'll have a day off tomorrow. I'll have a bad day tomorrow, and you'll have my back. When you don't do that, which is what they don't do, and these players do not uplift each other, and they don't have that at the moment, right? Maybe it's something that they're working on actively or not, but then you come at the moment where you really need it, and it's not there. And going up against a team like Legacy, who clearly has it and clearly has a great environment in the team, a great atmosphere, you can see that they're playing for each other, right? And are always trying to pick each other up. But that's where you're at a real disadvantage, and especially in a grand final where the pressure is at its highest.
That's what you guys do for me every day. You drag me through. I love you for it.
Yeah.
But that's it. We've got to stop talking. We do have to go to a break. Aurora probably think they should be lifting a trophy right now and might imagine they're in hell. So appropriately, the next map is Inferno. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
We're back in the building here at PGL. It's me, Jackie Powers, joined by the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hooksy from Astralis, Youngster from Heroic, Alex from Gentlemate. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I think there's two different things. I think the first thing that came to mind of a round that was a highlight kind of way is one I did kind of recently. Right after I played with Astralis the first time against VP on Dust 2, I had a pretty sick highlight on short. But I think a round that I was just a part of that was still stuck in my mind is the last round, the World Finals, before we won my first big trophy. My heart was just pumping so much, even though the round was basically won. We couldn't lose it, and I just had to be AFK. I was just sitting there so nervous. So yeah, I think that one.
Just waiting for it to finish.
Yeah.
You finally done it.
I was just jittering.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's a good memory.
I think one before against Navi on the EM Cologne. Yeah, I think it was insane. It was in the group stage, but we already were in the playoff.
Yeah.
And it was the game, if you win a game, you went to quarterfinals or semifinals. I remember it was mid-age, and it was the first pistol, like, it was, yeah, pistol rounds. I don't know, we were T, and it was a 1v4, I think that play, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Either, like maybe it's not like highlight, but I had a 1v4 on stage in Mongolia versus Big. It's like, I mean, we lost the map like 13-3 or something, but it was like still a 1v4, you know, it was very good. Or like my first like final in, I think it was CCT or Res, I don't remember which one. It was like a 1v3 or 1v4 versus Zero Tenacity in the final, and we won it, so like the whole game. So it was either one of those.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think bring the pistol round on it would be some, not the best one, I think, to bring on this question. But I really enjoyed my highlight on Shanghai Major, when I killed 4 guys against MIBR under Palace. I don't know why, but it was very emotional in the moment. It was like first round, I assume. And like first round, I assume it also was BO1, and every round mattered. And I killed 4 with very hard situation, I would say. And I like scream, I like stand up, like let's go, like something like this. And it was very emotional. And we won this game after 13-3 or something.
Yeah.
It was important, kind of. So I think this one was good. Also on Shanghai match, for example, when I got 3 kills with Deagle against Complexity.
Oh,
yes,
hell yeah.
It was good on Anubis.
Yeah.
I enjoyed this highlight. And that's it.
They're good memories,
This one,
man.
these
That's
two
cool.
ones.
Hello esports fans, we're live here at PGL Bucharest 2025 and I'm joined by the lovely and very talented Hypex from GamerLegion, Crims from Fnatic, Martinez from Gentlemates, Agil from Saw. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I think major against Envious 2015 on Dust 2 when I did I think it was 1v3 or something, and we did the comeback after that and won the, I think it was the last map, and won the major after that, so that was a very nice season.
That's a hell of a highlight. Yeah, dude, it doesn't get much better than that.
No, it was very important, and yeah, especially when we won after, so.
Taking home the trophy.
Myself?
Yeah.
I think it's a 1v4 against Mongols back in April here in Bucharest. Yeah, first tier 1 tournament. And I feel like that 1v4 will just always stick in my mind.
Yeah, bro. It's a hell of a play.
It was a nice play.
I have one in my mind. When I joined 9C, we were playing one closed qualifier to EM Chengdu. And I remember it was like 12-11. So if we win that round, we qualify. And I was on Mirage, V-ups, I killed 1, and they were like 4 guys pushing. And after my kill, I rotated instant to jungle because they had time to go in underpass to connector to A. And they threw molly in jungle, bouncing that wall, so I take the cross from jungle to A. And I was on that molly, and with one shot, I killed 2. And yeah, we won that round, and we qualified to China. And yeah, I think it's that play, yeah.
It's a hell of a round. Even describing it, I can imagine the weighing up the situation. I've just got to do it. And
the scenario, it's like, sick.
A good moment that I had was in February, playing PGL Cluj-Napoca against FaZe on my first arena match ever. I'd say that right now is the kind of the highlight for me.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, Alex from Gentlemates, the wonderful Jacasmo from Fnatic, Hypex from GamerLegion, LNZ from Heroic, Martinez from Gentlemates. You can only buy one piece of utility. What would you choose?
Smoke. Probably, I'd probably choose the flashes, because you can have 2.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Like the other would be the smoke, but that one you can only have 1 of. And if you can have 2 flashes, that can be more valuable sometimes.
Okay.
I'd have to choose that one.
Smoke.
Yeah?
Yeah.
100%?
100%.
All right.
I think it's the most important grenade in the game.
For the value, just the plays that you can make with it, the space.
Exactly. Like I think at top tier level, if you don't use the utility properly, then you are gonna get destroyed. Also, like you have to be good at every point, basically, if you wanna be there in the top, or just to compete against them, you know.
Yeah, it would have to be the smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, support the teammates a bit, but if it's just for myself, I think I would pick a molly.
Ooh,
I think, yeah, because then you can take an angle, you can quickly molly and focus on another one, but smoke is not a wall, so. But just to help my teammates a bit, I'll pick a smoke.
Selfless.
Yeah.
I think to win the most rounds, it's better to take smoke as a nade because it's giving you more room to work. But for me especially, I would take nade.
Oh, like HE itself?
Yes,
okay.
yes, like nade itself.
I think everyone will choose a smoke. Yeah, it's the most important in the game because if not, you cannot do anything without the smokes. Yeah.
There's been a couple HEs which would counter the smoke, but only in some situations.
Well, I didn't think about it, but anyways, I think smoke is the key on the game.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Easily. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's probably said that as well.
Honestly, there's been a couple flashes, one Molotov.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, but there's not enough flashbangs. Unless if you get like 10 flashbangs or something instead of a smoke, then sure.
The equivalent exchange.
Yeah, I mean, the smoke just gives you so much versatility. Like on T-side, obviously, it blocks off areas you can go in without the sphere. On C-side, like you throw a smoke down, you can rotate somewhere else for 15 seconds, come back, drop smokes and all. And you're just funneling people wherever you want to do it all the time. That's kind of the beauty about CT side is you're manipulating where the T side want to go. The smoke does that. Molotov doesn't last long enough in flashes. You know, half the rounds flashes just they're not going to get you kills or anything. They're slowing the team down. So
if we have matchup with smoke versus nade, I think it would be interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
If I'll have ban by math in my matchup, we would for sure take nade.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And believe it or not, Legacy have managed to survive the test on train only to give all of you hopefuls at home the thought that maybe, just maybe, this best of 5 can get reversed swept and that Aurora will fall at the final hurdle yet again, Mohan.
I mean, if this was another team, I don't know, right? I would just think, oh, it's just one map that they grab, but with Legacy, like, they keep surprising us. They keep showing the same face. They aren't changing. They aren't evolving before our eyes. They're just doing what they always do, and that's just keeping hope alive. They go one map at a time, you know? Like, they're the best example of put one foot in front of the other. Don't let the score at the top dictate how you play, and instead just play every round as a new game. That's sort of what they've done. They prove it. They prove it under the most pressure and craziest circumstances. 1 kill away from ending up in that 3rd, 4th place decider, and now, well, 2 maps away from taking this series, which seems like a bigger mountain to climb. But again, they're the team in this final who actually have a trophy, who have a best of 5 victory. Aurora have no best of 5 victories.
We can talk about all the times that Aurora came close, and that stack of second places looks so high. And you contrast that over to Legacy, to a team that finally gets into a grand finals and instantly wins, and does so in a close affair. Opening map was theirs versus 3D Max. They lose 2 in a row. They take the 4th and 5th. They get that taste of a trophy lift, and it's so recently on their mind. That's got to be worth something in this head-to-head today.
And the thing is, like, it sort of felt like destiny that they picked that up in the first place, because leading up to it, it didn't come out of nowhere. They started off with a great honeymoon at Austin. Then they kept grinding out a lot of matches versus a lot of top teams, played a ton here in Europe. And yeah, eventually they showed that they weren't just like an underdog. And we're still getting used to seeing them as champions, so to speak, right? But at an event like this, with this field comparable to what they have already overcome, this is just barely a tougher test, if it even is. I mean, maybe the first one mentally was probably more difficult. And that absolutely is going to have an impact on this game.
All at the same time.
We're also just looking at Train on the stats. The fact that Legacy were just better. Like they were better on their T-side rounds. The fact that Aurora had to lean into X Factor on their best map versus their opponent's worst map shows you it goes beyond the map stats. It goes beyond the recent results. It goes beyond the other teams. It's not online versus LAN results. It's high pressure matches that makes the difference. And now we're at the highest of pressure. Legacy on Inferno. This is something they've been trying to reclaim after having such an amazing reputation on it. It's still not going to be easy. It could still end here. But again, you got to be a fool to say that this is the final stop for Legacy.
For a team that obviously thrust themselves into the spotlight, defeating Vitality on this very same map, ending that win streak. This is where we all learned about Legacy. In a way, even with recent struggles, that's still got to be worth something. Still has to feel like this is where that special element of Counter-Strike can be had.
All right, folks, so we had a little break before Map 4 goes live. It is a best of 5, a marathon, not a sprint. We know it too well.
Woxic gets flushed out of the depths of sight. Zantares, the first kill. Madger's got one as well. These dual Berettas looking for a third, but Dumao gives him the drive-by. And so Lotto's plant behind Fountain. It's a 2 versus 2 post plant here for Legacy. Joda already moving his way through the church, and Wikadia's pair of Berettas still inbound. Clean one from Joda. Just hits the headshot on Dumao up close and personal. These Berettas once belonged to Zantares. Whittles down Wikadia. There's the headshot.
Oh,
there's the clutch.
Oh my goodness, another clutch. Don't let them clutch.
Instantly gonna remind Aurora.
Oh boy.
Instantly gonna make them stew in it. 1v2 from the back of the site.
That's the first ingredient to a successful recipe, a tasty, delicious recipe for a Legacy win. A fast start and a clutch.
Nice headshot on Wikadia.
It's their most outstanding stat and something that will be the reputation that precedes them moving forward. I would like to know how many teams have pulled off. We're at probably 34, 35 clutches now in this tournament for Legacy.
I can check. I mean, 30, 34 on just 3 players alone. Lux, surviving the test a little longer, but still toppled over that just flood of MP9 players down Banana. Lotto is stepping up to the test yet again. Goes for the Banana challenge despite the smoke pluming in his face, despite the threat of those SMGs on the other side. And now Legacy are going to hit that pause button for a second.
And I like how they do it too. They don't just sit on Banana together looking back and forward. They take a small risk going to steps. There is the opening where there could be a full flank, but Nissam's not entertaining that idea. That's what makes their setup so powerful. Nissam trying to bait this attention. Wikadia actually in an interesting spot. Nissam above him, and he's not seen it. Oh, there's a chance. There was a chance.
Just kind of blended into the backdrop, I suppose.
The patience pays off. I mean, and like now we talk about Lotto, man. Like he's contributed clutches in this final, but like it feels like everybody else, yeah, they're just so even strength. There's just so many heroes on this team. They all take days off, and then they always know they have someone new to rely on.
"32 clutches at this event between Nissam, Sadzin, and Lux alone."
And I know Lotto already has 2 for sure. I'm pretty sure he has 3.
We'll call it 35. Woof. All without knowing whether Dumao's also in that mix.
Don't tell me Dumao's never clutched.
I wouldn't dare. Eagle shot from Wikadia kicked it off, but you know, again, Legacy never too timid, even in the face of losing a man advantage like that. Lotto didn't fully come back and clear this, so Joda's going to have a good, interesting timing on the mid flank. What can he make of this one? 2 backs turned to him? Yeah. Lux kind of half cleared that doorway, didn't actually clear the wall beneath the balcony, and that's going to end up costing him. Aurora, it's also a hand on an AK-47.
This is tough for Sadzin. He knows someone's in alt. He needs his teammate to come and join up with him. He can trade this info over. It's a big blind spot, though, in what he could see from the balcony window. And Joda is doing a good job of disappearing.
All while, Sadman gets closer to just jumping it out onto the balcony. And I mean, at a certain point, they've got to just take a swing at this. Dumao on the recovery, 2 kills deep in this 2 versus 4.
And that's the site opened up. The plant will go down. Lane is a safe plant. Xantares trying to run, but
just wants to go get that gun. Makes sense. Joda's AK-47 picked back up.
Oh, such a good setup for this.
Fire to cut in between the 2 CTs. They decide to fight, and they'll recover the whole damn thing. 2v4 between Sadzin and Dumao.
Oh my gosh.
Taking their sweet time up in the apartments pays off for the 3-0 start.
I mean, I felt bad when it happened to Saw. This would be another level, though. You know, all these games, all these sports, esports, whatever, they're vehicles to prove, you know, who's a champion, who has that mentality that can make you win.
Nades through the smoke, don't really find their intended targets. So they're afforded a way to inch up towards the brackets, and that just frees up the rotate of Aurora. Going for the boost over the smoke. Xantares isn't going to see anything at this point. His bracket does get challenged. Lux jumping around through it. Forces them to disassemble. Frags follow suit. There's a lot of bodies stacking up inside of this A site, but Legacy catch an entry on Wicadia to kick it off. And even then, still no immediate follow-through. Leaving options open with Dumao still having eyes towards Banana. They just kind of pause here for a second.
It's like they're getting shredded right now. Xantares has got to do something here.
Tries to take it into his own hands, and it is Lux to meet him with another instant headshot. Woxic doesn't get active, and we're going to get this CT spawn wrap. Oh, what? Madger just gets turned on by Lux.
They could turn it back, but it's 20 seconds. 2 players are still here. Woxic alive.
Oh, not able to get anything more. The pit player overwhelmed. Dumao even offering a team kill in the mix. Got scary there because of time, but because of Lux going so successfully out there on his own, the numbers game still played into the favor of Legacy, and the numbers have betrayed Aurora here because it is no buy in sight.
It's just salt-inducing, I'm sure. They're getting absolutely shredded right now. Like this, what is this, Lux?
Terrorists win.
Trying to forge a reputation as a standout Brazilian IGL. And doing an incredible job of it, man. And also just fitting in with the new crop of players that can call and frag at the same time. Oh. Wow, I can't believe he lived there.
Jumps over top of it. Goal.
Oh.
Lux just saw the shoulder though, so Xantares not able to offer any kind of a hold. Woof. MP9 and a 5-7 though around the corner to respond. A challenge out through the apartments as Wicadia gets whittled down and Woxic gets toppled. Yet again, this A site looking prime for the taking. Wicadia on the retreat and Legacy on the offensive.
Could have been Pit. Wicadia took a small risk getting back here. They don't know where the other CTs are, so they're probably going to be careful about it. And that's a small dink.
Madger emerges through that moto smoke.
Spotted.
Yeah, gets found out again. So health down low. Wicadia known to be up. Nope, never mind. But the reaction, with the pistol out, Sadzin's just running around with a Glock. Scary situation there for only a second because they forgot about the player in the corner. 5-0 for Legacy out of the gate.
Just scaling incorrectly around the wrong side of default there. I mean, it was a losing position anyways, but Aurora are a team that are, very vulnerable mentally. We just know that. I mean,
yeah, brittle is the word that the desk keeps throwing around, and I think it's perfect. It's also scary to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. You see a team struggling like this, it kind of reminds you of yourself on your worst days, you know, when you're not feeling it and when the pressure's on, and this is a live match. You don't get to sit around and relitigate your emotions and tell yourself how you're going to figure it out. You just have to do it right now.
I think
even
Aurora,
though you want to break.
Aurora is such a good reminder of the human element of Counter-Strike. It doesn't always boil down to numbers, perfect strategies. There's a person behind that screen with thoughts of failure racing through their minds. Frag grenade to just soften up Aurora as they try to take a look towards Banana. Legacy feeling at the moment like they can do no wrong, at least thus far on Inferno.
And teams at this event, it's actually Legacy who have, I think, the best CT utility so far that we've seen. So punishing, great with HEs. They show them here on the offensive, which is always the harder side to do it on. And this is now like, you know, you've got a map where it's a 3A lean, whatever. It's like an even strength map, but those two players over there are hurt badly. Or at least one of them. Who's going to save the day for Aurora?
Woxic hangs off with at least the singular A kill, but it's the only frag to be had there with the majority of Aurora's defenders still on that half of the map.
They don't seem totally prepared for this.
They're going to try to follow through. Legacy, quick pop into the B-bomb site. Assistance inbound in Woxic towards spawn.
No smoke there for Khan. There's a crossfire available.
Back's turn to Acadia is going to make his job all the easier. Oh, but now they're trying to push down into him. This is a 3 versus 5, evened out with quick kills to the back of sight. Woxic overstepping, and with just mere seconds left to spare, that bomb gets planted.
They need to get even kills if possible, holding off these exits, and it's possible they die trying to do it.
Joda's going to take a sniff at this from the banana flank. Doomau just locked into the coffin. And considering that Xantares isn't clearing out Church, they're always going to have Doomau to bank on. Nobody's going to be able to push all the way into Sadzin without first crossing Doomau's angle. And so he activates, cuts Joda off the round, who has 5 seconds to spare on this bomb if Xantares had a kit. Doesn't have the luxury. The kit was behind Nubox in the back of the site. He would have had to push and come back. Oh, and Legacy are just going to add it on thick.
Oh, man. You're picturing the handshakes after this? Guys are monsters, man. What a T-side so far. Economy in shambles. They can try to buy. Acadia is the only one who can get an M4 this round if they want to have nades.
There's an applicable quote from Nissam's post-game interview yesterday with HLTV. Quote, I think after a lot of hours in the game, the guys playing until 6 a.m. since they were 13, we all know that it's about the momentum. And if we win the pistol, the first buy round, that is why I think it was all about momentum.
It's got to be their biggest strength. Like, that it's both the positive momentum that they can gain when they're winning. They're so good at getting it. But it's also not responding to another team that seems to get more confident. Legacy continue to play fast in the face of a terrible loss or getting wiped off the board within 30 seconds. They just go right back to it as if they're the team that's winning.
And so after just squeezing through that train test, you come here, you win the pistol, you win the first gun round. That's the exact same momentum he's talking about that completely smothered their opposition and saw when Legacy were last tested here in Bucharest. That part of the formula between those two matches,
no, I was almost in jest. I was almost in jest thinking, like, oh, like that last map, this is a real test for Lux to show what he can do, you know, calling a comeback. And that's because they've never really shown that they can win train, especially not versus a team like Aurora. And he pulls it off.
Meanwhile, Aurora continue to show us that they can struggle in grand finals.
Oh, this is so flimsy. One guy walking out into lane by himself, no crossfire available. The T's are just, you know, doing their average due diligence here. There's only a half investment from Aurora, but that was the only guy who could afford a M4 down.
Now overstacking the wrong bomb site as Legacy are taking a look at B. So yet again, Aurora are just going to feel like they are so many steps behind at this play. Oh, man.
It's a free plant. Enjoy your save.
I ask you this. Aurora barely, unable to close back on train. You think the mental is going to be shattered coming into this game? What if map 4 is just a total blowout, absolute beating, a brutality that leads us to Nuke, where Legacy have a chance to actually reverse sweep a best of 5?
We saw the Nuke versus Saw, and again, that was Saw who picked Nuke 5 times, lost all of them here at Bucharest, but got to overtime on that map, came into Bucharest with a 9-map win streak. The stats simply just do not matter. When Legacy are under pressure, that's when they have an advantage, an intangible advantage. We saw what happened on Ancient after that Nuke match. Totally eviscerated.
Really just feels like Inferno could serve as like a chance for Legacy to just keep digging that grave deeper and deeper, and Aurora knowing that they might trip into it. Somebody has to lose tonight, and you would have never thought it would be Aurora after the first 2 maps, knowing they were going into train.
Kind of humiliation ritual that they participate in, where it's like, all we're doing is characterizing the loss for Legacy. They're finally losing, they're getting so close, and then they come back and absolutely blow everyone's expectations out of the water.
It is a graveyard in the Aurora camp right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy that after train, the desk segment was more of like a psychotherapy session than anything else. But that is just, again, the human element. You can't ignore it. We all have eyes. Madger's saying after that 2-2 loss that sent them into the decider game to make it to playoffs that this team has never been in such a crisis. That was mere days ago. If you think 2 13-1s is going to completely overwrite that, you're wrong. But we've also seen Aurora have incredibly flat starts in games, versus Saw notably, and still make a map of it. So is this that turning point? Because they had for a moment of 5 versus 3.
Oh, this is, yeah, got to be the rounds.
This is the best case that Aurora have had so far. Is it just another one piled on top? Do Legacy have the answer? Because they've got all 3 players here on A to try to burst down the doors. The frag does land well.
Oh, goes too far.
Woxic steps into the crosshair, hits the head. Wicadia and Joda trying to crossfire now, separated inside of the A site. And they know that there's a player over towards that pit, but they'll go for the bomb plant first. Evened out, health advantage belongs to Aurora at the moment, and Joda's going to keep that pressure up inside of the smoke. But the Lux clutches are notorious.
How's he going to divvy up these angles? A player on both sides, he can feel it.
Joda's climbing out, making his move to the left side of Tall Box.
Oh.
And that's going to be the end of it. That is Aurora's first. 8 rounds of play on Inferno before there is any sign of life.
I appreciate Joda going first. Even though he's low there, he has the best chance to catch him off guard. And that's 1. Not dead yet. Starting slow and clawing back is nice, but it's not sustainable. It's not something you want to have to do every single time.
Especially with the track record in Grand Finals working against you. Sometimes, when you kick Legacy, they just get up and hit even harder right back. Don't be surprised if they do something crazy this round. Lux already taken a look through the brackets, working there on his own. Bunch of utility expended by Legacy in that direction, and Madger's going to be found out just floating towards Banana, so he dives back into the site, and they're not going to give him a chance to really collect his thoughts. He'll continue to drop utility here in front of the commitment, but Legacy are charging through, right into the crossfire. Xanterra's with a double. And there is Wicadia, 3rd piece in place. Much needed hold from him, but Lux kills Woxic in the background, and they know Wicadia is still nearby. Oh, bomb carrier going back at it. Now they've got man advantage.
You just never know where they're going to peak from, high or low.
Look at the deaths on the radar right now. Look at those CT death markers stacked linearly here on the CT crossover. Frag grenade goes deep, but not deep enough.
And does Lux want to move?
So he'll try to clutch it. Crosshair on this peak.
Oh, it's crazy he can get to A. He actually figured it out.
He's out.
And he can walk away right now. Jota's wondering, there's no reason for him to leave. He could be held. He has 19 HP. There's no way for him to leave safely. He has to hope that Lux is staying here and waiting for a chance to fake plant, but that's not the case. It's going to now be an unbelievably difficult 1v1. Lux can go anywhere.
Speaking of graveyards, bodies stacked on that commitment from everybody, and
Worst nightmare.
Stomach just sinks
Now,
when that bomb gets planted on A.
Doesn't feel like the kind of round where you want to play in the balcony if you're Lux because of your low HP.
Does Jota consider the mid push? No. He's not even got his gun out. Lux, perfection. Quad kill for Lux.
That's disgusting.
Putting the pressure right back on and adding to that tally that nobody competes with Legacy in.
I just saw Madger smiling, and I don't think anyone's cracking jokes over there. That's just got to be the first sign of insanity right now. Thinking of the number of ways that they can lose a situation. And it's ripped from them, right? It's not even a massive mistake there. It's just crazy the way that Legacy play it. CT's wide open. They double swing on the guy in the back when, you know, Aurora can't even communicate how they're going to approach the setup. Not even a real B take. So much utility expended already over here at a minute 22. That's how scared they are.
Walks a cold smoke and Lux.
Oh my goodness, that's absolutely insane.
I mean, you couldn't script this.
Oh, he was watching for it for a second, trying to patrol that. Madger in front of the smoke. 1 minute. But with Lux lurking through CT, he still hasn't decided yet. It's actually quite difficult to call from the T perspective.
Madger's going to get active on the mid play, does shave one off, and they hold.
Okay.
Whew, that's what they need here. Aurora, some kind of belief in getting this at best for CT round half.
Lux just tried his best to make him extremely uncomfortable. But getting that kill on Arch and then going into CT is obviously a solid play if they can take Banana at the same time and then make that B-split happen. That's when it would get difficult, but Madger plays it very well. And honestly, pretty bravely, right? Down at the bottom of Banana in front of that smoke. So after the clutch and the lost round, the money's gone.
The lead will live on. No contesting that, but to double your rounds right here with the last couple of this first half, whew, that's what Aurora needs. I mean, they need more than that, but that's all they can possibly get. Better late than never.
Feigning the Halls pop right now. No one's ready to come out just yet. Again, just luring that utility out because they push and pull so well. Second go is coming. Jota has to shine here. I mean, he has lots of help, though.
Yeah, somebody's got to shine. You'd think it would just be Jota inside of pit already. Tech9s that are going to have to jump over that railing on balcony should expose them to an easy hold.
He's keeping his gun out. That's all he has to do.
But there's a lot of shoulds in this matchup. Santeras takes the first one. There's already a player in pit. He gets stopped, though, at least with Kadia there to help as needed. And then that sets Jota back up to finalize this hold on the A site. Lux continues to absolutely tear through. If he hits this op shot on Wicadia, he is on for another clutch. Wicadia's got a pistol in hand. No! That quick scope! What are we even watching?
He's holding this. Madger, terrified. Will he peek into it?
Toying with the thought of going for the peak. Bomb still over towards the pit. Madger's being called into the action. Lux gets off onto the site, but he'll have to cross back.
He's going to wrap around default. There's a chance Madger gets caught off guard.
He's going to look back at short. Oh, and Madger ends that dude. Lux, how dare you even make that close?
I can't believe he's jiggling that corner with such low HP. Madger doesn't shoot. Don't know if he saw anything. My God. This guy's got the clutch gene.
But Madger's also been posting some very important clutches between Train and now this one.
Dude, Lux has 17 kill half.
Wow, that's insane. Leading the charge and trying to slam themselves into B. Oh, they got Santeras to back up. Lux comes through with another double. Madger's gone unnoticed. Huge moment for him, but only 2 kills under the pressure of a 4-player push beyond him.
And a very aggressive smoke to send him back, make sure they can't nade through it.
There is no utility to do that.
That missed.
Trying to smoke their way upwards, and Doomau ends up getting the damage they need. Woxic's got one locked in behind the fountain pillar, waiting for that second T to peak. He's just playing the waiting game, concerned of this distraction. Woxic is going to sit here and ask, where the hell is this second Legacy player at?
And Doomau's already moved. The perfect crossfire.
Woxic's going to have to force it in now. The crossfire set, and they rebound. Despite that best effort from Madger in the corner of Banana, it doesn't feel like anything will be enough to stop it here on Inferno.
It's absolutely filthy. What a round again. Lux with a double entry, one through the smoke on a Hobbit. That Tech 9 spam perfectly placed. Was an 18th and 19th kill. It's so unreal.
Feels like Madger's just pleading for mercy.
Yeah. Dads is over here just thinking, I love my team.
I mean, Legacy have no scar tissue in terms of being told they can't do this. This is a team that was born in the unbelievable, in defeating Vitality. And we were always going to say, like, even a best-of-1 victory, like, it's going to be so good for their confidence. And we would have thought that that would only apply for a short period before the inevitable losses started to get stacked back up against them. But that they haven't stopped, Blonders.
And if you don't think confidence is real, I mean, does anybody think that Legacy would exist as they are today if not for the Deus Ex Machina that got them into their Austin Major run? Weren't even supposed to be there.
I feel like if you're a Legacy player, you think, like, this current year is just destiny.
And one day it'll be Legacy.
You've got to put your action behind it, but to break their confidence and self-belief, that is something nobody has been able to do since they have burst on to the scene. Confidence continues to grow as they make this road towards Budapest. Theirs for the taking. Flash over top to get Doomau out of Banana, but he'll hit the ground. Tons of damage offered by that utility. There's a much-needed pistol for Aurora to even have a chance at taking a swing at this map. Nuke waits as our decider. Smokes down in front of it. Lux still finds Santeras' headshot. And the Nissa Berettas are just going to disrespect, try to just push right through.
He got another kill, Lux!
It feels like Lux can do nothing wrong. 21 and 10. He'll try to go back through that smoke a third time and finally put to rest. Aurora will catch their breath, if not for only a moment here. It took a Wakadia 4K to win that pistol. Aurora trail by 5 as Legacy 4 rounds from victory on map 4. Whoa. It's crazy to go back and watch this highlight reel, just seeing all these Legacy players trying to push through smoke grenades. You can do everything you want to try to slow them down from taking fights on their terms, but you can't deter them. They have less guns and no vision, and yet still they'll do everything they have to try to test. Now,
do such a good job of making the map feel so alive, even with sparse utility resources to work with. They've got pulse control. They have B smoked right now. I think Aurora have the right idea, thinking about going B, but there'll be reinforcements and reinforcements with utility.
It's come over. It's not as much damage as the last round, but still a set. Oh, the 5-7 of Satson with a double. At least you get 2 back through to the Aurora favor, but
they commit. There's one on the flank now, but he's holding back because the Aurora have slowed down.
Zantera is afraid to follow through. I mean, wow.
Oh, they get the smoke down.
Oh my God, dude. Doomau almost just had 2 players with their heads turned away from him.
He could be their worst nightmare. It's possible they just jump in and try to kill him. There's enough time to do it, but it's a part of the clock where you might skip some angles. Yep. Let's see if he checks it.
If you don't check, Xanteras is coming to double check. Good on him.
And the rotation has already started coming back. Lux is here with a UMP.
Yep. Not somebody who's limited to the pistol, has the best weapon for the drop. Drive-by from Arcadia.
Oh!
And still the damage done. It's Doomau versus Woxic. Hands busy for the plant. Doomau lets that gun come back up. Woxic got the better weapon and the headshot to go with it. Woo! But like you said, got dinked. That is damage on both sides of it, and it's insanity that the first player of the 3 Aurora members that come running by hits Lux in the head, and still with like 5 HP, he ends up killing the second player of that path.
And getting another dink, Oh, got 2 back through the smoke. Good on them for clearing this out properly.
And Aurora will never know how close they came to actually losing that round back in Banana when the CT pushes off site. Jumping over because he thinks that he's missed the timing. Why would that smoke fade with members of Aurora right behind it? That would have been a free kill. That would have been a back-breaking moment. 5-7 push down middle, doesn't get everything it could, but you shouldn't get anything in this round. It's 2 sets of half Kevlar, and finally a chance for Aurora to collect themselves here. That lead will be cut down to 3 rounds as this T-side has started well for Aurora.
Might be one decisive round in this game. And versus pistols here for Aurora, but it'll be a money-building round.
Can't help but wonder if Aurora are going to find a chance to offer us some round wins once it feels like it's all too far gone. Once the map feels like it's already lost, you have nothing to lose. And that's where we were for a moment. With that 9-3 half, that 8-0 lead, why would Aurora find any kind of self-belief? But now it's starting to be pieced together, starting this T-side strong. We've got Legacy's gun round inbound now. And when you look at Legacy, you're really just looking at Lux. 22 kills to his name. You've still got players that are in the negative. I mean, Nissim is 3-12.
Yeah.
But has the mental damage been done to Aurora already? That is a genuine question. Round by round. It's all you can do now.
They're not coming in from the balcony. Only the left side. This is perfect for the op setup, actually. Oh, he falls back. Sadzin. He's got this more depressed angle.
He's got to hit this because Nissim's got a smoke out in hand. He's got to hit this. You've got to get a kill before the flood comes out from Aurora. He'll find Joda easy. Quick reposition as well. Eats the flashbang. Challenge is here from balcony.
That mag just to allow him to get back on cycle.
That's 2 players confirmed.
It's just suppressing fire here, and Lux has mid control somehow.
Got a smoke to his right side. Xanteras losing the fight to Lux. Woxic takes a ton of damage in the process, and Sadzin can just comfortably hold on to the pit, awaiting some kind of a challenge up short side. Support inbound, but very slowly.
Yeah, they're careful. They want to know about lurks, actually. They think there's a timing in Arch, but there isn't.
These players could actually press the issue up through short.
With the op and pit.
Madra gets the kill to sight. Sadzin's got to reposition. Player up above him is going to sweep right down. Aurora are fighting right back into this. Damage so significant. Nowhere to run if you're Wicadia. Nowhere to hide if you're Woxic. You've already got this other CT coming at you from short. Molotov on his feet. All this utility just pulling apart what was supposed to be the 2v2. Instead, it is Legacy with a 10th.
Just get right back to winning. That's the op from Sadzin. And even though other players on this team haven't really fragged, it doesn't feel like they've been struggling because they've been bought so much time by Lux. who again contributes, takes down Xantares in that head-to-head duel in middle. And they're working together, man. There is this chemistry, right? That op shot in through halls, falling back, and then his teammate just unloads an entire mag into the halls just to make sure he has time. And they're trying to wait out this spray, using that ammo as an extra resource. Is the true fifth piece of utility that you have. 137 ADR for Lux on this match. And that's following Train, which has already been outstanding. He's 3 for 3 on openers.
Frag on Dumao is not going to make his job any easier, especially with Lux getting peeled off that one. Aurora suddenly feeling like B-Site is primed for the taking, and they're right. Lotto, it's going to take something massive of a solo hold.
He's going to look for that lineup if they try to exec back in. But instead, he's going to a retake spot. He's looking for some relief here, but making his way to the wrong side of this map. This might end up being a save. Aurora might feel pressured to have to go through this. They're flying a little bit blind, though. No brackets controller info, but they'll still find it open.
Prime for the taking to cut this lead down to 3. Interesting turn of events here. Legacy losing the 2 players on Banana, giving over this free round, and hopefully for their sake, being able to walk away with still 3 players alive. This is a one-off round win for Legacy. This puts pressure economically on this second half, all while Aurora keep racking up round wins. I mean, you want to talk about momentum, 8-0 out of the gate to the favor of Legacy. Only 3 rounds since 7-0.
And that unreal start again, I mean, you can climb back into it, but it just gives you the only reason that Legacy won that Train match. This amazingly fast start, right? They have to eventually close it out in overtime, but they have so many rounds in the second half to learn. Look like they're feeling a little bit better about this.
But still not looking that great.
No.
It's still not looking like they're having any fun.
No, they're like, yeah, they're like Rocky right now, you know. They're going through it, but
no pain, no gain.
At this point, you got to accept that versus Legacy, it's going to be hard. You know, that's not what Aurora should be thinking normally in this matchup, but when a new team starts to break into the top, this is what their victories look like sometimes. Also that 2K from Woxic at the top of Banana that had Legacy safe.
Gonna try it again. Taking Banana by storm. You're not gonna find Legacy overextending off site.
But these nades, if you take Banana too fast, you will get punished by Legacy. They drop a lot of HEs.
That one got jumbled up in the rooftops, or else it feels like Joda would have maybe taken more.
Still got a lot.
Oh, dude, it just keeps on coming.
More mollies.
This is Legacy laying it on thick. It's gonna be Doom out to try to challenge on that smoke, hoping to line up sprays, which he will for a double. Xantares gets the answer back, but you've already got Woxic just take down to 5 health. Oh, another! Okay, something left to fight for Aurora. Incendiary's gonna interrupt the bomb plant.
Yeah, big time.
Smokes are soon gonna come up. Challenge out from Coffins. That's 2 of the CTs announced, and the 3rd one nowhere to be found. Sadzin's still over towards that A site.
And Woxic's terrified, right? He doesn't want to plant. What if there's an HE that comes down? And Lux is over here really deep. Are they going to be able to double swing? I don't think so.
I mean, Santera's just slipped off.
He's going to die.
No cover for the bomb plant. No cover whatsoever, but Joda at least kills Nissim. And now you're going to know that Lux is out here on an island. Lux still fighting.
Come on.
Back for Xanteres. I mean, this guy is a one-man army right now. 25 kills to his name.
So much impact, too.
Joda turns it back. Opper is right there on this angle. Smoke blooming in front of them. Scares him off of the bomb plant.
Oh, so close.
Flash goes over, blinds him for a second, still just fumbling around with this bomb, and here comes Lux actually coming through.
Oh my goodness. So close with the crosshair through the smoke to punishing and make that 1v1. In a one-on-one, there would be no smoke push, but he couldn't surmise the kill.
Genuinely feels like Lux doesn't know how he could be stopped.
I like watching that demo back from Lux's POV. It's just going to look like a series of miracles. So much impact. What a force.
It's a great adaptation round to round for Legacy as well, having just lost 2 players inside of Banana when Aurora won their 7th, into that transition to using the grenades to just soften up every single piece.
It's the same stubbornness that had them lose rounds in their B hits on Train. Getting hit by all this utility at the top of Banana, forcing the full exec as well. So allowing Dumao to know that they're here with multiple players. The other problem with the full execs is not having any utility left over in the end to try to guarantee your post-plant positions.
No cover for the bomb plant. Oh, it's gonna sting. Xanteres eats a dink, but at least comes out with the opening kill. It is insane to see Nissim be a shell of himself, because he is entering this map as the highest rated player for Legacy in this Grand Finals, something that he had to tap into in order to beat 3D Max in that previous best of 5. And when he is nowhere to be found, finally takes a map to kind of let off, we have Lux dominating here on Inferno.
Thing is, you know, it's Aurora. As soon as they get comfortable, they're going to go back to what they want, and that's the B site. Bomb staged up here. Interesting. Very forward smoke. It's going to slow down the crawl to the top of car. Or raise some suspicion. All these nades go past. They're just trying to hold their attention. Xanteres, is he going to get caught off guard or clip off another?
It's good on him to get in and out of that fight.
It's crazy that Dumao's playing here with no one behind him. Oh,
and he hits his dink as well, but you're not going to keep Legacy, or rather Aurora, from following through on this one. That is an insane setup for Dumao. Talk about confidence that you're going to hold it all back.
It's actually so nice, though, from Xanteres with his HP, because he knows he can't peek, but he uses his utility and his presence to make it so that they can't clear him safely, and he keeps making them think they're just going for a brackets clear, when instead it's really just about this banana hit they want to get back. And you could be repetitive if you dress it up a little bit differently, and that's what we're seeing from Aurora.
Doing what he can with the little that he had, but still finding a way to get into the round after being dinked by Nissim immediately on that mid-peak. So Aurora keep this a 3-round game. Keep us intrigued if they can really take it back from a 7-0 Legacy start.
But these 3-man saves from Legacy are just
strong.
really good. Yeah, like even on this round, there's some money left over after the 2 players are gone, plus the 3 saves.
It's got to be said as well, though, just while we can, this is a very rough major, really rough grand finals for Woxic. We could talk about that recovery he had on Train.
Yeah.
But I mean, his rating on Dust 2, 0.63, 0.94 on Mirage. The more lopsided of the 2. And then Train started so slowly. Okay, yes, he recovered as the game went on, but now we're right back into this 8-14 map. You know, Woxic is not being a part of this grand finals as he could be.
Well, at least it was the 2 maps they won. Now that they bought him time, it's time to contribute. Oh, Xanteris goes down to Nissim. Dry. No. Oh, that's just such a big upgrade.
5-7 into the AK-47. Sadzen, freed up to go for the deep op peek out through apps. And Legacy fighting for a 12th right here, right now.
There's this invisible gap. They think that it could be an R trap. It's going to be a B play again. I don't know if it's going to be a huge surprise to Legacy, but surely they start cheating back soon.
They do get through that smoke grenade, just kind of taking a chance on it. But I mean, this time you've got to go deep. You've got to get these players off of Coffin so that they can't just interrupt your bomb plan. Last time Lux was allowed to just walk up for free, completely uncontested. And while Madger's going to have hands busy, Woxic gets whittled down to half health. A 3v5 hold here on the B site. And nobody to retake from Banana. Coffin is going to be critical. And they tried to open it up so that Woxic could shave a player off. Him and Sadzen trying to hold the same line. And Woxic gets the headshot. Now they're going to know where this Opper is at. He's going to feel squeezed in this situation. So of course, as the flashes come out for him to try to go for an additional kill, all you've done if you're Aurora is put yourself behind this banana smoke. And the spam comes through. Doomau's defusing. Oh, Doomau's defusing! Wicadia gets all the kills, but not the round win.
Oh, he thought the first kill was probably the guy defusing and felt like he had done the job. Could have been such a great moment for him, but you got to give credit to this retake all through Con. That smoke on Banana is exactly where 2 players were.
I don't know if Aurora can stomach this, man.
Oh, man.
Wicadia goes massive in a 1 versus 4, cleaning that bomb site of everyone. But Doomau just sticks it through and through. That smoke grenade to block off their vision from Banana. 4 map points for Legacy to push us to that 5th. 2/3 of the way through this best of 5 reverse sweep.
And suddenly they start off 3B. Very rare sight, actually, for Legacy in this game, and it might be something quick from Aurora. They're setting up this play. Oh, but the first kill goes the wrong way.
The fire.
And they get mollied back. Very awkward.
Dropped right in front of them, takes the wind out of their sails. They have to double back at a man disadvantage, and Woxic sitting on 60 health. Lux is taking a look down B, though. Oof. Makes that contact. Sticks around a second. And all while Xanteris finds a walkout through the brackets.
They've been looking for this timing. They feel like Aurora have been trying to get it, and here they'll at least spot Xanteris. Oh, the molly.
He's not allowed to chase that kill. He'll opt not to use his smoke.
There's also a Halls Lurker. This might be hard to read, actually, but
messing around on the smoke, trying to keep this attention hard committed to him. And that potential apartments walkout from Joda.
This is kind of perfect from Doomau. He doesn't have to do much more than this.
Joda comes out from Boiler and now gets a chance to wrap back through middle at 25 seconds on this clock. That B defense is in the form of Lotto and Lux. And Xanteris is going to cut off.
He held that A for so long.
Lotto gets both headshots on the banana side of this split. Bomb gets picked back up. You are working with 10 seconds if you are Aurora. And Lux, he's going to buy just enough time. Just enough time. Hands would be busy, no plants allowed. They are pushing this grand finals the distance.
Oh.
Do not tell Legacy when to give up.
I'll tell you, Aurora might have given up. What an insipid start to a map. You know, obviously it's a best of 5 final, guys. You still technically had the advantage. They went into that unbelievably flat. And now we do indeed go the distance and go to a decider.
Listen, I don't know what Deity's watching over Lux, because he could do nothing wrong in that map. And also, I did say, Richard, I wanted to see a little bit more variation coming out from the T side there, and they showed it, right? They were so measured. Great protocols coming out, and also helps that your IGL was basically untouchable in that first half.
He's just had a crazy couple of tournaments back-to-back, you know, with how he's done here and with CSE. But I mean, again, look at what we're talking about here. Look where the highlight package starts. It's 8-1 to Legacy, and now the highlights begin. And it's like, yeah, people at home probably think it's just a lazy narrative, but I am telling you, there has never been anything clearer than this Aurora team are just the easiest team to break mentally in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
I don't think it's a lazy narrative, and we'll have examples to prove it in a little bit. But, you know, this is what we were talking about. It does feel like after Train, now the momentum is on the side of Legacy. Sure, they're behind the map, right? But going into Inferno and Nuke, it's two maps that they like playing, where they found success in this tournament and also at CAC, right? And it's going to be a matter of, if they get a lead, will Aurora have enough in the tank to claw their way back? And we saw that on Inferno, they didn't.
And also, Rich, let's just trying to paint the picture a little bit more broadly here. We came into this matchup saying that, coming into Train rather, saying that if Legacy were to be able to pull off the reverse sweep in a best of 5, it would be only the third time since CSGO's inception that's happened on a decently big land, so to speak. 3 times. And just last week, Furia did that against Na'Vi. It's almost miraculous what's happening here.
But it's also, I think the reason for that is similar to the final last week. You know, Na'Vi, a team that it's a bit of a limited map pool in the moment and whatnot, and then you add the psychological aspect of being 2-0 up. And now you're going into map 5, right? Everything that means, you know, thoughts at the back of your head, oh, did it really come to this? You're really going to end up getting reverse swept. And, you know, on the other side, you have a great team, right? I mean, a very good team. Let's not, you know,
don't undersell it.
Exaggerate here, right? But a team that just won a tournament in a 5-map best of 5 a week ago. So they're battle-hardened at the moment. They're battle-tested. And, I mean, their captain is playing lights out. Look at this. This is absolutely crazy from Lux. Like,
I've got to ask you then, Janko, like right now, obviously it's hard to gauge because, again, we haven't seen them against certain other teams, but certainly commensurate to the level of talent we've seen at these last 2 tournaments. Whereabouts do you put Lux as a IGL, a fragging IGL specifically?
I think his fragging is a tad better than his IGLing, right, in that sense, but I think he's definitely out there leading the tier 2 teams in that department. I think that's the strength of Legacy, is that across the board their floor is really high in terms of individual skill and impact. Nissim had an uncharacteristically low impact. Now, he had 4 kills and they still had an easy game. Yeah. That's crazy. And Sadin is the one that has a lot of volatility in his performance. You know, but across the board, they're pretty strong.
No, absolutely. And I feel like just overall, just looking at them play, right, it never seems to be any pressure on them, right? Just looking at the body language, something which you brought up as well, Rich, earlier, and it's like, you can just clearly see how the tide just turned completely, right? Mentally in the server.
Just before we look at the rounds play, I'm going to tell you, this is no joke now. People must have noticed it at home. It was when they were getting battered and we went to 8-1. There was a round where they just lost in the round. There was someone was attempting a clutch for Aurora because, of course, and Magic was he was like laughing. He was laughing like a guy that needed to be put in a straitjacket. Like it was crazy. I was like, what is happening? Like, what's funny about this?
You can either laugh or you can cry in misery, and he chose laughter. You know?
Again, I've known him for years and years and years, and it's like I've never seen him like this specifically. Like this tournament, it's just been so crazy. But why don't we look at some of the rounds from when they were getting
Well, let's
battered.
look at the very start of the game, right? Legacy wins pistol. They even win the second round, a couple of saved pistols and whatnot for Aurora. So in this round number 3, actually, with Kadia with a 6 shot here, Jota is going to push apartments as well. Off the back of that, Lux equalizes on Vicadia, and he gets behind and gets 2 kills. This is a 4v2, right? In an eco round, essentially, right? But Jota gets a bit outmaneuvered, gets shot in the back. The other 2 players were just sitting here towards long, right? But these are all 1v1 fights, right? For the T's in the 2v4, they are able to get the bomb down and just make it look easy from a 2v4. This is like lazy from the side of Aurora. We see a bit of a lack of discipline, lack of communication. All right, first gun round. Fast, I mean, play towards A from Legacy. It's a 4A setup from Aurora. And what are you seeing? You're just seeing Lux picking them apart one by one. That's Major, by the way, who's the B player. There's 2 more guys left in A. They're just going to clean up in the end, right? So that's just back-to-back rounds where you are in a good position. You have exactly, you know, you're getting the correct read in the first gunner, playing 4A, they're coming A. And there's no team play, there's no nothing.
It's like even more egregious. We can see that round where, you know, he got the 4K. Sorry, they got a 2K with the 5-7. There were, if you had extra, there were 3 players there towards Arch. By the way, we didn't have extra because we couldn't see it. There's 1 towards Cubby, there was 2 towards Arch. No one swung. No one traded. This is Counter-Strike 101. Same thing happened over there as well. Like, it's like almost like they forgot to play Counter-Strike. And now I need to harken back to what Major said in the interviews. Like, it feels like we don't have confidence. We're not really talking. We're afraid to take fights. Compare this, juxtapose this to the one we saw yesterday when they dismantled GamerLegion, night and day.
Yeah,
and
but you wonder now, if GamerLegion had put up any resistance whatsoever, what could have happened? I mean, I'm sure Ash and co are thinking that. Watching this from home, it's like if you lean on this team a little bit, they will topple.
I don't. Yeah, sure, but I don't want to take anything away from Legacy. I think they had some very well played rounds coming out from the T side. I think we have one particular round which impressed me.
6, right?
Yeah, 6 or 7 right there. And this is just textbook Counter-Strike. Look at the way they deny information. There's a smoke towards top mid. That's the classic Fnatic smoke. They smoke off the half wall, and then nade just raining in. They're just 1 minute 30 seconds. They're denying all information to the Aurora players. Now the 2 players in B, one's going to fall back. I think it's Xantares is kind of low on HP. Walks gets a nice little flick here onto the play. Look at the clock, 35 seconds. They have full control. Immediately pivot into the B bomb side with 25 seconds remaining on the clock. And just the pathing is so good. Wycadia, they take a Remaja towards a contrary place looking in his direction. Wycadia is stuck in that position. There's nothing much you can do. And of course, aggression from Dumas, which we expect to see all the time. This is just such a well-played textbook round, just denying information. And that is always the name of the game on a map like Inferno. And this is what they didn't do yesterday, by the way, when they struggled against Saw. When they're playing too fast. Here, so many variations. They went back. They kind of decided, guys, we're going to slow things down. We're going to play it more classic, so to speak. And it worked out wonderfully for them.
I think also important to praise their patience in the second half, because what you saw in all these rounds that we picked out early on is there's no saves for Aurora. They're just going, because the rounds are to some extent close, or they're just being dominated by Legacy. They don't save any guns, so it's a full half buy, just pistols, into then a rebuy with guns. What happened in the second half? A lot of saving from Legacy, right? Like, that's what you do when you have a big lead. You only need a couple of rounds, maximize your opportunities. And they came to a point where even if they lost a round, they could buy again because of how much money they've accumulated from all of those saves. And it was just great to see them be in really complete control on that Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it would be crazy to think that this inexperienced team could do this twice, to come back in best-of-5 finals and end up, winning the whole thing against opposition that people were saying are the favorites. I mean, let's be
They are the favorites.
When 3D Max were there, they were the favorites. Aurora here, they're the favorites.
And, we're talking about Aurora's second-place finishes last year to Na'Vi. They were Team of the Year. At the beginning of this year to Spirit, the reigning major champions at the time. In Riyadh to Mongols, right, who were on the rise and just had a great tournament whatsoever. What do you say about Legacy? I mean, if you end up losing to them after being 2-0 up, I mean, some of these best-of-5 finals, they just got swept 3-0. Now you had it, you were in the lead, you were on your map pick as the third map, right? And if they fail here, you wonder if they're ever going to get a chance again.
I said that on day one. They don't win here, just forget about Aurora ever raising a trophy. Because it's not going to get easier, and it's also you're not going to break that mental curse. It's just going to haunt you for the rest of your life. And this is the absolute rock bottom if they don't close.
At this point, it would definitely be inexcusable, right? But on the other side, we have a lot of young and exciting players on the side of Legacy, and they've just shown so much mental fortitude. We talked about how their season hasn't been so great, right? But they managed to persevere through that Lifa trophy last week.
Yeah.
If they do it here, we might just have some new Brazilian stars in the making, ready for that changing of the guard.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, it's just so cool as well. I mean, just to highlight how much of a capitulation this is going to be from Aurora. You're 2-0 up, man, in a best-of-5. You're the favorites. And you're going up against the second-best Brazilian team where 3 months ago, before Furia, we're like, there's no real good Brazilian team right now. So everything's going your way, and you're just letting it slip.
And Nuke is a map where they had that comeback against Spain.
That's the thing.
Both playoff games yesterday were close, and they managed to grind them out. They managed to stay in them. It was Lux with the clutches keeping them alive, and he's had a great final. He's obviously had a great Inferno, and this is where you worry for Aurora. You feel the only way they win this map is a stomp, a snowball. Any close game, Legacy has it.
And the problem here is they're going to be starting on the T side, as you can clearly see over here, Rich. Last time they played T side, it was abysmal. It's some of the worst calling you've seen from Major on the T side, where they're just turtling up, waiting for the fight to come to them, and they're just going for this half-ass execs, not even full pop-outs, and just getting completely shut down. And by the way, Legacy...
time management as well, if you remember that.
Absolutely. And Legacy did their best work on the CT side, actually. So I feel like the writing's on the wall. I feel like we're actually going to see the reverse sweep happening here.
Yeah, no, I kind of sensed it. I felt Aurora had to come in and everything had to go right for them today. And I think Nuke is like this, you know, it's such a difficult map when things aren't firing on all cylinders for you. You've got to be so coordinated on your T side. Your rotates on the CT side have to be so
It's the map where it's most important to have energy.
Yes.
To have good comms because of all the rotations, all the chaos that goes on, right? All the different things that could be happening on the map. You have to be quick. And right now, it's not looking like Aurora has enough in the tank to get it done.
Yeah, final thought quickly before break.
I think we're actually seeing the reverse sweep happening here. Yeah. I think it is going to be back-to-back for Legacy.
All right, it is time for the decider in this best of 5. Whatever happens, it's going to be nuclear. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
All while the confidence of Legacy grows, step by step, facing a 2-map deficit in this best-of-5 grand finals. They find themselves here in the final map of play. This is a team who back in Austin, we weren't even supposed to watch play Counter-Strike, and ever since that event, they have ran with it, making their own destiny seem possible. All while, today, beating up Aurora, whose got to have that demon on their back in the mind thinking, have we thrown this yet again?
I mean, yeah, it's time to let the gloves off. At this point, you have to laugh if you're Aurora. Letting them 2 maps back in.
Good luck.
Especially in the fashion of Train. It's whatever. You still can win the event. All you have to do is win a single map. It's got to be here on Nuke. It'll be a true test of their mettle, but because they started off winning 2, I mean, just like we criticize Aurora for starting slow in each map, you can criticize Legacy for going down 0-2 to begin. It's 3 chances for Aurora to mentally get back into it. It's not going to be kind of swept from them sneakily. Like, they've had all day to think about this. The last map, they're probably trying to play it as if they know they have 2 chances. It all comes down to this. If they need to find energy, companionship in each other, you know, to feel like, to give that extra little bit, it's going to be here on Nuke. Maybe on Inferno you feel like, I'm not ready to go there yet. Well, now this is when we'll find out if they can.
Feels like we were getting a glimpse of what could be with Aurora after that very slow start on Inferno. At least they were able to recover that to a respectable scoreline, considering, again, 7-0 start. If Inferno just existed in its own capsule, we would say they had fight and we would sing them a little praise, but it's just the fact that it's in this best of 5. It's all of those grand finals lost that stack up against them. Adds to a ruthless context. Right now we get this quiet crawl over the red box. Dropping down top main is Xantares. Tease smoke it off so that they can go for some kind of an outer wrap, and Dumao takes a look at it, seeing the setup.
Yeah, the bomb spotted.
Good headshot through the glass. It's going to be tough for Sadson to stomach that one. Magic goes back through Squeaky.
They're not on the floor yet. Nissam's hiding.
Interesting. Oh! Joda jumping Glock headshot. I guess that's one way to kick this off. It's going to cause a fast flood downstairs, and now 2 players inside of lobby, both of which were gushed. And yet Sadson still comes out with a kill.
Yeah, this is going to be a lower plant. I mean, it's going to be hard to stop this. Joda, he's right here.
Back turned on the double doors, executes Lux. Joda's the guy that got this one rolling.
Okay.
And Joda's going to be the one to end it. Quad kill in the pistol. Can Aurora weaponize a strong T starts?
You see what it does. Everybody's happy about it. Finally getting a strong start after such a tumultuous series emotionally.
That's just some baloney.
Yeah, brought to you by Joda. I mean, he was aiming. He qualified that kill with the next 3. He's ready to win.
Chance to really bully Legacy. Don't fall prey to the 5-7s. Sadson keeps it committed to the deep depths of the garage, and, well, they're coming, but it looks like Magic's going to clear it all. At least he did the first few corners, but he writes off the depths of it.
Yeah, and Sadson's hoping that they wrap around fully, but they're not going to. Will he peek? Yes, he will.
Oh, that's the bomb on Woxic as well, right there, but
he's
he still
missed
hasn't
that.
seen it. Oh my God, Sadson will never know until this game is over just how close he was, not once, but twice.
But the bomb's about to go into Mini. Sadson, there is still a timing that he can find if he eventually walks out or feels like he wants to be useful in this spot. And I mean, how late is someone going to come into Big Garage? Like, he will eventually try to peek.
He's going to drop that bomb if he can. Oh, he hits Woxic. Joda still could just depart. He's got to get the bomb on the edge of that smoke. Just picked it up. Woof, that could have been way worse for Aurora. They don't know about it. Sadson doesn't know about it. Only we are privy to that information.
He was there the whole time.
Oh, what could have been narrowly avoided. And you know what? For Aurora's sake, I'm glad they don't know about it. Just how close they were. The timing that could have been. Walking away with 4 players up on the conversion bodes real well for Aurora's start to this T side. Thing is, Legacy have made a reputation for themselves of never being put down. So watch those rounds stack up against them, so be it. The self-belief never ending. 2-0 start here for Aurora. on map 5 of this BO5.
It feels like converting the second round is the real winning the pistol, right? Winning the pistol, it won't matter at all, no matter how happy you are if you just get ecoed. So they've survived that. They're getting this clean start. This should be a money builder, and they didn't have to upgrade their guns. Very clean stuff.
Fast smokes. And just a Desert Eagle that rings out for Lux.
Lux was a hero last map. He's a hero in more than one map, to be honest, across the event. But that was the T side of Inferno where he really buffed it out. I mean, CTC was a two-way player for sure, but now he's going to need some teammates.
Stacked up still inside of that A site, but it's not where Aurora are going to end this one. We hit 45 again. I don't blame them for taking every extra second they need to make sure that they're not walking into any kind of a trap.
Oh, absolutely.
Legacy know that they've not done enough to stop it. Just kind of sat there inside of A and hoping, but hope's not enough. 3-0 Aurora. I mean, I don't want to say that they can start to build confidence because, again, you've got to think about how wounded they are in this big picture of a best of 5. Yeah. Round by round. Shots down deep into the ramp.
Oh, okay.
That's better.
I'm here.
Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. I don't care what they say. It's about how they say it.
Yeah, exactly. It's attitude, man. You know, Legacy know that. It's attitude. It's how you walk into the room. It's how you leave the room. It's heads held high. Aurora are feeling a real low back on Inferno. You can understand that coming off of the train loss, but enough runway to reset, you'd think, for Nuke. There's a certain liveliness to Aurora at the moment. We've seen it since they won that pistol. Leave it to Aurora to make it as hard as possible and let this series go to a 5th. You can't doubt their fighting spirit once we get here. Flash above Secret. Just the top of Dumao's head spotted. And that's enough to send him back down to the depths of B.
Man, really taking their time. Oh, Lux finds this one, however. Quick answer back. Pressure on Nissim. No rotation in through Turnpike.
Just gonna sit
down.
He's
He's got a lower player already, actually.
Yeah. That's that fallback from Secret. Dumao established it from the get-go, so he's just freed up to hold off on ramp. He goes for the corner. Ah, they're barreling towards him. Good kill from Nissim. Taps out from double. Dumao gets man advantage established. Ricadia's feeling the pressure from both sides. He's got that 1v1 that he simply cannot win. And Xantera is a bit late to the party, but still could pull this off. Lotto's making noise as he gets into the back of the site. That's going to be the bomb scooped up, but another CT is right above Xanteres, and he drops with nothing.
Oh, 3 up here for Legacy, and they kind of quietly pull that together. A quick pick off from Lux, another opener for him. And they just make sure they have no loose ends. If any map's going to be close, we want it to be this one.
Nothing behind this outer wall, unlike the rounds prior. Aurora's been playing that red box. It's what caught vision on Dumao a round ago, but it's not there this time. Setting sights on ramp instead. 4 members strong as Madger continues to just throw out utility and takes a late look towards outside.
I swear for sure when Aurora tries something that works successfully, they just keep spamming it, at least for the next foreseeable future. I can understand why Legacy are doubling up here. Deep angle to punish the shoulder swing.
Sadzin awaits his first target. Nissim keeping his head tucked for the time being. Smoke goes down in front of the pack. They can still try to fight through it, but Nissim could pop up and serve up an issue. Nice. Instead, he gets shredded by Woxic, and Sadzin misses his chance at getting the multi-kill. Now it's going to fall onto Lux's shoulders, but they run out with grenades in hand. Aurora lucky that they didn't just get slammed by that peek out through the single door. The challenge denied by Joda, and also Lux taking a second look at sight. Still with nothing. It is upstairs that Lotto gets this back in the hands of Legacy, but how much are they willing to risk on this?
And they're so low, but I don't know. The CTs don't know it.
Already starting to look towards an exit, I think. They'll send one back over towards Secret.
Got a flash here, and this is the scale through control, but I mean, they could just put pressure. I don't know if they can win this round.
Dude, all 3 players low. Oh, Wicadia drawn back in, but time's not there. No time, they just want to inflict economic damage. They're even willing to sacrifice Lux for the cause.
Oh, that'll work.
But there was a world there where Lux, if he hits as hard as he has in the past, when he peeks out through that single door, player in the background, 5 health, and the one in front of him with a grenade in his hand.
I mean, talk about a clutch shot, though, from Joda. He gets that wide swing.
That's the one, yep. Good
point. That's a very hard angle to swing back to. He gets that kill. He's 8-2, 4K on the pistol. That's great. And, you know, I was thinking the 2 players I want to stand out in this match are going to be Nissim and Woxic over on the other side. And Nissim had a great chance to get a kill, and it was Woxic to take him out instantly on that ramp take.
His first and only kill in Woxic's case. Still really waiting for Woxic to kind of get the game going fully. A nice resurgence on Train is the only thing we can look at in terms of his impact throughout this best of 5.
At that.
He's so good with just keeping pressure up all the time.
Yeah, he gets that kill through Squeaky countless times, man. Oh, there's a chance. Nice kill here with Wicadia.
Falls off at the silo. You know, the beauty of Lux as well is sometimes he's taking those aggressive decisions, and when he's doing it like he was on Inferno with, like, say, some 25 kills, it's one thing, but he'll try the same thing in a slow start 1-5.
Oh, this push, it should be a free frag. Yeah.
There we go. Second kill in the round for Lux. Already starting to recover that score line. We go 55 seconds with man advantage Legacy, but they are waiting for a move here.
Oh, that's too deep.
That's a welcome invitation for Joda. Madger's Mac 10 has to make that difference, looking for the upgrade. And remember, Lux is low, but they write off the threat of Lux again. And as he presses into this, it's going to push Madger 1v3. And if he heads up to this upper site, at least it is just one defender in position.
Oh, such a weird spot for him to be in, though. In front of Hut, taking a small risk. Madger...
Will he clear it?
I don't know, 20 seconds.
Will he clear it? He's got the time, but
he's
announcing himself, slides down into sight, and that's going to be the end of Madger as we know it. Legacy taking a second round win.
Wow. It was almost like they won that round.
I thought for a second he just won. I was so confused for a moment.
But he's really mad about something. They must have skipped the protocol. That was directly at Xantares.
If they lose this best of 5, dude, there's gonna be, I mean,
gonna be hell to pay for someone.
The fuse has already been lit. It was lit 2 maps ago.
Legacy are good at playing like they're winning when they're losing, and it's like the opposite for Aurora sometimes.
Yeah.
But also, was an important situation. Xantares is the only gun on this round. There's a buy-up behind it, so an investment, but this could allow Legacy to tie the game up if they're not careful.
Somehow you expect the rest of Aurora to still do something.
And, you know, sometimes I want to be careful about being critical of, you know, someone getting too emotional in a game like that. Sometimes things need to be said.
Sure.
We don't know what they were, but if everything had been going well, this game would already be over.
Time to learn Turkish, pal.
There was no French in there?
The passion of the French, yes. A little element of Apex, but consider me sitting in the waiting room for the translations post best of 5. Aurora at times have felt like they are at each other's throats more so than Legacy's. And you can get by all of that if you just pull off this win for once. MIBR taking a glimpse downstairs while they just try to pack up inside of the hut. Trade denied immediately, but Xanterra still breaks through with that one gun they have to work with. And then you're spotting Sadzen up on the shelf, but that turns Xanterra's attention back upstairs just as an additional player comes out.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little lurk if they got the double entry, but no way to draw attention. MIBR looks like he goes unspotted. They aren't worried about this. Saving a deagle?
Yeah.
I mean, they could definitely let him save this deagle and $200. Deagle and $200. There must be some sentimental value in that one. And his reward, 1 flashbang this round.
Woo!
This round is going to be called around MIBR. He's got the most to work with.
Isn't that bleak? Him and Xanterra's with an eagle each.
Screwed up.
Feels like a competition between MIBR and Xanterra to see who can get it going. One deagle inside of lobby, the other one on top of hut. Or main, excuse me. Drops down in the face of that utility. Leaves Joda up there for now with just his Glock. And Sadzen's gonna catch it deep from the CT spawn. Frag misses Joda, that'll give him a chance at the Deeg, but maybe this round just kind of letting Aurora cool off. Easy pickings for Nissim. You do not want Legacy to start powering up into this game.
Yeah.
Again, remember the self-belief. You let that start going like a wrecking ball.
They'll come for him.
It'll come crashing through you, and right now we are tied 4 rounds each.
Wow, yeah, they're ready to work, man. They're just chipping in around here and there. A little climb back. It was a quick start, but also a quick comeback for Legacy. They're always fine no matter what, ever present. Wonder if they're even going to celebrate if they win.
I don't know, man. Xanterra's looks so over it. He just looks so over it. I'm not trying to be some kind of body language specialist at a best of 5 grand finals, but man, you know, I've pissed off enough people in my lifetime to know what it looks like. And that is exactly what it looks like.
Oh, man. Always the hardest to be friends. It's...
Looking for that move outside of the garage, but it is yet again a deeply committed Lux in the very, very back of garage. Xanterra's downstairs trying to carve a path to sight, and you're not going to find anything at the moment other than this free space.
On.
Waiting for a move here. Just trying to bait it out, flashes out through it, and Wicadia, again, not overly committing, just trying to serve up a distraction, take all the attention so Xantares can emerge. Oh, but he doesn't see it. No way, he doesn't full clear, and then from the top of the box, at least it's a one trade back. Xantares gets the kill, but at what cost? He's already down to 17 health, him and Woxic both.
3 players dropping.
15 seconds, bomb goes back through the lobby towards this A site.
It has to be A.
And it's gotta be Madger.
Lux is not gonna get tricked though, he's still waiting up here. He could dive this, they've gotta watch this carefully.
He starts to stomp around. Madger's Mac 10 looking for impact here. He will finish Lux. And then Woxic gives cover over towards the vent, and Xantares is there to help it. Dude, you've got to go and clear that boost if you're Xantares inside of ramp.
He thought he did. He tried to look at it. Oof.
Doom out here just for the save. Rack up the costs, I suppose. That's all you're going to get, Doom out. It is Aurora back to a lead 5-4. How they cover that crawl up from the B site. Thank God for Aurora that doesn't go unpunished, that only one kill comes in from the top of the box. Oof, if Woxic doesn't get that trade. A huge if, but a so be it that it got close. Aurora pull it off.
Yeah, it was the right move for Lux. Usually in those moments, he finds a way to miraculously get 2 kills. This time, no dice.
Sadson sticking around for it, loses vision thanks to smokes. He'll open it once, but it goes too deep. Doesn't actually give himself a chance to get a shot off, and it feels like they could have been clipped climbing over that.
Yeah, totally.
So he peels away, a missed opportunity there for Legacy to use their op.
What's key in these moments is getting that extra player to ramp. They have to believe in the threat of a cross if you let this go. Oh, they put trophy already, so they should be starting to go downstairs.
He'll throw Lux at it for now. Sitting here with a flashbang.
Yeah, no smoke. He'd love to have one.
Especially at 45 seconds.
Yeah, they're risking this, Aurora, but it comes down to this next trade.
Double doors open. He'll try to flash himself up. Sees way more than he expected. Dumao inside of the vents allows for them to go past as Lotto starts to keep that pressure up. And Nissim then into the kill feed. Wicadia planting back sight. And Woxic gives great cover. That was a ton of damage that's been done. And Lotto's trying to come through with an assist to Sadzin. They got to approach from both sides of this bomb site.
It's just a picturesque entry out of Woxic that really makes a difference.
Jota real low in this moment, doesn't matter. Hits that instant headshot, and that one's going to confirm that Aurora will take a 6th terrorist round win. How many T rounds are enough? Because Aurora slowly but surely just keep racking them up one by one. Close calls, sure, with costs, as they are again taken down to just Woxic left standing.
Yeah, he goes down too. He was over in big, yeah.
That's 6 though. Is that a smile on Xantares' face?
Been a frustrating couple of rounds, I think, for Lux because he's in such a key spot. And, I mean, it's a clean kill from Woxic. He has almost everybody turned. Woxic's the only one who avoids that flash and instantly gets the headshot. You know, I think in Lux's head, worst case, I take a quick peek and I run away after seeing all these players at sub 25 seconds. And instead, well, he pays the ultimate price. In a game where now every moment matters.
just feels so hard to believe in, even with Aurora having 6 rounds on a T side of Nuke. It feels so hard to believe in just because of the way that Legacy have brought back this best of 5. And, you know, it's not done till it's done. That much we've learned between these teams tonight. A stomp of a 3-0 would have felt like realized destiny for Aurora, finally lifting the curse. For now, it just feels like that curse could still be here. Xanteris peels Sadson up as he tries to climb over boxes. It's good damage done for 3, enough for Lux to come out with a rebuttal.
Oh, Lux has got one behind him. Can he be seen? No.
Smoke's still up at the halfway point there. He's got that temporary cover.
I liked Xanteris' move, especially with everyone using their ammo. One player dying outside, just quickly transitioning into Big Garage, but Lux going back up into heaven is a nice touch. They know that Op was down. This would be the guy peeking from up here. And I don't know how he figures it out, but they are threatening to wrap. Lux has been that guy, man. Now, depending how his teammate's playing, he's going to have such a depressed angle. He just wants them to fully commit on the walkout.
Yep.
While his teammate stays actually safe from anything. And
That's
this could
what's
be
happening.
taking over Hut. Oh, yeah, just right underneath him.
Xanteris comes looking for it, falls to Lux.
Dude, so good. Just so good. Lux.
Unbelievable that he gets 2 out of that position and then sets up Dumau for the escape. Flash over top of Hut. Oh, the wall bang,
Are
dude.
you serious?
Dumau just playing with Joda, setting it up for Nissim to come out swinging. Still a potential 6-round CT side.
Lux is just amazing. Like, he's amazing. 3 kills in that round, the reposition to get up into heaven, the read on the wrap, and he didn't even know Xanteris had gotten off into Big Garage. I think the original idea for Aurora was to get it down to secret, but then he decided to move forward after those kills went down the way they did. It's absolutely cerebral.
Oh, and Bomb was even stuck up there. I thought it had fallen down, but no, it was still up in the rafters. There was 0 chance at that clutch. Insult to injury. So this is where the half ends for Aurora with pistols. Gonna kind of whimper into the CT side start. It's crazy that you can look at this scoreline, think Aurora have still done enough to keep it competitive, but know how fragile, how brittle, specifically, everything is in this best of 5 grand finals. CT smoke off Squeaky for now. There's that sudden pop. Nice Tech-9 headshot out of Badger. Lotto's gonna turn it. Oh, that one gets away from him. Not so pretty. Distraction offered up by Vent, and that opens the door for Sadson, who just one-taps Joda out of this one because he only had 4 bullets left. And now with 2 players on site, Xanteris is brought into the action. And they know one's still stuck down inside that vent. They can focus on Nissim instead. And there's no exit afforded to Lux. If he pulls this off...
They gotta build him a statue.
Oh, and he gets out. No way. He gets out. Wicadia doubles back. Lux is still alive for this clutch. Diffuse is coming through.
He's not getting off of it.
Stick. Wicadia bites late. Denies it in the end. But Lux should have never even gotten that close.
Oh, this guy is just next level. But the 2 entries upstairs, that's too much to come back into. This should have been a free round for Legacy. A very nice entry out of Major and a 7-5 in the final map.
If a 7-5 T-side lead on Nuke is not enough, then nothing ever will be.
Ever will be. Yeah, Jason tweeted this loss could kill this team. And it feels like it's almost surprising that they've managed to stay together despite all of the losses that they've taken. But with those, you know, it's always a deep run, which is the most tragic loss that you could have, right? Almost winning the whole event. So along the way, a series of impressive victories. Belief and proof that you can take out teams that can win grand finals along the way.
It's like a deep run means you can't give up on a project because it shows promise. But it has been a dry spell of success for Aurora as of late. Again, mere days ago, Major saying that this team is in its biggest crisis. And crisis is a big term to use.
Definitely.
For, you know, for a project that's
I always appreciate the blunt sort of comments from
He brings
Azure.
it. And you can feel like that crisis is still just one bad round away from showing its ugly head again. Here comes Legacy with a burst out through the hut. Gonna test MIBR and Xanterez's chemistry as a hold.
Ooh, this is the site taken. The plant will go down. Full retake. How fast do they want to go? No one's setting up the flash for them. They might just pour out.
Ooh, that they do. Wicadia with 2. Joda then the next one, as Xanterez will remain smoked off for the time being. Bomb is planted on the front of the site. It's a Lux clutch queued up, and he's gonna get Joda diving in down. That's gonna weaken him. Joda's got the smoke in the kit, but it feels like Lux is the one that's got the power in this position, and Joda's gonna drop that smoke on top of the bomb, and as he gets on top of it, Lux takes this route over the Hudson clutch. Add it to the tally. And tell me how many more Aurora could hope to survive.
We're pushing 40 clutches from Legacy at this event, with Lux having the most. He was already over 12 before this map started. I don't know when that's happened before and when it's going to stop.
If it ever will at this rate. Turning heads on the road to Budapest. Every single event just seems to be some sort of new accolade for Legacy. Evolution across the board from each and every one of these players. No weak links. Team play and chemistry on full display all event long. An ability to roll with momentum and to take punches too, clearly. Rebounding in this best of 5 from a 0-2 start. This would be the 3rd ever best of 5 reverse sweep.
And the 2nd in 2 weeks.
Not to mention that critical back-to-back trophy lift for a fully Brazilian team.
They said it wasn't possible. And we talked about the Pain players and the Furia players. They went international for Quesarado just to try to save him. And meanwhile, here was Legacy believing in it the whole time.
We're going to get Sadzin with first blood here in round 14. Xanterez running out of patience. Tries to make that silo wrap happen. Looking to weaponize this triple MP9 and now scout setup that remains. MAC-10 wins the duel to the ramp room, and it's just individual challenges coming out of Aurora. We want to talk about team play on one side. Individual heroics are not going to be enough to pull back this momentum from Legacy. Your lead is gone. Your advantage of a CT side remains, but you have to have the presence of mind to hang on for dear life as Legacy comes storming towards you.
Yeah, and there's a special thing that you get to apply pressure on the T side. You get to control the map and the tempo in a way the CTs can't. As many advantages as they may have, there's something very scary about Legacy when they have a chance to close on T side. Another opening. They're just trying to turn the faucet off on this round, get 3 kills, slow things down. Otherwise, they're going to have to chew through multiple full buys here for Legacy. We gloss over these rounds, but they matter a ton. You think about how many rifles they have. They're brought to you by how many eco players get mopped down without any losses on these rifles.
Gonna tear through Xanterez and set this USP up for fail. MIBR had no assistance in that one. No real tool to play off of. Acadia's Desert Eagle lost within all of these smokes. Lux takes up position inside of main. And all that's gonna be left here is Aurora grasping at anything, while Legacy walk around the map.
I mean, pick your poison. They've taken both sites. Everything's fine. They can watch and look and see if people will lurk. Wicadia.
What the hell?
Could he set something? Oh my god, of course he doesn't even get a single one, because here's Lux to watch their back. 3 players inside a secret. Lux still. Father Lux just wants to come and check on and make sure everything's fine. Babysitting when he doesn't have to. Another 3K for Lux.
If that's not a sign of how Aurora's hopes have gone up
This
in
has to be a
smoke.
knife, right? I mean, it's
Nissim.
the time.
Nissim, don't. Just take your round win. Don't kick them while they're down. First gun round for the CT side comes out for Aurora. Is there fight left in this team?
Well, there isn't money. Like, compare the bank accounts. And the thing is, actually, Legacy are coming at this round with 4 Galils. That's pretty significant disadvantage compared to AKs. This kind of limits your strategies. If you want to take outside, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I feel like calling a set strat, but not one that's an upper rush. However, they have a MAC-10. It's a round where you kind of want to close the distance in a sneaky way, put some pressure maybe on Mini, dropping into it, getting down the vent. Playing it out slowly. They know that Aurora are coming in full force.
No connection there for Woxic. Smoke goes deep into Squeaky for Wicadia. Gonna make sure that they are still on the other side of that door frame. And yet Lux still trying to challenge out with that flash. Good hold by Wicadia for one. Madger buys time here, but as he pops
See him?
up,
Oh.
Dumao sees him.
He's so blind.
Dropped with nothing. Woxic, a desperate no-scope, does connect on the second, and then Lotto ends it.
Wow, they pulled it
Legacy
off.
just burst right through.
They put that pressure in, draw out some utility, instantly turning into a pop. I love that it's not in a direct rush out of spawn, and it wipes the board. They are broke.
And broken. Have been since train.
The bank accounts grow. I mean, that's a rifle round that they just farmed.
Oh, man.
4 MP9s and a scout to defend against 10.
They won't even look at each other. You gotta dig deep here into your soul if you're Aurora.
I mean, they pulled out so many MP9 rounds back on Dust too.
Yeah.
You can do that on Nuke as well. Obviously, it's not like you have a ton of access to outside, but even if you play close setups or you find a ramp stack, Legacy can run into you. They do stuff out of spawn without searching sometimes.
It's the kind of Counter-Strike that can trip over its own feet.
They
but
should be anti-forcing and not, overstuffing the lobby, so we'll see. Biggest difference could be the scout. 1 bullet to the head at distance. Best way to get vision for them. Woxic could alleviate some stress.
It's only a 2-round lead. And you're playing the CT side of Nuke. You're also down to a single smoke grenade on Wicadia at 1:20.
Oh, they're doing this correctly. They've fanned out. They've taken secret control. They're trying to close off Woxic, so he has to fall back a bit. If he can get a kill, though, this gets very scary. They're successfully getting more and more control.
Dumao comes back from secret, still just trying to find somebody outdoors. There's got to be a defender nearby. And that scout rattles off for damage. Woxic not going to be able to disengage from Lux, and they'll find Xantares just hiding behind Unbreakable.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. Get to the back of hell.
Just cowering there with his SMG. Nothing to be offered over. Madger out from heaven. There's the damage. But is it too little, too late? He just shifts into the back of A instead. And Bomb's going to remain timid outdoors at 30 seconds. Lobby belongs to Joda.
They're looking for one more push. Going upstairs, obviously, not going to be a safe idea. Op coming in first. There's a big chance here for Aurora.
This is where everybody for Aurora resides. Madger's going to get in behind the vent. And they have turned their attention up towards heaven. Nissim slowly starting to get going from lobby instead. Good trade from Sadzin. Nissim activates, and there they have it. A squeeze into the upper site, even with everything that was left there for Aurora.
Yeah.
SMG's not enough.
They slowly seeped into every position, but again, like you saw the talk from Lux, they slowly took outside control. swept away all the angles. I mean, yeah, manager smiling again in a moment like this is...
It's got to be a matter of disbelief.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. Well, the op comes back into play here for Woxic. It might be one of his few last chances to see it. CT side op. The hallmark of all great oppers. He's got to find that impact.
Full execute straight out through. Disrespectful start as Dumao takes Sanctuary behind that vent. Frag Grenade's going to blow him apart. Xanteras wins the duel to Luck. Don't let them recover 3v5. Pressure remains high. And Legacy slam themselves into an upper site that holds the line. Sadzin's got a bit of an angle to work with here. Shot onto Wicadia is one thing.
Ooh.
I said don't let them 3v5. What about a 2v5, Launders? What about it,
No.
huh?
Oh, he just missed it.
There we go.
Just missed it.
Puts that bomb down with the peek out from behind the vent. Looks like Aurora's got something of a CT side to talk about. Their first CT round, 6 rounds into play of the second half.
They do it, and they do it decisively. It won't matter that much to Legacy. The round is one thing, but the amount of money they have left over, like Sadzin's even here thinking about maybe I can punish some extra players before I go down. Oh, and they're crossing up, actually. Surely Sadzin gets found. Yes, he'll go down. It's officially a 2-round game, and again, because Aurora made a lot of money, this does make it way more interesting. It's not a close round. They have another buy to chew through on the other side, maybe even 2 more full buys before they get a relief round out of Legacy.
And Xanteras is standing to the test of that main wrap. And coming back through with further impact on the A floor.
It's a very solid hold, but you know what? I think that's Legacy's weakest round is their A rushes. I like that last round where they went out a little bit more staggered.
It's not the first time that even when things start going well for the T side, we see them just try to throw that Hail Mary all in upper A hit.
You know, variety is the spice of life, and is key. And making sure you keep your opponents honest, making them use the utility, worry about everything.
But it is undeniably the strategy they have that gets shut down most often. Which means if they throw it out, only then to return to what has been working.
Yeah, when they have a lead to work with, yeah, it's...
Doesn't mean that Aurora are going to string anything together here, but at the very least, it's a one-off, and at the very least, you've survived that first kind of posturing Legacy offer here in round 19. 5 standing tall despite that damage on Wicadia. A weak link for the upper floor.
They do have a gap outside. We aren't seeing Legacy try to go for crosses. They don't even have the smokes to try to do that. This might just have to be an upper pop if they're not going to take ramp right now.
Xanteras is going to go chasing that kill. Could have let the others deal with that, but by extending out through main, he just puts his head on a silver platter for Dumao. Nissim gets his one. Lotto trades out the Heaven play, and man advantage established here for Legacy. Not to mention that early damage on Wicadia.
With the time left over, oh my goodness, they're watching this. Nissim's got it covered.
Woxic, no, not allowed. Legacy break right back through.
What in the world?
And it is going to be utter despair for Aurora to have to stomach.
They're so probably grateful that the last round they had 4 survive on a rifle because they just got wiped out right here. I don't even know where they could have found a way back in. They forfeited so much control. So many players get caught off guard. It's just such a fantastic performance. They didn't even finish their strat, you know?
Yeah. I think the way to hold that round is Xanteras not chasing the player that jumps out. You see from the replays, Legacy just staring at him as he runs forward out of main. You had a player over towards Heaven that could have maybe dealt with that instead. It's not like there was 0 protocols in place, but it opened up main for that A hit.
That's gonna hit too.
Legacy just sink their teeth deep into this upper floor again, and once more, Wicadia is gonna have to try to somehow hold back with lesser health than others. Aurora are trying to find the fight in them. They did the same thing on Inferno.
I mean, they'll be defending with MP9s if they lose this round. Is it finally the time that Legacy just use the smoke cross, or are they going to try to go for the mini wrap? Oh,
here we go.
Really big kill. I mean, it's not just the frag, it's the intent.
Lotto, chases through. Jeez. Good on Wicadia, at least still working with less.
What?
Sadzin is that next layer where there's one, there's more.
Woxic on the back of the site, misses.
Oh, Sadzin catches the headshot onto Major. Woxic still with a chance to recover. Joda's right there to help him. Nissim into a clutch. No Legacy, not another.
Oh!
It comes down close. Woo!
Woxic, after missing his first shot back sight, stays alive long enough to clutch.
That Woxic Major fire at the moment. You see the two of them trying to kickstart the belief in Aurora's camp that they can still fight for this.
When Wicadia peeked and turned around, thought that was it. Such a big moment here.
That's what Major needs. That's what Major wants. Fire in the bellies.
It's still an unbelievably expensive round.
Lux is still just going to try to chase down Woxic. Now he's missing shots again. Lux trying to jump through the window is insane.
That's insane.
Hoping that Woxic would miss another shot to leave that door open. Lotto's going to try to follow his teammate downstairs. Legacy are putting fire at the feet of Wicadia. And it's one thing for that A site to hold. It's another to get this rotate in place.
They only have ramp. Secret's cut off.
Lotto's trying to take the duel to Joda, bolstered by a Woxic right behind him. Don't tell me Nissim's going to try to take this fight.
They're here to try to establish. They have the lower site to themselves. They don't even really need control side. It's the CTs who have to respond.
It's bomb dropped first. Lotto picks that up. Nissim's position, just the one. Major throws himself at this. Him and Woxic trying to tether off of one another while Wicadia gets that last position. Oh no! Oh no! 2 kills right there for Dumao! And it's a fast chase from Wicadia, or a 12th out of Legacy. Wicadia's gonna swing out in an act of desperation, but missed shots here from Dumao! And Wicadia, the saving grace!
No way!
Keeps the dreams alive!
One bullet! One bullet would have been series points.
You all thought Legacy had that. You thought they fought their way through again, because you've all been watching Aurora fail to close this.
That's the first moment of shakiness I've ever seen from Legacy.
In the dying breaths of Aurora's best of 5, they are starting to believe again.
It was such a good move from Dumao too, the first 2 kills. Santeras thanking the heavens. 1 round game.
Frag in front of Sadzin, smoke to follow suit. Again, it is Legacy doing what they do. Aggression out of the gate and pressure down onto Joda. He's just got to tuck in along this wall. 1 kill's good, but he turns. And in that moment, it is another chance to take over this B site.
Dumao got spotted, right?
You'd think. Oh, you'd think the way that they approach this, Santeras with blood in the water connects to the headshot, and Aurora are about to tie this. Wicadia's right on him. There is no bomb play here for Sadzin, and there is no chance that Aurora are going to let this go without a fight.
No way.
This entire camp is trying to get Santeras to believe again.
Wicadia on his feet. Everybody's yelling. They're fragging like we haven't seen before. The money has been evaporated after all of that bank made.
I'll call a spade, energy anchor in Santeras as his teammates on their feet all around him.
Wow. Legacy tried to come forward with that very fast attack. They put tons of pressure on ramp. That first kill coming down so quickly with no vent rotations in place at that moment could have spelled disaster, but they were on it. They were on it like Legacy are on those retakes. This is beautiful. They're getting active. And now they can actually do it.
Look at the buy Legacy have. Look at the golden opportunity that Aurora across the board have created. Not some star-studded performance from Santeras, but a willingness to fight to the end instead on full display here. An advantage well earned. But what is it really worth when Legacy can always do more with less.
Yeah, they believe. Just don't make the mistake now. But at the same time, play properly, play to win. That's the fine balance that you have to strike at all times under the most pressure.
Jump spotting Doomau. Did Wicadia not see that?
Oh, he did. And even...
Okay. But they don't notice that.
Wait, they've left gaps. They're so confused now. I think they're trying to call this rotation correctly, but they don't want to overcorrect at the same time.
There is always time to make mistakes with Aurora.
Wait, they're coming around outside with these guns. This is insane. It sets up a huge potential to throw a fake from downstairs. This is where the CT communication can get the most stressed. If you say nothing, you could lose. If you say something, you could get your teammate killed if you're not sure. And right now, they don't have a damn visual. They're not catching a lurk. No vision outside.
It is unbelievable that Legacy have taken this much map control with this little.
And they have the ability to walk this entire route with 25 seconds. Yes, they have to get the kills right when they get downstairs, but Wicadia is the only one fully committed to this spot.
You've got Joda behind him. They're now going to turn their attention. Utility confirms that this is the lower hit. Joda finds himself a double kill, and now he gets dinked back by Doomau. Pistol starting to prevail.
No way!
Nissim gets his inside of Decon. Woxic's going to have to retake with this off. Just when you start to believe the wide swing offered over, did Nissim just try to do too much?
They're both wrapping around. Control side. How are they going to read this?
Doomau actually decides to go back to double. Sadzin Tech 9 to the back of Woxic. They close the door in front of him. He's going to announce it, tapping that bomb. Covers right there. Doomau, half health, tries to get it going. You are looking at an Aurora with another tournament point.
Oh, closing the door behind them. And maybe the hopes of Legacy right in their face.
Showing fight every step of the way. That's Legacy.
What an attempt, but what a retake.
All that space, banking on Joda's heroics.
Oh, you had to reload. Oh my God.
Wow. Insta headshot to shut it down. Look how badly they're trying to fire up the Terminator. Felt like a circuit board malfunction for some of these rounds. And now, in classic fashion, Xantares believes in his ability to take over this last round. Watch Aurora go!
And this is the call on the final round, the lobby crunch. The first kill is theirs. They sucked up the space.
Another found from Woxic.
Here they go.
Aurora's starting to boil over as it felt like this was never gonna be achieved. In all of the attempts that this team has had, all of the shortcomings, all the second places, and they take the road of most resistance versus the team that goes down undying. Legacy, with just Sadzin left over, all of the clutch in the world that they have shown us throughout this event needs to be materialized one more time. Sadzin has bomb and an open floor. Scarred tissue is Aurora. One last frag. They started this round in full belief, the nature of that lobby aggression. And they've let that clock play into their favor as well, because Legacy are banking now on 20 seconds for this Sadzin clutch. And with no reload on that op either, he cannot afford to miss a single shot. It feels like time decides, because believe your eyes, they've done it. Counter-Strike's Crescent Star shines brightest in Bucharest. This victory in the making for over a decade, as Turkish CS chased a dream that burned inside their hearts like an eternal fire. Something we never thought they'd finally get to achieve, realized on November 1st, 2025. The Turkish Terminator finally gets his trophy. MIBR leads it. And that head-to-head between what felt like teammates, near insurmountable. It almost felt like Aurora were playing against themselves as much as Legacy at times.
And you have Legacy here shaking their hands as a team who have just won a championship, as much as it hurts, it would have never been the stab that Aurora would have had to deal with. Getting this close again, and in this fashion, Legacy have created such a special moment for them with this win. A grind all the way to the end.
It's a belief that was born back in Copenhagen when they made Major top 8, and now here they are, hands on the trophy together, your PGL Bucharest Major champions. It's glory for Aurora!
Aurora down here celebrating off the back of the victory. An incredible run. Madja, we'll start off with you, bro. The ups and downs, the emotions, that was a grind. We literally saw everything going through your minds as a team. You brought it back, you stuck together, the confidence was there. You get the trophy. What's going on, bro? How did you cope with that one?
I think we had a good start on this BO5, like 2-0. But after that, they play way better. Like map after map, they just stand high up their level, and it was very difficult. Like they play really good Inferno. On train, it was very close, and losing that hurt us a little. That's why maybe in Inferno we started very bad. But I'm happy. I'm satisfied with the boys. The goal was to win here, and that's all I can say.
Yeah, you were able to do it. You kept it together. Obviously, the team relishing in the moment. Of course, Antares and you getting to lift the trophy together. Quite a significant moment, right? Over the years, in and out, off the server, on the server, putting those hours in. You mentioned in that series, Train. Obviously, that was the precipice of potentially an unbelievable reverse sweep. Was that sort of a moment where you realized we need to snap back into it? You mentioned to me on day one, of course, the individuals trying to click. Was that kind of the turning point? I saw obviously going into the nuke as well. There was rounds where you erupted, just trying to get the boys back, saying, let's go, let's bring it back.
Because after the 2 maps, when it was 2-0, I told to my boys, like now, they have nothing to lose. Like they will play really better than what they play in the 2 maps. And we had the chance to finish on train, but they play good. It was overtime, small details, you know. And after that, yeah, to be honest, it hurt us. And I fully motivated. Yeah, today my goal was also to fully motivate my teammate a lot because it's important for us. Yeah, I think on nuke T side, I think we play a good T side, but we lost the pistol on CT, and we start again really bad on CT side again on nuke. And then I'm very glad that we can finish, and my teammate play really good in the small details in the end of the nuke. And yes.
You've done it, bro. It's over. You were able to get there. We'll go through. We'll speak to some of the teammates as well. I'll let you get back to the team. Do you want to address the fans? Of course, anytime.
Ceren, Aslan, Defne, size seviyorum. Baba buradaysa bir şey için sizin sayenizde. I love you.
There you go, Major. A legend himself. We'll speak to some of the teammates here. Woxic, you look emotional off the back of that one, I can imagine, dude. As you know, when we did that interview before, you were saying literally your eyes are on the trophy. Until we get to that finish line, I'm not asked. I'm not focusing on anything but my game, my crosshair. You've done it, man. What's going on?
I don't know. It feels amazing that because we never won any trophy. We played a couple of finals, semifinals, quarterfinals. Sometimes things wasn't going on our way, but today we managed to make it for the first time before the major. It's also gonna give us like a great confidence, I think. Yeah, that feels great.
Just that resilience, the payoff. I imagine again for you as well, it must be sort of similar mindset, right? How was it kind of trying to reinvigorate and build back? There were some tense moments on nuke. It felt like it was, you know, very fragile. We were close to the breaking point. Were you just trying to focus on the rounds?
Yeah, I mean, some rounds that like we lost the control. We gave wrong infos each other. We just said wrong calls to each other, like let's push here or something. Sometimes, as I said, like we lost the control of the game. But if you want to win this kind of events and also like bigger ones, you should show like you are capable of closing this game anyway, whatever happens with your mentally. And I'm happy that the old boys just stand like whatever happens. If you are even down from like in a bad score or something, they just keep the focus on the game and gave their everything. Sometimes when you give even your everything, sometimes it's not working even, but anyway, standing on the game, helping your teammates, communication well, and hyping them, it helps you to get it. So everyone did it in every moment.
So that's what I was going to ask you about as well, right? It felt like everyone rallied behind Xantares. There was moments where it felt like it was hitting him, almost as if, you know, it's slipping away. The whole team, every round, it was targeted at him, bringing him back up, and we saw that smile come back, that focus come back. Was that always the game plan of just keep everyone really drilled, really fired up?
Yeah, I mean, after we won like 2 maps and we lost 2, we just say to each other, guys, they are just started to shoot much better than us. We are not like in train. We are not like in the previous maps. So everyone has to like focus on themselves instead of like mostly trying to help to your mate. Like, for example, I'm flashing for you, like I'm holding a smoke in front of you. This kind of thing, just leave it behind it. Just focus on your in front of you. Whatever you see, just shoot, you know, to everyone. That was the basically to brought us back to the game, and I think we could have won more rounds in T, but unfortunately there was like some small mistakes that we made, and that's why like the game went like this. But I think if you would have win the pistol, this was going to be much easier, I think. But you know, pistol is everything in MR 12, yeah. So, but I mean, anyway, when you stick, you can do it.
And you stuck the landing, you brought it home, you get the trophy. I'll let you get back with the team. I'll walk around, try and get some of the other opinions here from the Aurora squad, but congratulations again, man. Woxic, a legend. Bro, you've got the trophy in your hands, the smile's back as well. Dude, what's going through your head off the back of that one? I imagine obviously similar mindset, right? It looked dicey out there, but you recovered strong.
I don't know what to say actually. It's our first trophy and we are really happy. In some kind of moments, we thought we were gonna lose, but we kept fighting, so that's why we win, I think. I'm really proud of my team, like they deserve this trophy way too earlier, so we are really happy.
Thank you very much, bro. It's always a pleasure. And lastly, again, I want to ask you in terms of kind of how you approach that, though, sort of overall, right? When we were sort of sat there, your 2 maps up, we're on train, that OT from your perspective, was it a matter of, again, kind of just thinking it's okay, it's just a map, or did that pressure mount very quickly in the overtime?
I don't think so. It didn't like pressure us at all, but I think we should have closed and train and do it 3-0. So, but it was fine. We just keep going. Like we said, we have 2 more maps, we can win. That's it.
And you got there in the end. It's brilliant to see. Thank you very much, dude. We'll grab some of the other members of Aurora here, obviously fresh off the back of the win, and then get back over. One key member we absolutely need to speak to, Xantares. Come over here, buddy. You've done it. The trophy right there. 776 games or something. It's a ridiculous scoreline of maps you've played throughout your career, and now you've got it. Prime in your hands, here on LAN, living up to the name Xantares. What do you want to say, bro?
I say that proud of everyone in the team. So we just work a lot. Like before that, where we came here, it was not feel like confidence in the team, everyone. And then right now, like feels nice. Like we fight well. So proud of everyone in the team. Like happy, very happy. What can I say?
I want to ask as well, obviously, like I was saying to some of the other boys, it felt like everyone rose up around you. They saw there was moments where towards the end, right, you kind of quieted down a little bit. You came right back up. The energy was there. What's it like having that support in those critical moments?
Like it feels like everything about the mentality. Like I was feel like very tired after like train a little bit, and then I just feel a little bit sleepy. I just say myself that I need to be back to game and then try to win, like do everything to win. So try to scream, do like atmosphere was very good, so like very good, man.
Well, you absolutely nailed it. You got a trophy. Before I let you go, Xantares, is there anything you want to say to the fans watching back home, friends, family, in your native tongue?
Çok teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Çok sağ olun destekleriniz için. Bu turnuvada gerçekten çok hissettik. Çok teşekkürler, çok sağ olun.
Thank you very much, dudes. Congratulations again. Aurora, they've done it. They've completed it. Rich, they bring it on home. The reverse sweep is denied.
Great job. Good to see Jackie getting in there. Santares tried to slink off. We saw you, but he got you. And that's what people wanted to hear because it is a great storyline. Ultimately, we weren't believers, and I think the team might have imploded if they'd lost the final. But let's not talk about that for now. Let's instead talk about what they were able to do. They did rally. They did find some fortitude. They did find some mental. And Legacy were resurgent. It was a super hard game to close out, but they were able to do it. And now, like lots of teams we've seen in the past that like have had mental problems, you've won a trophy. There is no curse. It was never real.
Yeah, I guess the way you can look at it, the fact they managed to lift this trophy in a moment where they are struggling as a team makes it that much more impressive, right? I mean, we saw them only a week ago in Malta, pretty weak, you know, when it came to the important games here. It wasn't clean either. That's the story for Aurora in this tournament. It really wasn't pretty outside of the GamerLegion game, but they got it done.
Yeah.
They've played so well so many other tournaments and ended up coming second, right, and losing in a narrow fashion. They will absolutely take a win without everything sort of falling into place how they envisioned it.
And also the fact, just the fashion in which they did it as well, right? We're talking about their mentality and how they can crumble, as Yanko very aptly put it, your brittle mentality, so to speak. And you can see they had a good start, 7-5, and then you see Legacy coming back. And then it was 11-8. You look at that, we were sitting in a green room, we're like, this is done, it's over. There's no way. They've never shown the mental fortitude or the tenacity to drag it back. It was miraculous, it was ugly, it was messy, it was lucky, but they still got it done. And I felt like that was a turning point.
Yeah, and on that note, let's be clear. Obviously, a game is made up of, you know, thousands of little moments. And if this happens, if that happens, you know, we've seen clutches, by the way, at this tournament where because a player made a mistake, he was able to get a smoke that won him a clutch. You know, there's sometimes the gods are on your side in Counter-Strike. It's why it's the most compelling esport of all time. But remember, if they don't close that door on lower, I think they lose this final.
One of the many rounds. It started with this Voxic sort of round in the bomb site, right? Then you had this quick retake happening in a way. There was also the Vicadia clutch in the middle of it, where Duma almost has a 1v3, and you think he has Vicadia dead to rights. He's red HP with an MP9. Somehow he gets it done. I don't know if it's Kantaris who closed the door as well.
Yeah, right? I think it was.
In this round, and just the fun.
And remember, in that moment, which you couldn't see from that vantage point, they're being flanked by someone with a Tech 9. This gun needs to be nerfed massively. It's the perfect gun for it.
And after so many close clutches, what do? They call the lobby push, right?
Yes.
Because the lobby rush and, you know, great call to change the momentum, playing to win, not playing not to lose. It worked brilliantly, and they're able to win it in regulation. And in the end, the most clutch team of the tournament by far just didn't have one more in them.
Yeah, you didn't have one more in him, but this guy did. He had one in him, finally got a trophy, 752 maps.
Yes.
It's taken for him to get a trophy, but he's done it, and he's the tournament MVP, and I don't think anybody could...
Absolutely. No, absolutely. I feel like even during... Like, even when they were struggling and some of the maps when they lose in a group stage and whatnot, he was still an absolute rock, right? And just, even at the end over here, when it was looking so stressed, everyone's struggling, it looked like it was going to be choking, it was Antares who stepped up, but man, looking at this round, my heart goes out to Duma. Holy hell, they're 1v3, one bullet is all they needed.
I mean, look.
And they won the round.
And Aurora is out of money. If Duma wins this round,
it's over.
They're back to 5-7s and MP9s for the round after, and Legacy probably, now we're talking about them as the champions, but, you know, that's the story of every final and every moment. There are moments where your players just step up and make something happen out of nowhere, seemingly, to help you get over the finish.
I mean, I will say this about Legacy before we talk a bit more about Aurora. I love this team. I'm in love with this team. Like, really, I'm gonna tell you why. They just...
You know they're Brazilian, right?
Yeah, I know. This is it. Like, I'm back. Hey, I used to love the old Luminosity, and I don't want to get carried away with hyperbole. But I remember one of the things I loved about the Luminosity team was they were just never out of a game. They were never out of a game. Team Liquid will tell you that. And they have this same energy. Now, if Legacy can go and do this to teams further up the totem pole, they're going to be a very exciting team to watch. And they're doing it with a bunch of exciting players who are all mentally strong and likable personalities, you know, just a great it's been great to watch.
It's been great to watch, and now I'm excited to see, you know, how they're going to fare against the, you know, better opposition down the line. Now they have the confidence with you. You've won an event, you know, you push Aurora, the perennial gatekeepers, all the way, you know, to the back of the lines. And this is a team where I can see the floor is high, the fundamentals are strong, the individuals, it's just a spread of talent. It seems so equal. It's not one player looking to step up to win a game, right? So it's really cool to see. And I'm just excited to see what the journey is going to be. And you can see on their faces as well, they lost the game, it was tightly fought. Obviously, disappointment will be there, but it wasn't written on their faces. They were still happy.
Yeah, I think Legacy is still a young team, most importantly, with their performance at CAC. And here, I feel like they've secured, you know, invites for the first round of events going into next year. So we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of them, which is awesome. And I don't think they have anything left until the major, which is, again, another great sign because they need some time off. They need to be able to refresh their playbook.
Very grueling tournament.
I agree. They're an exciting team to watch. They definitely seem like they enjoy playing with each other too. That's, I think, where the strength comes and the resilience comes that we've seen from them so many times in this tournament. So yeah, unfortunately, very close in this series, couldn't get over the finish line in the end, but can be proud about their performance in Bucharest.
And obviously for Aurora, I think much like you guys, again, I honestly think they would have imploded if they'd lost that final. I genuinely believe that, but also I think winning a trophy before the major, now you've got the data point where you can say, look, we can do this. We can come back in difficult situations.
I think the question is, can you teach an old dog new tricks, right? Because
I hope so.
The proof
as an old dog
concept is there, right? Yeah. GamerLegion game is there. This final is there. You heard it from Xantares. You heard it from Wicadia. You know, like I saw that team was lacking some energy. I tried to shout. I tried to, you know, play in a way to lead by example and all of that stuff. And then they will also have some very much needed time off before the major. I really hope they make the most of it about getting on the same page, what their attitude needs to be like, first in practice and every day, and then also when it comes to the official games, because when things come together for them, they can still look very, very good.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one thing I loved was, you know, Woxic mentioned it as well, it's just the fact that it wasn't just Wicadia trying to be the cheerleader for the team, even when things were going grim. I'm just hoping this is the turning point, the moment, the catalyst, so to speak, where they're like, as you said, it's the curse is kind of broken, and hopefully it does absolutely instill a little bit of faith in themselves, right? A little bit of joy in themselves. And if that happens, this team could still push deep, honestly.
Yeah. Guys, great as always, another tournament in the books. Where's my jib? Where do you live? Are you somewhere?
There it is. There it is. There's a blind man.
Right.
Yeah.
So listen, that's the end of the tournament. But and it's the end of 2026 for CS PGL, which is sad. But we're back. We're back with Cluj. You saw the adverts. You saw the commercials we were pumping out. Make sure you get your tickets. I had a wicked time in Cluj. I can't wait to see those fans again. Hopefully you'll be among them and you'll see, you know, all of the gang hanging out. But for now, all that remains to be said is commiserations to Legacy. Congratulations to Aurora. Thanks to all of you guys for tuning in. And we'll see you again in 2026. Till then, take care. See you in the new year.